In the bustling metropolis, where martial prowess intertwines with the eldritch, a tale unfolds, a narrative steeped in humor, lightheartedness, and the art of subterfuge. Jiang Li, driven by the dire need to cover his mother's exorbitant medical expenses while supporting his sister's university tuition, has dabbled in various occupations. From being a test subject and cleaning up haunted houses to delivering late-night takeout, he has explored an array of vocations. This time, he learned of a fishing opportunity at the infamous Blackwater Bay, a place encircled by barbed wire, where a single catch could fetch $5,000. Armed with a low-cost fiberglass fishing rod purchased online, he ventured forth. However, the depths of this water held secrets. Creatures with human-like faces, octopuses murmuring incantations from the murky bottom, and gigantic shadows surfacing only during thunderstorms awaited him. Jiang Li, wielding his unyielding fishing line, engaged in a battle with these formidable beings. By the heavens, this fish possesses immense strength. It must be worth a handsome price, he exclaimed, unaware that these creatures were collectively known as the unspeakable Old Ones. In this domain, they transformed from harbingers of dread into ingredients for Jiang Li's culinary endeavors. Their remnants of spirit would become part of him, elevating his corporeal existence to a near-divine state, solidifying his sanity. Yet, a day would come when an ancient god, slumbering in the depths, would awaken with the intent to consume the world. As it rose to the surface, it beheld a man seated upon the clouds, wielding a fishing rod fashioned from the very essence of the cosmos, his face alight with exhilaration. Goodness, how much does this weigh? A bountiful catch, my comrades. In that moment, the ancient deity was reminded of the terror instilled by fishermen. Chapter 1. The $9 fishing rod and the $5,000 fish. Hey there, young man, have you lost your mind? Why venture to this Blackwater Bay to fish? A dilapidated van jostled along the uneven coastal road, flanked by overgrown hills on one side and a desolate sea, ensnared by barbed wire, on the other. Old Jiang, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and a cigarette with the other, maintained an unwavering gaze upon the young man in the passenger seat. He was the driver responsible for transporting supplies in this region, but also a deterrent against folly. In these times, many sought wealth with reckless abandon, yet few were genuinely willing to risk their lives. The man beside him, Jiang Li, in his early 20s, appeared relatively spry, though his somewhat frayed, sun-protective attire bore the unmistakable mark of a bargain purchase. Clutching a fishing rod wrapped in clear tape, he looked even more threadbare. "For money, sir," Jiang Li replied, a hint of resignation in his voice as he cracked the window, allowing the briny sea breeze to disperse the smoke. "I heard that catching a blackback here could yield $5,000. At that price, I would even fish in molten lava. Do you value money more than your life?" Old Jiang replied, taking a drag from a cigarette, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and concern. "Do you know why they call it Blackwater Bay? Because the water is black, obviously. Heavy pollution," Jiang Li answered casually, "it's stained with blood." Old Jiang retorted with a sardonic laugh, abruptly slamming the brakes to halt before a rusted iron gate. "We've arrived. This is the quarantine zone. The vehicle cannot proceed. You'll have to walk in." Jiang Li leapt from the van, greeted by a chill wind carrying the acrid scent of decay. "Thanks, sir." "Wait a moment." Old Jiang rummaged beneath his seat and produced a sharp boning knife, tossing it to Jiang Li. "Take this for protection. While I know it won't do much against those creatures, it might bolster your courage." Jiang Li caught the knife, momentarily taken aback. "I can't accept this. I can't pay you." "Consider it a gift, an offering for your journey," Old Jiang replied, omitting the mention of burning paper money. "This place is cursed. Last week, 3 seasoned anglers entered, equipped with top-of-the-line gear, carbon rods, imported lines, yet not a single one returned. All that remained was this knife on the shore. That was due to their lack of skill." Jiang Li secured the knife at his waist, chuckling. "I'm quite adept at fishing." Old Jiang glanced at the seemingly flimsy fiberglass rod in Jiang Li's grasp, his lips twitching. "Very well, young man. I wish you good fortune. If you're not out by morning, I'll assume you've become fish food." With that, the van sped away, as if pursued by phantoms. Standing before the iron gate, Jiang Li sighed. He had no desire to be in such a cursed locale, but necessity drove him. His mother lay in the ICU, her medical bills accumulating like a relentless tide. His sister was still in university, her educational and living expenses mounting as well. He had worked as a test subject, cleaned haunted houses, and even delivered food to a mass grave in the dead of night, but none of those earnings sufficed. Only this place offered hope that an official bounty had been announced. Blackwater Bay was teeming with the invasive blackback species, each fish worth $5,000. With no upper limit point, $5,000 per fish. 10 fish would yield $50,000. If I could catch 100, that would cover the surgery costs. Jiang Li tightened his grip on the fishing rod. Though it appeared cheap, this rod was his weapon of choice, an item he had procured for a mere $9, complete with 2 boxes of worms. Let's do this. It's just a polluted zone. As long as I'm not a coward, I fear nothing. With determination, he pushed open the unlocked gate and strode into the unknown. Inside Blackwater Bay, the sky loomed dark and foreboding, as if rain were imminent or dawn would never break. The heavy fog rendered visibility less than 10 meters. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, reminiscent of rotting fish that had festered for weeks. Ordinary individuals or novice awakened beings would likely succumb to madness in such an environment, hearing whispers and seeing phantoms. Yet, to Jiang Li, it merely resembled a poorly maintained pond. TSK, why hasn't the environmental agency intervened? The water quality is as black as ink. Jiang Li approached the shore, placing his backpack upon a flat stone. Peering into the water, he observed the surface, eerily calm like a black mirror, occasionally disturbed by large bubbles, as if some great beast beneath was exhaling. Bubbles mean fish. Jiang Li expertly unpacked his gear, retrieving a box of vibrant red worms and a pack of crazy killer black pit bait, preparing to create a feeding spot. Damn it, why are these worms so thin? What a scam, he grumbled while threading 2 worms onto the hook, crafting an enticing presentation. Here goes. With a swift motion, he cast a line, the hook tracing a graceful arc before landing precisely in the bubbling area. The bobber rose. Jiang Li settled onto a small stool, savoring a puff from a cheap cigarette. As long as I catch something, I'll treat myself tonight and buy my sister that new smartphone. Minutes ticked by in silence, with not a single chirp of insects, only the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from below the surface. Jiang Li straightened, his gaze riveted on the bobber. It bobbed lightly twice before plunging beneath the water with a decisive dip. Got it. A big one. Jiang Li's heart raced with excitement, gripping the rod tightly and yanking upward. The fishing line tightened with a painful whine. A tremendous force surged from the depths, nearly yanking Jiang Li into the ocean. What the hell? Could it weigh 100 pounds? He braced himself against the stone, leaning back as his face flushed crimson. The fishing rod bent into a dramatic arc, producing a series of cracking sounds, as if it were on the verge of snapping. Pull up, Jiang Li bellowed, exerting force from his waist as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the creature lurking beneath the water. The entity seemed equally incensed, thrashing wildly from side to side, churning the waters of the Blackwater Bay into a frothy tempest. In the murky depths, a colossal shadow appeared to be swimming. It bore no resemblance to a fish. Rather, it resembled a tangled mass of black hair or perhaps some form of mollusk. Yet through Jiang Li's abyss angler lens, all of this was effortlessly overlooked. He was convinced this must be a grand black fish. Damn it, quite stubborn, aren't you? Do you believe I won't turn you into fish with pickled vegetables? Jiang Li cursed while employing his angling skills, swaying the rod to exhaust the creature's strength. After 10 long minutes of stalemate, the creature finally succumbed to fatigue. Jiang Li seized the opportunity to reel in forcefully, dragging the massive being to the water surface. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. The bizarre fish, measuring over a meter in length, flopped onto the shore, thrashing about chaotically. Its body was pitch black, adorned with scales resembling eyes, and at its head was a face strikingly akin to that of a human infant. The contorted visage emitted a chilling wail, its cries enough to send shivers down one's spine. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely be paralyzed with terror. What was before him was no mere fish. It was undoubtedly a legendary sea monster, a lesser minion of the old ones, a man-faced black fish. But Jiang Li was different. He approached, stepping firmly on the fish's head, gazing at the wailing human face, his brows furrowing into a frown. This fish looks utterly grotesque. Jiang Li grimaced. This mutation is absurd. It must have ingested too much radioactive waste. He paid little heed to the human-like face, viewing it simply as an abnormally formed black fish. Wah wah. The man-faced black fish continued its shrill cries, a sound that pierced the soul, attempting to induce psychological torment upon Jiang Li. Yell all you want, Jiang Li retorted, annoyed, before delivering a swift slap to the fish's face. Smack. The sharp sound cut through the air. The fish's cries ceased abruptly, its eyes, filled with resentment, momentarily bewildered. It was an enigmatic creature. Its screams could drive one mad. Why was this human unaffected? Why did he strike its face? Smack. Smack. Jiang Li delivered 2 more slaps, and the fish finally settled down, twitching slightly on the ground. Now that's more like it. A fish should know its place. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a large snakeskin bag from his backpack and stuffing the still twitching creature inside. $5,000 in the bag. What a delight. Jiang Li was in high spirits as he resumed his place on the small stool, baiting his hook with worms and casting his line once again. Let's aim for 10 or 8 more tonight and cover the medical expenses. However, unbeknownst to him, just behind a pile of rocks not far away, a pair of cold eyes were fixated on him. The it was neither human nor an ordinary beast. It was a creature devoid of fur, its skin exhibiting an eerie blue-purple hue, and its body formed of countless sharp angles. A monster. It lay nestled in the crevice between 2 rocks, its form shifting between solidity and insubstantiality with each breath. The Tindalow's hound, larval form. A terrifying entity dwelling in the folds of time, most fond of hunting spiritually elevated humans. To it, the spiritual radiance emanating from Jiang Li appeared as a beacon in the night, irresistibly enticing. Slurp, slurp. The creature drooled with greed, gradually emerging from its rocky enclave, stealthily approaching Jiang Li's back. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The monster's claws extended, sharp enough to rend space itself. With one swift strike, it could reduce the unsuspecting human before it to mere fragments. Just as it prepared to pounce, Jiang Li, engrossed in observing the bobber, felt an itch on his back and instinctively glanced over his shoulder. Their eyes met. The air froze. The creature remained suspended mid-leap, its terrifying face contorted into a cruel grin. It presumed this human would scream, tremble with fear, and succumb to despair. However, Jiang Li, upon gazing at this peculiar, hairless creature resembling a geometric amalgamation of a dog, was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is that a stray dog? Jiang Li furrowed his brow, scrutinizing it from head to tail. It looks quite unique. Must be suffering from skin condition, losing all its fur. The monster? It felt a profound insult. It was not a dog. It was the noble Tindalow's hound. The hunter time, roar. The creature bellowed, revealing its jagged teeth as it lunged at Jiang Li's neck. Hey, you dare bite me? Jiang Li was furious. If you manage to bite me, I'll have to get rabies shots, and that'll cost me hundreds. The thought of spending money sharpened Jiang Li's gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the nearby fishing rod, the one he had bought for a mere $9.90. With a swift motion, he executed a horizontal sweep. Whack! The hard fiberglass tip sliced through the air, striking the monster squarely on its face. This blow was devoid of any spiritual energy. It was purely physical. Yet, inexplicably, at the moment of contact, a faint glimmer flickered across the fishing rod. Yow! The Tindalow's hound emitted a pitiful wail, akin to a dog that had just stepped on its tail. Its resilient body, capable of traversing time, bore a red mark where it had been struck by the flimsy fishing rod. The creature was sent spinning through the air, landing heavily on the ground. Its face buried in the dirt, it was bewildered. It lay there, staring in terror at the human brandishing the fishing rod with a fierce expression. Why could this human strike it, even while it was phasing? This was unscientific. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll cook you. Jiang Li brandished the fishing rod, producing a whooshing sound. Behave yourself and lie over there. He pointed to an empty patch of ground nearby. The monster recoiled slightly, as a highly intelligent predator. It instinctively sensed an aura of great terror emanating from this human. That feeling was akin to facing the old ones. No, it was even more terrifying. It was the essence of the impoverished and enraged laborer. It swallowed hard, tucking its tail, and submissively approached the indicated spot, lying down obediently, resting its chin on its forepaws, even letting out a few appeasing whines that's more like it. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. You do look rather pitiful. I'll catch some small fish for you later. Given your yellowish skin, although devoid of fur, you still look quite yellow. From now on, I shall call you Big Yellow. Tindalow's hound, Big Yellow. Here it was a proud time-hunting hound, reduced to a name reminiscent of a village mutt. Yet it dared not resist, for the fishing rod was pointed at its forehead. Turning away, Jiang Li resumed his fishing. Although this place is remote, the resources are truly bountiful. Not only are there fish, but I also found a dog. If only I could catch a crab or a lobster, I hear those are even more valuable, as he muttered to himself. His gaze remained fixed on the water surface. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of that profound darkness, countless peculiar eyes slowly opened, watching the oblivious, or rather, the terrifying angler above. Chapter 2. The dog's remarkable appetite and the talking fish. The night at Blackwater Bay is denser than ink. There is neither moonlight nor starlight. Only the distant lighthouse casting a dim yellow glow through the mist, resembling a dying eye that blinks intermittently. If any other awakened beings or night watchmen dared to linger by the shores of Blackwater Bay at this hour, even a sea-level adept would likely find their sanity crumbling. Their sanity points reduced to nothing. For it is at night that this place truly transforms into a gathering of malevolent spirits. Yet, Jiang Li is different. He is preoccupied with reprimanding the stray dog he just adopted. Big Yellow, spit it out. Quickly spit it out. With one hand gripping the fishing rod and the other wielding a pair of tongs, he attempts to pry open the jaws of the Tindalose hound. Just moments ago, a sludge creature, covered in festering sores and emerging from the muck, an E-level malevolence with corrosive properties, was poised to ambush Jiang Li from behind. However, it barely showed its face before being seized by Big Yellow. Though Jiang Li had previously chastised Big Yellow with his fishing rod, the hound still effortlessly handled such a lowly malevolence. As a hunter of the temporal dimension, to Big Yellow, this lowly sludge creature was nothing more than a moving gelatinous mass. Crunch, crunch. Big Yellow chewed with delight, even letting out a sulphurous belch. In its eyes, this was merely a task undertaken to please its master. Yet, in Jiang Li's perspective, he exclaimed, "You foolish dog. Why do you eat everything?" Observing the dark sludge clinging to Big Yellow's mouth, Jiang Li felt an ache in his heart, stamping his feet in frustration. That's mud and rotting water plants. Don't you realize that consuming that will give you diarrhea? I have only $20 left and can't afford to take you to the vet for a stomach wash. Disappointed, Jiang Li tapped Big Yellow's geometrically pleasing head with the tongs. Big Yellow lay on the ground in a state of grievance, burying its head between its forepaws. Here it was, a Tindalose hound that had devoured countless nightmares of traversers, now scorned by a mere human for its lack of hygiene. Yet, it dared not retort. Moments ago, when it attempted to escape through the angles of space, it found itself yanked back by a large hand. The man had simply stated, "Why run? I never said I wouldn't keep you." In that instant, Big Yellow felt an absolute suppression of rules. In the presence of this man, time and space seemed to lose all significance. As long as he wished to keep you, escape was impossible. All right, enough with the pity party. Jiang Li sighed and rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a sausage he had prepared for his late-night snack. He tore open the packaging and tossed half to Big Yellow. Eat this instead of that filthy stuff. This is a starch sausage. Though it contains little meat, it's certainly better than mud. Big Yellow stared blankly at the half sausage on the ground. It sniffed, detecting no spirit, only technology and harsh labor. Was this a gift from the elders of the past? Tentatively, Big Yellow licked it, then swallowed it whole, its tail wagging uncontrollably. Delicious. That's the spirit. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, consuming the remaining half himself. Clearly, he was quite hungry, relishing even the starch sausage. Having soothed the dog, Jiang Li redirected his attention to the water surface. His snakeskin bag already contained 3 man-faced blackfish, valued at 5,000 each, totaling 15,000. Yet, this was insufficient. The gap for his mother's surgery fees was substantial, and his sister needed funds for her graduate school materials next month, along with some tutoring classes, another hefty expense. One more big catch, and he could call it a day. Jiang Li rebaited his hook, this time adorning it with 3 worms for a sumptuous offering. At that moment, the previously tranquil water suddenly rippled with an eerie disturbance. Unlike the earlier minor commotion, this was substantial. A thick black mist began to rise from the depths, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees, even coating the nearby rocks in a thin frost. Bloop, bloop. Beneath the water, a colossal shadow slowly ascended. Big Yellow sprang to its feet, its spines, which Jiang Li perceived as fur, bristling, emitting a low growl as it fixed its gaze on the surface. It sensed the presence of a precursor to a deep diver, or perhaps a progeny of some unspeakable entity. The intensity of its aura peaked D-level, even approaching sea level. For an ordinary human, this would spell disaster. Yet, in Jiang Li's eyes, what a stir. Just how large is this fish? Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he was not afraid. Instead, he moved his small stool forward. I knew Blackwater Bay was rich in resources. This must be a giant creature. In the next instant, the bobber plunged violently, not merely a tentative dip, but as if something had seized it and pulled it beneath the water. Gotcha! Jiang Li shouted, suddenly raising his rod. Buzz! The fishing rod bent into a perfect semicircle, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. A terrifying force surged through the line, and Jiang Li felt as if he had hooked an operating submarine. What strength! Planting his feet firmly, he dragged deep grooves into the sand. The creature beneath the water was evidently enraged. Screech! A piercing sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard erupted from the depths, the sonic waves shattering several shells along the shore. This was a form of mental assault known as the wail of the abyss, capable of rupturing the eardrums of ordinary people and turning their brains to mush. Big Yellow lay in agony, covering its ears. However, Jiang Li merely frowned and dug at his ears. What's that? Is the fish's swim bladder deflating? He found the sound grating, akin to nails on glass, inducing a cringe, but that was all. Come up, you. Jiang Li took a deep breath, summoning the force born of his poverty. For the medical bills, for the tuition, for the braised pork. His biceps bulged, his waist tensed, and he executed a mighty heave. Boom. The surface exploded as a massive creature was forcibly yanked from the water, soaring into the air before crashing heavily into the muddy shore. Big Yellow recoiled in fear. That was no fish. It was a gigantic crab the size of a millstone, its shell adorned with writhing eyeballs, and its enormous pincers were not claws but two pale, swollen human hands with sharp nails. Ghost hand demon crab, D-level anomalous entity. This creature relished dragging people from the shore into the depths, tearing them apart bit by bit. At that moment, the demon crab brandished its massive human hands, letting out an enraged roar, its dozens of eyeballs spinning wildly, exuding an aura of maddening malevolence. It fixed its gaze on Jiang Li, preparing to launch a lethal strike. Yet, Jiang Li set down his fishing rod and approached. He switched on his headlamp, illuminating the demon crab. Wow, a giant blue crab. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled. This must weigh over 10 pounds. I'm going to strike it rich. In his vision, the eyeballs were automatically filtered into patterns on the crab's shell, and its terrifying human pincers appeared more like slightly deformed claws. Though these claws look a bit odd, reminiscent of chicken feet. Muttering to himself, Jiang Li expertly maneuvered to the back of the demon crab. Enraged, the crab swung its human hands towards Jiang Li's ankles. You dare pinch me? With a cold glare, Jiang Li raised his foot, clad in worn athletic shoes, and aimed a kick at the approaching hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. That hand, capable of easily snapping steel pipes, was instantly crushed beneath his foot, bending at an unnatural angle. The demon crab? Before it could react, Jiang Li had already planted a foot on its shell, pinning it firmly into the mud. The vitality of this crab is quite remarkable, suggesting its freshness. Jiang Li pulled out a bundle of nylon rope, typically used for binding packages, from his backpack and began expertly securing the crab. Hiss! The magical crab thrashed wildly, releasing a cloud of black venom from its mouth. Cough, cough, what is that smell? So pungent? Jiang Li waved his hand, dispersing the corrosive mist that threatened his skin. The air quality by the sea was truly poor, laden with the scent of fish. In a swift motion, he bound the crab's 2 claws and 8 legs securely, even fashioning a lovely bow. Done. Jiang Li clapped his hands, hefting the bundled magical crab with satisfaction. Such weight. If taken to the seafood market, it could fetch several thousand. He stuffed the crab into the remarkable snakeskin bag, which was already crammed with 3 human-faced black fish and 1 ghostly crab. From within emanated muffled roars and sounds of struggle, clearly indicating that the inhabitants were not getting along. Stop fighting. You'll throw off the balance. Jiang Li kicked the bag, and silence ensued. Having organized his belongings, Jiang Li glanced at his phone. It was already past 3 in the morning. Time to leave. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the morning market. He slung the heavy snakeskin bag over his shoulder, the embodiment of his family's hopes. De Huang, let's go home. De Huang promptly sprang to his feet, trotting closely behind Jiang Li, casting a reverent glance at the snakeskin bag. The man and his dog emerged from the fog-laden Blackwater Bay. At the exit, old Jiang was bundled in a military coat, dozing in his van. Hearing footsteps, he jolted awake, grabbing the wrench beside him. When he saw Jiang Li materializing from the mist, the wrench clattered to the ground. What the hell? Old Jiang rubbed his eyes, astonished. You made it out alive? Uncle, what do you mean by that? Were you hoping I'd die? Jiang Li placed the snakeskin bag on the ground with a dull thud. Lucky me, caught a good haul. Old Jiang trembled as he exited the vehicle, approaching Jiang Li to confirm he was indeed warm and not a ghost. Did you really go in? Did you encounter anything strange? Strange things? Jiang Li pondered for a moment. Well, there was a stray dog, rather ugly and hairless, eating everything in sight. He pointed to De Huang at his feet. De Huang barked in agreement. Woof. Internally, MMP. Old Jiang glanced down at De Huang. At that moment, De Huang, in an attempt to disguise himself, had suppressed all his presence, appearing like a mangy street dog afflicted with skin disease, save for his cold eyes. Is that it? Old Jiang seemed perplexed. And this? Jiang Li opened the snakeskin bag, presenting his find to old Jiang. Look at this crab, it's enormous. Though the claws are a bit deformed, I wonder if the collection station will accept it. Under the car's headlights, old Jiang peered into the bag, his gaze meeting a ghastly pale human face, the black fish, and a twitching human hand, the crab. My God! Old Jiang shrieked, collapsing onto the ground and scrambling backward. What on earth is this? Seafood, Jiang Li replied innocently. Uncle, you've never seen anything like this? Deep-sea fish are all peculiar because they grow in the darkness. Old Jiang's face turned ashen, trembling as he pointed at the bag. Although he was merely an ordinary driver, he had heard enough rumors to know what lay within. These were not mere seafood. They were precisely the pollutants that the night watchers desperately sought to dispose of. This kid had stuffed them into a snakeskin bag and intended to sell them? Are you all right? Jiang Li inquired with concern. Shall I share a fish with you to bolster your strength? Don't. Stay away. Old Jiang recoiled as if from a plague. Where are you going? I'll drive you. No charge. Get in the car, quickly. He was eager to rid himself of this harbinger of doom. To the night market. Jiang Li tossed the bag into the vehicle, having heard that the black market there offered the highest prices for such finds. The so-called night market was merely an underground bazaar in Shanghai City, trading in illicit goods and serving as an unofficial collection point for anomalous items. Yet to Jiang Li, it resembled a slightly distant seafood wholesale market. An hour later, in the northern outskirts of Shanghai City, at an abandoned steel factory, the area was brightly lit, yet eerily silent. Passers-by were cloaked in black robes or wearing masks. Hurrying along, Jiang Li, with the snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder and a huang on a makeshift leash, strode confidently inside. This market has quite a mysterious atmosphere. Even cosplaying? Jiang Li muttered, scanning the various stalls. Some displayed quivering eyeballs, others showcased yellow papers adorned with talismans, and some sold the bones of unknown creatures. Jiang Li scoffed at the offerings. What on earth is this? None of it looks like proper seafood. Who would buy eyeballs to fry? Isn't that a bit fishy? After searching for a while, he finally spotted a stall in the corner, boasting a high price for special biological specimens. The proprietor, known as Fat Wong, was notorious in the area for his unscrupulous dealings and specialized in trafficking anomalous materials. At that moment, Fat Wong was scrutinizing a bloodstained fong with a magnifying glass. Boss, do you buy fish? A clear voice called out. Fat Wong did not look up. What kind of fish? No ordinary ones. They need to be something special. Absolutely special. Just caught from Blackwater Bay, still alive. Jiang Li hefted the snakeskin bag onto the table. Thud. The table shook. Upon hearing Blackwater Bay, Fat Wong immediately lifted his head, adjusting his sunglasses. Goods from Blackwater Bay? You're a new face. Which line are you from? The fishing line, Jiang Li replied, untying the bag's opening. You take a look and give me a fair price. Fat Wong leaned in to peer inside. In the next moment, hissing sounds erupted from the bag as three distorted human faces emitted silent screams, and the enormous ghostly crab waved a perfectly intact human hand, attempting to grasp Fat Wong's nose. A potent wave of pollution assaulted him, causing Fat Wong to drop his magnifying glass in shock. Human-faced fish. Ghostly hand crab. Fat Wong exclaimed, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. These were all Class C, or even close to Class B hazardous materials. They typically required specialized containment boxes, yet this kid had merely used a tattered snakeskin bag. How about it? Quite a sight, isn't it? Jiang Li beamed at him. This crab is large, surely meaty. And the fish, look at this face, how round. Fat Wong swallowed hard, eyeing the cheerful young man before him, and then glancing at De Huang, who was drooling over some shadowy substance. As a savvy trader, Fat Wong instinctively sensed a looming terror. This was undoubtedly a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'll buy it. Definitely buy it. Fat Wong wiped his brow, his voice trembling. How much do you intend to sell it for, young brother? Jiang Li extended his hand, signaling 5. Initially, he intended to propose 5,000, given the official pricing. However, Fat Wong interpreted this as something entirely different. 500,000. Fat Wong gritted his teeth. While it was steep, the quality was indeed exceptional. 500,000 it is. I'll take it. Huh. Jiang Li's hand froze in midair. I meant to say 5,000. Is this boss a bit slow on the uptake? Or is there a pearl hidden in this crab? His heart raced, yet he quickly masked his expression, feigning calmness. Ahem, the boss certainly has an eye for quality. 500,000 deal. Internally, he was screaming with joy. Wow, I'm rich. This covers Mom's surgery costs, and I can buy my sister a house. This was no ordinary Blackwater Bay. It was a veritable treasure trove. Fisherman, never empty-handed. Chapter 3. The $500,000 fortune and the S-Class wanted order. In an abandoned steel mill, within the depths of the underground black market, under the dim light, Wang, the rotund figure, clutched his phone. His fingers trembling as he navigated the transfer interface, reminiscent of presenting a death list to the king of hell. 500,000. Indeed, 500,000. Jiang Li listened to the notification tone from his mobile banking app, the long string of zeros making him feel somewhat dizzy. Never in his life had he encountered such a sum. Even after tirelessly cleaning haunted houses and transporting corpses from the crematorium for 2 years, he had barely saved up 100,000. Yet now, merely for a few unsightly black fish and a deformed crab, he had received 500,000? The seafood business was indeed a lucrative venture. Jiang Li silently raged within, yet on the surface, he feigned calmness, even furrowing his brow to display a reluctant expression. Very well, although the price was somewhat low, considering the boss's generosity, this batch of goods shall belong to you. Upon hearing the words that the price was low, Wang's legs weakened. This was a highly polluted C-class material, especially the ghost hand crab, which was a prime ingredient for crafting cursed magical devices. Indeed, 500,000 was a steal, yet he dared not negotiate or inquire further, fearing that this formidable figure might change their mind and stuff him into that snakeskin bag instead. Yes, thank you, esteemed boss. If you have more goods in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. The price is absolutely negotiable. Wang reverently handed over a black business card, imprinted with a skull and a string of numbers. Jiang Li accepted the card, casting a glance at its unorthodox design, mentally scoffing before casually pocketing it. Let us go? Jiang Li waved his hand, not lingering any longer, tugging on the frayed plastic rope attached to the large yellow dog, leading it out. The dog, a Tindalose hound, was fixated on a shadow lurking behind Wang, where a shadowy creature, D-class, was attempting to spy. The hound yearned to devour it as a snack. Let us go? Silly dog, what are you staring at? That's someone else's shadow. You can't eat it. Jiang Li tugged on the rope, and the hound reluctantly withdrew its gaze, letting out a whimper, its head drooping as it followed along. It wasn't until the pair was completely out of sight at the black market's exit that Wang, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto a chair, his body drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, trembling hands fumbling through a drawer to retrieve a bottle of quick-acting heart pills, popping a few into his mouth. The oppressive sensation was terrifying, far worse than facing an S-class investigator from the night watch. Wang's gaze fell upon the writhing snakeskin bag on the table. His eyes filled with a mix of greed and fear. A common snakeskin bag, holding the most dangerous and forbidden creatures without even a seal. Where on earth had this monster emerged from? The Jianghai city was about to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, at Blackwater Bay, just as dawn broke, a sleek black off-road vehicle roared past the security line and screeched to a halt at the shore. The door swung open, revealing long legs clad in black stockings, followed by a woman in a black trench coat, exuding an aura of icy elegance. Suchinga, the ace investigator of the Jianghai branch of the Extraordinary Bureau, Night Watch, known as the Frost Witch, an S-class powerhouse. She removed her sunglasses, her pale blue eyes scanning the devastated coastline. Captain, we've detected high levels of spiritual energy residue. The pollution index here has skyrocketed. A young team member, wielding a device, exclaimed in terror, indicating that there had been at least a B-class, if not an A-class, battle here last night. A-class. Suchinga's brow furrowed as she hurried to the shoreline, where Jiang Li had fished the night before. The ground bore 2 deep footprints, remnants of Jiang Li's tug-of-war with the ghost hand crab. Nearby, a massive pit lay in the muck, surrounded by fragmented shells. Suchinga crouched down, using her specially gloved fingers to pick up a small piece of dark purple shell debris. This is a fragment of the ghost hand crab's shell. Her expression turned grave. It had been crushed purely by physical force. The ghost hand crab? Isn't that a D-class troublesome entity? Its shell is harder than alloy. A team member exclaimed in shock. Not just that. Suchinga stood, directing her gaze towards a pile of scattered rocks in the distance. There. A rock had been neatly sliced at the edge, leaving behind a chilling spatial distortion. This aura, this space-cutting fluctuation, Suchinga's pupils constricted sharply. The Tindalose hound. What? The members behind her collectively gasped, some instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. The Tindalose hound, the nightmare of all time travelers, a true terror from beyond dimensions. Even its juvenile form could effortlessly annihilate a fully armed night watch team. How could a Tindalose hound appear here? Could someone have traversed time? Suchinga closed her eyes, activating her ability, Spirit Vision, attempting to reconstruct the events of the previous night. However, All she saw was a chaotic mist. Amongst the fog, a vague human silhouette wielded a slender object, fishing rod, swinging it at a monstrous creature, the hound. In the next moment, that once mighty hound was toppled to the ground, lying there like a common mutt. Poof! Su Chinga abruptly opened her eyes, a rush of blood surging in her chest, nearly causing her to spit blood. Unbeholdable. Even the residual image of that mysterious figure was overwhelmingly powerful. Attempting to pry into it had resulted in backlash. Captain, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Chinga waved her hand, wiping the blood from her mouth, yet her astonishment was immeasurable. A mysterious powerhouse, or perhaps a hidden adept, had not only slain several man-faced black fish and the ghost hand crab, but had also tamed a Tindalose hound. Taming a hound? That is utterly absurd. Yet the traces left at the scene clearly indicated that the hound's footprints had subsequently become docile, even following those of the mysterious person. Investigate. Su Chinga's voice was cold and resolute. Retrieve all nearby surveillance footage and seal the information. We must find this individual. If they are an ally, it will be a blessing for Jiang City. If they are an enemy, Su Chinga tightened her grip on the long knife at her waist, realizing that this could signify the most terrifying disaster they would face. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, who had unwittingly become an S-class focus of the night watch, he was currently seated at the payment window of Jiang City First People's Hospital, nonchalantly slapping down a bank card. Nurse, payment. Take your overdue bills away and deposit 30,000 into my mother's account first. The nurse at the window was momentarily taken aback, eyeing the young man dressed in a cheap sun-protective outfit, his pant legs muddied, with a flicker of skepticism in her eyes. Sir, 30,000 is not a small sum. Are you certain there are sufficient funds in your account? Just swipe it. The password is 666. Jiang Li remained composed. Beep. Transaction successful. As the POS machine dispensed a lengthy receipt, the nurse's demeanor shifted dramatically, her smile becoming excessively sweet. Very well, sir, your transaction has been successfully processed. The funds for your mother's ongoing treatment in the intensive care unit are now adequate. Huff. Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped Jiang Li for so long finally eased. 2 years had passed since his mother had fallen into a mysterious coma, actually from the infection of an evil deity's aura, and he had been the sole pillar of their family. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mom, rest assured, your son is capable now. Even if I have to use the best medicine, I will bring you back to life. Jiang Li gazed through the glass of the intensive care unit. Observing his mother connected to numerous tubes, his eyes slightly reddened. Wang, the yellow dog, sat faithfully at Jiang Li's feet. Although it was an emotionless time-hunting hound, it could sense Jiang Li's emotional turmoil and instinctively nudged its head against his pant leg. It could feel that beneath the exterior of this intimidating master, there dwelled a profoundly tender heart. However, the woman lying within seemed enveloped by a nauseating aura from the abyss. You believe my mother will recover, don't you? De Huang? Jiang Li affectionately stroked the dog's head. De Huang thought to voice its concern, suggesting that the presence within was somewhat perilous and perhaps they should retreat. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Li's earnest gaze, De Huang wisely chose silence, merely wagging its tail. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiang Li made his way to the bustling city center. With 200,000 remaining in his possession, he first visited a Huawei flagship store. Please fetch me the latest model, the Mate 60 Pro, fully equipped in purple. He instructed, pointing at the phone on display. This was the device his sister, Jiang Xiaoyu, had long desired but hesitated to purchase due to financial constraints. Jiang Xiaoyu was remarkably understanding, aware of their family's hardships, and never squandered money, often wearing clothes from street vendors. Previously, Jiang Li had felt powerless, watching his sister endure such sacrifices. But now he was different. He was a fisherman, a king of the seas. After acquiring the phone, Jiang Li proceeded to a nearby clothing store and purchased 2 decent outfits, discarding his battle-worn attire. As he donned the casual wear, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, acknowledging the young man with somewhat tan skin yet handsome features. Not bad at all, I must say, he nodded in satisfaction. Let us go, De Huang. I'm treating you to KFC. De Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though it had no idea what KFC was, it certainly sounded more appetizing than mud. At Jiang University, beneath the girls' dormitory, Jiang Li stood in the shade, clutching a bucket of KFC and his newly purchased phone while holding De Huang on a pink collar, which the dog vehemently protested against, albeit in vain. Female students passing by stole glances. Look at that handsome guy. And he is walking a dog. How sweet. One remarked. That dog looks a bit unusual, doesn't he it? Why is it hairless? Another speculated. Perhaps it's a hairless breed, like a Chinese crested, quite expensive. Hearing the comments, De Huang raised its head with pride. Foolish humans. I am the Hound of Tyndareus, the master of time. Just then, a bright voice interrupted De Huang's daydreams. From a distance, a girl in faded jeans and a high ponytail dashed toward him. She had a fresh and lovely appearance, her natural beauty radiating youthfulness. This was Jiang Li's sister. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Jiang Li greeted her with a smile. Brother, what brings you here? Jiang Xiaoyu panted slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Is everything all right with Mom? Is it another issue with the medical expenses? I have some pocket money. As she spoke, she reached for her pocket. Jiang Li's heart ached, and he gently pressed her hand down. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Mom is fine. I came to bring you something. He handed her the phone bag. Here, this is for you. When she opened it and saw the Huawei phone, she gasped, Huawei. Brother, where did you get the money? This phone costs several thousand. Did you sell a kidney? Tears welled in her eyes as she grasped his arm, ready to check his back. What nonsense. Jiang Li chuckled, playfully flicking her forehead. This is my hard-earned money. I recently found a new job as a deep-sea fishing consultant. A fishing consultant? Jiang Xiaoyu looked skeptical. Yes, I go out to catch rare seafood. You know how wealthy people enjoy exotic delicacies. Jiang Li fibbed confidently. The pay is excellent, and I often get to keep some seafood. Really? She asked, her eyes wide. Why would I lie? Look, this is my new pet from the sea, De Huang. He gestured at the dog, which promptly stuck out its tongue, displaying a goofy and slightly terrifying grin. Woof. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed at the oddly adorable dog. This dog looks so unique. All right, take the phone and focus on your studies. Don't keep thinking about part-time jobs washing dishes. Jiang Li handed her the KFC bucket. This is your meal upgrade. Enjoy it while it's hot. What about you? She asked. I have to work now. Jiang Li glanced at the dimming sky, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The previous night's success had tasted sweet. While the catch at Blackwater Bay was valuable, he had heard tales of a creature called the abyss lanternfish lurking deeper in the misty sea. Its single lantern, actually the eye of a malevolent deity, could fetch a staggering million in the black market. Tonight, he planned to embark on a grand venture. He patted his sister's shoulder and turned to leave with De Huang. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Jiang Xiaoyu held the phone close, feeling warmth in her heart. Little did she know, at the moment she turned to return to her dormitory, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened in her shadow, greedily watching her departing silhouette. It was the shadow demon that had been frightened off by De Huang in the black market, having followed them here. It dared not approach Jiang Li. That man was too terrifying. But this girl appeared delectable. The shadow demon silently grinned, slipping into the darkness of the girl's dormitory. Meanwhile, Jiang Li abruptly halted. De Huang, do you smell something? Woof. Not really, just the smell of fried chicken. No, I sense a scent reminiscent of sewer rats. Jiang Li frowned, glancing back towards the university. Never mind, it's probably just my imagination. Let us go buy some equipment. Tonight we're going after something big. Chapter 4. The Fisherman's Heavy Gear and the Screams in the Shadows in Jianghai City. At the old district's hardware market, it bustled with renovation workers, contractors, and craftsmen, the air thick with the scents of oil, rust, and sawdust. Inside a shop named Dilly Hardware, the proprietor stared at the young man before him with a mix of terror and disbelief. Young man, are you certain you wish to buy these items for fishing? He asked, swallowing hard as he pointed at a collection of intimidating metallic tools laid out on the counter. A 5mm aviation-grade steel wire rope, 100 meters. 2 gleaming butcher knives, a large pulley system meant for lifting, and several heavy-duty S-hooks initially designed for hanging pigs. This is hardly fishing gear. This is clearly a serial killer's dismemberment kit. Of course, fishing. Jiang Li nodded matter-of-factly, casually lifting one of the large hooks. Is this hook durable enough? I wouldn't want it to snap when catching a fish. The shopkeeper's lips twitched. Young man, this hook can hold a 300-pound pig. What fish do you intend to catch that could break it? A shark? Close enough. I'm expecting something strong. Jiang Li recalled the formidable ghost hand crab from the previous night, feeling a shiver of apprehension. Though the 9-yuan fishing rod had been sturdy, it was merely suited for D-grade creatures. If he were to encounter a big one, like the legendary lanternfish worth $1 million, it would surely snap. To excel in any craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Jiang Li was a pragmatic individual. Professional deep-sea fishing gear often cost tens of thousands, far beyond his means. Yet, the hardware store's offerings were affordable. This steel wire was much sturdier than any PE line or carbon line, priced at merely 2 yuan per meter. The hooks, sharpened, could serve as top-notch big fish hooks for just 10 yuan each. How much for everything? Jiang Li inquired. A total of 300, please. The boss was eager to hastily dispatch the potentially deranged customer. With an air of decisiveness, Jiang Li paid the bill, hoisted the steel wire rope over his shoulder, secured the meat hook at his waist, and swaggered out of the hardware store while wielding a butcher's knife intended for cutting bait. Passers-by on the street instinctively stepped aside, their expressions filled with terror. De Huang, exuberantly following behind, looked upon his master's heavily armed form with adoration. Truly, he was a former ruler. Such primitive weapons, imbued with the aura of slaughter, were the utmost homage to creatures from the abyss. Using a gaudy carbon rod would be utterly effeminate. De Huang, let us go buy some bait. Jiang Li had his sights set on a nearby butcher shop selling pig entrails. It was said that decaying innards possessed a lethal allure for the colossal beasts of the deep sea. Thus, Jiang Li resolved to experiment with this bold baiting method that very night. Meanwhile, at Zhanghai University, the night had deepened, and the campus streetlights cast a dim glow. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching her new phone, hummed a tune as she walked along the path back to her dormitory. This route was usually sparsely populated, and with 2 streetlights malfunctioning, it felt particularly tranquil. Brother, honestly, spending money so recklessly. Though this phone is truly excellent, the photos are exceptionally clear. She glanced down at the screen displaying a picture of herself with her brother, Jiang Li, who wore a radiant smile, while De Huang rolled his eyes at her feet, ostensibly on guard. Suddenly, a chill wind swept from behind, causing Jiang Xiaoyu to shiver involuntarily. Why has it suddenly grown cold? She tightened her collar and quickened her pace. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a mass darker than the night itself began to undulate beneath her feet, resembling a pool of viscous tar, slowly rising up. The shadow demon, a peculiar entity birthed from darkness, possessed no physical form and thrived in shadows, relishing the fear and vitality of young women. A faint hissing sound emerged, akin to a snake slithering. Jiang Xiaoyu paused, glancing back in confusion. The space behind her was empty, save for the dancing shadows of the trees. Strange. I distinctly felt someone. A sense of unease crept upon her, prompting her to turn and flee back to her dormitory. However, in that fleeting moment as she pivoted, a pitch-black visage devoid of features save for a gaping mouth materialized before her, mere centimeters from her nose. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a piercing scream, her phone clattering to the ground. The tantalizing aroma of fear wafted forth as a raspy, jarring voice emerged from the shadows. Countless black tendrils snaked out from that dark mass, swiftly ensnaring Jiang Xiaoyu's limbs and dragging her towards a dark corner. Help! Help! She cried desperately, struggling in vain against the icy, slick tendrils, which possessed an astonishing strength. Just as the shadow demon opened its maw, preparing to relish this feast, a sharp, chilling light sliced through the night. A frost-laden long knife descended from above, precisely severing the black tendrils. The sound was akin to red-hot iron plunging into ice water. The tendrils froze instantly, shattering into countless icy shards. Vile creature, how dare you commit murder on campus? A commanding voice rang out. Suchinga leapt down from the treetops, her black trench coat billowing in the wind, the long knife in her hand emanating a bone-chilling aura. She had initially come to investigate Jiang Li's background, only to stumble upon this scene. Night Watcher. The shadow demon emitted a venomous hiss, its form dissolving into a puddle, swiftly gliding along the ground. Attempting to escape into the shadows of the sewer. Attempting to flee? Freeze. Suchinga's foot struck the ground, and a pale blue domain of frost radiated outward from her, encasing the ground within a 10-meter radius in ice. The shadow demon slowed, yet being formless, it managed to wriggle through the cracks in the ice, reassembling itself, albeit smaller in size. Realizing it could not contend with this S-rank human, its crimson eyes turned once more towards the cowering Jiang Xiaoyu. If it consumed this girl, it could replenish its energy and use shadow teleportation to escape. Die! The shadow demon surged forward, disregarding Suchinga's assault, transforming into a black spear that aimed straight for Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. Not good. Suchinga's expression shifted dramatically. The distance was too great. Moreover, the shadow demon had reached its pinnacle speed. Her blade would not arrive in time. Don't! Suchinga cried out in despair. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the black spear hurtling toward her heart, her mind blank as she instinctively closed her eyes and hugged her shoulders. In that very instant, as the black spear was about to pierce her clothing, a faint golden glow flickered to life upon her shoulder, the spot where Jiang Li had just patted her. This was neither magic nor spiritual energy. It was a rule, a domineering decree from a higher dimension known as the Abyss Angler's protection. In Jiang Li's understanding, as her brother, it was his duty to protect her. Thus, when he patted her shoulder, albeit with the intention of encouraging her studies, from the Abyss's perspective, It was an indelible mark of inviolability placed upon his possession. Warning: detection of a lowly filth attempting to touch the soul-favored one. Judgment: eliminate. There was no sound. The menacing black spear disintegrated upon contact with that subtle golden glow, as if snow had met the blazing sun. The shadow demon did not even have time to emit a scream. Its form began to vanish inch by inch, not cleaved nor burned, but entirely erased from existence. As if an eraser had wiped away a pencil mark with pristine clarity. In less than a second, the once arrogant shadow demon had completely evaporated without a trace, leaving behind only a lingering trace of fear in the air as testament to its former existence. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Su Qingge remained frozen in her stance, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. What had she just witnessed? Had the shadow demon simply vanished? No, it had been consumed by that light. She slowly sheathed her knife, her gaze falling upon the still, trembling Jiang Xiaoyu. What a powerful protective spell. Su Qingge inhaled deeply, forcing her racing heart to calm. No, that was not merely a protective spell, it was a divine mark. Only true deities or beings of extraordinary greatness could casually cast such a defense imbued with the laws of causality. Touch it and perish. Who are you? Su Qingge approached Jiang Xiaoyu, softening her voice. It's all right now. The monster is dead. Jiang Xiaoyu opened her eyes, trembling. And upon seeing the beautiful older sister before her and the empty surroundings, she burst into tears. Wah, I was so scared. Was that a ghost? It's all right. It's all right. Su Qingge draped her coat over her, but her gaze inadvertently swept across Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder, where a terrifying aura lingered, sending shivers down her spine. This aura was identical to that of the mysterious powerful entity she had sensed at Blackwater Bay. Do you know Jiang Li? Su Qingge suddenly inquired. Jiang Li? That's my brother, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, sniffling. As expected, a storm surged within Su Qingge's heart. The enigmatic powerhouse fishing at Blackwater Bay was indeed her brother. Furthermore, he doted on this sister immensely, even leaving upon her a divine protection potent enough to annihilate C-rank malevolence. What does your brother do? Su Qingge cautiously asked. He is a fishing consultant. Jiang Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and earnestly stated that she was specifically tasked with catching seafood for the big boss. Su Qingge responded. A fishing consultant? Which fishing consultant can effortlessly eliminate shadow demons? Which seafood possesses a human face? In an instant, Su Qingge's mind conjured a grand narrative. A reclusive and formidable expert, disguised as an ordinary fisherman, ventures into the forbidden sea to fish for indescribable monsters, solely to earn meager resources to support his sister's mundane life. What kind of spirit is this? It embodies boundless love. Su Qingge gazed at the innocent girl before her, her expression turning complex, even infused with a hint of reverence. Is this truly the younger sister of a magnate? A favored child of the divine? That sister, are you a police officer? Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously inquired. Sort of, Su Qingge replied, pulling out her phone. It's late. Let me escort you back to your dormitory. By the way, do not disclose this to your brother, lest he worry. Okay, I want to say a word. If my brother finds out I almost got devoured by a ghost, he would definitely forbid me from attending school. Su Qingge smiled wryly. If your brother learns of this, he might very well purge the entire underground world of Zhanghai City. Achoo! Jiang Li, on his way to the night market, let out a mighty sneeze. Damn it! Who is mentioning me? It wouldn't be that scoundrel Wang Fatty attempting to renege on a deal, would it? Jiang Li rubbed his nose and glanced at the hefty bag of pig lungs and intestines he was carrying, the pungent odor causing even his dog, De Huang, to keep a distance of 3 meters. De Huang, hurry up. Tonight we're going to strike it big. Jiang Li tightened the steel wire rope on his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. I heard there's an electric eel over in the misty sea, actually a lightning elemental lord, charged with electricity. If we can catch it, we'll save on electricity bills for life. De Huang rolled its eyes, if it had whites. Master, are you looking to save on electricity? You're aiming to face tribulations, aren't you? Together, man and dog ventured deeper into the night, heading towards the more perilous and terrifying abyss. Chapter 5. Industrial fishing and midnight melodies. Deep within Blackwater Bay lies the Devil's Reef. This area marks the confluence of Blackwater Bay and the Misty Sea, characterized by deep waters and swift currents, with treacherous reefs abound. The waves crash against the black rocks, producing thunderous roars, and the foamy surf is a bizarre brownish gray. For the awakened beings of Zhanghai City, this place is an absolute no-go zone. It is said that even seasoned C-class night watchers must tread cautiously here, as colossal creatures from the deep often surface for air. Yet tonight, an unusual pair has arrived. Panting heavily, Jiang Li hoisted the hefty bundle of steel wire rope. with a large meat hook dangling from his waist and a bloody bag of pig entrails in hand, finally scaling the highest reef. Damn it, this path is treacherous. Covered in slippery moss. I nearly slipped to my doom. Jiang Li tossed his load to the ground with a resounding crash. De Huang followed behind, tongue lolling, its expression one of utter despondence. It bore the weight of a heavy pulley system on its back. As a high-dimensional being capable of traversing time, it had fallen to the depths of manual labor. If this were to get out, how could it maintain its reputation in the old circles? All right, stop sulking, Jiang Li said as he unloaded the pulley system from De Huang's back, patting its head. If we land a big haul tonight, I'll treat you to a large chicken leg, the kind with crispy bones. De Huang's ears perked up. Chicken leg? With crispy bones? Woof. Let us work. De Huang instantly perked up, even eagerly helping Jiang Li dig a hole with its paws to secure the pulley. Good dog. Jiang Li was equally unreserved, pulling out a power drill, borrowed from the hardware store owner, and began drilling into the reef. With a few expansion screws, the industrial pulley system, originally meant for hoisting engines, was firmly anchored to the shore. This is the power of science. Jiang Li threaded the steel wire through the pulley, securing one end to the large S-shaped pig hook and the other to a manual winch. This was no ordinary fishing. This was clearly a heavy lifting operation. Next came the baiting. Jiang Li seized the pig slaughtering knife and chopped the bag of pig lungs and intestines into sizable chunks, skewering them onto the meat hook. The stench was so pungent that it could waft for miles with the wind. Jiang Li nearly retched himself, hastily donning 2 masks. This odor was potent enough to surely attract those greedy fish. With everything prepared, Jiang Li stood at the edge of the reef, swinging the bait-laden meat hook like a hammer throw. Here we go. Whoosh. With the steel wire cutting through the air, the meat hook arced through a flawless parabola, crashing into the deep waters several dozen meters away, sending up a massive spray. Jiang Li settled beside the winch, lighting a cigarette as he awaited in silence. De Huang, keep watch. If there's any movement, bark. Meanwhile, not too far from the Devil's Reef, a modified black speedboat glided silently over the surface. Aboard were 5 individuals clad in tactical diving suits, equipped with expensive psychic weapons. They were a mercenary squad known as the Deep Sea Hunters, active in the area. The leader, a burly man with a scarred face, was codenamed Shark, a C-class physical enhancement awakener. Captain, the radar indicates a high-energy response near Devil's Reef. It seems something is amiss over there, reported a team member in a hushed tone while clutching a tablet. High-energy response? Shark frowned, raising his night vision binoculars to peer ahead. Through the green-tinted view, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A young man sat beside a pile of heavy machinery, smoking, accompanied by a hairless dog. More absurdly, the man was fishing with steel wire meant for hoisting shipping containers. Who was this person? Shark was baffled. Was he fishing or reclaiming land? That hook was larger than his head. Captain, should we go take a look? This area hasn't been stable lately. There are rumors of a C-class, siren sea demon, roaming about. Don't act rashly. Shark waved his hand, his expression grave. Anyone daring to come to Devil's Reef with a dog and employing such a wild method of fishing was undoubtedly formidable. Let us observe first. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Li noted that the steel wire remained motionless. Could it be the bait is wrong? Do deep-sea fish not eat pig entrails? While he pondered, a faint, ethereal melody drifted across the surface of the sea. La 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 la. The voice was celestial and lilting, imbued with a mesmerizing allure that seemed to awaken the deepest desires within. A pink mist rose from the water. The deep-sea hunter team, observing from a distance, suddenly changed their expressions. Not good. It's the song of the undead, from the siren sea demon. Shark felt his mind cloud over, hallucinations flooding his vision as countless treasures and beautiful women beckoned to him. Quick, put on the soundproof earplugs. Activate the mental barrier. The team members scrambled, their faces pale and cold sweat pouring down. This is a C-class mental contamination. A single utterance can cause ordinary people's brains to boil over and die. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Jiang Li mused, Who's singing? He frowned, glancing around. Who is holding karaoke at this hour? And it sounds so dreadful. Off-key to the point of being unlistenable. To his ears, it was no divine melody but rather a jarring cacophony, reminiscent of nails scratching a blackboard, with a heavy electronic distortion. De Huang, do you hear that? What a terrible song. De Huang lay on the ground, its front paws firmly pressed against its ears, its face contorted in pain, clearly suffering immensely. Seeing his dog in distress, Jiang Li grew furious. This is disturbing the peace. A serious disturbance. Just then, a water streak broke across the surface of the sea. A breathtakingly beautiful woman with an exquisite upper body emerged, her lower half submerged in water. She possessed long, seaweed-like hair, skin as pale as snow, and eyes shimmering with an ethereal green glow. With arms outstretched toward Jiang Li, she sang a hauntingly alluring melody. Siren. Upon catching sight of Jiang Li on the shore, a flicker of greed flashed in her eyes. The spiritual radiance emanating from this human was utterly delectable. Come. Surrender to the embrace of the sea, the siren's voice echoed in Jiang Li's mind. However, Jiang Li squinted for a prolonged moment before illuminating her with a flashlight. The beam of light struck the siren's face. What on earth? She looks like a fish turned into a woman. Through the lens of Jiang Li's discerning eye, what he perceived was not a beauty, but rather a monstrous sea creature with human-like hands, a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and skin reminiscent of a toad. Hey, fishwoman, stop howling. Jiang Li shouted at the surface of the water. It's the middle of the night. Do you want to scare away my fish? The siren paused, taken aback. This human was not only unenchanted, but had the audacity to insult her. Anger surged within her, and her face split open, transforming into a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth as she emitted a soul-shattering shriek. The sound waves morphed into tangible shock waves, creating towering waves that crashed toward the rocks. The deep-sea hunter team in the distance gasped in horror. It's over. That kid is doomed. That's the siren's sonic roar. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Li made a remarkable move. He bent down and picked up a stone the size of a brick, swinging his arm like he was throwing a grenade. You think you can intimidate me? With a whoosh, the stone sliced through the air, piercing through the siren's sound barrier. Crash! It struck the target perfectly. The stone landed directly in the siren's open mouth, shattering 3 of her fangs and lodging itself in her throat. Cough! Cough! Ugh! The siren's piercing wail transformed instantly into violent coughing, tears streaming from her eyes. A physical silencing technique. The shark captain in the distance nearly dropped his jaw. How was this even possible? Jiang Li brushed the dust off his hands, a look of disdain on his face. What good is a loud voice? It's just ill-mannered. Get lost. Don't hinder my chance to make money. The siren, clutching her throat, gazed in terror at the man on the shore. In her perception, it seemed as though an unfathomable, ominous shadow loomed behind him, coldly observing her. It was a suppression of rank. Gulp. The siren faltered. With a resentful glance at Jiang Li, she plunged into the water, fleeing in haste, not daring to utter a single threat. TSK, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Jiang Li scoffed, returning to his position by the winch. Just then, the large yellow dog, which had been feigning death, suddenly sprang up, barking frantically at the steel wire rope. Woof! Woof! Master! Something's coming. Big one. Jiang Li glanced down. The thick steel wire was visibly tightening, emitting a cracking sound. The winch began to spin wildly, producing a shrill metallic screech. Beneath the water, a terrifying force was tugging at the meat hook. It's here. This is the real deal. Jiang Li's eyes brightened as he seized the winch handle. Stop! Creak! Sparks flew from the winch. The creature beneath the water was evidently not the siren, who only sang. It was a deep abyss anglerfish, sea-level pinnacle, a powerful malevolent beast. Attracted by the blood of the pig that had plunged into the water, it swallowed a large string of entrails, hook and all. The meat hook had now embedded deeply into its stomach wall, causing it excruciating pain as it thrashed violently, attempting to drag the shore's bounty into the depths. By golly, this feels like at least 500 pounds. Jiang Li braced his feet against the secured bolts of the winch, his muscles taut, veins bulging. If I haul this up, how much will it sell for? The thought of money ignited a surge of potential within Jiang Li. Big Yellow, stop gawking. Come help. If it escapes, I'll stew you tonight. Startled, Big Yellow rushed over, biting down on the steel wire, its forepaws gripping the ground tightly, aiding Jiang Li in pulling back. Together they, along with the industrial winch, found themselves in a standoff against the massive beast from the sea. Is this the world of the strong? The shark captain watched in astonishment. He sensed the dreadful aura beneath the water, a presence even he, a sea-level awakened being, dared not confront head-on. Yet this young man, relying solely on brute strength, was engaged in a tug-of-war with it. Pull! Jiang Li bellowed, and the winch turned to full rotation. With a crunch, the steel wire began to retract. A massive whirlpool formed on the water's surface. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the beast was forcibly dragged to the surface. It was a monstrous fish over 5 meters long, covered in black spines, with a bioluminescent lure hanging above its head, and its massive mouth occupied 2/3 of its body, filled with dagger-like teeth. Deep abyss anglerfish. It roared with a deafening growl, the lure emitting a deadly beam of light toward the shore. As the light struck the rocks, they disintegrated into powder. Yet Jiang Li did not flinch. His gaze was fixated solely on that glowing lure. Holy smokes! It glows. Is that a night pearl? Jiang Li trembled with excitement. I knew it. That is the legendary anglerfish. That single lure is said to be worth 1,000,000. 1,000,000. This number obliterated all rational thought in Jiang Li's mind. He released the winch. After all, the anti-reverse gears were secured, grabbed a large butcher's knife from the ground, and leaped from the several-meter-high rock. For the house. For tuition. For a happy life. Monster, take this knife. Like a cannonball, Jiang Li descended, landing precisely on the back of the monster fish. Gripping the knife with both hands, he aimed for the root of the lure on the fish's forehead and stabbed down with all his might. Thud! The butcher's knife, sharp enough to cut through pig bones, pierced through the tough skin of the sea-level malevolent beast, embedding itself to the hilt. Roar! The monstrous fish thrashed in agony, trying to shake off the flea on its back. Yet Jiang Li held fast to its dorsal spine, akin to a cowboy riding a bucking bull. Die! Jiang Li yanked out the knife and plunged it back in, again and again, targeting the connection of the lure. Crazy. This is absolutely madness. The shark captain lowered his binoculars, trembling. Was this still human? Minutes later, the monster fish lay still, its belly up, floating on the water's surface. Meanwhile, Jiang Li sat atop its head, panting, cradling the luminous lure, which was larger than a basketball, grinning like a jubilant child weighing 200 pounds. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Carefully wiping the blood off the lure, he turned to Big Yellow, who was dumbfounded on the shore, and shouted, Big Yellow, stop dawdling. Hurry and call for the car. This fish is too big. We can't drag it back alone. Big Yellow glanced from the lifeless abyssal overlord to its owner, who was drenched in fish blood, yet beaming with delight. Suddenly, it felt that being a local dog was quite safe after all. At least it wouldn't be traded for tuition. Chapter 6. The Kind-Hearted Fisherman and the Glowing Night Pearl. The Devil's Reef Sea Area, with the winds and waves gradually subsiding. The massive abyssal anglerfish floated upon the surface of the sea, its white underbelly resembling a small island. Jiang Li tightly cradled the severed lantern, which emitted a haunting blue glow, illuminating his face, smeared with fish blood, yet still grinning broadly. Da Huang, look at this pearl, how radiant it is. If we took it back as a lamp, we wouldn't have to pay for electricity for a decade. Jiang Li wiped the goo off the lantern with his sleeve, growing more fond of it with each glance. This peculiar object felt soft, akin to silicone, yet the luminous core within was undeniably hard, surely a gem. Da Huang lay on the rocks, staring at his master with a sense of despair. That's the eye of the abyssal gazer. It's the organ this C-class malevolent beast uses to ensnare prey and release lethal rays. It's rife with high concentrations of radiation and mental pollution. A mere glance would blind an ordinary person, and you want to use it as a lamp? But this fish is too enormous. How do we bring it back? Jiang Li pondered, gazing at the gargantuan creature larger than a minivan on the water's surface. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed. A black speedboat, which had been lying in wait, seemed intent on stealthily departing. The captain of the deep-sea hunter team, Shark, wished only to vacate this troublesome place. He had witnessed firsthand how this formidable individual had single-handedly confronted the abyssal beast. Such strength was beyond human capacity. Quick, start the engine. Withdraw, Shark urged in a hushed tone. Hey, over there, brothers. Suddenly, a vibrant voice rang out in the night sky. Jiang Li stood atop the highest rock, brandishing his gleaming butcher's knife, shouting towards the speedboat, Don't leave. Lend me a hand. Shark froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Captain, he has noticed us. He is still waving the knife. If we don't stop, will he come after us? One of the crew members whimpered. Shark glanced back and saw the blood-soaked man, one arm clutching the eerie blue glowing orb, the other wielding the still-dripping butcher's knife. A benevolent smile on his face, with a terrifying hound from another dimension lying at his feet. The scene was more horrifying than any horror film. He is summoning us. Shark swallowed hard, despair clouding his mind. If they fled, that dog would likely catch up and tear them apart. They might as well approach and hear what the formidable individual had to say. Perhaps they could leave with their lives intact. The speedboat turned its bow and cautiously approached. Thank you. I knew the fishermen of Jianghai City had the warmest hearts. Jiang Li hopped onto the speedboat, plopping onto the leather sofa and casually patted Shark's tense shoulder. Brother, this boat is quite impressive. Has it been modified? That engine sounds robust, like a tractor. Shark thought, what the hell a fisherman? What the hell a tractor? This is a tactical assault boat worth 3 million. Just that psychic engine could buy 100 tractors. Yet, he dared not retort, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. As long as the big brother likes it. By the way, could you help me tow this fish back? I'll cover the fuel. Jiang Li pointed to the corpse of the anglerfish in the water. Of course. It's our honor to serve you. Shark, fearing to ask for payment, quickly instructed his crew to attach a tow hook. Several fully armed mercenaries scrambled to secure the C-class malevolent beast to the stern of the boat. Let us go. To the dock at the northern scrapyard. Jiang Li waved with enthusiasm. The speedboat roared to life, dragging the massive fish's carcass through the waves. Jiang Li sat at the stern, cradling the prized pearl. His mood buoyant. He observed that these fishermen, though appearing fierce, some even bore scars, were quite amiable, toiling at sea late into the night. Brothers, I see you're working hard. I can't finish this fish myself, sharing half isn't possible, but I can give you some meat to try. Jiang Li announced as he approached the anglerfish. With a swift motion, he skillfully sliced off a large piece of meat weighing 20 to 30 pounds from near the fins, the flesh glistening with a mysterious dark sheen. Here, don't be shy. Take it back to stew. It's a great tonic. Jiang Li tossed the writhing chunk of meat into Shark's arms. Shark fumbled to catch it, feeling the weight and a potent wave of spiritual energy wash over him. The essence of the Abyssal Lord's blood and flesh, B-class material. For an ordinary person, consuming this would result in immediate mutation into a monster. But for an awakener, it's the pinnacle of enhancement. Despite the significant side effects, loss of sanity, handled properly, this piece could elevate a D-class awakener to C-class. And on the black market, such a large chunk of high-purity abyssal flesh could fetch at least 500,000. This is far too precious. Shark's voice trembled. What does the big shot mean by this? A reward? Or a test? Does he intend to recruit us? Precious? This thing is quite fishy. Remember to add plenty of ginger and cooking wine. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. I see little good meat on this fish. This piece just looks appealing. I hope you won't find it unworthy. Shark cradled the meat, his eyes moistening. Is this the demeanor of a strong individual? Bestowing treasures worth tens of thousands so casually, without fear of our disdain? Thank you, big brother. If you have any future commands, I'll plunge through fire and water without hesitation. Shark and his crew bowed in unison. No need for such formality. It's all for survival, Jiang Li chuckled. Amused by the simplicity of the coastal folk, touched by their gratitude for a mere piece of fish. Half an hour later, at the abandoned steel factory dock, Jiang Li declined the crew's offer to assist in bringing the fish into the market, mainly fearing Wang Fatty might exploit acquaintances. He dragged the enormous anglerfish alone into the underground black market. The fish was so colossal that even with Jiang Li's strength, it thudded against the ground with a resounding noise, akin to dragging a tank. The entire black market fell silent. All transactions ceased as people gaped in astonishment at the young man dragging the abyssal beast inside. What on earth is that? The abyssal giant anglerfish. Isn't that the sovereign of the deep sea? A complete carcass. Not a single tooth missing. What level of powerhouse could achieve this? The crowd parted to form a pathway, their eyes filled with awe. In front of Wang Fatty's stall. He was counting money when he lifted his head at the commotion, scattering bills across the ground. He plummeted from his chair. Little brother. Wang Fatty gazed at the mountain of flesh before him, the anglerfish's fierce head, its wide mouth frozen in a look of terror, directly facing Wang Fatty. Oh, boss. You haven't closed up yet? Jiang Li placed the precious pearl he had carried all the way onto the table. With a crash, the table split open. The basketball-sized lantern emanated a ghostly blue light, illuminating Wang Fatty's face to a ghastly pallor. Yesterday, we agreed that you would accept goods as long as they were available. Does that still hold? Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the effort it took to drag the fish. Wang Fatty, trembling, looked at the lantern, then at the monstrous beast. He felt his heart nearly stop. The light of the abyss. This is the core essence of a peak C-class malevolent beast, capable of creating large illusions, even serving as a city-level protective energy source. This item is a priceless treasure on the official bounty list. Let us negotiate. Of course, we can negotiate. Wang Fatty excitedly quivered. Big brother, did you just seize the Dragon Palace of Blackwater Bay? What Dragon Palace? Just a stroke of luck. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. This bead, I have heard, can be sold for 1 million? 1 million? Wang Fatty exclaimed. Who told you that? This is a rare treasure, and it's preserved so well, the vitality within still intact. It's worth at least 3 million. No, 3.5 million. Wang Fatty, though a shrewd businessman, dared not deceive Jiang Li. A person capable of slaying such formidable creatures, should he discover he had been cheated, could dismantle him to pay for the damages. How much? This time, Jiang Li was the one taken aback. 3.5 million. He had never dared to dream of such a figure in his lifetime. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Is this thing really worth so much? Jiang Li hesitantly touched the soft, pliable orb. Absolutely. I will transfer the funds to you right away. Wang Fatty, fearing Jiang Li might change his mind, pulled out his phone to proceed with the transaction. Wait. Jiang Li pressed down on Wang Fatty's hand. What about the fish's body? Such a large chunk of meat must be worth something, right? Wang Fatty glanced at the massive corpse, swallowing hard. Although the flesh is not as valuable as the core, the quantity is significant. Moreover, the skin, bones, and teeth are all good materials. Let me calculate. For a bundled price, I can offer you 1.5 million, totaling 5 million. Does that sound agreeable? 5 million. Jiang Li felt as if fireworks exploded in his mind. His original goal had merely been to cover the 1 million for the surgery. Now, not only could he afford the surgery, but he could also buy a spacious apartment in the city center, set aside a dowry for his sister, and even purchase a car for himself. Deal. Jiang Li struggled to suppress his laughter, feigning calm as he nodded. By the way, boss, do you have a vehicle? Could you give me a ride? Yes. I have a dedicated delivery truck. I will drive you myself. Wang Fatty eagerly rushed to get the car. Half an hour later, Jiang Li sat in Wang Fatty's luxurious SUV, gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in his phone's balance, finally unable to contain his grin. Da Huang. We are rich. Da Huang lay in the back seat, gnawing on a fong he had pried from the mouth of the anglerfish, thoroughly enjoying it. Woof. Can we buy that thing called KFC now? Buy? Tomorrow I will buy you 100 family buckets. Jiang Li declared grandly. The vehicle entered the city. Rather than heading straight home, Jiang Li instructed Wang Fatty to take him to the highest-end real estate office in Jianghai City, Yulong Bay. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Wang Fatty asked eagerly. Yes, my old house is leaking. It's time for a change of scenery. Jiang Li exited the vehicle, adjusting his clothes. Though it was the dead of night and the sales office was empty, he had already resolved to return in the morning to purchase outright. Meanwhile, at the Jianghai City Anomaly Bureau branch, Su Qingge sat at her desk, scrutinizing a blurry surveillance video on the screen. The footage was retrieved from a camera near the black market. In the clip, a young man dragged a colossal monster fish with one hand, as if it were a garbage bag, into an abandoned factory. Has the tech team analyzed it? Su Qingge asked coldly. Captain, the analysis is complete. The technician wore a bewildered expression. The biological data of that monster fish perfectly matched the C-class peak aberration, abyssal giant-mouthed anglerfish. However, the strange part is, strange what? The strange part is, the cause of death of this monster fish. The technician displayed an enlarged image, pointing to a horrific wound on the fish's head. Simulation shows that this wound was inflicted by an ordinary butcher's knife. Furthermore, there are no traces of any psychic energy. It was purely brute force that pierced through the aberration's skull. A butcher's knife? Pure brute force? Su Qingge inhaled deeply, leaning back in her chair. Who on earth is that man? Captain, there's one more thing. The technician hesitated. We discovered in the surveillance that the individual left the black market and headed to the Yulong Bay real estate office. The real estate office? Su Qingge paused in surprise. Yes, he stood at the entrance for a while, seemingly contemplating a property purchase. Su Qingge fell silent. A person who effortlessly hunts C-class aberrations and treats the abyss as his playground, visiting a real estate office in the dead of night? This scenario feels utterly incongruous. Investigate the listings at Yulong Bay, Su Qingge suddenly instructed. If there's a chance to encounter him there, it may present an opportunity for contact. Understood. Su Qingge gazed at Jiang Li's indistinct profile on the screen, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. No matter who you are, whether divine or demonic, as long as you are in Jianghai City, I will uncover your true identity, even if it means becoming your neighbor. Chapter 7. The newly wealthy purchasing a house and the filth within the villa. In Jianghai City, at the Yulong Bay real estate office. As the most upscale development in Jianghai City, the decor here is opulent, with even the security guards at the entrance dressed in crisp uniforms. Their gaze is sharp as if they were operatives. Early in the morning, the sales hall had few customers, only a handful of saleswomen in professional attire touching up their makeup. Hey, look at that person at the entrance. Why is he walking a hairless dog? A saleswoman nudged her colleague with her elbow, her eyes filled with disdain. At the entrance, a young man dressed in brand new casual attire, yet possessing an air reminiscent of someone just stepping out of a market, was leading a hairless, pink-collared monstrosity cautiously inside. It was Jiang Li and Da Huang. Welcome to Yulong Bay. Out of professional courtesy, even though she felt doubtful, saleswoman Li approached with a standard fake smile. Good day, sir. Are you here to view properties? Yes, I am. Jiang Li nodded, his gaze scanning the models in the hall, his eyes as discerning as someone choosing a ripe watermelon. Which of your houses is the largest? Preferably one with a big yard, or a basement would suffice. I need space for storage. Saleswoman Li hesitated, sizing Jiang Li up, though he was well dressed. The air of thrifty practicality about him was too pronounced. He didn't resemble the kind of wealthy heir who would throw money around. Sir, our largest standalone villa is the Royal Yulong Mansion, featuring a 500 square meter garden and a double basement, priced at, saleswoman Li paused, reporting a figure, 88 million. Uffed. Jiang Li, just picking up a disposable cup, nearly crushed it. How much? 88 million? Is your house built of gold bricks? Jiang Li touched the bank card in his pocket. The recently acquired 5 million suddenly felt insignificant. Ahem, is there anything a bit cheaper? Something more value for money? Saleswoman Li's enthusiasm instantly cooled. Clearly, he was just a naive newcomer. There are cheaper options, over there in the high-rise apartments, around 100 square meters. The down payment is approximately 2 million. High-rise 1T do, it has no yard, and it's inconvenient for my dog. Jiang Li pointed to Da Huang at his feet. Da Huang obligingly bared his teeth, revealing a maw capable of shattering time and space. Saleswoman Li took a step back in fright. How about a town villa? Approximately 20 million. Still too expensive. Jiang Li shook his head earnestly. Miss, just tell me directly. Is there a standalone house available for a few million with a decent area? Saleswoman Li rolled her eyes. A few million for a standalone at Yulong Bay? Dream on. Just as she was about to concoct a pretext to dismiss him, the sales manager unexpectedly approached, his eyes flickering. Young man, are you truly interested in an inexpensive standalone? The manager, a middle-aged balding man, smiled like an old fox. Yes, the cheaper the better, but it must be spacious. Jiang Li nodded. There is one, but I'm not sure if you would dare to live there. The manager lowered his voice, pointing to a lonely villa in the far corner of the model, near the back mountain. Villa number 13, that's our special offer. 3 stories. With a basement and swimming pool, a total area of 600 square meters. Originally priced over 30 million, now only 450,000. 450,000. Jiang Li's eyes instantly lit up like a light bulb. So cheap? Is this house built of tofu? Or did the foundation sink? Neither. The manager's expression was somewhat unnatural. The house was rather unclean. The previous 2 owners had gone mad within days of moving in, claiming they could hear cries from within the walls at midnight, and that the swimming pool would emit murky black water. Truly eerie. The surrounding salespeople's faces changed. Clearly already familiar with the infamous haunted house. Haunted house. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt not fear but amusement. How delightful. He had once been a professional tester and cleaner for haunted houses. What sort of ghost had he not encountered? Besides, he currently possessed the formidable Da Huang and a butcher's knife. He had even slain Class CC monsters. Why should he fear mere restless spirits? This was it. Jiang Li slapped his thigh and, with grand exuberance, pulled out his bank card. For 1,500,000, was it? Swipe. Full payment. Huh. The manager and salespeople were utterly dumbfounded. He was buying it just like that? Not even glancing at the house. This was a notoriously haunted property. Was this lad either incredibly tough or just burning through money? What? Not selling? Jiang Li waved his card. Sell. Of course sell. The manager was overjoyed, fearing Jiang Li might change his mind. Quickly, fetch the contract. Prepare tea for this. Mr. Jiang. Just as Jiang Li was signing the contract and pressing his fingerprint, the sales office's door swung open once more. Su Qingge, clad in a casual beige trench coat and sunglasses, seemingly strolled in. Her gaze swept across the room, instantly locking onto Da Huang, who was sprawled on the sofa gnawing on the genuine leather armrest, and Jiang Li, who was counting the pages of the purchase agreement nearby. He was really here to buy a house. Su Qingge mused, noting the briskness of his actions and the full payment. She approached the front desk, feigning interest in the house. Miss, are you looking to purchase? The salesperson greeted enthusiastically. Just browsing, Su Qingge replied, pointing towards Jiang Li. Which house is that gentleman buying? He seems quite eager. The salesperson hesitated, whispering, that gentleman is quite formidable. He purchased villa number 13. Villa number 13? Su Qingge's brows arched slightly. As a night watchman, she was well acquainted with the supernatural map of Jianghai City. Villa number 13 in Yulong Bay was a well-known Class D supernatural node. It was said to suppress a water ghost's vengeful spirit from a century ago, truly fearsome. So that was it. Su Qingge understood, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. I knew it. How could a big shot buy a house for no reason? He must have sensed the malign energy there, intending to suppress it. To spend a fortune simply for the sake of restoring peace. What a noble aspiration. Su Qingge took a deep breath and turned to the salesperson. Is Villa No. 14 next to number 13 still available? Not yet. No one dares to buy it because it's too close to number 13. I'll take it. Suchinga produced a black gold card, full payment. The salesperson? What day is it today? Is the mental hospital on holiday? Why is everyone rushing to buy houses next to haunted properties? Half an hour later, Jiang Li stood at the entrance of villa number 13. Keys and property certificate, a copy, in hand. This was a standalone villa perched on a hillside. Though somewhat remote, the environment was splendid. Backed by lush mountains and fronted by a swimming pool, albeit currently dry, surrounded by verdant trees. However, the oppressive aura was indeed heavy. As he approached, a chilling breeze crept down his neck, and the sounds of chirping birds faded away. Woof! De Huang barked at the villa's door, bristling with alertness. It sensed something inside, a putrid, damp stench reminiscent of a decaying rat. What are you barking for? New homes demand decorum, Jiang Li chided De Huang. Then inserted the key into the lock. Click! The door swung open, releasing a musty odor long sealed away. Thick curtains shrouded the interior, rendering it pitch black. Just as Jiang Li stepped inside, a gust of cold wind swept through, and the door slammed shut behind him. Instantly, the chandelier flickered erratically, and the sound of dripping water filled the air, as if someone upstairs was moving about with wet feet. Give me back my life. A haunting wail echoed. Faint yet piercing. Had a regular person been in his place, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Yet Jiang Li remained composed, even feeling a hint of amusement. This light-sensitive lamp seemed a bit faulty. He would need to replace the bulb later. He pressed the switch on the wall, and the light stabilized. Come out. Don't hide. I know you're home. Jiang Li called into the empty living room. No response came, only the increasingly frantic dripping sound. Suddenly, from the ceiling, a clump of wet, black hair descended, and slowly, a pale, swollen face of a woman emerged, hanging upside down and facing Jiang Li. Her eyeless sockets stared intently at him, blackened water dripping from her mouth. Drowning vengeful spirit. Hee. Stay here and keep me company. The female ghost extended her pallid hand towards Jiang Li's neck. Slap. Jiang Li swiftly swatted her hand away. Accompany your grandfather. With a face like that, you think you can impose on the landlord? He wiped the water off his hands with a look of disdain. You must be the original inhabitant of this house. The so-called filthy thing? The female ghost was momentarily stunned. She had haunted this villa for 3 years, driving 5 owners mad. Yet this was the first human to dare slap her. Roar! Enraged, the female ghost's hair began to grow wildly, resembling a great net aimed at Jiang Li. Attempting to strangle him. De Huang. Time to eat. Jiang Li stepped back, pointing at the female ghost and shouting, this thing looks like seaweed. You should be able to handle it, right? Woof. Not sure if it's edible, but it certainly looks easy to bully. Unable to contain himself any longer, De Huang lunged forward. In its eyes, this was no ghost, but a delicious morsel made of negative energy and remnants of time. De Huang opened its mouth, capable of swallowing half a basketball, and clamped down on the female ghost's hair. Slurp. Like slurping noodles. To everyone's astonishment, that mass of black hair was consumed in mere bites. The female ghost shrieked in terror, attempting to retreat to the ceiling. But De Huang would not let go of its prize. With a powerful leap, it sprang onto the ceiling, yes. The Tindalow's hound defies gravity, and bit down on the female ghostess head. Crunch, accompanied by the sickening sound of chewing. That Class D malevolent spirit became De Huang's afternoon snack. Seconds later, De Huang hopped back down, licking its lips and letting out a chilling belch. The cold wind in the house ceased, the dripping sound vanished, and even the chandelier shone brighter. Is that all? Jiang Li shook his head in disappointment. I thought I might have a guardian for the house. Instead, it was just a crispy treat. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and yanked the curtains wide open. Sunlight flooded the interior, instantly brightening the entire villa. This house was indeed a great deal. Over 4 million for such a spacious villa. What a steal. Jiang Li gazed out at the private swimming pool. Although it was currently filled with dead leaves and dirty water, in his eyes, it was now a private fishing ground brimming with rare sea monsters. Once he caught a big haul, he could toss them in this pool for safekeeping. If only he could raise a few mermaids, or rather, deep divers, he could charge admission. Jiang Li delightedly envisioned his future. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Jiang Li paused for a moment. Who would come knocking after he had just moved in? Could it be that ghost's relative? He walked over to open the door. Outside stood a beautiful woman in a white dress, her long hair cascading down, holding a plate of cookies. It was indeed Suchinga, who had just purchased the villa number 14 next door. At this moment, she had shed the cold facade of a night watchman, resembling a gentle big sister from the neighborhood. Hello, I'm your new neighbor from villa number 14. Suchinga flashed a perfectly timed smile. I heard you just moved in as well, so I baked some cookies and thought I might drop by to visit. The last two words were uttered lightly, tinged with a hint of reverence. Just outside the door, she had sensed the lingering resentment that had been haunting Villa number 13, which had now entirely vanished. It had been physically exorcised. Truly a remarkable individual. Upon entering, they had effortlessly cleared the atmosphere. Jiang Li regarded the beautiful woman before him, finding her somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. Aren't you the affluent lady who was viewing properties at the sales office? Su Qingge felt a pang of anxiety. Had she been recognized? You bought here too? What a coincidence! Jiang Li exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Affluent lady? Well, that is certainly better than being mistaken for a stalker. Su Qingge replied with a smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Won't you come in for a moment? Jiang Li invited eagerly. It's a bit messy in here. I haven't tidied up yet. He warmly ushered Su Qingge into the house. Da Huang lay in his nest, the spot where the female ghost had fallen. Observing Su Qingge's entrance and twitching his nose, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was the smell of the night watchman. TCH. It's that crazy woman again. Da Huang turned over, continuing his slumber. As long as it didn't interfere with his dinner. He was indifferent to how his owner pursued women. Meanwhile, Su Qingge stepped inside the villa and surveyed the excessively pristine living room, devoid of any lingering negative energy. Her opinion of Jiang Li elevated further. Is this the abode of a formidable individual? It appears ordinary, yet is imbued with mysteries. She noticed a snakeskin bag in the corner, still bearing traces of fish scales, and her expression grew serious. Surely it contained some sort of sealing artifact? In reality, it was merely Jiang Li's dirty laundry. The two settled onto the sofa, embarking on their inaugural formal neighborly meeting. Meanwhile, deep beneath their feet in the basement, a cement-sealed well cover suddenly trembled slightly. An ancient and malevolent presence, far older than the previous female ghost, was gradually awakening. Chapter 8. The giant rat of the basement and the master chef's homestyle dishes at Villa number 13 in Yulong Bay. The atmosphere in the living room was subtly harmonious. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on an expensive leather sofa, albeit second-hand, munching on the cookies Su Qingge had brought while voicing his grievances about the house to the beautiful neighbor. Hey, Miss Su. Do you think the developer is a bit dim-witted? Such a large house, and yet there is no heating? I have to install air conditioning myself. And the lights. Earlier they were flickering like a disco ball. It took me a great deal of effort to fix them. In truth, it was the result of the ghost being consumed by Da Huang. Su Qingge sat upright, cradling a disposable paper cup. Jiang Li had yet to purchase property sets. Her face adorned with a polite yet awkward smile, while internally, tumultuous waves were stirring. Fixed it? She thought, astonished. That was an instance of spiritual magnetic field interference. Typically, only B-grade or higher awakened individuals could set up a purification barrier to dispel such disturbances. Yet this remarkable individual claimed to have merely repaired it. Indeed, simplicity often belies profound truths. To someone of his caliber, such supernatural phenomena must be as trivial as faulty wiring. Mr. Jiang, your practical skills are truly commendable. Su Qingge sincerely praised. With you in charge, this house is fortunate to have found the right owner. Of course, it cost $5 million. Even if it's a haunted house, I intend to transform it into a 5-star hotel. Jiang Li patted his chest, poised to boast about his illustrious cleaning days. Just then, a series of dull thuds emanated from deep within the floor beneath them. The sound was thunderous, even causing the paper cup on the table to ripple. Da Huang, who had been napping, suddenly perked up, his triangular eyes flashing with a fierce light, fixating intensely on the door leading to the basement. Su Qingge's expression shifted instantly. Her acute senses as an S-grade investigator alerted her to an overwhelming stench of decay mingled with earthy undertones wafting from the basement. The intensity of the aura was B-grade. It was undoubtedly a malevolent entity exceeding B-grade. Could it be the companion evil of the earlier female ghost? Su Qingge instinctively reached for the tactical knife concealed at her waist, her gaze sharpening. Senior, be cautious. There seems to be something in the basement. Damn it. Before she could finish, Jiang Li had already risen in frustration, slamming the cookies onto the table. This wretched house. I knew cheap would mean shoddy quality. I heard commotion from the basement earlier and thought it was a burst pipe. This sounds like a rat infestation. Rats? Su Qingge was taken aback. What kind of rat could create seismic disturbances? That was B-grade malevolence battering against a seal. Rats have become cunning these days, daring to demolish homes. Jiang Li snatched up a shovel left by the renovation crew in the corner, striding purposefully toward the basement. Da Huang, wake up. Let us go catch that rat. You'll get a special meal tonight. At the mention of a special meal, Da Huang instantly perked up, wagging his tail as he followed eagerly. He had sensed that the creature below was meaty and aged, zombie type, with a delightful chewiness. Su Qingge watched the duo's receding figures, hesitating briefly before trailing behind. Though her senior was formidable, she felt the need to lend a hand in case there were any traps lurking below. At the basement entrance, a chilling musty odor assaulted them. Jiang Li pressed a switch. Click. The light did not illuminate. Damn it. Even the basement lights are broken. What a waste of maintenance fees. Jiang Li cursed, pulling out his newly purchased Huawei phone to activate the flashlight function. The bright beam pierced the darkness. The basement was expansive and empty, save for an old well in the center, sealed with cement. This was once the villa's water source, said to be the epicenter of gathered negative energy. At that moment, the heavy cement well cover began to tremble violently, producing a series of loud bangs. Thud, thud. Cracks began to form on the cement above, as if something terrifying were about to erupt from beneath. Su Qingge stood at the staircase, tightly gripping her tactical knife. Her palms slick with sweat. She observed closely. From the fissures in the well cover, thick black blood oozed forth, accompanied by deep, guttural growls that resembled both a beast and a malevolent spirit. That was the king of ghouls, B-grade. Such creatures typically reside within underground crypts, having tough skin and immense strength, coupled with toxic decay. Even she would have to exert considerable effort to deal with it. Senior, that's, Su Qingge began to warn. But Jiang Li, oblivious to the terrifying growls, illuminated the area with his flashlight. What on earth? Is the sewer blocked? A gas explosion? He completely disregarded the horrifying sounds, boldly approaching with the shovel in hand. Bang! Just as Jiang Li drew near, the well cover exploded violently. Debris flew everywhere. A creature over 2 meters tall, covered in black fur and sporting sharp fangs, leaped from the well. Its eyes glowed crimson, claws like steel blades, exuding a suffocating stench. Roar! The king of ghouls bellowed in a roar of newfound freedom, sending dust cascading from the basement ceiling. It spotted the humans before it, fresh flesh, delectable souls. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Jiang Li. Be careful, Su Qingge cried out, ready to activate her ability to teleport and intercept the attack. However, Jiang Li's response was swifter and more direct than hers. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the creature's face. In Jiang Li's vision, obscured by a filter of poverty, he saw not a ghoul, but a filthy rodent towering over him. What on earth? A rat of such colossal size? Startled, Jiang Li was immediately struck by a wave of revulsion and anger. This must be a product of hormone abuse. How could it grow so large? If it establishes a home here, what will become of my $1,000,000 property? Die, you beast! With a furious roar, Jiang Li swung the iron shovel in his hands and brought it crashing down upon the rodent's forehead, unleashing a forceful blow fueled purely by his strength and rage. The sound echoed like a thunderclap. The Ghoul King's iron-like skull cracked under the weight of the shovel, producing a crisp, shattering sound. Its massive frame froze midair, as if time itself had paused, its crimson eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. After all, it was a B-grade evil spirit, impervious even to bullets. Why was it felled by a rusty shovel? A shriek escaped the Ghoul King, a grotesque cry as it was sent sprawling to the ground, creating a deep crater. Before it could rise, Jiang Li charged forward. This is for invading my home. For your threats. For your intimidation. With a relentless barrage akin to a pile driver, Jiang Li pummeled the enormous rat. Each strike carried immense power, causing the ground to tremble. Su Qingge stood at the staircase, utterly astonished by the scene before her. What was she witnessing? A mysterious powerhouse wielding a simple farming tool, mercilessly grinding a B-grade evil spirit into the ground? Moreover, each strike, though devoid of any energy fluctuations, seemed to embody some kind of elemental force. Su Qingge murmured to herself, is this the legendary physical exorcism? If one possesses sufficient strength, can they obliterate all evil? Minutes later, panting, Jiang Li leaned on the deformed shovel, wiping the sweat from his brow. The massive rat lay motionless, its head flattened, limbs twitching. What a tough creature. Its hide is incredibly thick. Disgusted, Jiang Li wiped the floor with his shoe, grimacing at the filth and dark water. Big Yellow, do you want this? If not, I'll toss it out. Big Yellow, who had been watching eagerly from the side, could no longer contain his excitement. Woof, I want it. It smells like aged carrion. With that, Big Yellow lunged forward, clamping his jaws around the ghoul's neck and swinging it with ease, as if it were a mere rag doll. With a series of disturbing crunches, the B-grade evil spirit, once feared by night watchers, was reduced to a midnight snack for Big Yellow. Jiang Li frowned at the sight. This dog truly eats anything. It doesn't fear the plague. Turning to the still-dazed Su Qingge, he offered an awkward smile. Miss Su, I apologize for the mess. We just moved in, and I hadn't anticipated such a monstrous rodent. Allow me to fetch some disinfectant for you. You wouldn't want to carry any germs back home. Rodent? You call that a rodent? She gazed at the remnants of the battle and the blackened bloodstains at Big Yellow's mouth. Her perception of her neighbor transformed entirely. This was no recluse. He was a walking taboo, treating a B-grade evil spirit as if it were a mere rat, and keeping a Tindalose hound as a common pet. How extraordinary. Suchinga sheathed her tactical knife, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Mr. Jiang, your skills are remarkable. Oh, it's just some strength I developed while farming in the countryside. Jiang Li humbly waved off the praise. Let us head upstairs. The odor from this basement is rather overwhelming. Back in the living room, the atmosphere was bright and cozy, as if the brutal carnage in the basement had been but a fleeting illusion. Miss Sue, that creature truly disgusted me. I've lost my appetite for snacks. Jiang Li glanced at the cookies on the table, finding them rather dry. By the way, a friend gifted me some fish yesterday, claiming it was caught in the deep sea and particularly nourishing. Would you like me to prepare a fish soup for us to unwind? He recalled the exquisite piece of abyssal giant anglerfish belly meat he had saved after distributing the catch to his friends yesterday. It had been preserved in that wondrous snakeskin bag and should still be fresh. Fish. Suchinga's interest piqued. Deep-sea caught fish? That sounds delightful. Good. Then I'll be counting on you, Mr. Jiang, she said, her anticipation evident as she did not refuse his offer. Jiang Li entered the open kitchen, retrieving the hefty 5-pound block of black fish meat from the snakeskin bag. As he brought it out, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloped the air, forming a delicate mist. Suchinga's gaze sharpened. That was the essence of a peak C-grade demonic beast's flesh. Moreover, it had been specially processed to eliminate most pollutants and malevolent energy, retaining only the purest life force. Such a high-grade ingredient would be beyond the capabilities of even the finest chefs in the capital. With a sizzle, Jiang Li heated the oil in the pan, adding ginger and garlic to release their fragrance before sliding in the sliced fish. There were no elaborate culinary techniques, just a simple home-cooked method. Yet, as the heat intensified, an indescribable aroma erupted, rich and profound, reminiscent of the deep sea, causing one's very soul to tremble with delight. Done. Pickled fish slice soup. 10 minutes later, Jiang Li emerged with a steaming bowl of fish soup. The milky white broth, transparent fish slices, and vibrant green onions created a feast for the eyes. Here, give it a try. He served Suchinga a bowl. Cradling the bowl in her hands, she gazed at the luminous soup, took a deep breath, and gently sipped. In an instant, a torrent of warmth surged through her body, akin to a volcanic eruption. This was no ordinary energy. It was a high-purity life essence. The bottleneck she had been struggling with at the initial S-grade level began to loosen under the onslaught of this energy. And even the slight damage to her mental strength from staring at the evil spirit in the basement was instantaneously restored, becoming even more resilient. Suchinga's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Li. The value of this bowl of soup equated to a year's worth of her cultivation. Was this the home-cooked meal of a true powerhouse? It was akin to a divine elixir. How is it? Is the flavor satisfactory? Jiang Li regarded her with eager anticipation. Maybe it's a bit mild? Not at all. It's absolutely delicious. Suchinga set down the bowl, her expression complex as she observed Jiang Li, who was unceremoniously gnawing on a fish bone. Mr. Jiang, this fish must be quite rare, I assenti it? Oh, rare? Not at all. Jiang Li spat out a bone. There's plenty in the sea. If you ever want more, I'll just go catch a couple. Suchinga fell silent, her resolve firming within her. This man possessed the potential to alter the world's dynamics. She must cling tightly to this opportunity. Mr. Jiang, Suchinga suddenly spoke, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The first genuine smile she had ever shown in front of others. From now on, we shall be neighbors. I look forward to your guidance. Absolutely, absolutely. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Jiang Li cheerfully lifted his bowl. Here's to this delicious fish soup. Outside, the night deepened. In the villa's basement, beneath the shattered well, the once surging black mist had completely dissipated. In the depths of darkness, something seemed to sense the terrifying aura above, trembling in fear and retreating deep underground, no longer daring to show its face. That night, Villa No. 13 in Yulong Bay became the safest, yet most terrifying place in the entire Shanghai city. Chapter 9. The giant catfish in the pool and my sister's luxury experience card as the morning sun bathed the terrace of Villa number 13 in Yulong Bay. It dispelled the last remnants of the previous night's gloom. Jiang Li stretched lazily, awakening from a luxurious leather bed worth several tens of thousands. The expenditure was justified. The comfort was a stark contrast to the hardboard bed of a rented apartment. He sighed, glancing at the golden retriever, De Huang, sleeping soundly on the carpet by the bed. After last night's feast of fish, De Huang appeared to be experiencing some digestive discomfort, or rather, energy overflow as it was evolving, its skin shimmering with an unusual metallic sheen, occasionally twitching and expelling bubbles visible only in higher dimensions. This dog certainly had an unattractive sleeping posture. Jiang Li kicked it disdainfully. Get up. Time to guard the house. I have work to do. Woof. 5 more minutes. De Huang rolled over, continuing to feign sleep. Jiang Li ignored it, and, after freshening up, made his way to the villa's backyard, where a private swimming pool of approximately 50 square meters awaited. However, the pool was currently filled with murky, dark green water, littered with dead branches and leaves, occasionally bubbling up black bubbles that exuded a nauseating stench. This was the infamous phenomenon of the pool bubbling with black water. In reality, it was mother abyss leeches, a Class C malevolent entity, that had taken residence in the drainage system, transforming the entire pool into its hatching ground, with the black water being its secreted toxic slime. Jiang Li scoffed at the previous owner's laziness. How could they let the water become so foul without cleaning it? He pinched his nose, visibly repulsed. If I were to put fish in here, they would all end up belly up. Being a man of action, he resolved that since he had purchased the house, he ought to live comfortably. Jiang Li rummaged through the storage room, retrieving a long steel rod intended for unclogging drains. Along with a pair of rubber gloves and water shoes, fully equipped at the edge of the pool, he intended to drain the water first, and then scrub the pool. Upon reaching the drainage valve, he twisted it with force. Creak. The valve had rusted solid, refusing to budge. Oh, so you want to challenge me? With a raised brow and a firm stance born from years of moving corpses, he declared, open up. With a sharp crack, the cast iron valve handle broke off. Fortunately, the core had been violently turned, and the drain at the bottom of the pool slowly opened, causing the black water to start swirling downward. The water level dropped slowly, taking about half an hour to lower by half. Just then, a gurgling sound erupted from the deep end of the pool, as if some colossal creature had been stirred. A more pungent odor wafted up with the rising mist. Suddenly, a thick, snake-like black tentacle shot out from the murky water, crashing against the surface and sending waves soaring several meters high. The piercing screech echoed through the empty backyard. Most would have been terrified at such a sight. But Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder the water is draining so slowly. It was clogged. He gazed at the thrashing tentacle, instinctively thinking it to be a massive, slippery creature. Is that a giant catfish? Or has an eel evolved? Jiang Li rubbed his hands together in anticipation. That size must weigh at least 50 or 60 pounds. If it were braised, memories of the delicious fish dish from yesterday made his mouth water. De Huang, wake up. Come help me. We're catching fish. Upon hearing the words catch fish, De Huang sprang into action, its forelegs whirling like a whirlwind. However, when it reached the pool's edge and caught sight of the creature, it skidded to a halt, nearly scraping its paws. Woof! Is that really a fish? De Huang's fur bristled at the sight of the grotesque creature slowly surfacing. It was a mass of countless slick black flesh, lacking a fixed shape, with numerous gaping mouths lined with suction cups and an array of writhing tentacles. The mother abyss leeches sensed its territory was being invaded and was in a furious state. Its countless compound eyes fixated on the man and dog on the shore. Look at how plump this fish is, De Huang. It's just a bit misshapen. But why so many tentacles? Jiang Li brandished the steel rod, eager to dive in. You block it from escaping. I'm going in to catch it. Before De Huang could react, Jiang Li leaped directly into the half-filled pool of dirty water. De Huang, it's truly impressive. Is this the world of the strong? Catching such a creature as if it were a fish? The underwater monster clearly did not expect such bravery from a human, welcoming him with open tentacles. It excitedly waved its appendages, weaving a net around Jiang Li, its mouth yearning for fresh blood. Ouch! It's quite slippery. Jiang Li grasped one of the flailing tentacles. The slime covering it was corrosive enough to dissolve ordinary skin, but in Jiang Li's hands, it felt like merely holding a slightly sticky loach. Come here. He exerted his strength, pulling the massive creature towards him. The monster let out a terrified shriek, feeling as though it was caught in a hydraulic press, unable to escape. With a swift motion, Jiang Li brought the steel rod crashing down upon the creature's head, or rather, its core. Behave. What are you thrashing about for? You splashed me. With that strike, Jiang Li's determination to clear the drain infused the blow. The creature's core instantly caved in, green liquid splattering everywhere. It was frightened. It wanted to flee. Releasing its tentacles, it tried to retreat back into the drain. Trying to escape? Not a chance. You've sullied my pool. You owe me for that. Jiang Li swiftly embraced the creature's bulky form, akin to grappling with a gigantic black sumo wrestler. Up. Let us see how you like being uprooted. With sheer strength. He hoisted the several hundred-pound monster from the water, arcing gracefully through the air. Boom. The creature crashed heavily onto the tiled ground, disoriented and flailing its tentacles. Seizing the moment, De Huang leaped in and bit off one of the tentacles. The taste is a bit sour, but the texture is nice, De Huang mused. As Jiang Li climbed ashore, wiping the dirty water from his face, he stared at the writhing mass of the creature on the ground. This doesn't look much like a catfish, does it? Observing closely, he noted the wrinkled skin and multitude of suction cups, pondering if it was a variant of some deep-sea octopus. Never mind what it is, as long as it's edible. Initially intending to dispatch it right there, he reconsidered. Today, he was to pick up his sister for a tour of the new house, and a bloody scene would surely frighten the young girl. Let us keep it alive for now. I'll deal with it tonight. Jiang Li found a large discarded plastic bucket, left over from renovations. Forcibly shoved the Class C horror into it, and placed a heavy stone on top. De Huang, keep an eye on it. Don't let it escape. This will be tonight's feast. De Huang lay by the bucket, drooling and nodding. After tidying up the scene, Jiang Li took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Checking the time, it was 10 in the morning. Time to go pick up the little fish. Jiang Li stepped out of the villa, initially considering hailing a taxi. However, reflecting on his newfound wealth, amounting to several million, he deemed it somewhat undignified. But Wang Fatty's car was still in his possession. The previous night, after Wang Fatty had returned it, he had left the imposing Land Rover as a gesture to curry favor with his benefactor, promising to retrieve it in a few days. Perfect, he thought. What a splendid opportunity to impress. Holding the car keys, Jiang Li climbed into the magnificent Range Rover, its engine roaring to life as he sped out of the Yulong Bay. At Jianghai University, beneath the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xiaoyu was chatting with several roommates while carrying her backpack. Did your brother really buy a house? Is he coming to take you to live there? A stylishly short-haired girl named Zhao Qian inquired, skepticism lacing her tone. Zhao Qian, a roommate known for her penchant for comparisons, often belittled Jiang Xiaoyu. Aware of her modest background. Yes, my brother mentioned he bought a new place and wants me to see it, Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a shy smile. Though uncertainty gnawed at her. While her brother had gifted her a fine smartphone and claimed to be making significant money, she questioned how he could afford a down payment on a home, even in a less desirable area, given that he had only just started working. Oh dear. Where did he buy it? It wouldn't be one of those rundown places, would it? Zhao Qian remarked sarcastically. With property prices so high, if your brother borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates for appearances, life could get tough. Not at all. My brother is very sensible, Jiang Xiaoyu retorted. What good is being sensible these days? You need money, Zhao Qian scoffed. My boyfriend just said he would pick me up in his BMW. Should I ask him to give you a ride? It would save your brother the trouble of taking the bus. Just then, a white BMW 3 Series glided into view. Stopping at the curb, the window rolled down, revealing a young man in sunglasses. Qian, hop in. Zhao Qian cast a smug glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. See, my boyfriend's here. Xiaoyu, are you sure you don't need a ride? Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head. No, my brother said he is driving. Driving? What does he have, a Wuling Hongguang? Zhao Qian chuckled disdainfully. At that moment, a deep, thunderous roar of an engine echoed from the school entrance. The unique growl of a large displacement engine instantly drowning out the surrounding sounds. All eyes turned towards the source. A black Range Rover, resembling a ferocious steel beast, entered the dormitory area with undeniable authority. Its massive frame and robust lines shimmered luxuriously in the sunlight, prompting students on the roadside to step aside. Their eyes filled with envy. Wow, a Range Rover. That must cost over 2 million. Who is this wealthy heir picking up his girlfriend? Zhao Qian's jaw dropped. Her boyfriend's BMW, now seeming like a mere toy in comparison. Which campus belle is being spoiled now? She muttered, her tone dripping with jealousy. As everyone speculated about the owner of the luxury vehicle, the Range Rover came to a smooth halt before Jiang Xiaoyu. The window slowly descended, revealing Jiang Li's sun-kissed face, adorned with sunglasses purchased from a roadside vendor, beaming with joy. Xiaoyu, get in. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. Brother, is this your car? It's borrowed from a friend, just taking it for a spin, Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Then leaned out to wave at the still-stunned Zhao Qian and her friends. You must be Xiaoyu's classmates. Feel free to visit our home sometime. We just installed a large swimming pool and can throw parties. After assisting his bewildered sister into the passenger seat, he instructed, buckle up, I'll take you home. With another roar, the Range Rover sped away, leaving behind shattered glasses and Zhao Qian's astonished expression. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Xiaoyu caressed the luxurious leather seats, feeling as if she were in a dream. Brother, have you really struck it rich? Absolutely. I've told you. I'm now a high-end talent, Jiang Li replied, pride evident in his voice. Our new home is in Yulong Bay. Have you heard of it? Yulong Bay. That's the most expensive villa district in Jianghai City. Brother, did you rob a bank? Don't spout nonsense. That is from my own hard work. Just a few fish. Really? Jiang Li replied, rolling his eyes at her incredulity. Just a few fish could buy a villa? Jiang Xiaoyu felt her worldview shatter. You'll see when we arrive. Half an hour later, the vehicle pulled up in front of villa number 13 in Yulong Bay. Jiang Xiaoyu, gazing at the grand standalone villa and spacious yard, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. This is our home. Yes, this will be our home from now on, Jiang Li affirmed as he opened the door and led her inside. Woof! A golden retriever named Da Huang bounded over, tail wagging, wearing a comically pink collar. Da Huang! Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, joyfully embracing the dog. Go on and explore, pick a room you like. I'll head to the backyard to prepare some ingredients for a feast tonight, Jiang Li said, setting down his backpack. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyu eagerly dashed upstairs to choose her room. Jiang Li rolled up his sleeves and made his way to the backyard, where a large plastic bucket, weighed down by a large stone, echoed with furious banging sounds. Hold on, I'll send you on your way shortly, Jiang Li said, retrieving a knife from the kitchen. A smile of a seasoned chef or butcher gracing his face. Tonight's main dish, braised abyssal octopus, leeches, on the menu. Chapter 10, braised deep-sea squid and the trembling S-class neighbor in the backyard of villa number 13 in Yulong Bay. The setting sun cast a crimson hue over the dry swimming pool, enveloping the impending culinary endeavor in a sanguine filter. Jiang Li stood before the large plastic bucket, brandishing a polished cleaver, contemplating where to strike like a seasoned butcher. Inside the bucket, a C-class, abyssal leech maternal form, seemed to sense its imminent fate, thrashing violently against the walls, producing dull thuds, while its numerous tentacles flailed chaotically, splattering black, viscous liquid everywhere. Goodness, this creature is quite spirited, Jiang Li remarked, stepping back to avoid a splash of the unidentifiable substance. However, it's exceedingly messy. All this slime will turn my broth into something resembling snot if cooked directly. Being a discerning chef, he believed in the harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. Although the ingredient appeared unappealing, he was confident that a thorough cleaning would render it palatable. Da Huang, go fetch that bag of coarse salt from the kitchen, Jiang Li instructed, pointing to an unopened sack of salt by the door. Da Huang, lying by the entrance, perked up at the command and dashed off to retrieve the hefty 10-pound bag of salt, scampering back with enthusiasm. With a flourish, Jiang Li tore open the bag, pouring the salt into the bucket with abandon. Whether it's eels or octopus, anything slimy needs a good scrubbing with salt. It's common knowledge. As 10 pounds of coarse salt cascaded into the bucket, it was akin to pouring salt into a wound, an exaggerated version of the remedy. A blood-curdling shriek erupted from the bucket, the sound reminiscent of a ghost being throttled rather than that of a fish. The leech's skin rapidly dehydrated and contracted under the salt's assault, releasing wisps of white smoke, its agonizing pain driving it into a frenzy. Its tentacles whipping the bucket with a resounding crack. What are you wailing about? I'm just giving you a spa treatment, Jiang Li scoffed, rolling his eyes, before grabbing a bottle of white vinegar and pouring half of it into the bucket. Let us get rid of that fishy smell. The tangy white vinegar mingled with coarse salt, initiating a marvelous chemical reaction, or perhaps an alchemical one, upon the body of the malevolent entity brimming with otherworldly energy. The initially pitch-black, foul-smelling sludge began to dissolve rapidly, peeling away to reveal a grayish-white texture reminiscent of squid flesh. This was much more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction and reached out to grasp it. Suddenly, the water leech's core made a final counterattack, a tentacle shooting forth with alarming speed, its tip unfurling into a spiny sucker aimed straight for Jiang Li's eye. Dare to resist? Jiang Li's reflexes were sharp. With a swift motion, he struck. Crack! With a flash of cold light, the tentacle was severed, falling to the ground and writhing in a frenzy. This tentacle was thick and ideal for grilling, Jiang Li commented. Then, without further ado, plunged his left hand into the bucket, seizing the creature's bloated core and forcefully extracting it, slamming it onto the cutting board. Thud! The kitchen knife came down, stunning the creature. What followed was an unrelenting, artistic dissection. Removing the head, though it was unclear which part was the head, extracting the entrails, all black toxic sacs, which Jiang Li discarded as gall, scoring the flesh, and cutting it into segments. In less than 5 minutes, The abyssal fiend that had instilled terror in countless sewer cleaners was transformed into a bowl of pristine, neatly cut squid rings and tentacles. De Huang, watching from the side, was left dumbfounded, saliva pooling on the floor beneath him. It was brutal. It was professional. Was this the dining ritual of the old ones? It brimmed with artistry. Let us go inside. Heat the oil, Jiang Li declared, carrying the bowl into the kitchen with a spirited stride. Meanwhile, in Villa number 14, Suchinga sat cross-legged on the living room yoga mat, attempting to meditate and process the immense energy from the fish soup she had consumed the night before. A faint chill enveloped her, and the spiritual mark on her forehead flickered, indicating she was on the verge of a breakthrough. At that moment, an indescribable, peculiar aroma wafted in through the window cracks. This scent was not merely the fragrance of food. It was a complex bouquet infused with high-level spiritual energy, the essence of life, and the tantalizing aroma of sizzling garlic. At the pivotal moment of her meditation, Suchinga found herself uncontrollably swallowing, her internal energy suddenly disrupted, nearly spiraling out of control. Coughing. She opened her eyes wide in shock, glancing towards the source of the aroma next door. What was that smell? How could it be even more enticing than last night's fish soup? And was he perhaps preparing an even more exquisite ingredient? Rising, she approached the window. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she glimpsed the busy figure in the neighboring kitchen, along with the rising smoke, spiritual mist. Within that haze, it seemed as though grotesque tentacles were lamenting beneath the spatula, rolling about, ultimately transforming into golden, crispy delicacies. Was this the life of the strong? Suchinga's gaze became dreamy, turning horror into gourmet meals, forbidden things into strength. Her stomach audibly rumbled. As an S-class awakened one, she typically subsisted on dew, high-energy nutrient liquid. It had been ages since she had felt such hunger. Should she pay a visit? Glancing at the unopened bottle of 1982 Lafite on the table, originally intended as a gift, she reasoned that it was only proper to bring a bottle of wine upon moving in. With a perfect excuse in mind, she picked up the red wine, tidied her hair, took a deep breath, and stepped out the door. In Villa number 13, in the dining room, Jiang Xiaoyu sat at the table, resting her chin on her hands, eagerly watching the kitchen. Brother, is it ready yet? I'm starving. Coming. The final dish. Jiang Li emerged, carrying an enormous white porcelain plate. Piled atop, it was a vibrant, glistening mound, the red braised abyssal tentacles, stir-fried with bean paste, dried chilies, and Sichuan pepper. Each piece of meat was cut into an attractive crosshatch, curling like blooming flowers, sprinkled with sesame and green onions, exuding an irresistible aroma. Wow, what is this? It looks delicious, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she reached for her chopsticks. Slow down, it's hot. Jiang Li set down the plate and brought over 2 bowls of rice. This is red braised squid. I specially prepared it for you. It's high in protein. Good for your brain. Thank you, brother. Jiang Xiaoyu picked up a piece of squid roll and popped it into her mouth. Crunch. The texture was delightfully tender, and as she bit down, juices burst forth, mingling with the spicy and fragrant flavors, instantly captivating her palate. So good. Absolutely delicious, she mumbled, her face radiating happiness. Brother, your culinary skills are extraordinary. This is 1,000 times better than the grilled squid at the school entrance. Of course. Just look at how fresh the ingredients are. Jiang Li chuckled with pride and took a piece for himself. As the morsel entered his belly, a warm current spread throughout his body. Ding. Consumed C-grade abyssal creature. Physique 2, mental resistance 1. Though Jiang Li did not hear the system notification, as he had no such setting, he distinctly felt lighter, the fatigue from earlier dissipating. Indeed, it was a substantial nourishment. Watching his sister devour the food with grease dripping from her mouth, he felt a twinge of concern. Though delicious, the appearance of this dish was rather peculiar. Would it be safe for an ordinary person? He observed Jiang Xiaoyu carefully. After consuming several pieces, her complexion turned radiant. Her eyes sparkled more brightly, and even her skin appeared slightly fairer. Brother, why do I feel so warm? She asked, setting down her chopsticks and fanning herself, as if she had consumed hot ginger soup, enveloped in a cozy warmth. That's the nourishment. It means your body is absorbing it well. Jiang Li replied earnestly. Eat more and replenish your nutrients from these past years. Just as the siblings were indulging in their feast, a pitiful whimpering arose from beneath the table. De Huang lay on the ground, gazing longingly at the plate, drooling profusely. Master, I want to eat that. That's my kin. Not really. That's my sustenance. Go away, go away. Jiang Li lightly kicked him aside. You can't handle the spice. It'll make your fur fall out. Oh, wait. You don't have any fur. He picked out a few less spicy scraps from the plate, and tossed them to the ground. Here, have a taste. De Huang seized the prize, gulping it down, revealing an expression of bliss. Energy. Pure abyssal energy. Its body quivered slightly, muscles beneath its skin began to twitch, seemingly undergoing a minor evolution. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Who could that be at this hour? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Perhaps it's a delivery? Or the property management? Wiping his mouth, Jiang Li stood to answer the door. As he opened it, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted towards him. There stood Su Qingge at the entrance, holding a bottle of red wine, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the intrusion. Oh, Miss Su, it's you. Jiang Li's eyes brightened, a rare guest indeed. Please come in. He held a favorable impression of this beautiful neighbor. She was attractive, capable of baking cookies, though he had only tasted a few, and she exuded an air of affluence, an excellent connection to have. I've come to congratulate you on your new home, and I thought I might bring a bottle of wine. Su Qingge extended the bottle to Jiang Li, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the dining room. The overpowering aroma drew closer, becoming almost unbearable. Ah, you're too kind. Just coming over is enough. You didn't have to bring wine. Jiang Li feigned modesty, yet his hands were honest as he accepted the wine, which looked rather expensive, likely worth several pounds of pork. As fate would have it, we were just about to dine, and if Miss Su has not yet eaten, would she care to join us? This is merely a courteous remark. Typically, the response would be a polite refusal, stating that one has already dined. However, Su Qingge is no ordinary person. She is an S-rank investigator who has been famished for quite some time. Hence, it is more respectful to acquiesce. Su Qingge's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her steps honestly led her into the room. All right then, let us get an extra pair of chopsticks, Jiang Li said, guiding her to the dining table. Little fish, call out to her. This is our neighbor, Sister Su. Hello, Sister Su. Jiang Xiaoyu greeted obediently, her eyes shimmering with admiration. You are truly beautiful, like a star. Greetings, Su Qingge responded with particular courtesy towards the girl, whose aura was blessed by the divine, smiling gently. Her gaze then fell upon the large platter at the center of the table. In that instant, her pupils constricted slightly. Although the meat had been sliced into floral shapes and drenched in red oil, as a top-tier investigator, she immediately recognized the essence of those flesh pieces. The unique patterns and the faint remnants of sinister energy revealed their true identity, the tentacles of the abyssal water leech mother. Moreover, it was the most active part. This noxious delicacy, laden with corrosive and cursed poison, had been transformed into a braised dish, and it appeared utterly delectable. Come, Miss Su, do not be shy. Sample my culinary skills, Jiang Li urged, handing her a fresh pair of chopsticks and enthusiastically placing a generous piece of squid flour into her bowl. This is deep-sea squid. It has an exquisite texture, albeit slightly spicy. Su Qingge gazed at the seemingly quivering piece of meat in her bowl, swallowing hard. Should she eat it or refrain? After all, this was the flesh of a C-rank malevolent entity. An ordinary person would perish from consumption, while an awakened individual might descend into madness. Yet, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu relishing the dish with unabashed enjoyment and no signs of transformation, Su Qingge hesitated. Surely, it must be safe if a powerful individual like him prepared it? Taking a deep breath, she picked up the piece of meat and brought it to her lips. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. There was no fetid stench or corrosive sensation as she had feared. Instead, she was met with unparalleled deliciousness and an overwhelming surge of energy. That energy surged through her limbs, igniting her previously stagnant spiritual energy, which began to operate with fervor. Was this a form of spiritual cleansing? Su Qingge's heart raced. This was no mere dish. It was evidently a top-tier elixir. Mr. Jiang not only possesses extraordinary power, but he is also an unfathomable culinary master. The ability to transmute something so toxic into a treasure was truly unprecedented. How does it taste? Jiang Li inquired with a cheerful smile, setting down her chopsticks. Su Qingge's gaze toward Jiang Li transcended mere awe. It approached in almost fervent admiration. It is exceedingly delicious, she replied, her voice trembling. Mr. Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Ah, you flatter me. I merely dabble, Jiang Li chuckled, slightly bashful. If you find it tasty, do indulge further, there is plenty. That meal was one of shared delight. Su Qingge felt her strength elevate by at least 10%, and her internal injuries had significantly healed. As she prepared to depart, she glanced at Jiang Li, hesitating momentarily. What troubles you, Miss Su? Is there something else? Biting her lip, Su Qingge finally mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Jiang, in a few days, there will be an antique appraisal event in the city. In truth, an underground auction for awakened individuals. I wonder if you might be interested in attending? She wished to introduce this esteemed individual to broader horizons, while also demonstrating to those arrogant figures what true terror entailed. Antiques? Jiang Li's eyes lit up at the mention. The prospect of uncovering hidden treasures and making a fortune was enticing. With some funds at his disposal, he was eager to invest. I am most interested. Count me in. After bidding farewell to Su Chinga, Jiang Li hummed a tune as he returned indoors. Little fish, are you full? If so, let's take a spin. Where to? To the night market. Jiang Li replied with a mysterious smile. I'll show you what a true seafood market looks like. He planned to visit Wang Fatty's stall to procure some affordable gear and check if he could sell the remaining half-barrel of leeches he had consumed. Chapter 11. The midnight seafood wholesale market in the dog cellar. The night was thick with darkness as they approached the outskirts of Zhanghai City. The black Land Rover resembled a silent beast as it rolled over the uneven gravel road, halting at the entrance of an abandoned steel factory. There were no streetlights. Only a few flickering lights emanating from the distant factory, and the wind whispered through the rusted metal, creating eerie creaking sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Is this really the place we are heading to? Zhang Xiaoyu, seated in the passenger seat, clutched the seatbelt tightly, her face pale. This did not resemble a seafood market. It felt more akin to a murder scene from a horror film. Don't be ridiculous. This is what they call industrial chic. It's quite trendy nowadays, Jiang Li assured, unfastening his seatbelt with calm nonchalance. Wholesale markets are typically located in the suburbs due to lower rent. And since we are arriving in the dead of night, it does seem a bit eerie, but once inside, it will be lively. He glanced back at the large yellow dog in the back seat. It lay atop the plastic barrel containing half a bucket of braised tentacle ingredients, the remnants of the abyssal water leech, vigilantly watching the darkness outside. It sensed the presence of numerous unsavory entities in the area. Although they were mostly inconsequential pests, the chaotic and revolting aura made this noble Tindalow's hound quite uncomfortable. Big Yellow, time to work. No slacking off, Jiang Li commanded as he opened the trunk and hefted the heavy barrel out. Woof. Understood. Boss. Big Yellow leaped from the vehicle, expertly nudging the barrel lid with its head, signaling its readiness. Little fish, stay close to me. There are many people here. Don't wander off, Jiang Li instructed. Grasping the barrel, which weighed several hundred pounds but felt as light as a basket of vegetables to him, with one hand while holding his sister's hand with the other, striding confidently through the slightly ajar iron gate. Upon entry, a cacophony of sounds assailed them. Although this was an underground black market, the crowd was unusually dense tonight. Awakened individuals, bounty hunters, and black market merchants in a variety of eccentric attire mingled among stalls brimming with bizarre items, still dripping beast fangs, eyes sealed within jars, and cursed blades emanating dark energy. Wow! Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she spotted a row of skulls at a nearby stall, retreating behind Jiang Li in fright. Brother, are those human skulls? Those are resin crafts. Halloween props are made to look incredibly realistic nowadays, Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Look over there at that person in a black robe with a bird beak mask. They are into cosplay. It's part of the local culture. The vendor selling plague doctor masks, cursed artifacts, overheard this and nearly dropped the vial of poison he was holding, his hand trembling. Cosplay? I am a legitimate curse-casting wizard. You know, but upon catching sight of the heavy barrel Jiang Li was carrying, he felt the suffocating aura of C-rank malevolence emanating from within and promptly closed his mouth, even posing compliantly. You see, I told you they are performers. Jiang Li pointed at the wizard. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, albeit with uncertainty. So that's how it is. The atmosphere here is so unique. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, navigated through the bustling crowd until they reached Wang Fatty's stall. Business was thriving for Wang Fatty tonight as he busily peddled his ancestral protective talismans, which were merely talismans drawn on scraps of paper. Hey, Boss Wang, are you busy? Jiang Li set the barrel down with a thud. The cement floor trembled slightly, and the lid shifted just enough to release a pungent aroma of the abyss. Wang Fatty's nose twitched, and his expression shifted instantly. The scent was all too familiar. It was the scent of wealth, and also the scent of a powerful individual. He abruptly lifted his head, spotting Jiang Li's beaming face, and immediately pushed aside the novice client before him. That plump visage approached with a smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Oh, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Wang, the rotund man, nodded and bowed, his demeanor as respectful as if welcoming his own father. Have you brought something good again? Well, I have some leftover scraps at home. I thought I'd see if you're interested. Jiang Li gestured towards a barrel on the ground. Wang rubbed his hands together, cautiously lifting the lid slightly. Inside, it was packed with black chunks of meat and tentacles. Although they had been chopped into pieces, the flesh still writhed slightly, exuding a disconcerting vitality. Wang gasped. The remains of a deep abyss leech mother. And so much of it. This is top-tier material for crafting regeneration potions and corrosive toxins. One barrel could yield dozens of C-grade potions. Buy it. I'll take as much as you have. Wang trembled with excitement, the sheer value of the contents making him feel as though he was holding a barrel of gold. What is your price? He ventured. Jiang Li recalled the price he had set for a whole specimen yesterday and glanced at the barrel of fragmented flesh. 800,000. How does that sound? Deal. Wang agreed with alacrity, eager to secure the transaction before Jiang Li changed his mind. 800,000? He could resell this barrel to a pharmaceutical company or an alchemy guild for at least 2 million. As Jiang Li heard the notification sound from his phone, he nodded in satisfaction. This money came quicker than robbing a bank. His sister, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been silent, was now in shock. Did you really sell that stinky rotten meat for 800,000? She tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve and whispered, aren't we engaging in illegal business? Cough, cough, what rotten meat? That's deep-sea squid. Intended for high-end fish feed, rich in nutrients. Jiang Li responded earnestly, spinning a tale of high-tech industry that she wouldn't comprehend. One could hardly contain his amusement at the absurdity of it all. Deep-sea squid for feed? You certainly have a way with words. By the way, Boss Wang, Jiang Li said, in a good mood after receiving the payment, do you know where I might find some sturdy ropes or hooks? I'm looking to upgrade my gear. The last steel wire rope, while functional, was a bit too rigid and uncomfortable to handle. And that meat hook was somewhat rusty and not sharp enough. Sturdy ropes, you say? Wang pondered. If you head deeper into Area C, there's an old man called Iron Hand. He specializes in hunting tools and should have what you need. But be wary, he has a peculiar temperament. Thanks. Jiang Li waved his hand and, along with his sister and a Huang, made his way towards Area C. Area C was the weaponry zone, bustling with rugged men selling an assortment of items, from cold weapons to firearms, and even some explosives that were clearly illegal. As Jiang Li strolled through, he regarded the gleaming swords and knives with disdain. This knife is too thin, it would surely dull when cutting fish bones. And this sword is overly ornate, far less practical than my butcher's knife. Eventually, he found the Iron Hand, as Wang had mentioned. The vendor was a one-armed old man, his left arm replaced with a metallic prosthetic, hammering away at a piece of red-hot metal. His stall was cluttered with an array of chains, shackles, and animal traps. Jiang Li's eyes settled on a black chain coiled on the ground. It was about as thick as his thumb, entirely black, and covered in a multitude of intricate engravings. The chain felt cold and remarkably resilient to the touch. Soul binding chain, C-grade sealing item. Originally intended for binding malevolent spirits. It can suppress spiritual entities and is nearly indestructible. Sir, how much for this chain? Jiang Li inquired, squatting down. Iron Hand lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance at Jiang Li. Not for sale. It's meant for locking up vengeful spirits. Ordinary folks who take it will shorten their lifespan. Locking up spirits? You must be joking. It's just a chain. Jiang Li chuckled, grabbing one end and tugging hard. With a snap, the chain straightened, emitting a crisp metallic sound. This seems of excellent quality. It would make a fine fishing line and could also serve as a dog leash. As he spoke, he casually looped the chain around De Huang's neck. The runes on the chain instantly illuminated, attempting to suppress the power within De Huang. However, De Huang merely shook its fur and sneezed. Being a Tindalow's hound, it was a creature not of this dimension. Such a seal was akin to a mere fashionable necklace for it. Woof. This chain is a bit heavy, but quite stylish. Iron Hand's eyes nearly bulged. That's the soul-binding chain. Even a C-grade malevolent spirit would lose its mobility upon being ensnared. Yet this hairless dog shows no reaction? And this young man is treating a sealing item as a fishing line and dog leash? Is this C-grade stainless steel? Jiang Li replied, observing its rust-resistant quality. Come on. Stop with the theatrics and give me a price. Iron Hand swallowed hard, gazing into Jiang Li's clear yet naive eyes. Suddenly realizing he might have encountered a legendary figure in disguise. 550,000. The old man offered a fair price. All right, I'll take it. Jiang Li readily paid, finding the chain far more affordable than the rotten meat he had sold earlier. What a bargain. Just as he prepared to leave with his newly purchased dog chain, trouble approached. Hey, that's a nice dog you have there. A sarcastic voice came from behind him. Jiang Li turned to see 3 men clad in leather jackets, their appearance reminiscent of delinquents, blocking his path. The leader sported a mohawk, a ring through his nose, and was twirling a butterfly knife in his hand. Behind him loomed a massive ghostly wolf with glowing green eyes. This was Zhao Chong, the notorious beast king of the area, a B-grade beast master who specialized in the black market trade of rare battle pets. He had immediately taken a liking to Dahuang. Despite its unappealing looks, his instincts as a beastmaster told him this dog harbored immense potential. If he could acquire and cultivate it, it would surely become a superb battle companion. Kid, is that dog for sale? Name your price, and I'll take it. Zhao Chong greedily eyed Dahuang. Dahuang rolled its eyes. Another buyer? Is human taste really this peculiar these days? It glanced at the ghostly wolf behind Zhao Chong. Humph. A mongrel cobbled together from lost souls dares to bare its teeth at a time hound? Dahuang licked its lips, feeling a bit hungry. While the ghostly wolf was trash, it was all natural and additive-free, a perfect snack. Not for sale. Jiang Li positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, frowning at Zhao Chong. This is my family dog. We have a bond. No amount of money will persuade me to sell. Family dog. Zhao Chong scoffed. Kid, don't be ungrateful. It's your fortune that I'm interested in your dog. Be smart and leave it, otherwise. He snapped his fingers. A howl erupted from the ghostly wolf, which instantly doubled in size, baring its fangs and advancing menacingly toward Jiang Li, attempting to intimidate him with its presence. The surrounding crowd dispersed, fearing the impending chaos. That's the beast king Zhao Chong. This kid is in for a rough time. The ghostly wolf has tasted human flesh and is extremely fierce. Jiang Xiaoyu clutched Jiang Li's shirt tightly in fear. Brother, don't be afraid. Jiang Li reassured her, his expression darkening. Are you a dog dealer? He glared at Zhao Chong, his gaze becoming dangerously intense. In broad daylight, in a public place, you dare to engage in coercive trade? Is there no law left? Law? Zhao Chong laughed maniacally, declaring himself the law in the black market. Big wolf, show him what you're made of. He commanded. With a roar, the phantom wolf lunged forward. However, before it could reach Jiang Li, the seemingly dormant Dahuang suddenly sprang into action. It did not transform or employ any time-space skills. It merely opened its mouth and made a swallowing gesture towards the advancing phantom wolf. Woof! Get lost! A wave of terrifying pressure from a higher dimension descended instantly. The once ferocious phantom wolf seemed to crash into an invisible wall mid-air, freezing in place. Then, it emitted a scream akin to that of a mouse, turning tail and fleeing in sheer panic. In its haste, it collided with a nearby iron pillar, disintegrating into a wisp of smoke and vanishing back into Zhao Chong's beast emblem. Silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Chong's smile faltered. What just happened? His B-grade battle pet was scared out of its wits by a scruffy mutt? Oh dear, why is this dog so cowardly? Jiang Li shook his head in disdain, incredulous that such a large creature would fear his Dahuang, who wouldn't even dare to catch a rat. He stepped forward and patted Zhao Chong on the shoulder. Buddy, business should be conducted with integrity. If a deal falls through, let us part amicably. Your dog simply isn't up to par. It would be best to take it back for some proper training. Jiang Li's grip was just a tad too firm. With a crack, Zhao Chong felt an irresistible force on his shoulder, his scapula snapping audibly as he was forced to one knee, his knee shattering the concrete beneath him. Ah! Zhao Chong screamed, cold sweat pouring down his face. Was this the strength of a human hand? It felt like a hydraulic clamp. Oh, my apologies, my apologies. I got a bit carried away. Jiang Li, with a seemingly sincere expression, helped Zhao Chong to his feet. In reality, he lifted him up, straightened his collar, and cautioned. Be mindful next time. Refrain from loud outbursts in public, it might frighten the children. With that, he took hold of Dahuang and led his sister away amidst the awed gazes of the onlookers, leaving Zhao Chong clutching his shattered shoulder, bewildered in the breeze. He knew he had encountered an immovable obstacle today, one forged from titanium alloy. On the way home, Jiang Xiaoyu looked up at her brother with admiration. Brother, you were so impressive just now. That man seemed so fierce, yet he knelt before you with just a touch. Ah, that was merely due to his calcium deficiency. His legs were weak, Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. In the future, steer clear of such people. They often engage in scams. He felt good as he patted the bank card and the newly purchased dog leash in his pocket. With his equipment upgraded, he planned to attend the antique appreciation event the next day. Rumor had it that such places held an abundance of treasures. Chapter 12. The Antique Appreciation Conference? No. This is a second-hand goods wholesale market. The following morning, under the bright sunshine, the renowned landmark of Jianghai City, the Yunding Hotel, stood tall. This five-star establishment boasted the highest standards and strictest security in Jianghai City, typically hosting dignitaries and elite tycoons. However, today, the top banquet hall was reserved for a peculiar gathering. The Antique Appreciation Conference was its public face. In reality, it was an annual underground auction event for awakened individuals from Jianghai City and several surrounding provinces. Only seasoned awakeners holding invitations, representatives of major conglomerates, and certain officially sanctioned individuals were permitted entry. A black Mercedes Maybach gradually came to a halt at the hotel entrance. The doorman respectfully opened the car door. First to emerge was a hairless, monstrous dog clad in a custom suit, actually an XXL-sized outfit from a pet store, wearing sunglasses, and adorned with a hefty black iron chain around its neck, strutting with an air of arrogance. Next came a young man dressed casually, carrying a backpack, followed by an exceptionally beautiful woman exuding an aloof charm that made it difficult for others to gaze directly at her. This strange ensemble drew curious glances from passers-by. Mr. Jiang, is it really appropriate for De Huang to dress this way? Su Qingge remarked, observing the dog strutting ahead with utter disregard. The soul-binding lock, a C-grade sealing item, around its neck did not suppress its fierceness. Instead, it flaunted it, clanking as it walked like a nouveau riche. Not to worry, such high-end venues demand a certain flair, Jiang Li replied, adjusting his collar, despite it being a mere few hundred yuan Jack Jones shirt. I've instructed him. Today, we only look, no biting. If he dares to chew on anything, he'll be deprived of chicken legs for 3 days. Woof. Got it. Stop nagging. De Huang barked impatiently, its eyes behind the sunglasses darting greedily, relishing the scent of ancient, decaying yet potent aromas wafting through the air. Delicious. There's a feast waiting up here. Excuse me, may we please see your invitation? At the elevator entrance, 2 security personnel clad in black suits and earpieces obstructed their path. These guards were surprisingly D-grade awakeners, emanating an imposing aura. Su Qingge retrieved a gilded black card from her bag and presented it. The security personnel accepted the card and swiped it through a specialized device. Ding. S-grade VIP. Miss Su, please proceed. Their demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, tinged with a hint of trepidation. S-grade. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in Jianghai City. And this gentleman? The security guard inquired, looking at Jiang Li. He is my companion, Su Qingge replied nonchalantly. Understood, please enter. The trio proceeded smoothly into the elevator. Ascending to the top floor. The banquet hall on the top floor was resplendent, adorned with opulent crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, while melodious piano music flowed through the air. Elegant glass display cabinets lined the hall, showcasing an array of peculiar items: rusted bronze swords, cracked jade pendants, blood-stained dolls, and parchment inscribed with spells. Dressed in fine attire, numerous guests surrounded each cabinet, discussing the displayed artifacts. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a high-end antique exhibition. However, for awakeners, this was a perilous zone of psychic energy. Each seemingly shabby item radiated strange fluctuations, be it curses, blessings, or pure madness. Such grandeur. Jiang Li entered the hall, wide-eyed like a country bumpkin in a grand garden. Miss Su, isn't this just a second-hand goods market? Why does it resemble a palace? Second-hand goods market? Su Qingge replied. Each item here could incite chaos in the black market. Mr. Jiang, these are spiritual objects, possessing unique powers. Some were unearthed from ancient tombs, others extracted from forbidden zones, while some are remnants left by powerful beings after their demise. Even a fragment could grant extraordinary abilities. Oh, understood. Jiang Li nodded, pointing to a dark stone in a nearby display. Is that like a lump of coal? What is it for? Burning? Su Qingge's expression tightened as she followed his gaze. That is, thunderstruck wood fossil, containing violent thunderous power, a top-tier material for crafting thunder attribute staves. With a starting bid of 1 million. $1 million for a lump of coal? Jiang Li marveled. Wealthy people really know how to spend. He shook his head and continued forward, glancing over the various displays. In his eyes, these so-called treasures appeared through a peculiar filter. Curse doll, D-grade a tattered Barbie doll. Likely salvaged from a trash heap. Bloodthirsty demon blade, C-grade a rusty kitchen knife, less sharp than his own butchering knife. The cursed jade pendant, D-grade, a cracked piece of jade from a street vendor, hardly worth 5 yuan. It was disappointing, merely a collection of trinkets. Jiang Li felt a tinge of disillusionment, having hoped to stumble upon something valuable. Perhaps a net that could catch fish on its own or bait that could attract larger catches. Instead, he found an array of items devoid of practical value. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the center of the hall. Look, Master Gu has arrived. Master Gu is renowned in Jianghai City as the foremost expert in gem appraisal, possessing a discerning eye and being a B-grade psychic adept. Rumor has it that he is here today to evaluate a remarkable treasure. The crowd parted, revealing an elderly man clad in traditional Chinese attire, his goat-like beard prominent. As he was escorted by a throng of admirers, he deftly twirled 2 walnuts in his hand, exuding an air of superiority. Is that Master Gu? Jiang Li mused. glancing curiously at him. Indeed, Gu Changfeng, a luminary in the field of spiritual object appraisal. Su Qingge nodded. His ability in spiritual vision, allowing him to see through most spiritual disguises and their side effects. Master Gu approached a pedestal draped in red fabric at the hall's center and halted. A middle-aged organizer hurried over, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Master Gu, you have finally arrived. This object is exceedingly sinister. Several of us appraisal experts have scrutinized it for ages, yet we dared not unveil it without your esteemed guidance. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. Master Gu scoffed. Let me see what is causing such ruckus. He stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and his eyes suddenly emanated a white light. Clearly activating his ocular technique, he yanked the red cloth away. With a flourish, the fabric fell, revealing an unremarkable earthenware jar, approximately half a meter tall. Its surface was rough and drab, even sporting a chip, resembling a container used in rural areas for pickling vegetables. Is this it? The crowd erupted in derision. Is this mere jar the grand finale? Jiang Li, straining to see from the crowd, couldn't help but chuckle. This jar resembles the one at my grandmother's house used for pickling sour beans. Even the chip matches. Could it have been collected as scrap? Yet, Master Gu's expression turned ashen in an instant. No, this is not an ordinary jar. He fixated on it, the white light in his eyes flickering violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is Buzz. Suddenly, the earthenware jar trembled. An invisible sound wave emanated from the jar, rapidly spreading outward. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. A piercing, frenzied laughter, brimming with malice, erupted in everyone's minds without warning. The sound seemed to rise from the depths of hell, imbued with maddening power. The closest ordinary staff members clutched their ears, screaming in agony, blood oozing from their orifices as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in madness. Even those D-grade awakened individuals felt their heads pounding, their minds hazy, visions distorted with terror. Not good. It's the screaming demon jar, C-grade cursed object. Su Qingge's countenance shifted dramatically, an icy blue frost shield enveloped him, blocking the mental onslaught. Everyone fall back. This thing has gone berserk. Its sound will obliterate one's sanity. Poof. Master Gu, caught in the initial wave, coughed up blood, his body flying backward, eyes rolling back, clearly suffering severe mental trauma. Run. This thing devours people. The crowd erupted in chaos, crying out as they surged toward the exit. The earthenware jar levitated, black mist pouring from its opening, within which distorted faces of agony faintly emerged. The shrill screams grew louder, as if threatening to rip the ceiling from the banquet hall. Hee hee hee. Die. Everyone must die. A terrifying pressure enveloped the room. Damn it. It must be sealed. Su Qingge unsheathed his folding knife, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. Wait. Jiang Li stood beside her, remarkably calm, holding half a piece of uneaten watermelon in the other hand. This minor issue hardly requires your intervention. Su Qingge was taken aback. Senior, that's a C-grade cursed object with formidable mental attacks. What cursed object? Jiang Li frowned, pointing at the jar suspended in midair, spewing black mist. Isn't this just a pressure cooker gone haywire? Look at the steam. The pressure valve must be clogged. To him, the terrifying demon jar appeared merely as a dilapidated pressure cooker, spewing steam due to excessive pressure, or perhaps some kind of kettle. That shrill sound was simply the noise of boiling water. It's so noisy, my ears are about to burst. Jiang Li tossed the watermelon rind aside and strode forward. De Huang, cover me. Woof. Understood, boss. Although De Huang found the sound somewhat grating, witnessing his owner's bravery compelled him to charge ahead, barking fiercely at the jar, attempting to counter the sound wave with sound. Jiang Li, enduring the mind-numbing shrieks, advanced to the jar's front. Where's the soul calling? He reached out, seizing the spinning jar. Zzz. The cursed runes on the jar's surface erupted, attempting to corrode Jiang Li's palm. Yet, under Jiang Li's angular physique, these curses felt merely like slightly hot water. Oh, that's quite warm. It must be boiling, right? Jiang Li furrowed his brow, firmly pressing down on the jar's body. Then grabbed a towel from the nearby table, actually a sealing talisman, left behind by the frightened appraisers. Be quiet. He crumpled the towel into a ball and forcefully stuffed it into the jar's opening, which was continuously spewing black mist and shrieks. Thud. A muffled sound resonated, akin to a blocked fart. The maddening shrieks ceased abruptly. The levitating jar appeared to lose its power, clattering down onto the table, shaking twice before becoming motionless. The black mist dissipated, and the illusions vanished. The entire banquet hall fell silent, with only the towel lodged in the jar's opening, appearing particularly comical. Everyone halted in their tracks, turning back to witness this unbelievable scene. Master Gu, supported by others, blood still at the corner of his mouth, trembled as he pointed at Jiang Li. What did he do? He sealed the mouth of that thing with a towel. This is a C-grade cursed source. The black mist that spewed from it could corrode souls, and he sealed it with his bare hands. What kind of divine intervention is this? Jiang Li brushed the dust from his hands, turning back to Su Qingge with an air of nonchalance. See, I told you it was just a leaking pressure cooker, right? Just needed to tighten it up. He glanced at the now docile jar, licking his lips. The jar seems to be of decent quality, but the opening is a bit too large, making it hard to seal properly. If used for pickling vegetables, it would likely invite mold. The crowd, pickling vegetables? That is the screaming demon jar. It houses thousands of vengeful spirits. You intend to use it for pickling vegetables? Su Qingge gazed at Jiang Li, his demeanor so nonchalant that it nearly overflowed with admiration. Is this the method of world-ending caliber? Defying rules, disregarding curses, suppressing the most terrifying evil with the simplest of means. The act of sealing the demon jar with a towel is worthy of being included in the textbooks of the Night Watchers. Just then, the middle-aged organizer approached, trembling. Master, thank you for your timely intervention. He regarded Jiang Li as one might a savior. Without you, this place would likely have been drenched in blood. A mere trifling matter. No need for gratitude. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. Since this jar is broken, are you still selling it? The middle-aged man was taken aback. You want to buy it? Yes, Jiang Li replied. I find this jar quite substantial. Although it has a slight leak, with some repairs, it should suffice for planting flowers or raising fish. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, given it's a defective item, could the price be lowered? I believe 50 yuan is fair. 50 yuan? The middle-aged man nearly lost his balance. This is originally a C-class spiritual artifact with a starting bid of 5 million. Yet, as he observed the trembling magic jar, gagged with a cloth, and the enigmatic Jiang Li, he relented. It's yours. Take it away. To clear our space. I would even pay you 50,000. Really? Jiang Li chuckled. How could I accept such generosity? But since you insist, I will reluctantly take it. He lifted the heavy jar as if it were a bucket of instant noodles. Dahuang, let's go. Time to prepare some pickled vegetables. Woof. This jar emits the scent of many wronged souls. I could really eat. Man and dog, amidst the awed, fearful, and dazed gazes of hundreds of awakened individuals, swaggered out of the banquet hall, leaving behind the cloth still inserted in the jar's mouth, fluttering slightly in the wind, as if lamenting the magic jar's last dignity. Chapter 13. The magic jar for pickling beans in Dragon Bay, Villa number 13. A black Maybach slowly pulled up at the door. Su Qingge personally acted as the chauffeur, escorting this peculiar master-servant duo home. Mr. Jiang, you've truly gone to great expense today. Su Qingge's gaze was complex as she watched Jiang Li clutch the dusty jar. Just half an hour earlier, he had not only physically persuaded the organizers to gift him the uncontrollable C-class cursed item, the screaming magic jar, but had also purchased a large bundle of long beans, 2 pounds of red chili peppers, and a hefty bag of coarse salt from a roadside market. His intentions were clear. He genuinely intended to use this jar, sealed with countless vengeful spirits, to pickle beans. Oh, what expense! The jar was a free pickup, and the beans only cost 150 a pound. Jiang Li grinned. Miss Su, why not stay for dinner? I plan to make stir-fried meat with pickled beans. Although it will take a few days to ferment, I can prepare something else in the meantime. No, Su Qingge replied, casting a glance at the jar which still quivered, as if silently weeping. It contains tens of thousands of vengeful spirits. Will the beans really not mutate, if pickled with such a vessel? Although she trusted Jiang Li's ability to suppress evil spirits, the psychological barrier was insurmountable. I have some work at the office, writing a report, so I must take my leave. Su Qingge hurriedly dove into the car, flooring the accelerator. Such a courteous neighbor. Jiang Li shook his head, carrying the jar and leading Dahuang into the villa. Upon returning home, Jiang Li immediately tossed the battered jar into the kitchen sink. Dahuang, keep an eye on it. Don't let it roll away and shatter. As he rolled up his sleeves, he grabbed a steel wool pad and dish soap. Where on earth did this jar come from? It's filthy with black mud. He turned on the faucet. Water gushed into the jar. Sizzle. As the water touched the jar's surface, it bubbled violently, emitting thick black smoke. This was the vengeful spirits clinging to the jar's inner walls, reacting to the pure water. They attempted to resist, trying to pull the audacious human daring to desecrate the jar into an illusion. Countless distorted faces emerged from the black smoke, silently howling at Jiang Li. What is the stench? Jiang Li frowned, fanning the air. It reeked horrendously, like a dead rat rotting inside. This seller truly is a swindler. No wonder he gave it to me for free. Through Jiang Li's lens, The terrifying, vengeful spirits and black smoke were merely the musty odor of years of accumulated grime and dust. It seemed he needed to use some strong cleaning agents. Jiang Li seized an entire bottle of dish soap, poured in half a bottle of powerful cleaning agent, and then vigorously scrubbed the inside of the jar with the steel wool. Clean it. Make it spotless. Squeak, squeak. The steel wool scraping against the ceramic wall produced a cringe-inducing sound. Each stroke was accompanied by a piercing wail. Only those with high spiritual sight could hear. The vengeful spirits that had clung to the walls for centuries were forcibly scraped away, along with the grime, washed down the drain. The magic jar trembled, feeling as if its very skin were being rubbed off. This human strength was too great, and the silver steel wool he was using even possessed anti-magic properties. 10 minutes later, Jiang Li looked at the jar, now sparkling and rejuvenated. Once grimy and eerie, the magic jar now gleamed brightly, even exuding a refreshing lemon fragrance from the dish soap. Much more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Li wiped his hands and began preparing the pickles. He washed the long beans and let them dry before cutting them into segments. He chopped the red chili peppers, crushed ginger, and garlic. De Huang, come help hold this steady. Why does this jar keep wobbling? Jiang Li complained while stuffing the beans inside. De Huang scampered over, pressing its front paws against the jar's opening. It peered inside and saw the once mighty vengeful spirits now cowering in the far corners of the jar. Watching the enormous green strips, beans, and white crystals, salt, fall from above, emitting desperate wails. Woof, behave yourselves, or we'll have you for dinner. De Huang threatened with a low growl. The jar instantly stilled. Jiang Li packed the beans tightly, sprinkled a thick layer of coarse salt on top, poured in cool boiled water, and even added 2 ounces of high-proof liquor to kill bacteria and enhance flavor. This liquor was potent. Hopefully, it would suppress the musty odor. Everything was ready. Jiang Li found a large bowl to cover the jar's opening and added a circle of water around the rim for sealing. Perfect. In 3 to 5 days, it'll be ready to eat. I'll stir-fry some pickled beans with minced meat for Xiaoyu. She loves that. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Li slept soundly upstairs, snoring thunderously. In the kitchen, the screaming magic jar, now a makeshift pickling vessel, began to stir restlessly, having been placed in a corner. As a C-class cursed object, it possessed a degree of self-awareness. The humiliation it endured during the day ignited its rage. It was a terrifying entity that had once turned an entire town into a dead zone overnight, and it was now being used to pickle beans. The excessive salt and garlic added to the beans were causing its very soul to ache. Unforgivable. The jar began to tremble slightly, causing ripples in the water seal on the bowl. It was preparing to retaliate. It intended to make this foolish human pay dearly. A surge of black resentment attempted to push open the bowl, aiming to permeate the villa, creating terrifying illusions to drive the inhabitants mad in their dreams. Gurgle. The bowl was pushed slightly ajar. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. The magic jar instantly halted its movements, feigning innocence. De Huang, appearing like a ghost, entered the kitchen. It ignored the jar and headed straight for the large double-door refrigerator. De Huang skillfully pried open the fridge door with its paw, causing a rush of cold air to escape. Inside, aside from the vegetables and drinks Jiang Li had bought, the bottom shelf was crammed with half a bucket of abyss leeches, cut into pieces. In the corner of the refrigerator, wrapped in cling film, lay a black object, the remaining half of the abyssal anglerfish's head. De Huang was there to sneak a bite. It cast a disdainful glance at the magical pot nestled in the corner. Wang Wu, it thought, be quiet, don't wake the master, or I shall face the brunt of his ire as well. The magical pot sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the hounds of Tindalos, an unmistakable scent of apex predators. Yet, that was not the most terrifying presence. The most fearsome entity lurked within the refrigerator, a fish head, frozen solid yet still exuding the residual power of a C-class apex dominator. At that moment, the fish's unblinking eye, obscured by plastic wrap, seemed to stare accusingly at the magical pot, as if to say, "Ah, you've come too? I was here first, learn some decorum." The magical pot felt utterly cowed. What kind of monsters resided in this abode? A dog that was a temporal hunter, a refrigerator harboring a dominator from the abyss, and perhaps something sinister still alive in the pond outside. It quietly sealed the gap it had opened. Being a jar of pickled cabbage didn't seem so bad. At least it was safe. The next morning, Jiang Li sprang from bed, eager to check on his pickled green beans in the kitchen. Well sealed, no air leaks. He mused, nodding in satisfaction before opening the refrigerator to fetch some milk. Why is there one less sausage? Jiang Li counted in confusion. Turning to the large yellow dog lounging at the door pretending to sleep, he noticed a suspicious grease stain at the corner of its mouth. Big Yellow. Did you sneak a bite of my sausage? Wong. I did not. I'm a dog. I don't eat pork. Big Yellow feigned innocence. Jiang Li sighed. Too lazy to argue. He pulled out his phone and checked the date. It was Saturday, and little fish was back from college. His spirits lifted instantly. A perfect day to take her shopping for new clothes. She had been wearing her high school uniform trousers to university. Such thriftiness. After changing into some fresh clothes, Jiang Li drove his Land Rover with Big Yellow in tow, heading straight for Jianghai University. At Wanda Plaza in the city center, the weekend crowd surged. Bustling and lively, Jiang Li held little fish's hand, while Big Yellow trailed behind. To prevent scaring anyone, Jiang Li had absurdly outfitted it with sunglasses, making it resemble a guide dog. Brother, the clothes here are so expensive. Little Fish hesitated before the display windows showcasing garments with price tags in the thousands. Expensive? What are you talking about? Your brother is rich now. Jiang Li waved his hand grandiosely, declaring, try whatever you like. No need to check the tags. He pushed Little Fish into a seemingly upscale women's clothing store. Welcome. The enthusiastic saleswoman greeted them. Little Fish felt a bit awkward, but spurred on by Jiang Li's encouragement, she selected a few dresses to try on. Jiang Li settled onto a sofa in the lounge area, sipping the complimentary lemonade while playing with Big Yellow. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the store entrance. Get out of the way. Move aside. Several burly bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses rudely shoved past customers, forming a barrier at the entrance. Following them was a flamboyantly dressed young man adorned with designer labels, accompanied by a heavily made-up woman. Darling, I've taken a liking to this store. Clear everyone out. I want to have the place to myself, he said, chewing gum with an air of arrogance. Understood, young Master Zhao, the woman replied coyly before turning to the store manager. Did you hear? Young Master Zhao wants to reserve the place, so hurry up and escort the riffraff out. The manager looked distressed. But young Master Zhao, that's against the rules. There are customers trying on clothes. Rules? In Jianghai City, I am the rule. Zhao sneered, pulling out a black card and slamming it on the counter. I'll take everything here. Now, get those paupers out. The bodyguards immediately advanced, beginning to evict customers. Out, out. Didn't you hear? Several patrons, unable to voice their anger, slunk away in defeat. Soon, the bodyguard stood before Jiang Li. Kid, take your dog and scram. The bodyguard loomed over Jiang Li, reaching for his collar. Jiang Li, who had been sipping his drink, frowned slightly at the disruption. Scram? Who asked your dog to be barking so rudely? Just then, Big Yellow, previously lounging on the ground, perked up, baring its teeth at the bodyguard. Wong, who is a dog? Who are you insulting? The bodyguard, startled by Big Yellow's sharp fangs, quickly regained his composure, fury swelling within him. Damn it! Ignoring my warning? Throw him out. He lunged for Big Yellow's collar. With lightning speed, Jiang Li seized the bodyguard's wrist. Don't touch my dog. It has a temper and is prone to stress. He spoke coolly, applying slight pressure. Ouch, ouch. The bodyguard felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, collapsing to his knees in agony. The commotion drew Zhao's attention. Oh, we have a fighter here? Zhao dismissed the woman in his arm and approached Jiang Li, sizing him up. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you touch my people? And why should it concern me who you are? Jiang Li released his grip, and the bodyguard crumpled to the floor like a rag doll. I only know that precedence matters. My sister is still trying on clothes. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he must wait. Ha! What a bold statement. Zhao laughed in rage. In Jianghai City, no one dares speak to me, Zhao Tianba, like that. You must be tired of living. His eyes turned cold, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. He was a C-class awakened one, and a rare beast transformation type berserker bear at that. Zhao's physique rapidly expanded, tearing his clothes as black bristles sprouted from his skin, his hands transforming into massive bear paws. Roar! He bellowed, slamming a paw toward Jiang Li's head. A strike that would surely crush a normal person's skull like a watermelon. The employees screamed in fright and scrambled for cover. Yet, Jiang Li remained seated, utterly unfazed. He merely sighed and plucked a stainless steel fork from the fruit platter. Why do wealthy people today enjoy transforming? Isn't it hot in all that fur? At the very moment the enormous bear paw was about to descend, Jiang Li flung the fork with precision. Thud! The fork, initially intended for fruit, pierced through Zhao's supposedly invulnerable bear paw like an armor-piercing round, propelling him backward and pinning him to a supporting column. Hello! Zhao's roar morphed into a scream. Horror etched on his face as he beheld his hand impaled against the wall, blood trickling down the column. An eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned to the young man still seated on the sofa, his demeanor calm and collected. Jiang Li clapped his hands, rose, and approached Zhao. When a mischievous child misbehaves, one must educate him. He gazed at Zhao's pained and contorted face, which had reverted to its human form, and smiled. Now, can we quietly continue trying on clothes? At that moment, the fitting room door swung open. Little Fish emerged, clad in a light blue dress. Twirling around with hopeful eyes fixed on Jiang Li. Brother, does it look good? The fierceness vanished from Jiang Li's expression, replaced by a tender smile. It looks amazing. Absolutely stunning, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Ignoring the chaos surrounding them, and Zhao nailed to the wall. He retrieved his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the stunned store manager. Charge this outfit, along with those others she tried earlier. Oh, and I'll also cover the damage to the wall. In the oppressive silence, only the faint cracks on the wall slowly spread, accompanied by a subtle, ominous sound. Zhao Tianba, lay sprawled out like a taxidermied frog, his limbs splayed. With his palm cruelly pinned to a load-bearing column by a stainless steel fork typically used for eating cantaloupe. Blood trickled down the wallpaper, staining his expensive Armani suit a more vivid hue. He had either fainted from pain or terror. The bodyguards surrounding him appeared ashen, their legs trembling. And despite still clutching their batons, none dared to take a single step forward. How absurd. That was a fork meant for fruit. If this man could impale a hand into a concrete pillar from 5 or 6 meters away with a mere fruit fork, what would happen if he wielded a flying knife? They would have lost their heads by now. Swipe the card, no password. Jiang Li handed his bank card to the store manager, who was cowering beneath the cash register. Wrap up these outfits. Oh, and this wall too. Jiang Li turned to glance at the cracked load-bearing column, letting out a soft sigh of remorse. I've been rather careless. This renovation looks rather expensive. How much do you think would be a fair compensation? The manager cautiously poked his head out from behind the counter, stealing glances at the menacing figure of Jiang Li and then at Zhao against the wall, swallowing hard. No compensation is needed. It's our honor for you to purchase clothes. This wall was due for repairs anyway. We owe you thanks for helping us secure renovation funds. The manager's survival instinct kicked in, and he spoke so rapidly it was akin to a machine gun. That one do. Damaging property requires compensation. It's the rule. Jiang Li was a reasonable person. How about this? The wallpaper is only a few dozen per square meter, and the putty isn't expensive. I'll pay an extra 800. That should be enough for you to find a mason to fix it, right? That's more than sufficient. Absolutely enough. The manager nodded frantically. Not to mention 800. Even if Jiang Li claimed he would repair the wall himself, the manager would not dare utter a word of dissent. Payment successful. Jiang Li received his bank card and receipt, picked up the exquisite bag containing his new clothes, and nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoyu, let us go. He took the still-dazed Xiaoyu by the hand, with Da Huang leading the way, effectively driving away the obstructive bodyguards. As they passed Zhao, who was still nailed to the wall, Jiang Li paused. The bodyguards tensed, fearing a potential follow-up attack. To their surprise, Jiang Li merely wiped his hands on Zhao's attire, having gotten fruit juice on them earlier, and shook his head in disdain. Today's youth have such poor physical conditioning, they faint from a mere magic trick. With that, he extracted the fork. Thud. Blood spurted forth. Zhao jolted awake from the pain, only to see Jiang Li's face, his eyes rolling back as he fainted again. The fork was of good quality, not bent. Jiang Li wiped the bloodied fork on Zhao's tie, casually pocketing it. No need for waste. Onlookers thought, what a ruthless individual. Even the weapon must be salvaged for further use. In the Land Rover, Xiaoyu clutched a pile of new clothes, finally regaining her senses after the car had traveled 2 streets. Brother, have we caused a terrible mess? Her face paled. She recalled that Zhao was reputedly a local bully with considerable influence. If you've nailed him to the wall, will he report us to the police? Or seek revenge from the underworld? Revenge? Jiang Li chuckled nonchalantly while steering. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. Why not? Because I'm now a person of interest in relevant departments. Jiang Li pointed to his sunglasses. I deal with such unnatural occurrences. You witnessed my transformation. It's a condition that requires treatment. What I did earlier was acupuncture, albeit a bit rough, but the results are evident. See how obedient he is now. Though Jiang Xiaoyu is innocent, she wasn't foolish. Brother, you're lying. Who uses a fork for acupuncture? It's called treating poison with poison, Jiang Li quipped. Now, don't fret about it. I'm capable enough. No one will dare bully you in Jianghai City. Should anyone lay a finger on you, I'll hang them from a lamppost as decoration. While his tone was light, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He was not jesting. On this land shrouded by the shadows of the past, anyone who dared to harm his family would soon learn the true meaning of indescribable terror. After dropping his sister off at school, Jiang Li left her with 20,000 yuan for living expenses before driving back to Yulong Bay. Upon arriving at Villa 13, it was already evening. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelmingly pungent sour scent. It was akin to 100 pounds of lemons mingled with aged vinegar, further fermented with a hint of chili pepper over 10 years. Wow, what a scent! Jiang Li's eyes lit up as he dashed to the kitchen. In the corner, the screaming demon pot, which he had used to pickle green beans, was trembling slightly, with bubbling water sealing the top. Plumes of visible green smoke, the product of purged grievances, wafted from the water. "Da Huang, is this pot leaking?" Jiang Li leaned in for a closer inspection. Da Huang, adorned with a hefty gold chain today, refused to enter the kitchen, terrified. It had witnessed the torment endured by the once mighty C-class cursed item over the past few days. The high concentrations of salt, alcohol, and capsaicin had not only flavored the green beans, but had also deeply infused the souls of the vengeful spirits. The demon pot had transformed. It was no longer just a screeching vessel. Now, it only emitted sour burps. Jiang Li lifted the large bowl's lid. A rich, aromatic sour fragrance shot upward. The green beans had turned an enticing golden yellow, vibrant and mouth-watering. Done. Jiang Li picked up a bean with chopsticks and took a bite. Crunch. Sour, spicy, crisp, refreshing. Delicious. Exquisite. Jiang Li couldn't stop praising. This pot was indeed a treasure, and the pickled sour beans were imbued with spirit. Ding. Consumed cursed sour green beans. Mental resistance too. Gained temporary buff. Evil spirits retreat. The sour smell emanating from you will repel lower-level spiritual entities. Jiang Li poured a small bowl of sour broth and savored a sip. Refreshing. This sour soup would be perfect for cooking fish. Just then, an idea struck him. Speaking of fish, it seemed the catches from Blackwater Bay had been dwindling lately. Jiang Li stroked his chin, deep in thought. To catch big fish, one must venture into the deep sea. However, fishing boats were prohibitively expensive, and he lacked the necessary licenses. Right. A second-hand boat. Jiang Li's eyes brightened. He recalled a ship graveyard at the old dock in Jianghai City, where abandoned vessels were often sold at shockingly low prices after a bit of repair. Tomorrow, I'll go take a look. Buying a boat, we'll set sail as fishing masters. The next day, the sky was overcast. In the eastern outskirts of Jianghai City, at the old dock, the area was a gray zone on the edge of the city, saturated with the smell of seawater and oil. Hundreds of abandoned vessels were clustered on the water's surface, some mere skeletons, others half submerged, and some covered in barnacles and seaweed. This place was known as the ship graveyard, a haven for many vagrants and fugitives. Jiang Li, holding Da Huang, who was sporting a large gold chain today, strolled into a corrugated iron shack beside the dock, wearing his signature flip-flops. This was Old Wang's second-hand boat dealership. The owner, Old Wang, was a one-eyed man reclining in a rocking chair, listening to the radio while fiddling with two rusted iron balls. "Boss, I'd like to buy a boat." Jiang Li knocked on the doorframe. Old Wang opened his solitary eye and cast a glance at Jiang Li. "Purchase scrap metal to the left, spare parts to the right." "Do you have a license for a whole ship?" "No license," Jiang Li replied candidly. "I merely wish to acquire a vessel that can float on the sea, preferably one that is a bit larger and, ideally, inexpensive." His intention was clear. It was primarily for fishing. "Fishing?" Old Wang scoffed. "Without a license, you cannot venture out to sea. The maritime police are stringent. Moreover, there are sea monsters lurking in these waters. Do you wish to court death? That is not your concern. Just tell me if there is one available." Jiang Li produced a stack of red bills, tapping them in his hand. "Money is not an issue. The crucial point is that the ship must be sturdy. I cannot have it breaking apart halfway." Upon seeing the money, Old Wang's demeanor softened slightly. He straightened up, pondered for a moment, and suddenly wore an enigmatic smile. "A sturdy ship? An inexpensive ship? Indeed, there is one." Old Wang stood up and pointed towards the distant sea, where a solitary black vessel lingered at the edge of the mist. "Do you see that?" Jiang Li followed the direction of his finger. It was a medium-sized fishing boat, approximately 20 meters in length, entirely black and of an ancient design, with a tattered skull flag, actually a ragged canvas, hanging from the bow. Although it appeared quite old, the hull seemed structurally sound, and it exuded a faint metallic luster. "That ship is called the Black Pearl," Jiang Li observed, "originally named the Ghost Mary." Old Wang lowered his voice. "It was an oceanic fishing vessel from 30 years ago, said to have ventured into the Forbidden Sea, and all its crew perished, yet the ship returned on its own. Over the past 30 years, it has had 8 owners. Each individual who purchased it has never returned after setting sail. Some say the ship is alive and consumes people. Hence, it has remained here, as no one dares to claim it. If you are brave enough to take it, then..." Old Wang extended 5 fingers. 50,000. Jiang Li inquired. 5,000. Old Wang chuckled. 5,000, and both the ship and the forged license are yours. However, if the ship devours you or sinks, there will be no refunds. 5,000. Jiang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. That is exceedingly cheap. A vessel of this size must be worth more than 5,000 just in scrap. As for the tales of consumption, curses, and ghost ships, he regarded them as mere embellishments. It was simply a slightly worn second-hand means of transportation that might require extensive repairs. I'll buy it. Let us sign the contract now. Jiang Li, fearing Old Wang might change his mind, placed the money on the table decisively. Splendid. Old Wang accepted the cash and tossed Jiang Li a rusted key. The ship is over there. You may start it yourself. And a friendly warning. Do not sleep in the cabin at night, as it may lead to nightmares. With his dog De Huang in tow, Jiang Li stepped onto the rickety floating bridge and boarded the fabled ghost ship. As soon as he stepped aboard, a chilling aura crept up from beneath his feet. The deck was damp, as if it had just been washed, yet upon closer inspection, the stains were dark red, emanating a faint metallic scent. Woof! De Huang bristled upon boarding, sensing the atmosphere. This entire vessel was alive. This was no mere ship. It was a colossal deep-sea carcass. Disguised as a boat, the hull served as its skeletal frame, the deck its skin, the mast its spine, and what was referred to as the engine room was, in truth, its sluggishly beating black heart. Countless tormented souls writhed along the ship's sides, emitting silent wails. This was a genuine ghost ship. Ugh, the deck is rather slippery. It needs some cleaning. Jiang Li stomped his foot, entirely unaware that the deck quivered ever so slightly at his touch. He made his way to the cockpit. Inside, dust and cobwebs adorned the space, and dried seaweed entangled the steering wheel. In the corner sat a skeleton clad in tattered captain's attire, clutching a nautical diary tightly. Oh, there's even the former captain's remains? Jiang Li approached, offering a respectful nod. Esteemed predecessor, I shall make good use of your vessel. Rest assured. I will bring it to glory. With that, he attempted to move the skeleton aside. Just then, 2 ghostly flames ignited within its eye sockets. Caw caw caw. Another fool has come to meet their demise, a chilling voice echoed in the cramped cockpit. The skeleton slowly raised its head, its jaw rattling ominously. Mortal, offer your soul as sustenance for this ship. The surrounding temperature plummeted, frost covering the windows. This was the aura of the dread captain. However, Jiang Li swiftly slapped the skeleton's head, causing it to spin thrice. Be quiet. What is all this racket? He frowned, exasperated. Why are there so many sound-activated switches on this ship? And with sound effects, no less? I thought it was some sort of prank toy. The model is quite realistic. But the dialogue is a bit juvenile. Jiang Li seized the skull, wrenching it free from its neck. The skull looked decent, rounded. And he thought to take it home for De Huang to play with. The dread captain? It was bewildered. Its head had been removed. Moreover, the aura emanating from this human was infinitely more terrifying than the ghost ship itself. De Huang. Catch! Jiang Li tossed the skull to De Huang. Woof! De Huang leaped, clamping down on the skull. Crack! The skull shattered, snuffing out the ghostly flames and consuming the dread captain's essence. This ship is now mine. Jiang Li stood before the helm, grasping the cold steering wheel. Despite its dilapidated state, what more could one expect for 5,000? From this moment forth, you shall be my warship. I have already devised a name, the Wave Breaker, though it is truly named the Leviathan's Remains. As Jiang Li's hands clasped the wheel, the entire vessel seemed to shudder. An intangible pact was formed in an instant. Deep within the ship, the long-dormant black heart, sensing the vast and terrifying power within Jiang Li, tightened momentarily before beginning to beat with vigor. Thump thump. No fuel required, no electricity needed. This ghost ship, which had slumbered for 30 years, awakened at that moment. It became Jiang Li's loyal steed, or perhaps his greatest fishing tool. Set sail. Destination, Misty Sea. Jiang Li laughed heartily as he turned the wheel. The black fishing vessel emitted a deep rumble, gradually departing the ghostly ship graveyard, heading toward the deeper, darker, and more perilous waters. Chapter 15. The fuel-consuming engine and the stormy weather of the Misty Sea. On the edge of the Misty Sea, tumultuous waves crashed against the shore. The dark-hued black pearl, or rather, the Leviathan's remains, rose and fell with the waves, resembling a steel behemoth emerging from the depths of hell. The black wooden planks, bones, of the ship glimmered with a faint cold light, while the skull flag at the bow danced wildly in the wind. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Li wore a troubled expression as he scrutinized the intricate dashboard. This wretched ship doesn't even have a fuel gauge. How am I to know how much fuel remains? He pounded on the rusted control panel. Hey, move a little. Are you stuck? Thump thump. With his strikes, the entire ship jolted violently, a deep rumbling emanating from the depths, akin to some great beast lamenting. To Jiang Li, this was merely a sign of poor engine connection. Yet, in De Huang's eyes, it was the B-class carcass beast being frightened into cardiac arrest by its master, who exuded the essence of destruction. It seems it is hungry, or rather, out of fuel. Jiang Li sighed and picked up a bucket of abyssal leech flesh, which he had saved for bait, and made his way to the engine room at the bottom of the ship. There was no diesel engine, only a vast, writhing mass of black flesh, at the center of which pulsated an enormous, still-beating black heart. Countless blood vessels, resembling conduits, connected various parts of the vessel. How peculiar this engine design is, perhaps biomimetic? Jiang Li pinched his nose. The fuel tank opening was excessively large, and the stench was overwhelming, akin to an exploded sewer. Without hesitation, he poured a bucket of shredded meat into the black pit. Instantly, the mass bubbled furiously as the heart contracted violently, and numerous fleshy tendrils surged forth, ravenously consuming the energy-rich blood and meat. Energy replenishment completed. Power output increased by 100. Boom! The ship trembled violently. A visible wave of black energy surged from the stern, propelling the ghostly vessel, weighing several tons, forth like an arrow released from a bow. Goodness! The power of this fuel is astounding. Jiang Li nearly lost his balance, bracing himself against the wall with delight. Could this be the legendary biodiesel? This is incredible. He patted the beating heart in satisfaction. Keep it up. I'll bring you some quality motor oil, premium blood, and meat. Later. The heart. Thump thump. Thump thump. Trembling, indicating understanding. After traveling several nautical miles, the surrounding mist thickened, shifting from a grayish-white to an eerie pale purple. They had ventured deep into the misty sea, a forbidden zone for awakened individuals and expedition teams from various nations. The sea surface was eerily calm, almost unsettlingly so. De Huang. Keep an eye on the radar, De Huang's nose. Inform me if there are any schools of fish nearby. Jiang Li stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, holding an S-shaped meat hook he had just purchased, with a 5-pound piece of rotting pig liver hanging from it. Woof! Master! There is a high-energy response ahead. De Huang barked excitedly. Jiang Li looked up and saw dark clouds gathering above the sea, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Thick purple bolts of lightning danced through the clouds, occasionally striking the sea and erupting into towering columns of water. At the center of the storm, a massive glowing entity could be discerned, entwined in lightning, generating small tsunamis with each flick of its tail. Lord of Lightning Element, Deep-Sea Electric Eel, B-Class Elemental Creature. This was a terrifying being formed entirely of pure electrical energy. Even a warship would be instantly reduced to scrap metal upon encountering it. But to Jiang Li, it was a sight to behold. What in the world is that? He removed his sunglasses, his eyes wide as saucers, gazing at the enormous ribboned fish. And it glows? He marveled at the lightning, feeling not an ounce of fear, but rather excitement. I knew there were electric eels in this sea. Look at the crackling. The voltage must be substantial. If I can catch it and connect it to the neighborhood transformer, I'll cover the entire community's electricity bills. This is no mere fish. It's a mobile nuclear power station. Jiang Li's hands trembled with exhilaration. De Huang. Full speed ahead. Don't let that battery escape. Boom. The black pearl surged forward at Jiang Li's command, charging recklessly into the storm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the storm, a silver-white, sci-fi-inspired warship was struggling against the waves. This was the Explorer, a research vessel, in reality, an armed cruiser from the White Eagle Federation across the ocean. Inside the captain's cabin, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners was in a state of panic over the data displayed on the screen. Oh God! The energy index here has exceeded the critical threshold. That's a peak B-class elemental creature. Our shields can't withstand it. We must retreat. Captain Jack's face turned pale as he clutched the handrail, cursing under his breath. How could such a monster exist in the misty sea? Is the intelligence department incompetent? Just as they prepared to turn back, the radar operator suddenly exclaimed, Captain, something is approaching rapidly. It's moving at an incredible speed. Is it a ship? A ship? Jack was taken aback. In this weather, where would a ship come from? Is it a ghost ship? No. It's charging into the storm's center. Jack rushed to the window, raising his binoculars. The next moment, he witnessed a scene that made him question his sanity. Amidst the tempest, a dilapidated, pitch-black wooden vessel was bravely navigating the storm, moving at an extraordinarily unscientific speed, approximately 80 knots, cutting through the waves. The ship had no protective shields activated, allowing lightning to strike it without harm. Even more absurdly, at the bow stood a casually dressed young man, waving a rope of unknown origin, shouting at the terrifying lord of lightning element. "Hey, electric eel over there. Look here. There is something delicious." Jack and the crew stared in disbelief. "Who is that? What is he doing?" Jack's voice trembled. He seems to be fishing?" The first mate swallowed hard, his expression one of utter shock. Jiang Li was entirely oblivious to the small, iron vessel nearby. His sole focus was on the giant electric eel. "Goodness, that must be at least 20 meters long. If I cut it into chunks and stew it, it would last me a year." Standing at the bow of the pitching ship, his legs felt as firm as nails against the deck, his body swaying with the waves. "Da Huang, get ready with the net." "No, wait. This thing is too big for a net. Prepare the drag hook." Da Huang crouched on the deck, trembling from the thunder, but still managed to grasp a large iron hook with his paws. Sizzle. The deep-sea electric eel, lord of lightning element, had evidently noticed the audacious intruder and was furious. As the ruler of these waters, no creature had ever dared approach so closely. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a violet lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, aimed directly at Jiang Li. Boom. The lightning illuminated the world in a blinding white. Far away on the Explorer, Captain Jack closed his eyes in despair. "It's over. That madman is done for." Yet, Jiang Li lifted his hand to shield his eyes. "Why is this fish flashing lights? That is not fair." The lightning strike, potent enough to vaporize steel, hit Jiang Li like a warm shower. His expensive casual outfit remained unscathed, not even a scorch mark left behind. This was the passive skill, elemental immunity, of the Abyss Angler, effective against non-regular attacks. To Jiang Li, it felt like merely a slightly dazzling bright light, with a hint of static electricity causing his hair to stand on end. "Dare to shine a flashlight at me? You're asking for it." Jiang Li was incensed. He swung the steel cable in his hand, the meat hook adorned with pig liver whirling through the air. "Take this." Whoosh. The meat hook shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the web of lightning and accurately snagging the corner of the eel's mouth. "Got it," Jiang Li shouted, gripping the steel cable tightly. The electric eel, in pain, thrashed wildly, unleashing an even more terrifying storm of lightning, transforming the entire sea into a tempest. Electricity surged through the steel cable. For an ordinary person, this would have turned them to cinders. Yet, Jiang Li merely felt a slight numbness in his hand. "Oh, leakage? This fish can electrocute? Truly an electric eel." Instead of letting go, Jiang Li became even more exhilarated. "This power is substantial, authentic." He retrieved a pair of insulated gloves, the safety gloves the hardware store owner had gifted him, and donned them. "With these on, I want to feel a thing. Come here." Jiang Li began to exert his strength. From his seemingly frail frame erupted a force capable of shaking mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The 20-meter-long elemental lord was slowly but surely dragged from the heart of the storm, as if it were a dog on a leash. In the distance, everyone aboard the Explorer was petrified. Goodness, Captain Jack's telescope had fallen to the ground. Was he attempting to catch that B-grade lord? With a steel cable? And wearing work gloves? Why was he unaffected by the lightning? Could he be the reincarnation of Thor? Quick, document this. This is S-Class. No, this transcends S-Class power. 10 minutes later, with a reluctant wail, that imposing lord of the thunder element was finally dragged to the side of the ship by Jiang Li. The lightning coursing through it had dimmed considerably, resembling a drained battery. "Big Yellow, go." At Jiang Li's command, Big Yellow leaped forward, securing the energy core of the electric eel with a pre-prepared grappling hook. Together, they hoisted the colossal creature onto the deck. Bang! The ship lurched as it sank heavily, the waterline rising above half. Goodness, this must weigh around 2,000 pounds. Jiang Li wiped his brow, gazing at the massive fish that still twitched occasionally, sparks dancing across its body, feeling immensely satisfied. Now, they had a solution for their electricity bill, and there would be plenty of meat to last. He pulled out a cleaver and expertly struck the fish's head, rendering the unfortunate lord completely unconscious. Work done. Time to head home. Jiang Li turned towards the wheelhouse. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a distant white warship. What is that? A yacht? In a good mood, Jiang Li decided to greet them. The Black Pearl turned its bow towards the Explorer. Captain Jack, upon seeing the ominous black ship charging towards him like a hellish vessel, was struck with terror. "No. He's coming for us. He means to silence us. Run. Full speed ahead." The Explorer's engines roared to life as it turned to flee, reaching maximum velocity. "Hey, why are you running?" Jiang Li stood at the bow, waving. "Brothers, don't run. I have extra fish to share." He assumed they were afraid he would rob them. To show goodwill, Jiang Li casually sliced off a small piece of meat from the electric eel, which was actually a high-concentration thunder element crystal, and tossed it over. Then, A welcoming gift. Whoosh. The piece, sparkling with purple lightning, soared through the air, landing precisely on the deck of the Explorer. Zzz. The moment the crystal contacted the metal deck, a terrifying surge of electrical energy erupted. All electronic devices aboard the Explorer short-circuited instantly. Lights went out, radar malfunctioned, and even the engine began to emit black smoke. The entire ship became incapacitated on the water's surface. The crew was shocked, their hair standing on end. Foam spewing from their mouths, collapsing in heaps. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Captain Jack could only think, is this the Eastern warrior's way of greeting? How exceedingly enthusiastic. Jiang Li observed the smoking white ship, scratching his head. This vessel lacks quality. How could it spontaneously combust? Never mind them. It must have been damaged by the lightning earlier. Let's hurry home and cook. The Black Pearl sailed away, leaving a ship full of bewildered crew members in its wake. Chapter 16. The nuclear power station in the Villa District and the electrified eel in the early morning at the old pier of Jianghai City. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by a low rumble reminiscent of the abyss of hell, the pitch-black ship, the Black Pearl, adorned with a tattered skull flag, slowly entered the harbor. After a night of feasting and sailing, the vessel seemed to have undergone some subtle transformations. The black wooden planks appeared tighter and shinier, as if coated in a layer of grease, actually a protective layer of corpse oil, and faint patterns of closed eyes emerged along the sides of the ship, with additional ropes swaying like tentacles from the mast. The ship was well adjusted, sailing more smoothly than ever. Jiang Li stood at the bow, stretching. But the engine was rather loud. He would need to find a mechanic to tune it up, hoping the muffler wasn't broken. On the dock, old Wang, the owner of the second-hand boat shop, was brushing his teeth with a teacup in hand. Upon seeing the ominous black ship, which seemed to have just emerged from the river Styx, he dropped the cup into the sea. My goodness, this ship is alive. Old Wang's single eye widened in shock. As a seasoned veteran of the ship graveyard, he could distinctly sense that this once dormant ghost ship was now akin to a waking behemoth, greedily inhaling the surrounding air, particularly on the bow. The massive chunk of meat still crackling with sparks sent shivers down his spine. Hey, Boss Wang, you're up early. Jiang Li jumped off the ship, skillfully tying the mooring line to a post. The line, tentacle, automatically tied itself into a knot, tightening as it did so. Little brother, did you rob the Thunder God? Old Wang pointed at the now headless and tailless remains of the Lord of the Thunder Element electric eel, his voice trembling, even as just a segment of its body. The residual power of the thunder filled the air with a burnt smell, causing nearby hair to stand on end. Just lucky to encounter a big electric eel. Jiang Li waved dismissively, dragging down a still glowing blue-purple meatball from the ship. That was the electric eel's thunder core, which Jiang Li regarded as a significant power source. Zzz. The current surged wildly across the surface of the meatball, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. This thing has too much power. I fear it might ignite the ship, so I need to get it home quickly. Jiang Li, wearing the already charred work gloves, stuffed the battery into a foam box. Boss Wang, may I borrow your little cart? Sure. Feel free to use it. It's a gift. Old Wang just wanted him to leave quickly. The lightning was blinding his one eye. An hour later, at Villa number 13 in Yulong Bay, Jiang Li pushed the cart while Big Yellow carried 2 large chunks of exquisite eel meat on his back, returning home. Little Fish, I'm back. Tonight, we're having grilled eel rice. Little Fish was still asleep. It was Sunday, a rare day to sleep in. Jiang Li didn't wake her. Instead, he headed straight to the basement. First, he needed to resolve the electricity bill issue. He gazed at the still discharging thunder core, his eyes sparkling with the light of frugality. Though this villa was splendid, commercial electricity was far too expensive, costing over $1 per kilowatt hour. As a newly affluent individual, Jiang Li maintained the commendable tradition of saving wherever possible. This device had excessive voltage. It needed to be reduced. Jiang Li rummaged through the storage room, gathering a pile of wires, copper strands, and an old transformer salvaged from a junkyard. He placed the thunder core on an insulated rubber mat in the basement and began his hardcore electrical work. Red wires connected to the live wire. Blue wires connected to the neutral wire, and the thick one was inserted directly into the core for conduction. If a normal electrician witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly call the police or an ambulance. For Jiang Li, his so-called wiring involved directly inserting 2 industrial cables, as thick as his wrists, into the hull of the B-grade elemental core. Boom. The core, stimulated, erupted with a violent surge of lightning. The entire basement transformed into a blue-purple ocean, with countless electric serpents dancing wildly, and the concrete walls charred black. Ouch! Quite the temper. Jiang Li's hair stood on end, resembling an explosion, but instead of letting go, he became even more energized. Behave yourself. I'm granting you the privilege to generate electricity. He firmly pressed down on the core, invoking an indescribable power of the angler's rules within him. Suppression. The once furious elemental core emitted a plaintive whimper under Jiang Li's monstrous strength, rule suppression, and then obediently reigned in its violent thunder, outputting a stable, continuous, and high-power current instead. Now that is more like it. Jiang Li, feeling quite satisfied, gently patted the core, though his hands were somewhat sore, and connected the other end of the cable to the main power switch of the villa. With a click, the circuit closed. Buzz. Instantly, the lights of the entire villa illuminated. It was not just an ordinary brightness. It was blindingly brilliant. The crystal chandelier in the living room radiated a sun-like glow. The television turned on automatically, with a clarity improved fourfold. And even the refrigerator hummed with a sound as vigorous as a racing car engine. Whoa. The voltage was rather high. The bulbs were on the verge of bursting. Jiang Li scratched his head, realizing he would need to add a resistor. For now, it would suffice to avoid replacing the bulbs. Thus, Villa No. 13 in Yulong Bay became the only residence in the entire Zhanghai city equipped with its own Thunder Domain magnetic field. Within a radius of 500 meters, all pests and vermin vanished, driven away by the electric field, and even wandering souls, should they dare to approach, would be instantly shocked into disarray by the electric arcs in the air. It was a true physical deterrent against evil spirits. Having completed the power station setup, Jiang Li ascended the stairs, content to prepare a meal. In the kitchen, 2 substantial pieces of deep-sea electric eel meat lay on the countertop, glistening with a translucent sheen, with faint blue currents visibly coursing within. The meat looked extraordinarily firm. Jiang Li picked up a cleaver and began to slice. As the blade passed through the fish, a shower of sparks erupted. Goodness, does it have a built-in grilling feature? Jiang Li chuckled. He cut the fish into thick slices, marinated them with a secret sauce, soy sauce, sugar, cooking wine, for a moment, then laid them flat on a baking tray and placed it in the oven. There was no need to set a high temperature, for the fish itself contained an immense amount of thermal energy. 10 minutes later, a unique aroma, caramelized, sweet, and tinged with a subtle hint of ozone, the scent of thunder, wafted from the kitchen. This fragrance was so overpowering that it penetrated the walls, drifting into the adjacent Villa No. 14. On the terrace of Villa No. 14, Su Qingge, clad in sunglasses, reclined on a lounge chair soaking up the sun, though she was actually monitoring the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the energy detection device on her wrist emitted a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, warning. High-intensity thunder element reaction detected. Energy level B. Distance, 10 meters? Su Qingge abruptly sat up, removing her sunglasses to gaze next door. Through the window of Villa No. 13, not only was there a blinding white light emanating, but wisps of smoke laced with blue arcs were also rising. What in the world? Taking a deep breath of the ionized aroma, Su Qingge felt a slight tingling on her tongue, while her internal spiritual energy surged to life. Thunder element biological flesh, and of Lord-level quality. She was astonished. Just yesterday, the monitoring station reported a thunderstorm deep in the Misty Sea, suspected to have a B-level thunder element Lord manifesting. Yet today, this delicacy was being roasted next door? Mr. Jiang, what exactly have you been up to? Su Qingge observed the villa, now resembling Thor's hammer, with a complex expression. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, she resolutely stood up, tidied her attire, and grabbed a box of premium tea that she had purchased the day before. As a neighbor, it was only reasonable to check on the safety of her neighbor's electrical system, right? Ding dong. The doorbell rang just as Jiang Li placed the final serving of grilled eel rice on the table. The VE arrived. Jiang Li dashed to the door, and upon seeing Su Qingge, a broad smile spread across his face. Ah, Miss Su, your nose is truly keen. I just finished cooking. Jiang Li's hair was still frizzy from earlier, after connecting the wires, and he bore a smudge of soot on his face, resembling someone who had just emerged from an explosion site. Su Qingge, suppressing a laugh at his disheveled appearance, offered the tea. Mr. Jiang, I noticed your lights were exceedingly bright, and I was concerned there might be an issue with your electrical system. Oh, it's nothing. I just modified the electrical system myself and swapped in a high-power generator. Jiang Li pointed to the chandelier above, which gleamed like a searchlight. How about that? Bright enough, right? No need for flashlights at night anymore. Feeling the terrifying presence of thunder element particles in the air, Su Qingge's lips twitched. This was no mere generator. It felt more akin to having a reactor installed in the house. It was indeed bright. Come. Since you're here, you must try my freshly prepared eel rice. Jiang Li enthusiastically pulled Su Qingge into the house. In the dining room, Jiang Xiaoyu was already seated at the table, holding chopsticks with a look of wonder as she gazed at the fish in her bowl. Brother, why does this fish meat seem to sparkle? The reddish-brown eel meat occasionally flickered with fine blue arcs, emitting a sizzling sound. That's a natural reaction of myoglobin. It indicates that the meat is fresh. It's still active. Jiang Li casually fabricated an explanation. Just like those bouncing beef balls, a bit of springiness makes it tastier. Oh, Jiang Xiaoyu responded, somewhat understanding. Su Qingge sat down, gazing at the energy-infused rice bowl before her, taking a deep breath. This was the flesh of a thunder element lord. For someone like her, an ice element awakener, while thunder elements were not compatible, this high-purity energy, with a bit of refinement, could significantly enhance her physical form. Let us dig in. Jiang Li led the way, picking up a large piece of fish and placing it in his mouth. A surge of electricity erupted in his mouth. The tingling sensation akin to a tap dance on his tongue, stimulating every taste bud. Soon, the sweetness of the fish and the richness of the sauce mingled, filling his entire mouth. Delightful. The texture was simply exquisite. It had a popping candy effect. Jiang Li exclaimed with joy. Jiang Xiaoyu also tried a bite, exclaiming, wow. She covered her mouth. Brother, it really has electricity. My mouth is tingling. But soon, her cheeks flushed and her hair slightly lifted due to static electricity. So delicious. I feel invigorated all over. Su Qingge took a bite as well. The violent energy of thunder surged into her body, yet it did not harm her. Instead, it felt like countless tiny hammers were refining her meridians and bones. This was thunderous body refinement. Su Qingge was astonished. The effect was something even the top-tier gene elixirs of the Anomaly Bureau could not achieve. A single meal could rival a month of arduous training? Mr. Jiang, where did you catch this fish? Su Qingge couldn't help but inquire. Right by the seaside. It was thundering that day, and a foolish fish just swam right into me. Jiang Li replied while devouring his rice. I was lucky, very lucky. Lucky? Su Qingge glanced at the large yellow dog beneath the table, gnawing on an electrified fish bone. Its fur standing on end like a hedgehog, and sighed inwardly. To catch a B-level lord in the heart of a thunderstorm as if it were a simple fish. Such luck could only be attributed to a deity. Dinner was consumed in a whirlwind. Afterward, the three sat on the sofa to digest. Due to the excessive intake of thunder elements, their hair all took on a fluffy anti-gravity state, especially Jiang Xiaoyu, whose hair had transformed into an explosion of curls, making her look adorably like a lion. By the way, Miss Su, Jiang Li suddenly recalled something. Do you still have any information on that antique appraisal event you mentioned? Now that he had some money, having sold fish for 500,000 and leeches for 800,000, and with his upgraded equipment, his entrepreneurial spirit was ignited. While fishing was profitable, it was also exhausting. He wanted to explore a side venture, perhaps uncovering hidden treasures. That last pickled vegetable from the broken jar was so delicious. If he could find a few more treasures like that, life would be even more delightful. Su Qingge pondered for a moment. Actually, there's a large flea market opening soon. It's a chaotic mix of goods, but often good items can be found. The market is called Ghost Market. Ghost Market? Jiang Li's eyes lit up. The name sounded auspicious. There must be plenty of bargains. Where is it? When does it open? Tonight, at midnight. The scene unfolds at the rear of the crematorium in Zhanghai City. The crematorium? Jiang Li slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I am quite familiar with that place. I used to work there as a porter. I even delivered takeout to the back mountain. Su Qingge remarked, the life experiences of a big shot are indeed colorful. All right, let us explore the ghost market tonight. Perhaps we can find some useful kitchenware or furniture. Jiang Li decided excitedly. Meanwhile, across the ocean, at the headquarters of the White Eagle Federation's Extraordinary Investigation Bureau, a group of high-ranking officials gathered around a photograph, troubled. The image was the last transmission from the Explorer, a pitch-black ghost ship, with a shadowy Eastern man at the bow, waving and tossing something towards them. Have the analysis results come in? The director's expression darkened. The item thrown by the man was identified as a high-purity crystal of thunder element, with an energy density equivalent to a small tactical nuclear bomb. Moreover, according to Captain Jack's testimony, the man was offering them fish at the time. The director declared, elevate this person's threat level to SSS. Codename, Deep Sea Chef. Additionally, warn all vessels operating in the East China Sea to immediately turn back upon sighting a black fishing boat. Do not accept any of his food offerings. This could be part of a dreadful curse ritual. Chapter 17. The flea market behind the crematorium and the integrated stove that loves coal at midnight. The Zhanghai City Funeral Home, located in the northwestern corner of the city, backed by a desolate mountain known as Soul-Severing Mountain, was typically enveloped in chilling winds at night, deterring even stray cats. Taxi drivers refused to venture there, regardless of the fare offered. Yet tonight, the open space behind the crematorium was brightly lit, if one disregarded the flickering green ghost lights. With a rumble, a Range Rover rolled over the dry leaves. Halting at the entrance of the rear mountain, Jiang Li jumped out, inhaling the air tinged with the sense of burnt paper and decay, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Ah, the familiar formula, the familiar aroma. He patted the car door, reminiscing about the summer days when he carried corpses there. The stench back then was far more potent. In the depth of winter, it felt somewhat subdued. Da Huang leaped from the vehicle, staying close to Jiang Li, tail tucked tightly. He sensed it, the pervasive scent of death. Not just any death, but that of beings long expired, their spirits steeped in resentment. This was the legendary ghost market, a gray area where awakened humans traded with otherworldly entities. Intelligent spirits and demons. Da Huang, don't be timid. We're here to hunt for treasures. Let us show some spirit. Jiang Li tugged at the chain in his hand. Let us see if there are any affordable pieces of furniture. The ghost market's entrance was marked by two ancient locust trees entwined with white silk, beneath which stood two pallid paper figures, adorned with rouge, holding white lanterns, motionless. As Jiang Li approached, the eyes of the paper figures abruptly shifted, accompanied by the creaking sound of paper against paper. Living beings halt, the dead may pass. A chilling voice emanated from the paper figures. Most would have fled in terror. But Jiang Li was no ordinary man. He was a seasoned porter from the funeral home, accustomed to grand spectacles. Here we go again, reminiscent of an escape room. He scoffed, pulling out some change from his pocket. 20 yuan he had received as change for a cigarette purchase, and stuffed it into the paper figure's hand. All right, enough of the theatrics. We're all just trying to earn a living. Use this 20 to buy some glue to patch yourself up. The paper figure, clutching the crumpled 20 yuan, froze. Is this the toll for passage? The fabled road fee? It required ghost money, not currency from the living. Who could it spend this on below? Yet, before it could protest, it sensed the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from Jiang Li, more fearsome than a vengeful spirit. Along with the monstrous dog trembling at his feet, its gaze predatory. Best not to provoke him. The paper figure silently tucked the money into its paper sleeve and bowed deeply. Esteemed guest, please proceed. Now that's more like it. Good service. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, striding confidently into the ghost market. Inside, the market bustled with a variety of stalls brimming with eclectic wares. There were vendors selling coffin boards made from century-old thunderstruck wood, others peddling strands of hair from the deceased, and even some offering unidentifiable jerky, purportedly made from zombies. The patrons were equally peculiar, half-bodied figures floating in midair, a beauty with a fox tail, and mummies wrapped in bandages. Through Jiang Li's impoverished lens, all of this appeared reasonable. Those floating figures must be riding on balanced scooters. The youth these days are quite creative, and that fox girl is so bold, flaunting a tail like that. Likely a club-goer. This mummy fellow seems severely burned, yet he's out here selling late at night. What ambition. Da Huang, look over there, Jiang Li exclaimed, pointing at a stall. That chair looks splendid. Following his gaze, Da Huang saw a throne crafted from countless human bones, exuding a dense aura of death. Sitting upon it would drain one's vitality. Such a design, truly ergonomic. Must have excellent ventilation. Jiang Li approached, running his fingers over the icy bones, mistaking them for a novel form of plastic or jade. The stall owner, a skeletal figure draped in a black robe, had flickering green flames dancing in his eye sockets. Do you like it? All it costs is your soul. How much? Jiang Li interrupted the incantation. The skeleton paused. 30,000? 30,000. Too steep. This peculiar chair is only a striking design. I'll give you 300. Jiang Li was unyielding in his bargaining, swiftly knocking off zeros. The skeletal mage rattled in indignation. 300? You insult a noble necromancer. This is the seat of the Bone Duke. Fine, don't sell it then. You have quite the temper, Jiang Li muttered, turning away, deeming it flimsy and suspecting it would collapse in a couple of days. As he continued to wander through the market, primarily seeking kitchenware and furniture, he suddenly halted, captivated by an object in the corner. It was a stove, standing over a meter tall, entirely black, with an ancient design. The body was forged from an unknown black metal, adorned with grotesque demonic reliefs, and green flames danced within its belly, sending chills even from a distance. The 9-nether soul refining furnace, classified as a B-grade cursed artifact, was originally utilized by a nefarious sect to concoct vengeful spirits and corpse oil. It was said to be encased with the souls of 99 innocent children, fueled by the legendary corpse flame, eternally burning. But to Jiang Li, it was an extraordinary find. What an impressive integrated stove. His eyes sparkled as he approached. The flame, so vividly green, indicated an optimal combustion of natural gas. Moreover, the furnace was spacious enough to accommodate an entire leg of lamb. He had been lamenting that his home oven was too small to roast those abyssal seafoods. This stove was tailor-made for roasting whole sheep, or rather, whole sea monsters. The stall owner, a burly man with a face full of flesh and a string of finger bones hanging around his neck, was known as the butcher, a notorious black market bully in the area. Upon seeing Jiang Li approach, the butcher revealed a cruel grin. "Another ignorant fool, are you? Interested in this treasure?" The butcher spoke in a low, ominous tone. "This is a fine item, capable of refining the living into elixirs. If you desire it, you may trade your life. Or rather, 1,000,000 for it." Initially intending to demand a life in exchange, he quickly altered his demand upon noticing Jiang Li's decent attire. 1,000,000? Jiang Li frowned. "This is merely a second-hand furnace. Although the flames burn brightly, the design is rather outdated. Just look at those patterns, the evil spirit relief. So tacky, reminiscent of the last century." "Tacky?" The butcher was incensed. "This is an ancient artifact. The relief depicts the heart eating of 10,000 ghosts. You dare to call it tacky? Enough of your nonsense. If you can't afford it, get lost. Don't waste my time." With a wave of his hand, the green flames in the furnace surged dramatically, taking the shape of a skull, silently roaring at Jiang Li. It was both a demonstration and an intimidation tactic. Any ordinary person would have been terrified into submission. However, Jiang Li wore a look of delight. "Oh, this furnace has voice-activated sensors? A smart home device." Instead of retreating, he moved closer, even reaching out to touch the flame-formed skull. The flames appear large, yet they don't feel hot. Is the firepower insufficient? The butcher was taken aback. That was corpse fire. A mere touch could reduce a soul to ashes. How dare this young man reach out? The butcher chuckled coldly to himself, anticipating Jiang Li's hand to be charred. Yet, Jiang Li's hand passed through the green flames as if testing the temperature of bathwater. It was indeed not hot, but rather cool. What was the principle behind this? Cold fire technology? The abyssal angler physique within Jiang Li activated automatically. The corpse fire, capable of incinerating souls, felt like a gentle breeze against his hand. He even pinched the face of the flaming skull. With a pop, the flaming skull exploded, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. A terrified wail echoed from the depths of the furnace. It was the furnace spirit, the imprisoned main soul, lamenting its degradation at the hands of a being from a higher dimension. The butcher's jaw dropped to the ground. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. This young man had crushed corpse fire with his bare hands. It seemed the furnace had some electrical issues. The flames flickered erratically. Jiang Li tapped the furnace, producing a resonant metallic sound. "Boss, is this thing broken? Look, the door won't shut properly." He pointed at the door, which was still emitting green smoke. If this were for grilling meat, all the smoke would escape, choking people. He pushed the furnace door forcefully. Creak. The long-neglected door, actually pried open by vengeful energy, emitted a grating noise but did not close. "Stuck?" Jiang Li frowned. It seemed some repairs were needed. He glanced around and picked up a half-broken tombstone, which a vendor had used to weight down his stall. "Step aside. Let me handle this." Jiang Li swung the granite tombstone at the stuck hinges, striking them repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as the violent blows echoed throughout the ghost market. The surrounding spirits were left dumbfounded. That was the essence of a B-grade artifact, crafted from indestructible black, mysterious iron. This young man was actually using a tombstone to smash it. More shockingly, it was working. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as the hinge, cursed by vengeful spirits, bent under the force, and with a loud clang, the door shut tightly. Done. Jiang Li tossed aside the now-split tombstone and dusted off his hands. "Boss, look. It's fixed now. No more leaks." A muffled whimper emanated from the furnace. The spirit within was pleading for mercy. It felt as though it was being battered senseless. At this point, the butcher was drenched in sweat. Though he was a bully, he was not a fool. Anyone capable of crushing corpse fire and using a tombstone to smash artifacts was undoubtedly a monster in human guise. "Young brother, you possess remarkable skills." The butcher forced a smile that resembled a grimace. "Since you like this furnace, how about I give you a discount?" "How much?" 10,000? He tentatively quoted. 10,000. Jiang Li's eyes widened. "Are you robbing me? This broken furnace was defective until I repaired it. And you still want to charge me 10,000? Then how much do you propose?" Jiang Li held up 2 fingers. 2,000. Not a penny more. Look at all the dust on it. I'll have to clean it myself. Do you know how costly labor is? 2,000. The butcher's heart bled. He had nearly risked his life to excavate this furnace from an ancient tomb. But then he glanced at Jiang Li's hand. which had just crushed the corpse fire, and at the drooling large hound beside him. Fine. 2,000 it is. The butcher gritted his teeth. Considering it a gesture of friendship, this was somewhat acceptable. Jiang Li pulled out his phone to make the payment. This furnace is quite heavy. Could you help me load it into my car? 10 minutes later. The butcher huffed and puffed as he loaded the several hundred-pound, 9-nether soul refining furnace into the trunk of a Land Rover. Thanks, boss. If you come across any more bargains like this, remember to save them for me. Jiang Li waved and drove away. The butcher slumped to the ground, staring at the receding taillights, feeling as though he might weep in despair. Who exactly robbed whom? In the car, Jiang Li was in high spirits. 2,000 for such a large roasting furnace was a steal. However, a furnace that merely burned fire was insufficient. It required fuel. The green flames looked environmentally friendly, but he wondered if they could sustain a long burn. He peered through the rearview mirror at the furnace in the trunk. Right. Didn't he have a lot of leftover renovation materials in his basement? And the black coal ball he found at the dock, lightning struck wood fossil. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Although the coal ball was small, it was said to generate electricity and likely had a high calorific value. He would try tossing it into the furnace later. It might serve as a long-lasting fuel source. In the trunk, the 9-nether soul refining furnace trembled violently. It had heard. The devil was going to stuff it with lightning-struck wood. That was thunder, the very force that countered their kind. Was it intending to transform it from a soul-refining furnace into a nuclear reactor? Well, the furnace emitted a desperate lament, but it was drowned out by the sound of the Land Rover's engine. Just as Jiang Li was returning triumphantly, in the depths of a sewer in Jianghai City, a figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a bird-beaked mask was performing a ritual over a pool of black water. Great Lord of the Abyss, your servant calls for your descent. Jianghai City shall soon become your altar. The black water churned, gradually coalescing into a massive eye. I require sacrifices. A hoarse voice emerged from the water. The bird-beaked figure knelt respectfully. The sacrifices are prepared. Tomorrow night is the Sea God Festival, when countless vibrant lives will gather by the sea. Excellent. Additionally, find me a man. The eye in the water glimmered with a hateful light. A man with a fishing rod and a dog. I want his soul. The bird-beaked figure paused. A fishing rod? With a dog? Why does that description sound familiar? It seems there was someone at the ghost market tonight who used the screaming demon jar as a pickled vegetable container, dressed just like that. Hiss. The bird-beaked figure gasped. This task is a bit challenging. Chapter 18. The bold one who burns lightning-struck wood as coal and the door-to-door salesman in Yulong Bay, Villa number 13, basement. Clang. With a resounding crash, the heavy black iron furnace was placed heavily on the newly constructed cement platform by Jiang Li. Phew. This thing is really heavy. It must be solid. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the menacingly designed 9-nether soul refining furnace, growing increasingly satisfied. Although the skulls carved on the stove may appear somewhat unconventional, as long as the flames are vigorous, it is hardly a concern. De Huang, please fetch that large coal we picked up last time, Jiang Li instructed, pointing to the corner. De Huang, originally crouched on the ground studying the stove, having sensed the anguished cries of the hundreds of souls within, immediately dashed to the corner and nudged out a pitch-black, heavy stone with its mouth. This was the eternal thunderstruck wood fossil, an A-grade premium spiritual material. This remarkable material was formed when a millennia-old tree was struck by lightning 81 times during a thunderstorm, carbonizing it and containing an extraordinarily terrifying pure yang thunderous power, making it the bane of all malevolent entities. However, to Jiang Li, it simply appeared as a rather hard and seemingly burn-resistant piece of smokeless coal. This coal looked to be of good quality, shining with a deep black luster. Jiang Li donned a pair of tattered protective gloves and grasped the thunderstruck wood, weighing it in his hands. Come, let us consecrate this new stove. He opened the stove door. Inside the chamber, a sinister green corpse fire, which had been burning ominously, shrank back instinctively at the approach of the thunderstruck wood, causing the flames to diminish in size. This was a primal fear. When fire encounters heavenly thunder, it is akin to a mouse confronting a cat, or snow meeting the scorching sun. A mournful wail echoed from within the stove, as if countless voices were pleading. Do not put it in. It will result in death. Truly, our souls will scatter. Unfortunately, Jiang Li could not comprehend their ghostly language. All he heard was a sound akin to the howling wind through a chimney. TSK, this stove has excellent ventilation. Even before being ignited, it produces a wind sound. Without further ado, Jiang Li forcefully shoved the thunderstruck wood, capable of leveling a mountain, into the furnace. Boom. The moment the thunderstruck wood made contact with the corpse fire, it was as if a ton of sodium had been tossed into water. An incandescent blue-purple light erupted within the chamber. The violent power of thunder was instantly unleashed, and the previously intended fuel of corpse chi and vengeful souls emitted desperate shrieks under the thunderous onslaught, being forcibly purified into the most pristine spiritual energy fuel. Crackle, crackle. The stove body trembled violently, and arcs of golden electricity danced across its black metallic surface. The once ominous ghostly face reliefs now appeared somewhat benevolent under the illumination of the thunderous light, perhaps stunned by the electric shock. Wow, this fire! Jiang Li marveled at the now purple-gold flames within the furnace. This is incredibly fierce, and there is not a trace of smoke. This coal was worth it. He felt the waves of heat washing over him, devoid of any chill, only the scorching intensity of high temperatures. At this heat, a whole lamb could be roasted to perfection in merely 10 minutes. Satisfied, Jiang Li patted the top of the stove. Zing! An arc of electricity surged through his hand, delivering a free electrotherapy session. Ouch, static electricity? It seems the air is quite dry. Jiang Li shrugged it off, not giving it much thought. At that moment, the spirit of the 9 nether soul refining stove was in utter turmoil. Originally an evil artifact, it now bore a heart of thunder within. The sensation was akin to a vampire being forced to swallow a sun. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet it dared not resist, nor extinguish the flames. For that man had warned that should the fire die, the stove would be smashed and sold for scrap metal. To survive, it could only endure the torment of the thunder with tears, striving to masquerade as a proper roasting furnace. This was perhaps the essence of being an instrument bound by fate. Having completed the modifications to the stove, Jiang Li was in high spirits, ready to ascend the stairs for a restful slumber. Suddenly, De Huang began to bark furiously at the ventilation window of the basement. Woof, woof, someone is outside. This scent is unusual. It's not a bat, it's a bird person. Jiang Li paused, wondering who could be out at this hour. He peered through the ventilation window and beheld a shadow lurking in the villa's courtyard. It was a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a pointed birdbeak mask, and holding a peculiar staff, stealthily wandering around his yard, seemingly searching for an entrance. A thief? Jiang Li furrowed his brow. Have thieves become so eccentric these days? Dressed like that to steal? Aren't they afraid of being mistaken for a pervert? Angered, he grabbed a steel pipe, previously used for plumbing, and stormed outside. In the courtyard, the bird-masked figure, a servant of the cult of the divine, known as Crow, was cautiously avoiding the ground sensors, clutching a compass that was wildly spinning. It pointed towards the direction of the villa's basement. Such terrifying energy fluctuations, Crow thought as he gazed at the villa enveloped in purple thunderlight within his spiritual vision. His heart racing. Was this the mysterious powerhouse rumored to tear apart malevolent spirits and trample upon evil ghosts? Such a formidable thunder barrier would obliterate even a B-grade strongman upon intrusion. He had been sent to invite, or rather, abduct or deceive, that man. The Abyssal Lord's ritual required powerful offerings, and this man, emanating a dense aura of the abyss, was undoubtedly the prime candidate. He needed to devise a method to lure him out. Crow contemplated whether to deploy poison or toss in a cursed doll. Suddenly, the villa's front door burst open with a bang. A young man, clad in pajamas and wielding a steel pipe, emerged with a disgruntled expression. Hey, you in the bird mask. What are you doing? The loud shout startled Crow, nearly causing the compass to slip from his grasp. He quickly looked up, meeting Jiang Li's eyes, which glimmered faintly in the night, actually bloodshot from sleep. You've spotted me? Such keen perception. A chill ran down Crow's spine. But as an elite servant of the cult of the divine, he had seen much, mostly while fleeing. He swiftly adjusted his posture, emitting a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are the chosen one, capable of detecting my presence. Crow waved his staff, actually a bone wand, and the shadows around him suddenly surged, transforming into several black crow apparitions that circled around him. Mortal, do you also feel the call of the abyss? This shadowy crow technique was his pride. A C-grade illusion capable of plunging ordinary people into instant terror. However, Jiang Li merely squinted at the swirling shadows. What? These aren't even mosquitoes. Why are there so many fluttering moths? He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Get away. You're filthy. Then, he turned to the masked figure, still striking poses. What are you selling? Running around in someone's yard at this hour to peddle your wares? Or are you distributing flyers? Jiang Li exclaimed impatiently. I've already told you I'm not interested in a gym membership, nor do I wish to purchase financial products. Leave now, or I'll call the police. Crow peddling? Gym membership? This is the gravest insult to a noble servant of the abyss. Ignorant fool. I am here to bestow upon you eternal life. Crow was enraged. Pointing his staff at Jiang Li, he declared, "Since you refuse to accept my hospitality, do not blame me for being impolite." Shadow bind. The shadows on the ground suddenly elongated, snaking towards Jiang Li's legs like black venomous serpents. Jiang Li glanced down. Oh, is the ground light broken? Why are the shadows so erratic? He lifted his foot and stomped down on one of the shadowy snakes. Snap! With a light sound. The binding spell, composed of shadow energy, was effortlessly shattered beneath his foot, akin to bursting a soap bubble. What? Crow's eyes nearly bulged out. Physical countering. What level of physical power is this? Could he be the legendary S-grade physical saint? Your ground light has poor wiring. It's making me dizzy. Jiang Li grumbled as he approached Crow. And you, dressed like that, are you unwell? Do you understand that you're trespassing? He raised the steel pipe, pointing it at the crow's beak. The crow gazed at the ordinary steel pipe, yet felt an overwhelming sense of terror, enough to shatter his skull. This formidable individual was not to be trifled with. The crow immediately faltered, realizing that he was on an entirely different level than his opponent. I come bearing an invitation. A sudden inspiration struck the crow as he produced a black, gold-embossed card from his pocket, originally a death notice, now hastily repurposed. An invitation? Jiang Li paused, looking at him with skepticism. Indeed, an invitation. The crow spoke rapidly. Tomorrow night at Blue Moon Bay by the East Sea, there will be a grand event. He stumbled. A sacrificial ceremony for the dark god. What should I call it? A seafood barbecue party. In a moment of quick thinking, the crow declared, yes, a seafood barbecue festival. All heroes are invited. Free food and drink. Plus, great prizes. Seafood barbecue? Jiang Li's ears perked up, and the steel pipe in his hand lowered. Free food and drink? Absolutely. Only the finest deep-sea seafood. As much as you can eat. The crow recognized Jiang Li's weakness, his gluttony, and quickly intensified his pitch. I heard there will even be massive fish weighing hundreds of pounds, freshly caught and grilled. Fish weighing hundreds of pounds. Jiang Li recalled his grill and the insatiable appetite of De Huang. This event sounds promising. Can anyone attend? Of course. Someone of your culinary expertise is precisely our esteemed guest. The crow handed over the invitation. As long as you have this, entry is guaranteed. Jiang Li accepted the dark card, emanating a musty odor, and glanced at it. It depicted a grotesque octopus head, the dark god's emblem, with a line of twisted script below, in abyssal. This design is rather avant-garde. Is this the current trendy style? Although Jiang Li couldn't decipher it, the allure of free was undeniable. All right, I understand. Tomorrow night, yes? I will be there. Jiang Li tucked the invitation away and waved his hand. You may leave now. In the future, refrain from climbing walls at such late hours. One might think you're up to no good. Yes, I'm leaving. The crow felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and turned to flee. Wait. Jiang Li suddenly called out to him. The crow froze, cold sweat trickling down his back. What else do you require, Great One? That mask of yours. Jiang Li gestured to his bird-beaked mask, is quite unique. Where did you acquire it? I might need one for protection against smoke while barbecuing. The crow replied. I got it from Taobao, 9 yuan with free shipping. With that, he dared not linger any longer and vanished like a wisp of smoke, hastily scaling the wall. The next day, Jiang Li awoke early, feeling exceptionally cheerful. De Huang, wake up. Tonight, we are going to feast. He shook the still sleeping De Huang awake. Someone has invited us to a seafood barbecue. Free. Woof. Really? Are there tentacles to eat? Upon hearing the mention of food, De Huang immediately perked up. Absolutely. They say it's all top-quality deep-sea delicacies. Jiang Li began to gather his gear. Since it was a barbecue festival, he needed to bring some professional equipment. He couldn't afford to embarrass themselves as gourmets. He dashed to the basement, hauling out the 9 nether soul refining furnace that had been burning all night, glowing purple gold and radiating heat. This furnace is excellent. It provides its own heat source, ensuring the meat will cook swiftly. He then went to the kitchen to grab a large cleaver, along with a hefty bag of cumin, chili powder, and barbecue sauce. Oh, I should also bring a trailer in case we have leftovers. Jiang Li was thoroughly prepared. Meanwhile, next door, Su Qingge was getting ready to leave for work when she spotted Jiang Li bustling about in the yard. Curiously, she inquired, Mr. Jiang, so early? Where are you off to? To attend a party. Jiang Li replied as he loaded the furnace into the back of his Land Rover. It barely fit after folding down the back seat. A seafood barbecue festival. Miss Su, would you like to join? I hear it's quite lively. A seafood barbecue festival? Su Qingge was taken aback. How had she not heard of such an event in Zhanghai City? Suddenly, she recalled the intelligence received last night at the bureau. The cult of the Dark God was holding a secret gathering at Blue Moon Bay. Su Qingge's expression changed. Mr. Jiang, Is that event at Blue Moon Bay? Yes. You know about it. Jiang Li nodded. Suchinga gasped. That place is the altar where the cult of the Dark God plans to summon the Dark God. Are you intending to roast the Dark God? Can I join? She asked cautiously. If Jiang Li truly intended to go, it would be an unprecedented opportunity to eradicate the cult of the Dark God. Of course. The more, the merrier. Jiang Li waved his hand. Hop in. I'll take you along for the free meal. Suchinga observed Jiang Li's enthusiastic demeanor, then glanced at the ominously warm and foreboding black furnace in the back. Silently, she lit a candle for the madmen of the cult of the Dark God. Tonight, Blue Moon Bay would likely transform into a barbecue party indeed. Chapter 19. The buffet at the Dark Goddess altar and the divine artifact used as a grill by the East Sea at Blue Moon Bay. There lay an undeveloped beach surrounded by jagged rocks, typically devoid of human presence. However, this night, it was enveloped in an eerie and fervent atmosphere. Dozens of cultists clad in black robes and various masks encircled a massive circular altar, dancing and chanting fervently. At the center of the altar lay a crimson magic circle, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Surrounding the circle were various offerings, still beating animal hearts, the skins of unknown creatures, and several unfortunate souls bound to pillars. Already unconscious from fear, homeless individuals. A red-robed bishop, wielding a staff of bones and donning a golden mask, stood atop the highest point of the altar, gazing at the pitch-black sea, loudly intoning, "O great Lord of the Abyss, your servant here offers blood and soul. Please descend. Grant us eternal life and power." As he chanted, the sea became tempestuous, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the water began to churn violently, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Boom. At that solemn and sacred, eerily terrifying moment, an extremely discordant roar of an engine suddenly erupted from the coastal road. Two blinding headlights pierced through the dim candlelight surrounding the altar, shining directly onto the red-robed bishop's face. Who? The bishop squinted against the light, furious. Which fool dares to disrupt our sacred ritual? Squealing, a black Land Rover swerved into position beside the altar, kicking up a cloud of sand, some of which even found its way into the bishop's mouth. The car door swung open. Jiang Li leaped out, brushing the sand off himself while cheerfully greeting. "Oh, has it started? Quite lively." He surveyed the eclectic crowd with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Not bad, not bad. This party has a splendid atmosphere. Even a bonfire, the flames of the altar. Though the music, the chanting, is a bit morbid, it lacks festive cheer." Suchinga quickly followed him out, tightly gripping her unsheathed tactical knife, muscles tensed, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "Mr. Jiang, be careful. These people are lunatics from the cult of the Dark God. That red-robed one is an B-class Dark Cultivator, codenamed Bloodhand." "What Dark Cultivator? Don't go giving people nicknames." Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. "He's just the party host. Can't you see how festive he looks?" He approached the back of the car and flung open the lid. "Da Huang, come down and get to work. Bring down the furnace." "Woof. All right. This place smells intense, filled with the aroma of premium ingredients." Da Huang jumped out of the car, disregarding the stunned cultists around them, and directly pushed the several hundred-pound, 9-nether soul refining furnace onto the beach. Clang. The furnace hit the ground with a thud that reverberated through the earth. The cardinal in his crimson robes and his followers stood in stunned silence. What was happening? How did that vehicle come crashing in? What about the protective barrier outside? Had it been breached by the two deep diver guards? And that furnace? The cardinal's gaze was fixated on the pitch-black furnace emanating an eerie aura, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Could it be the long-lost infernal treasure? The soul refining furnace of the 9-nether? How could such a potent magical artifact be casually transported by an ordinary person as if it were merely a gas canister? Moreover, why did the flames within burn with a golden hue, crackling with lightning? "Who are you?" The cardinal clenched his scepter, his voice ominous. "Are you here to disrupt the proceedings?" "What proceedings?" Jiang Li slammed the butcher's knife onto the table, having brought it down from the vehicle, with a resounding thud. "I'm the special guest invited by that fellow in the birdbeak mask from yesterday. He mentioned something about seafood barbecue." Jiang Li rummaged through his pocket and waved the crumpled invitation. "Here, entry by ticket. No issues, right? Birdbeak? Crow?" The cardinal paused momentarily. The crow had indeed gone on a mission, but this young man hardly resembled the sacrificial offering we sought. "No." Suddenly, the cardinal felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. This pressure did not stem from the woman, despite her being an S-class powerhouse, but from the young man fiddling with the barbecue grill. He stood there, devoid of any discernible magical energy, Yet the very fabric of space seemed to warp slightly in his presence. There is something off about this man. A glint of ferocity flickered in the cardinal's eyes. Regardless of who you are, since you've arrived, you want to be leaving. Just right, we need more offerings. And you shall suffice. With a wave of his scepter, he bellowed, "Kill him. Offer him to our lord. Kill." Instantly, dozens of black-robed followers surged forward. Some brandishing daggers, others reciting incantations, while some underwent grotesque transformations, sprouting tentacles and scales, lunging at Jiang Li like a pack of rabid dogs. "Mr. Jiang, be careful." Su Qingge darted forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Li, her long knife shimmering with cold light. Hey, why are you resorting to violence?" Jiang Li didn't flinch. Instead, he frowned, visibly displeased. Wasn't this supposed to be a self-service barbecue? Why the struggle for position? Such poor manners. He regarded the approaching crowd as if they were a horde of ravenous diners, eager to seize his grilling spot upon seeing the furnace he brought. "Da Huang, protect our food," Jiang Li commanded. Woof! The large dog, currently basking by the furnace, recharging, abruptly lifted its head and unleashed a soul-stirring roar. In the next moment, its form vanished. In its place was a dazzling blue-purple streak of light racing through the crowd. Whoosh, 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 wherever the light passed. It seemed to slice through space itself. The foremost followers, still running, found their heads severed from their bodies. The Hound of Tyndall's space-time tear. Within 3 seconds, dozens of black-robed followers collapsed like wheat under the scythe, blood staining the beach. Da Huang reappeared at Jiang Li's feet, licking the blood from its paws. Appearing quite satisfied, the cardinal nearly dropped his scepter in terror. What kind of monster was that? That creature resembling a mangy dog was, astonishingly, a fully grown Hound of Tyndall's. We were supposed to engage with civility, lining up for our meals. Jiang Li shook his head at the fallen bodies, lamenting the current youth's impatience, willing to gamble their lives for a mere meal. He remained blissfully unaware of their demise, thinking they had merely been knocked unconscious by Da Huang. After all, to him, Da Huang was just a fast-running dog. Enough of them, let them sleep for a while. Jiang Li patted the furnace, igniting the flames. Now, where's the food? Wasn't there supposed to be several 100 pounds of fish? He turned to the cardinal. Hey, you in the red pajamas, are you the head chef? Where's the fish? Hurry up with the dishes, I'm starving. The cardinal retorted. Head chef? I am the Grand Cardinal of the Abyssal Sect, a figure who can converse with C-class peak evildoers. This is intolerable. This is intolerable. The cardinal trembled with rage. Since you desire fish, I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content. He thrust his scepter into the altar's central formation and spat forth a mouthful of blood. Great Lord, please partake of these humble offerings. Descend in your avatar and obliterate this blasphemer. Buzz. The formation glowed ominously. The once turbulent sea erupted. Roar. Accompanied by an ancient roar, a colossal shadow slowly rose from the depths. It was a gigantic octopus-like beast exceeding 20 meters in size. Its numerous robust tentacles were lined with barbs and suckers, and its head was adorned with countless yellow eyes, exuding maddening mental pollution. Son of the Kraken of deep-sea fear, B-class evil deity offspring. This was the true deity summoned for tonight's ritual. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Blue Moon Bay. Su Qingge felt her breath become labored, her knife trembling in her hand. So this is the pressure of a B-class evil deity offspring? Yet, Jiang Li gazed at the gigantic creature, his eyes sparkling with excitement, transforming into 2 bright orbs. Wow! He slapped his thigh in exhilaration. The boss was not deceiving me. This isn't just hundreds of pounds. It must weigh several tons. In his eyes, the unspeakable horror was merely a supersized deep-sea squid. Its flesh thick and succulent, perfect for teppanyaki. This ingredient. Exquisite. Too exquisite. Jiang Li seized the butcher's knife, grabbing the large iron hook with his other hand. Miss Su, you handle the charcoal over there. Da Huang, fetch the cumin and chili powder. And you? Su Qingge asked instinctively. Me? Jiang Li grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. I'm going to catch the fish. Before he finished speaking, he shot forth like a cannonball. The moment the son of the Kraken surfaced, it had yet to flaunt its might when it noticed a minuscule human daring to charge at it. It was enraged. A massive tentacle, accompanied by a howling wind, swung violently toward Jiang Li, aiming to squash this ant into pulp. Oh, quite lively. Jiang Li did not evade. Instead, he met the tentacle head-on with a strike of his knife. With a whoosh, the ordinary butcher's knife in Jiang Li's hand transformed into a divine weapon capable of slicing through space. The tentacle, impervious to bullets, was severed effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. The colossal severed limb fell onto the beach, twitching violently. Roar! The creature, in pain, shrieked, its remaining tentacles thrashing wildly, seeking to shred Jiang Li to pieces. Yet Jiang Li moved like a slippery eel, weaving effortlessly through the flailing appendages. He leaped onto one of the creature's tentacles and dashed along its length, heading straight for its head. Down you go. Jiang Li leaped high, driving the iron hook deep into the flesh of the creature's forehead. Creak. The hook penetrated 3 inches deep. Lift. Jiang Li gripped the hook with both hands. Pushing against the creature's forehead with his feet, and with a mighty heave of his waist, he executed a shoulder throw. Before the astonished gaze of the cardinal and Su Chinga, the massive octopus, resembling a small mountain, was indeed yanked from the sea by the seemingly frail young man. Arcing gracefully through the air. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the creature landed heavily on the beach, right beside the soul-refining furnace of the Nine Nether. The earth trembled violently, as though experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 8. Done. Jiang Li leaped down from the monster's head, brushing off the dust from his hands. At this moment, the creature lay disoriented, its tentacles limp and its eyes swirling with stars. Jiang Li glanced at the roaring fire beside him, and then at the massive squid, nodding in satisfaction. This size is just right for our group of dozens. He turned to the petrified red-robed bishop and shouted, "Hey, you in the red. Stop dawdling. Come help me wash the vegetables. I can't handle this enormous fish all by myself." The red-robed bishop looked at the feeble divine offspring sprawled on the ground, then at the excited Jiang Li, who appeared ready to feast. A mouthful of old blood burst forth from him, a reaction spurred by both anger and fear. What in the world is this? Summoning an evil god or summoning ingredients? Oh God, what have you wrought? Blinded by despair, the bishop fainted. Chapter 20. The Iron Plate Feast of the Evil God and the reluctantly reassigned abyssal worshippers on the beach of Blue Moon Bay. An unprecedented bonfire party was in full swing. The ancient and ominous soul-refining furnace emitted a tireless steam engine-like hum, with its purple-golden flames crackling energetically. A piece of engine hood, temporarily repurposed from a Land Rover due to a lack of grilling plates, glowed a fiery red on top, serving as an impromptu griddle. With the tantalizing sound of sizzling oil, Jiang Li tossed a generous handful of uniformly cut squid tentacles onto the scorching engine hood. Instantly, an overwhelming aroma, mingled with cumin, chili powder, and the unique flavor of abyssal creatures, surged across the beach like a tangible storm. Dahuang, stop drooling. If the fire's too low, throw in some more wood. Toss in those rotten logs you picked up earlier. Jiang Li expertly flipped the food with a spatula, actually a butcher's knife, while directing without turning around. Woof. Understood. Boss. Dahuang, sprawled beside the furnace and enduring the intense heat, akin to a sauna for him, diligently acted as the firewood attendant. He picked up a staff exuding a strong odor of decay, and B-level magical tool dropped by the red-robed bishop, snapped it like sugarcane, and tossed it into the furnace. Boom. The flames roared higher, even spitting out green, ghostly fire, but under the control of the thunderstrike wood, it quickly transformed into a compliant purple hue. Not far away, Su Chinga, holding a small brush, absent-mindedly brushed oil onto the meat chunks. Her worldview was undergoing a third reorganization. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Jiang Li dismember the son of Kraken, a B-level evil god offspring capable of obliterating half of Jianghai City with the ease of chopping chicken. The once impenetrable skin of the evil god, which could withstand armor-piercing rounds, crumbled under Jiang Li's seemingly ordinary butcher's knife like tofu, effortlessly peeled away. This knife must be a rule-type sealing artifact of S-class or higher. Su Chinga stared at the greasy blade in Jiang Li's hand, her conviction solidifying. Little did she know, it was indeed a mere butcher's knife, but under Jiang Li's culinary intent, it acquired a conceptual sharpness known as butcher's skill. Miss Su, stop daydreaming. This piece is ready. Sprinkle some green onions. Jiang Li's voice snapped her back to reality. Oh, right. Su Chinga hurriedly grabbed a handful of green onions and sprinkled them. Exactly. Cooking requires focus, otherwise, it's easy to burn. Jiang Li scooped up a large plate of grilled meat, nodding in satisfaction. Come on, the first batch is ready. Everyone dig in. He turned to look behind him, where dozens of worshippers lay sprawled on the beach. Some had been knocked out by Dahuang, some were feigning death, while others stared with wide, terrified eyes at the man casually chatting beside the corpse of the evil god. To them, Jiang Li was no mere chef. He was enveloped in an indescribable chaotic mist. Each swing of his spatula felt like he was cutting through the very fabric of reality. The furnace, radiating purple flames, was clearly the gateway to hell, with the crackling sounds echoing the wails of countless lost souls. And those tentacles he called squid, they were divine. They were the abyssal offspring summoned through the sacrifice of countless beings. Now they were being sliced and seasoned for a casual snack. What a blasphemy! What horror! At that moment, the fainted red-robed bishop finally regained consciousness. His head throbbed as if struck by a hammer, and the enticing aroma of meat filled his nostrils. Where am I? Hell! He opened his eyes groggily, only to be met by a grinning, enlarged face. Ah, chef, you're awake. Jiang Li, holding a perfectly golden and crispy tentacle, thrust it towards the bishop's mouth. Come on, taste it. I tried a piece earlier, and it seemed a bit bland. Don't the seafood by the sea come with their own saltiness? Did I use too little salt? What chef? The bishop was utterly bewildered, instinctively opening his mouth. Slurp. The tentacle slid smoothly into his mouth. The bishop's eyes widened, wanting to spit it out, but the meat seemed alive, sliding down his throat into his stomach. The next moment, boom, a massive and violent energy exploded within him. It was the pure divine power from the abyssal entity. Normally, an ordinary person or a low-level awakened being would instantly mutate from consuming such flesh, unable to withstand the overwhelming will. However, after Jiang Li's cooking, purification of rules, the madness and corruption were forcibly stripped away, leaving only the purest life energy and exquisite flavor. What is this? The bishop's face flushed crimson, his veins bulging. He felt his long stagnant B-level bottleneck shatter like paper under the impact of this energy. The evil energy within him was forcefully refined, compressed, even infused with a hint of thunderous essence. The bishop howled to the heavens, his robe billowing without wind, a vastly amplified aura soaring upwards. B-level. He was even faintly touching the threshold of A-level. The surrounding worshippers, who had been feigning death, were left dumbfounded. The bishop had consumed the flesh of a god and evolved. Is this what they call divine grace? No, wait. Didn't the doctrine say that those who gaze upon the divine face perish, and those who consume divine flesh fall? Why was the bishop not only unharmed, but stronger? Everyone's gaze refocused on the man grilling meat. Could it be that he was a being of higher stature than the abyssal offspring? A father god capable of commanding divinity and bestowing power? Ouch, that has quite a loud voice. It seems you enjoyed it, Jiang Li remarked, his ears ringing from the bishop's shout, rubbing them in annoyance. If it's good, just enjoy it, no need to shout. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I poisoned it. He piled the remaining grilled meat onto a plate and waved to the still-dazed worshippers. Stop dawdling. Come eat. It's a buffet. Don't you know? Serve yourselves. You there, the one in the mask, I saw you feigning death quite well. Come over, don't be shy. The worshippers exchanged glances, then looked at the bishop, who was radiating an overwhelming aura and appeared to be reveling in the energy overload. Finally, someone wavered. It is a yearning for power, an irresistible allure of that fragrance. A devoted follower rises unsteadily, approaching the furnace, and hastily shoves a piece of meat into his mouth. 3 seconds later, I have broken through. My shadow powers have grown stronger. With the first, comes the second. Soon, this group of cultists, initially intent on a bloody ritual, surrounds the soul-refining furnace, like famished souls, frantically snatching at the food. The once ominous sacrificial site instantly transforms into a bustling night market. I want that tentacle tip. It's crispy. Don't snatch. This is a gift from the Father God. No, from the chef. It smells divine. Much more enticing than raw human brains. A remark from a ghoul devotee. Jiang Li observes this scene, nodding in satisfaction. This is exactly right. Everyone is here to enjoy themselves. The senseless violence is meaningless. Sitting down to enjoy skewers and drink is the way to resolve any conflict. He turns to Su Chinga. Miss Su, don't be shy. Eat up. This fish is large and will fill you up. Su Chinga mechanically picks up a piece of meat and places it in her mouth. As she gazes at this bizarre, yet strangely harmonious scene of chaos, her worldview shatters into oblivion. This is the cult of the god of sacrifice, a notorious organization known internationally for its countless atrocities. Now these cold-blooded murderers are behaving like a group of school children eagerly awaiting their meal? And all of this simply because he finds the grilled fish delicious? Mr. Jiang, Su Chinga swallows the divine meat, her eyes filled with complexity. What on earth do you intend to do with them? What do I intend? Jiang Li, while feeding De Huang a bone, casually remarks. I see they are quite sturdy and can eat a lot. Perfect. My newly acquired ship is in need of a few sailors. I might ask them if they wish to work. Work? Yes. With their attire, black robes, they clearly are professionals for night shifts and can certainly endure hardship. Su Chinga responds, you want the cultists to become fishermen? The image is too beautiful to contemplate. At that moment, An unusual sound emanates from the sea. Suddenly, the calm surface splits open, and dozens of shadows leap from the water onto the beach. They are the Deep Ones, a half-human, half-fish creature with bulging frog-like eyes and gills, a classic spawn of the Cthulhu mythos. They were drawn by the deathly aura of the recently fallen son of Kraken, seeking revenge for their deity or to claim a share. Roar, gurgle. The leading Deep One elite, C-class, brandishes a rusty trident and emits a piercing shriek. Are those fishmen? The cultists, who were feasting heartily, are startled, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Yet Jiang Li's eyes gleam with excitement. He sets down his iron spatula, wipes the grease from his mouth, and approaches with delight. Ah, such attentive service. Jiang Li points at the group of Deep Ones. Addressing the red-robed bishop, Chef, does your buffet include additional dishes? Is this a seafood platter being served? The red-robed bishop looks perplexed. He glances at the fearsome Deep Ones. Then back at the eagerly excited Jiang Li, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for the Deep Ones. Roar. The Deep One elite, seeing a human daring to approach, roars and thrusts the trident forward. Hey, still fresh. Jiang Li not only does not retreat, but moves toward it. He reaches out and, just before the trident, capable of piercing steel, strikes him, he grabs the slippery neck of the Deep One. This fish head looks rather large. Though the neck is a bit thin, Jiang Li assesses. Then, with a flick of his wrist, crack. The C-class Deep One Elite's neck twists into a spiral, its bulging fish eyes popping out as it drops dead. Thud. The corpse is carelessly tossed aside. The remaining Deep Ones come to a screeching halt, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Their leader just perished so easily. Don't just stand there. Jiang Li shouts to the cultists, a few of you. Help unload. This creature looks like a giant frog. Its thigh meat should be quite good. Take it for roasting. Yes, we obey your command. The cultists, previously frightened by the Deep Ones, now surge forward with renewed vigor, inspired by Jiang Li's imposing figure. For the roasted meat. Charge. Capture those fish men. Skin them alive. Dozens of newly awakened, powerful cultists wield skewers and leftover bones, roaring as they rush toward the group of Deep Ones. What should have been a bloody slaughter instantly transforms into a one-sided hunt for ingredients. Gurgle. The Deep Ones panic. What is wrong with these humans? They are more monstrous than we are. Those eyes are filled with the hunger of predators. They attempt to flee, but Da Huang has already blocked their escape route. Da Huang squats by the shore, chewing on a Deep One attempting to dive away, his expression clearly saying that retreat is impossible. Half an hour later, dozens of Deep One corpses, ingredients, litter the beach. The barbecue has been replenished with the tender thighs of the Deep Ones. Jiang Li sits on a small stool, holding a chilled beer, pulled from the red-robed bishop's storage ring, wearing a contented expression. This is what life should be. The red-robed bishop has now completely become Jiang Li's loyal subordinate and assistant. He leans over, ingratiatingly asking, Esteemed sir, the meat is ready. Would you care to try? Indeed. Very good, cooked to perfection. Jiang Li accepts the roasted meat, takes a bite, and nods in satisfaction. By the way, what is your name? My name is Bloodhand. But my birth name is Wang Ergu. The bishop looks down, a bit embarrassed. Ergu? That name is easy to remember. Jiang Li pats his shoulder. I see your roasting skills are commendable. You should follow me from now on. I need a chef for my ship. A ship? Wang Ergu is momentarily taken aback. Yes. I purchased a fishing vessel, planning to venture out to catch some big hauls. You and your brothers can come aboard as crew. The pay is negotiable, with meals provided. And you'll have this kind of meat every day? Meals provided? Daily divine meat. Wang Ergu's eyes instantly light up, brighter than any spotlight. This isn't merely becoming a crew member. It's akin to entering paradise for training. As long as he can follow this esteemed figure, he would gladly scrub toilets. This is a walking divine machine. Yes, we are willing. Wang Ergu kneels down, exclaiming, Esteemed one, no, Captain. From now on, the Jianghai division of the cult of the god of sacrifice will be your private armed force. No, your private fishing team. Wherever you point, we shall strike. That's the spirit. Jiang Li is pleased. Now, let us pack up the remaining meat. Don't let it go to waste. Tomorrow morning, we'll gather at the dock. Yes, Captain. The cultists respond in unison, their voices echoing through the air. Beside them, Su Chinga watches this scene, silently rubbing her forehead. It's over. The greatest threat in Jianghai City, the cult of the god of sacrifice that has troubled the night watch for over a decade, has been incorporated with a mere barbecue. Moreover, it appears this group of lunatics is now more loyal than ever. Is this the charisma of the old one? As Su Chinga gazes at Jiang Li's towering figure illuminated by the firelight, an absurd thought crosses her mind. Perhaps only magic can defeat magic. Only a being more unreasonable than the malevolent gods can suppress this group of madmen. And Jiang Li, evidently, is that most unreasonable god. Chapter 21. The pre-job training of cultists and the ghost ship as self-service breakfast. The night over Blue Moon Bay gradually fades, and the horizon of the eastern sea begins to blush with dawn's light. On the beach that had recently witnessed a divine bestowal, though in truth it was merely a wholesale supply of ingredients, a remarkably unconventional packing operation was underway. Hurry up, you there. Stop nibbling on the raw meat. It's unsanitary, Jiang Li commanded from atop a rock, resembling a stern foreman overseeing the scene. Below, the once feared followers of the Night Watch now rolled up their sleeves, still clad in their black robes, and dutifully transported the carcasses of the deep divers. You, the one wearing the mask, you possess ice powers, don't you? Don't just stand there. Unleash a breath of frost upon this pile of meat for preservation. If it spoils, I shall roast you in the furnace. The Frostwalker, donning a pale mask and classified as a sea-level ability user, trembled at the command, quickly harnessing his precious spirit energy to unleash the extreme cold intended for slaying upon the bloody frog legs. With a hissing sound, the freezing aura enveloped the meat, instantly frosting it, achieving a preservation effect rivaling that of a top-tier cold storage facility. Excellent. You're quite spirited. You, the shadow manipulator. Stop posing and use your shadows to carry several boxes at once, 10 at a time. And you, with great strength, refrain from brute force. That fish head, the kraken's cranium, is fragile and meant for soup. Don't crush it. Jiang Li directed with unwavering authority, orchestrating the cultists with precision. To these devotees, this was not merely a task of transport. It was a divine trial, a test of their loyalty and capability from the Father God. Each follower scolded by Jiang Li bore not anger, but a fervent joy. God is watching me. God is guiding me. Su Qingge, observing from the sidelines, marveled at how these typically sinister cultists now worked industriously like little bees, even competing to see who could carry the most meat, their faces flushed with excitement. She felt her sanity intact, yet her worldview shattered into a myriad of pieces. Mr. Jiang, do you truly intend to take all this meat back? She inquired, gazing at the mountain of abyssal flesh, swallowing hard. If even a small piece were to find its way into the city, it could incite a minor biochemical crisis. Couldn't he it? Of course. This is all money. Jiang Li replied matter-of-factly. With so much meat, I certainly cannot consume it all myself. My new ship has just been acquired and is yet to be inaugurated. This will serve as the crew's food supply. The rest can be made into fish balls and fish floss to sell to that rotund Wang in the black market. He glanced at Wang Ergu, the red-robed bishop, who was using the white-boned staff, a symbol of power and status, as a makeshift yoke for carrying meat. Ergu, have your brothers bring the vehicles over. Let us load up. Yes, Captain. Wang Ergu was utterly devoted to Jiang Li. After tasting that piece of meat, not only had he broken through his bottleneck, but the chronic leg pain from years of practicing dark arts had vanished. This was no mere boss. This was a benefactor. Soon, a convoy consisting of a dozen black vans, modified off-road vehicles, and even 2 hearses rolled toward the beach. What an unusual caravan, Jiang Li remarked, eyeing the 2 hearses adorned with white flowers, his lips twitching. You all have quite a broad range of services, even offering funeral arrangements? Captain, this is to obscure our true purpose of transporting offerings. Wang Ergu replied proudly. All right, as long as it can carry cargo. Load it all up. Not a single bone should be left behind. Even that skin with suction cups can be fried up as a delicacy. At 6 in the morning, a peculiar convoy appeared on the road leading from Jianghai City to the Old Wharf. Leading the procession was a formidable Range Rover, followed by a ragtag fleet of dilapidated vehicles plastered with various charms, including hearses. Passing vehicles swerved to avoid them, and drivers dared not steal a glance, fearing misfortune. Whose big shot is this funeral for? Shoo! Don't speak carelessly. That's the Baishan cult's vehicles. Those lunatics kill without a second thought. If only they knew that these so-called madmen were currently crammed into their vehicles, cradling frozen octopus legs and fish heads, joyfully humming to themselves. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the Old Wharf. By this time, some early rising fishermen were already at work, and old Wang from the second-hand boat dealership had just opened his door, preparing to brew a pot of tea. Suddenly, the ground trembled as the procession, resembling a funeral cortege, surged onto the dock. Coming to a synchronized halt before Jiang Li's ship, the Black Pearl, Leviathan's remains. With a clatter, the doors swung open. Dozens of figures clad in black robes and masks, exuding a chilling aura, leapt out. Old Wang dropped his teapot with a crash, shattering it to pieces. Holy moly! The Baishan cult. Are they here to slaughter the heads? Old Wang, terrified, turned to flee. Just then, the door of the Range Rover opened, and Jiang Li emerged, stretching lazily. Ah, Boss Wang. Good morning. Old Wang halted, his heart nearly stopping as he saw Jiang Li, the fearsome red-robed bishop, approaching with a sycophantic grin. Brushing dust off Jiang Li's shoulders. Captain, we have arrived. Is this your divine vessel? Wang Erge gazed up at the completely black fishing boat, radiating a potent aura of death and abyss, his fervor reaching its peak. As a seasoned cultist, his spiritual perception far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. To him, this was no mere ship, it was a slumbering ancient behemoth, formed from countless corpses and grievances, an entity of B grade, bordering on A grade. The wood grain on the hull resembled desiccated blood vessels. The mast stood as the beast's spine, and the dark, gaping entrance to the hold was the throat leading to hell. This is a true miracle. Wang Erge knelt, tears brimming in his eyes. The other followers felt the overwhelming pressure from above and also knelt, worshipping the decrepit vessel. Praise the abyss. Praise the captain. Old Wang stood nearby, dumbfounded. He had owned this broken ship for nearly a decade, aside from its haunting reputation. It held no particular significance. Why did it seem to these people as if they had encountered their ancestors? Get up. What are you doing? Engaging in superstitious practices? Jiang Li kicked Wang Erge impatiently. This is company property, not a temple. Hurry, load the cargo. Yes, yes. Move the goods. Offerings. Wang Erge scrambled to his feet, directing his subordinates to begin unloading. Da Huang, open the hold. Jiang Li commanded. Da Huang, clutching the golden chain, dashed aboard, barking at the hold door. With a creak, the heavy door swung open, releasing a chilling black wind, accompanied by sounds akin to a beast's breath. The ship was hungry. Throw in all the leftover scraps, bones, and that pile of skin without meat. That's our fuel. Don't waste anything. Jiang Li ordered. The followers, burdened with packages of blood and flesh, formed a line onto the deck. As they neared the entrance to the engine room, the heart, each felt a profound shudder from the depths of their souls. There resided a living, ravenous well. Down. At Jiang Li's command, tons of deep diver carcasses were unceremoniously dumped into the writhing meat pit. With a gurgling sound, the pit erupted, the black heart pulsating with joy, emitting a thunderous roar. The entire ship trembled, the black grease on its surface gleaming brighter. And even the somewhat decayed wooden planks visibly repaired themselves, becoming as hard as iron. The divine vessel has feasted. The followers grew even more fervent. They were not merely laborers. They were nourishing a divine beast. What an honor this was. After unloading the cargo, Jiang Li gathered everyone on the deck. Dozens of cloaked figures stood in 3 neat rows against the backdrop of the rising sun and the ominous black fishing vessel, resembling a gathering of some sinister organization. Clearing his throat, Jiang Li announced, "Now that you are all aboard my ship, we are family." With his hands clasped behind his back, he began his address, an orientation of sorts. Our company is called, well, Deep Blue Seafood. Our primary business is fishing at sea and selling seafood. I have a few rules for everyone to remember. First, no more wearing these black robes. They look like mourning attire. It's bad luck. I will provide each of you with 2 sets of work uniforms, either white chef coats or blue overalls, to ensure we look presentable. The followers exchanged glances, bewildered. Remove their robes? That would be a betrayal of their beliefs. Yet, under Jiang Li's unyielding gaze and the watchful eye of the imposing Da Huang beside him, no one dared to voice dissent. Second, refrain from reciting those nonsensical incantations. Phrases like descent of the abyss and blood sacrifices are tiresome. We are legitimate business people. We must conduct ourselves with civility and courtesy. When greeting guests, we should say welcome. Our seafood is fresh. Understood? Understood. The followers responded weakly. Speak louder. Haven't you eaten? Was that meat just for show? Understood. The chorus of voices erupted, echoing so loudly that 2 seagulls fell from the sky. That's more like it. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Third, and most importantly, his expression grew serious as he scanned the crowd. This ship is destined for the deep sea, into so-called forbidden zones. No matter what you see or hear, it must remain locked within your minds. Furthermore, regardless of the size of the fish or the strangeness of any creature, unless I command you to flee, no one is permitted to show fear. Anyone who dares to abandon ship. Jiang Li gestured towards the ship's railing. I will cast them overboard to feed the fish or use them as fuel for the furnace. Do you understand? An invisible aura of intimidation enveloped the deck, a remnant of the C-grade peak evil beast's residual pressure and Jiang Li's own authoritative demeanor. The followers felt their knees weaken, nearly kneeling before him. Understood. We will follow the captain to the death. Wang Ergo led the fervent shout, his eyes ablaze with zeal. This was the might of the strong. This was the majesty of the divine. Under divine guidance, even a descent into hell, the return to the void, was a venture they dared to undertake. Very spirited. Jiang Li glanced at the time. Now, everyone, a thorough cleaning. Scrub this deck clean. Remove those terrifying skull decorations. He pointed to a string of dried human ears hanging from the mast, trophies from previous shipowners. Who hung that cured meat? It's covered in mold. Toss it out. But Captain, that's a cursed object of vengeful spirits. The followers protested. Yet, under Jiang Li's intimidating presence, these once merciless cultists transformed into diligent cleaning staff, wielding mops and rags to conduct a thorough purification of this ghost ship. Su Qinggu stood on the dock, observing as the once dreadful ghost ship began to take on a semblance of life under the efforts of dozens of people. The deck gleamed brightly. The skull flag was replaced with a red banner emblazoned with deep blue seafood, a print Jiang Li had just arranged at a local shop. There were even 2 potted money trees at the bow. If not for the occasional menacing expressions of the crew and the strange sounds emanating from the ship's hull, one might mistake it for an ordinary fishing vessel preparing to set sail. Is this the transformative power of an SSS-grade powerhouse? Su Qinggu mused, recognizing the ability to not only reform malevolent spirits, but also to reshape cultists, forcibly dragging all that is indescribable into the realm of the mundane. This power was far more terrifying than mere destruction. She took out her phone and sent an encrypted message to the director. Report. The target known as Chef has successfully recruited the Jianghai branch of the Cult of the Divine and has transformed it into an offshore fishing crew. The situation is stable, even thriving. I recommend continued observation without interference. After sending the message, Su Qinggu watched Jiang Li at the bow, directing to Huang as he attempted to catch seagulls, a wry smile playing on her lips. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Around midday, Jiang Li called out, Ergo. Is lunch ready? It's ready, Captain. Wang Ergo, clad in an ill-fitting white chef's uniform, a bit tight and constricting, emerged from the cabin with a large basin. Today for lunch, we're having a deep-sea stew. It's made from last night's leftover scraps, combined with our own potatoes and vermicelli. It smells delightful. Indeed, promising. Jiang Li sniffed appreciatively. It did indeed smell good. Although the meat appeared a bit charred, under the careful handling of these professionals, cooked slowly with dark fire, toxins and pollutants had been neutralized, leaving only energy and flavor. Dozens of crew members squatted on the deck, each with a large bowl, slurping up their employee meal. Da Huang also received a large basin, devouring it with his tail wagging like a propeller. Full and not missing home, Jiang Li said as he picked his teeth. After this meal, we set sail. Where to, Captain? Wang Ergo inquired. Jiang Li stood, gazing into the mist-covered depths of the sea, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. To the depths of the misty sea. I've heard of a place called Shipwreck Bay, rumored to be filled with treasures, including abalone the size of basins and shrimp as thick as arms, actually the territory of the father of deep divers. Our first venture as deep blue seafood must make a resounding impact. Yes, the followers cheered in unison, their voices brimming with anticipation for the unknown and a longing for culinary delights. With the sound of a long, resonant foghorn, actually the ghost ship's roar, the transformed Black Pearl set sail, carrying a crew of malevolent spirits into the forbidden zone of humanity. Meanwhile, beneath the deep sea, an ancient being long dormant seemed to sense something, slowly opening its enormous yellow eyes, akin to lighthouses. Chapter 22. A den of sea monkeys and the legendary king prawn in the depths of the misty sea, Shipwreck Bay. The waters here took on a disconcerting dark green hue, thick and viscous like semi-congealed grease. Countless shattered planks, rotting ropes, and indistinguishable bones, whether fish or human, floated upon the surface. This was a true zone of death, a life-repelling area that even deep-sea fish dared not enter. Yet at this moment, a peculiar black ship adorned with the red flag of deep blue seafood boldly plowed through the debris, roaring into this desolate marine expanse. Captain, the fog ahead is too thick. Visibility is under 5 meters. Wang Ergo, now the first mate, shouted nervously from the helm, sweat beading on his brow. As a former cardinal, he could clearly sense the myriad greedy and malevolent gazes lurking within the mist, watching this intruder. That was the gaze of the abyss. A malice from the ancient ones. What's the panic? Turn on the lights. Jiang Li calmly commanded from the captain's chair, actually an office chair he had scavenged from a flea market, holding a cup of hot tea. Doesn't our ship have that biological spotlight? Activate it. Illuminate them. Yes. Wang Ergo gritted his teeth and pulled a lever, which actually tugged at a vessel's sensory nerve. Buzz. At the bow, two previously closed massive eyes, the eyes of the Leviathan in its prime, suddenly opened wide. Two beams of ghastly green light pierced through the fog like swords, illuminating the path ahead. The radiant glow not only illuminates the surroundings, but also possesses effects of phantasm disruption and intimidation. As it travels forth, the mist boils and recedes to either side, akin to water brought to a boil. Goodness, this light is blinding. If this high beam were to be activated in the city, it would undoubtedly attract penalties. Jiang Li marveled, envisioning this as the emblem of deep blue seafood, a beacon wherever we go. As the fog dissipated, the vista ahead finally came into view. Countless enormous black rocks jutted from the sea surface, and in between them lay a multitude of shipwreck remnants, some reduced to mere skeletons, while others retained their pre-break appearance, resembling a vast maritime graveyard. This is Shipwreck Bay? Jiang Li set down his teacup and approached the window, his eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead with eager anticipation. With so many vessels sunk here, there must be treasures aplenty beneath the waves. I wonder if the fish here are abundant. Such a complex terrain is ideal for concealing large fish. Just then, a series of wet footsteps echoed from the deck. Suddenly, the ship trembled violently as if struck by a heavy object. Who goes there? The few devotees, now sailors, cleaning the deck raised their heads in alarm. They beheld dozens of shadowy figures scaling the sides of the ship. Hunched over, their bodies glistened with damp scales, crowned with oversized fish heads, filled with sharp teeth, and equipped with elongated limbs bearing webbed digits, topped with sharp-boned spines. Elite deep diver warriors, C-class malevolent beings. And not just one or two, but a veritable horde of over 100. They clung to the ship's railing like a swarm of hellish specters, their countless lifeless eyes glimmering with avarice, fixated on the living souls aboard. Caw. The leader of the deep divers, C-class, brandishing a trident fashioned from the bones of some colossal beast, emitted a piercing shriek. More of these fishmen. Wang Erge's expression shifted dramatically as he seized a nearby cleaver, ready to charge out. Wait. Jiang Li restrained him. Squinting through the glass, he scrutinized the unexpected guests. Through Jiang Li's lens, what appeared before him was not an army of deep divers, but rather a gaggle of peculiar creatures with green fur, drenched bodies, and monkey-like proportions, peering curiously over the ship's edge. Are these sea monkeys? Jiang Li stroked his chin, recalling tales of monkeys at sea with remarkable swimming abilities who liked to board ships to pilfer food. Could this truly be the legendary sea monkeys? Ugh, they are quite unsightly, and there are far too many of them. Our meager supplies won't suffice for their thievery. Jiang Li felt a surge of irritation. He is fiercely protective of his provisions, and if these monkeys dare touch his fish, it would be tantamount to attacking his very lifeblood. Da Huang, wake up. We are being robbed. Jiang Li shouted towards the corner. Woof. Which blind fool dares to cause chaos here? Da Huang, gnawing on a piece of deep diver's spine, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. In a flash, he bolted from the cockpit onto the deck, unleashing a furious roar at the swarm of deep divers. Whoa! The overwhelming presence of the Tindalow's hound surged forth. The surrounding air seemed to warp. Those once fearsome deep divers were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden onslaught of high-ranking pressure, causing several to lose their grip on the railing and tumble back into the sea. Yet, this was the deep divers' domain, and their numerical superiority emboldened them. The leader screeched, brandishing his trident, signaling his subordinates to swarm forward. Caw. 100 deep divers surged onto the deck like a tide, attempting to overwhelm the ship. The audacity! How dare they wreak havoc aboard my vessel? Jiang Li flung open the cabin door and stepped outside. He wielded no blade but instead brandished a steel pipe purchased from the hardware store, still unused. Those who wish to live, get off my ship. Those are my fish. Jiang Li bellowed, swinging the steel pipe in a wide arc whoosh. The pipe sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Bang, bang, bang. The first 3 deep divers charging forward had no chance to react before the pipe shattered their skulls. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. What? So fragile? Jiang Li was taken aback. Were their heads made of watermelon? A mere tap, and they shattered? He had thought he was merely swatting at the monkeys, not realizing he had taken lives, monkey lives. Well, since you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Perfectly. We could use specimens of these sea monkeys. Jiang Li's gaze turned cold, his demeanor shifting dramatically. If he had been merely a protective captain moments ago, now he embodied a walking god of slaughter. He stepped forward, wielding the steel pipe like a dragon, wildly dancing through the throng of deep divers. Each swing resonated with the sounds of splintering bones and the wails of monsters. The C-class malevolent being's proud scales and muscles crumbled before Jiang Li's monstrous strength. As insubstantial as paper. Ergu, rally the brothers and do not linger. Grab the nets. Collect the dead and injured. Jiang Li commanded while mercilessly mowing down foes. Though they appeared grotesque, being creatures of the sea, they might also serve as sustenance. Even if not edible, minced for bait would be invaluable. Yes, the captain is magnificent. Wang Ergu and the other devotees felt their blood surge with excitement. This is their deity. Each with a stick, they pierced through the abyssal legion. They hastily seized fishing nets, iron hooks, and even kitchen ladles, trailing behind Jiang Li to scavenge. This one isn't dead yet. Finish it off. This one has a broken leg. Drag it away. The once terrifying siege transformed into a beachcombing spectacle. De Huang, too, was undeterred, darting among the monsters, targeting the elite foes with precision, devouring them one after another with a satisfying crunch. Within 10 minutes, the deck was strewn with deep diver corpses, and the remaining few finally succumbed to despair, gazing at the blood-soaked man, now resembling a demon, emitting desperate screams as they leaped into the sea to escape. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Jiang Li, in the throes of battle, rushed to the ship's edge, poised to give chase. Suddenly, the entire sea surface trembled violently. Glub, glub, glub. The water churned as if boiling, and an aura more terrifying than all the deep divers combined surged from the depths. Boom! The ocean before the ship erupted, sending forth towering waves. A gargantuan shadow, overwhelming in size, slowly rose from the water. It was a colossal creature exceeding 50 meters in length. It bore a humanoid upper body, yet its head was a monstrous amalgamation of octopus and crab, while its lower half was a mass of thick, powerful tentacles and appendages. Its body was encased in a heavy chitinous shell, adorned with barnacles and seaweed, emanating an ancient and decayed aura. Father of the deep divers, Dagon, A-class progeny of the great old ones. It is the sovereign of this shipwrecked bay, the divine father of countless deep divers. Awakened by the anguished cries of its progeny, it descended with unfathomable fury. Roar! Dagon unleashed a soul-rending roar, the tremendous sound wave shattering every glass on the Black Pearl. The devotees aboard instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching their ears in agony. Some of the weaker ones bleeding from their orifices and fainting. Even De Huang tucked its tail in, emitting a low growl of unease. Its form flickering between reality and illusion, poised to flee at a moment's notice. This is an entity nearing A-class. In the present world, it is synonymous with invincibility. The diminutive insect dares to slaughter my subjects. Dagon's enormous yellow eyes fixated intently on Jiang Li, his voice resonating directly within the minds of all present. Imbued with infinite majesty and divinity, he raised a colossal claw, sufficient to crush an aircraft carrier, and struck down fiercely towards the Black Pearl. Shadows enveloped the entire ship. It was over. Wang Ergu, in despair, shut his eyes. Before a true deity, the power of mortals is utterly insignificant. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Li lifted his head. Removing his shattered sunglasses, he gazed at the overwhelming creature above, his face devoid of fear, replaced instead by an expression of peculiar ecstasy. By heavens! Jiang Li pointed at Dagon, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this truly the king of mantis shrimp? Through his unique perspective, Dagon's terrifying visage was automatically transcended into something magnificent. The armored exterior appeared as the shell of a mantis shrimp, the immense claws resembled its pincers, and the multitude of tentacles transformed into its legs. Other than its absurd size, this being was essentially a mantis shrimp that had attained sentience. Fortune has smiled upon me. This is a true windfall. Jiang Li could barely contain his drool. Imagine the meat from such a large mantis shrimp, if seasoned with salt and pepper. Those pincers must contain more flesh than the prized geoduck. As the impending strike of annihilation approached, Jiang Li performed an unexpected maneuver. He discarded the steel pipe from his hands and retrieved a bundle of reinforced steel wire, attached to a freshly sharpened S-shaped meat hook, from his waist. Dahom! Hold the other end of the rope. Secure it to the winch. Jiang Li bellowed, squatting slightly as if preparing to throw a javelin. Since it has come to me willingly, I shan't be courteous. Behold my flying hook shrimping technique. With a surge of muscle, Jiang Li hurled the half-meter-long iron hook with all his might. The hook, trailing the steel wire, sliced through the air like a cruise missile, soaring skyward. Dagon regarded the approaching hook with disdain. Such mortal metal cannot even scratch my hide. However, in the next instant, searing pain surged through him. That seemingly ordinary iron hook, defying his divine defenses and impenetrable exoskeleton, embedded itself deep within the most tender flesh beneath his chin, the location of his Achilles heel. A howl of agony erupted from Dagon. His claw poised to strike the ship froze midair. Got him! Jiang Li shouted in exhilaration, gripping the steel wire tightly. Brothers, wake up, get to work, pull. Bring him down. Awakened by this astonishing turn of events, the devotees gazed at the man resolutely pulling the steel wire in a tug-of-war against the towering deity. Their blood ignited with fervor. The captain is incredible. For the mantis shrimp. Charge. Dozens rushed forward, seizing the steel wire. Dahong also clamped down on the rope's end, anchoring the ship with all four paws, activating the temporal anchor skill. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. The Black Pearl emitted a mournful cry under the immense strain, yet with the collective effort of all aboard and the dog. The once arrogant abyssal overlord was gradually being dragged down from the heavens. Dagon panicked. He felt as if his chin would be torn off. What kind of monstrosity are these humans? Chapter 23. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp and the dragon palace of the deep sea in the depths of the misty sea. On the deck of the Black Pearl, a resounding boom echoed as the gargantuan Dagon, exceeding 50 meters in length and worthy of the tidal father of the deep one, crashed heavily onto the deck. The entire ship lurched downward, seawater flooding the deck before quickly draining away. The hull creaked ominously, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. But with the powerful, pulsating black heart, the source of propulsion, supporting it, it withstood the thousands of tons of impact. A weakened and furious growl escaped Dagon. His jaw had been brutally torn by the S-shaped meat hook, blood cascading like a waterfall, and his once impenetrable chitinous shell now bore numerous cracks. He could not comprehend it. He was a scion of the old ones, the uncrowned king of these waters. Why was he being pulled down by a swarm of ants? Especially that leading human. Dagon's colossal yellow eyes fixated on Jiang Li, his gaze ignited with a palpable fury. Mortal, you shall bear the eternal curse of the abyss. An invisible tempest of psychic energy enveloped Jiang Li in an instant. This was Dagon's dying counterattack, the whispers of the old ones. Any ordinary person who heard a single syllable would find their mind reduced to a mushy pulp, their soul dragged into an endless abyss of torment. However, it was intolerably noisy. Jiang Li furrowed his brow, digging into his ears. Why does this shrimp sound like it has a microphone? With such volume, it should be wary of losing its voice. He was unaffected, seizing the steel pipe that had just proven its worth, and delivered a series of powerful blows to Dagon's forehead. Clang, clang, clang. Behave yourself. Continue to shout, and I shall turn you into sashimi. Each strike bore an irresistible force of order. Dagon felt his head buzzing. The tempest capable of tearing apart souls was violently disrupted by these blows. This is impossible. Dagon fell into total despair. This human possesses no soul. Or rather, the resilience of his soul surpasses even that of the ancient gods. Ergu, quickly bring the others. We must handle this while it is fresh. Jiang Li tossed aside the steel pipe, directing the astonished devotees. The shell of this mantis shrimp is too tough. Ordinary blades cannot cut through it. Go fetch the acetylene cutting torch from the ship. Tonight, we feast on a hearty meal. Yes, Captain. Wang Ergu, snapping out of his shock, was filled with fervor. If even an A-class mythical creature could be treated as mere mantis shrimp by the captain, what could possibly hinder the progress of deep blue seafood? Brothers, get the tools. Remove the shrimp's legs. Dozens of devotees rushed forward, roaring. Although their strength was insignificant before Dagon, he was now incapacitated by Jiang Li, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a sizzling sound, blue flames erupted from the cutting torch, beginning to slice through Dagon's heavy shell. Remarkably, despite their nefarious endeavors, these cultists displayed an astonishing talent for dismemberment. In less than half an hour, the colossal abyssal overlord was reduced to a disarray of parts. Those immense pincers, resembling excavator buckets, were completely detached, revealing succulent, glistening flesh within. What a treasure! Jiang Li marveled at the meat, nearly drooling. Such exquisite flesh must be seasoned with salt and pepper. Ergu, set up the large iron pot we brought. Pour in the oil. On the deck, a 2-meter-wide iron pot was positioned over the 9-nether soul refining furnace, originally intended for boiling large sacrificial human soups. It was now cleaned and filled with half a barrel of cooking oil. The flames roared, the oil heating up. Jiang Li took charge, cutting the massive claw meat into fist-sized cubes. Coating them in egg wash and breadcrumbs, he hummed a tune, his movements fluid and graceful. Sizzle. The meat cubes hit the oil, instantly erupting into a cascade of golden bubbles. The unique aroma. A delightful fusion of exquisite deep-sea delicacies and the enticing fragrance of crisped fat swiftly enveloped the entire vessel, wafting outwards for several miles with the breeze. The lower creatures of the sea, previously lurking in the waters, were so frightened by this scent that they dove into the depths, trembling in terror. This fragrance heralded the demise of a superior being. It was the fear of a sovereign being cooked. The dish was ready. Jiang Li used a large slotted spoon to lift the golden brown, crispy morsels from the pot, dusting them with his homemade pepper salt blend, enhanced with a hint of psychic powder. Come, everyone, partake. This is the authentic deep-sea mantis shrimp. A rare find. Jiang Li grabbed a piece, disregarding the heat, and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch. The exterior was crisp, while the interior was tender and juicy. The delectable sweetness surged through him, elevating him to heights surpassing even that of the electric eel meat. More importantly, a wave of immense energy flooded through his limbs, making every cell in his body rejoice. Ding. Consuming A-grade abyssal sovereign flesh, physique 10. Acquired temporary skill, deep-sea breathing, allows free breathing underwater for 3 hours. Wow, this meat even has special effects? Jiang Li glanced at the attribute panel, a non-existent system, with delight. Breathing underwater? Wouldn't tea that make fishing much easier? He turned to the ravenous Wang Ergo and the others, who were devouring the dish with wild enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with fervor. This was meat approaching the A-grade divine quality. With each bite, their strength surged exponentially. Wang Ergo felt the bottleneck within him loosening, hinting at a potential breakthrough to B-grade, the pinnacle of a bishop. Long live the captain. Long live deep blue seafood. He cried, tears of joy in his eyes. With a boss like this, how could one not ascend to godhood? De Huang was also busy, gnawing on another massive claw, refusing to spit out the shell. For this temporal creature, such high-grade sustenance was akin to a miraculous tonic. A faint silver glow began to manifest on its surface, a sign of the manifestation of time's laws. The feast continued deep into the night. The enormous mantis shrimp was reduced to nothing but a pile of shells and bones, devoured by these insatiable souls. The remnants were cast into the meat pit of the engine room. The ghost ship let out a satisfied sigh, its hull undergoing a transformation. The black planks grew sturdier, even sprouting fine scales, significantly enhancing its defense. Sated, Jiang Li reclined on a deck chair, gazing at the persistent mist overhead. Though the mantis shrimp was delicious, overindulgence had left him slightly weary. As he picked at his teeth, he felt a tinge of greed, and realized that this place was rather barren, offering little more than shipwrecks and stones, with no visible treasures. Captain, are you seeking treasures? Wang Ergo approached eagerly. He recalled from ancient texts within the church that beneath this sunken bay, there lay a legendary dragon palace. Dragon palace? Jiang Li perked up. Are you referring to the dragon palace of the East Sea? The one with the golden cudgel? Not that dragon palace. Wang Ergo wiped his brow. It's said to be the ruins of a deep-sea civilization from a bygone era, holding countless treasures of gold and silver, as well as artifacts capable of controlling the ocean. However, that place is notoriously treacherous, situated in a deep trench where the water pressure is immense. Guarded by countless sea monsters, no one has ever returned alive. Deep beneath the sea, a trench? Jiang Li stroked his chin, recalling the deep-sea breathing skill he had just acquired. Wasn't he the serendipitous? Just as he gained the ability to dive, he stumbled upon a sea expedition. Where are these ruins? Do you know the location? I have a rough idea. It's directly beneath our ship, in the trench known as the Abyssal Rift. Wang Ergo pointed towards the water outside the ship. Jiang Li approached the ship's edge and peered down. The water was unfathomably deep, dark as a gaping maw poised to devour. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, a thrill surged within him. Having come this far, wouldn't it be a pity not to explore? And besides, he had just mastered diving and had yet to test it. He turned to De Huang and beckoned. De Huang, stop gnawing on that bone. Grab that waterproof flashlight. We're going down to catch some fish. Woof. Going down again? I don't want to. I'm already soaked. De Huang shook its head vigorously. Though it feared not the water, as a noble hound, it loathed the sensation of being wet. Not going. Then I'll take that bone away. Jiang Li pretended to snatch the bone from its mouth. Woof. All right. I'll go. De Huang immediately relented. Ergo. Keep an eye on the ship. We'll be back shortly. If anyone tries to steal it, blast them with the cannon. Jiang Li pointed to the energy cannon that had just been dismantled from the Explorer, which he thought resembled a large festive firework. Yes, rest assured, Captain. As long as the ship remains, we remain. After giving his instructions, Jiang Li took a deep breath and plunged into the inky depths of the ocean. Splash. Water splattered everywhere. The frigid sea enveloped him instantly. Yet miraculously, Jiang Li felt no suffocation. Instead, it felt as though he had returned to his mother's embrace. Utterly comfortable, a thin membrane appeared on the surface of his skin, isolating him from the seawater while automatically extracting oxygen from it. So this is deep sea breathing? How convenient. Jiang Li tested his swimming ability, discovering he moved through the water with remarkable speed, akin to a nimble fish. He switched on the waterproof flashlight, a beam piercing through the ocean's darkness. De Huang followed closely behind, reluctant yet surprisingly agile in the water, resembling a furry sea serpent. They continued their descent, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The surrounding light diminished, and the water pressure intensified. Any ordinary submarine would have been crushed by now at this depth. But Jiang Li felt splendid, even tempted to hum a tune. What's that? The beam of the flashlight illuminated a massive shadow. An ancient sunken sailing ship lay before him, its hull decayed and adorned with bioluminescent coral. Through the gaping holes in the hull, he could vaguely see some shimmering objects. Coins. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled, and he swiftly swam closer. Upon inspection, it was indeed a chest filled with gold coins, though somewhat tarnished by the seawater. Their golden luster was unmistakable. Wealth. This chest must weigh dozens of pounds. Just as Jiang Li reached out to seize it, the chest suddenly snapped shut with a loud clack. Immediately, legs sprouted from the bottom of the chest, and a gigantic single eye opened on the lid, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging towards Jiang Li's hand. Treasure chest monster, sea-grade mimetic creature. What the heck? The chest has come to life. Jiang Li was taken aback, instinctively throwing a punch. Boom. Despite the resistance of the water, the punch carried immense force. The treasure chest monster was obliterated, splintering into pieces, and coins scattered everywhere. What a wretched chest, trying to bite. Jiang Li rubbed his fist, gleefully scooping the coins from the ground into his pockets. De Huang. Don't just stand there. Help me gather the money. After collecting the coins, Jiang Li continued his descent. Finally, when he reached approximately 1,000 meters, a vast fissure appeared below. That was the abyssal rift. Deep within the crevice, an eerie green light emanated, revealing the outlines of magnificent structures. It was a city submerged beneath the sea. Towering stone columns, peculiar statues, and non-human-style spires loomed ominously in the ghostly green glow. Lale Ruins, Pseudo. This place was once a settlement of the ancient or deep diver civilization. Though now in ruins, it still retains echoes of its former glory and danger. Is this the Dragon Palace? Jiang Li gazed in awe at the magnificent underwater city. Its scale dwarfed that of the Yulong Bay Villa area. If it could be developed into a tourist attraction, the ticket prices would be astronomical. Just as he prepared to approach for a closer look, a group of patrolling shadows suddenly emerged on the city streets. They had fish heads and human bodies, wielding harpoons and riding creatures resembling seahorses. Deep diver guard. Upon spotting an intruder, they instantly sounded a sharp alarm. The sound traveled swiftly through the water, echoing throughout the ruins. Countless eyes opened in the darkness. Oh, there's even security patrolling? Jiang Li remained unfazed, even adjusting his attire, though it was hardly noticeable underwater. Perfect. I'll ask for directions and see if there's any scrap metal like the sea-calming needle to collect and sell. He swaggered towards the group of deep divers, calling out, "Hey, security brother, mind giving me directions?" The deep divers stared, bewildered. Is this human out of his mind? This is a forbidden area. Eliminate him. The lead deep diver captain raised his harpoon and charged forth with a roar. Thus began a rather one-sided exchange of hostilities at the ocean floor. Chapter 24. Unlawful structures and the sea-calming needle treated as scrap metal at a depth of 200 meters in the Lalayi ruins, Pseudo, outskirts. The frigid seawater enveloped every inch of space like liquid darkness. Here, light was a luxury. With only the bioluminescent deep-sea plankton and the faint green glow emanating from the ruins barely outlining the contours of this sunken city of death. A phalanx of deep diver guards, armed with bone harpoons and mounted on seahorse-like beasts, surrounded the oblivious human with palpable fury and murderous intent. Kill him. Offer him to the slumbering master. The lead captain was a highly mutated creature, larger than the ordinary deep diver, with spiny fins shimmering with toxic purple light. The harpoon in its grasp was forged from an unidentifiable black metal, exuding a chilling aura. With a fierce swing of its arm, dozens of deep divers surged forward, their harpoons slicing through the water like arrows, aimed directly at Jiang Li's vital points. In the high-pressure depths, their movements were not only rapid but even more ferocious than on land. Even a submarine would be reduced to a sieve in an instant. However, faced with this deadly encirclement, Jiang Li merely sighed in resignation, releasing a stream of bubbles. I just asked for directions. Is that so unreasonable? Are security guards today so irritable? To him, they appeared as violent guards in diving suits resembling frogs, brandishing steel forks. Since they were unwilling to converse amiably, he would not hold back. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened. He bore no weapons. His cleaver hung and used at his waist, but his hands, still tinged with the remnants of preparing shrimp, were ready. Everyone down. Without any flourish, he executed a simple yet brutal slap. The motion generated a terrifying undercurrent, akin to a deep-sea bomb detonating at the ocean floor. Boom! The water pressure shifted instantly. The three leading deep divers, unable to even scream, were obliterated by the onrush of this terrifying force. Red mist erupted in the depths, blooming like a ghastly flower. What? The remaining deep divers skidded to a halt, fear infiltrating their bulging fish-like eyes. A single slap? Did he just crush 3 of his comrades from afar? Are this human-s hands made of propellers? Before they could comprehend, a yellow streak darted through the water. It was De Huang. As a Tindalow's hound, its underwater movement was exceedingly peculiar, folding space to appear directly behind its enemies. Snap! One deep diver's head was bitten clean off by De Huang. Thud! Another deep diver's spine was severed by De Huang's sharp claws. It was a veritable wolf in a flock of sheep. De Huang, leave one alive. I still need a guide. Jiang Li shouted as he propelled himself like a torpedo towards the lead captain. So, you're the captain, are you? You're the one pointing that fork at me. The deep diver captain quaked at Jiang Li's approach, raising the black metal harpoon in a desperate attempt to block. Clang! Jiang Li grasped the tip of the harpoon. The blade, capable of piercing alloy steel plates, produced a sharp clang against his palm without even scratching his skin. This harpoon is decent. It seems rather heavy, Jiang Li remarked before exerting his wrist. Creak! The harpoon, crafted from deep-sea dark iron, bent under his grip, twisting into a spiral. The deep diver captain released its hold and attempted to flee, but Jiang Li's hand was already pressing down on its head. Where do you think you're going? I'm not going to eat you. That thing looks inedible, too tough. Jiang Li smiled benignly at it. Lead the way to your Dragon Palace's warehouse or treasure chamber, understood? A terrifying pressure surged from the depths of Jiang Li's soul into the deep diver captain's mind. Within its consciousness, it no longer saw a human but a colossal chaotic deity, mouth agape as if to devour the ocean, offering a disquieting smile. Sanity reset, willpower shattered, subjugation achieved. The deep diver captain rolled its eyes, convulsing momentarily before becoming utterly compliant. It bowed its head, emitting a respectful caw, and turned to point towards the deepest part of the ruins, where the grandest black palace awaited. That's more like it. Lead the way. Jiang Li patted its head as one would a disobedient schoolchild. With the security captain guiding them, their subsequent journey became considerably smoother. The man and his dog swam nonchalantly into the submerged city. Upon closer inspection of the La Yu ruins, Jiang Li's brow furrowed deeper. The architectural style was exceedingly abstract. All the buildings leaned at bizarre angles, their walls presenting dizzying non-Euclidean geometric shapes that threatened to induce nausea. Gigantic stone columns were adorned with twisted tentacles and eye motifs, emitting a faint glow. Who was the developer here? Their aesthetic sense is severely lacking. Jiang Li muttered as he swam, noting the haphazard structures that were clearly illegal buildings. If this were on land, the city inspectors would have demolished them long ago. Moreover, the green light made the place resemble a haunted house. Why not install some warm-toned lighting? De Huang followed closely behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings. It sensed that countless malicious eyes lurked in the shadows of this city. These were the children of the abyss and shuggoths, dwelling in the crevices of the ruins. Yet deterred by Jiang Li's terrifying aura, they dared not reveal themselves. Before long, they arrived at a colossal black temple. This edifice, carved from solid obsidian, towered 100 meters high, its entrance adorned with a massive, indescribable octopus totem. Is this the Dragon Palace's main hall? Jiang Li looked up, impressed by its grandeur. Though he noted the absence of a handle on the door, the deep diver captain approached the entrance, kneeling respectfully and muttering incomprehensible incantations, attempting to unlock the seal accessible only to the high priest. Jiang Li grew impatient with the delay. He stepped forward and pushed aside the incanting captain of the deep divers. Stand back, let me handle this. Jiang Li stood before the towering stone door, which loomed 20 meters high, took a deep breath, and assumed a hoarse stance. I refuse to believe that there exists a door I cannot open. With both hands braced against the stone, the power of the abyssal anglers surged within him, erupting forth. Open for me. The ground trembled ominously. The ancient temple door, sealed for millennia, emitted a pained groan. As the defensive runes flickered to life, Jiang Li's unyielding force shattered them as if they were mere glass. With a grating sound, the colossal stone door, weighing tens of thousands of tons, began to yield, opening a narrow gap. The captain of the deep divers fell to his knees, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. That was the abode of the divine. A sacred door that required the sacrifice of 100 living souls, and a ritual spanning 3 days and nights to unlock. How could this man have simply pushed it open? This door hinge must be rusted. What a struggle. Jiang Li brushed off the stone dust from his hands, kicked the door wider, and strode inside. The interior of the temple was a realm unto itself. There was no water, only a dry expanse, as if an invisible barrier kept the sea at bay. In the center of the hall lay mountains of gold coins. Indeed, gold coins, various ancient currencies, gold bars, and artifacts piled high like refuse, gleaming under the eerie green glow of the eternal lamps, casting a mesmerizing light. Wow! Jiang Li's eyes transformed into the shape of gold coins. I'm rich. This is real wealth. Just how much is this worth? He lunged towards a mound of gold, grasping a handful of coins, the heavy sensation intoxicating him. The purity of this gold was undoubtedly 24 karat, although slightly tarnished. A good cleaning would restore its luster. De Huang, his loyal companion, joyfully rolled in the pile of coins. While it had no need for money, it understood that its master delighted in such treasures. A happy master meant a secure meal for it. Quickly, De Huang, bring out the bags. Fill them as much as you can. Jiang Li resembled a rat in a grain store, frantically stuffing coins into his pockets and bags. At that moment, an ancient and eerie voice echoed from the depths of the hall. How dare a mortal trespass into the divine treasury? Jiang Li paused, looking up. At the far end of the gold mound stood a tall stone platform. Upon it sat a hunched figure clad in tattered priestly robes, wielding a staff topped with a massive black gemstone. Its face had morphed into that of a fish, wrinkled and adorned with beard-like tendrils. The great sea high priest, B-class servant of the dark god, a master of mental magic. It gazed coldly at Jiang Li with eyes filled with wisdom and malice. Surrender the divine treasures and offer your soul, and perhaps the deity will forgive your transgressions. The high priest raised its staff, a wave of terrifying mental pressure surging forth like a tsunami. However, Jiang Li merely stood up, still clutching a golden bowl. He assessed the high priest and burst into laughter. Old man, your appearance is quite unique. Are you perhaps the tortoise chancellor? Why is your back devoid of a shell? In his eyes, this hunched old figure clad in robes bore an uncanny resemblance to a grotesque version of the tortoise chancellor from the journey to the west. Tortoise chancellor? The high priest's beard trembled with rage. I am the envoy of the great Cthulhu, the firstborn of the abyss. Enough with the theatrics, Jiang Li interrupted impatiently. I have just one question. Whose pile of gold is this? It belongs to the deity. Which deity? Show me some identification. Jiang Li scoffed. This is clearly unclaimed property. Since I laid eyes on it, it is mine. Arrogant. The high priest's fury ignited. It waved its staff and chanted an incantation. Abyssal chains. Shadows on the ground sprang to life, transforming into countless black tendrils that writhed towards Jiang Li. Here we go again? How unoriginal. Jiang Li didn't even glance. Stomping his foot down. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated from him, obliterating the emerging black tendrils into a cloud of darkness. What? The high priest was taken aback. This is a B-class binding spell. How could it be shattered by a single stomp? Just how strong is this person's physical power? Old man, I see you're getting on in years and wish to avoid conflict. It would be wise for you to leave. This place is now mine. Jiang Li continued to stuff gold into his bag as he spoke. You, the high priest, trembled with rage. It had protected this place for centuries and had never encountered such an audacious thief. Since you seek death, do not blame me for awakening that entity. A glint of madness flashed in the high priest's eyes as it suddenly turned and bowed to the massive wall behind it. Great Star Kin, please awaken. Annihilate this intruder. As it called out, the wall began to crack. A presence 10 times more terrifying than the high priest surged forth from the fissure. Jiang Li curiously leaned in to take a look. Behind the crack stood an enormous pillar, pitch black and adorned with dark red patterns. 2 meters in diameter and towering into the clouds, its peak invisible. What is this? A support pillar? Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. No, this shape seems oddly familiar. He stepped closer and reached out to touch the pillar. It was cold, hard, and heavy. Moreover, the texture felt akin to iron. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Such a massive iron pillar could fetch a fortune as scrap metal. No, this is not scrap. The high priest sneered as it rose. This is the star pillar. A weapon left behind by the great Star Kin in slumber. Touching it will crush you under the power of the stars. Before it could finish, Jiang Li had wrapped his arms around the pillar. Rise! With a mighty shout, his muscles tensed. The colossal pillar, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, began to move. The ground split, and debris flew. Jiang Li pulled with all his might, as if uprooting a stubborn weed. Come out! A strange humming resonated throughout the temple. The pillar was pulled free, revealing a thicker base beneath and ancient inscriptions carved on its surface, which Jiang Li could not decipher. Good heavens! Is this the ruler of the seas? Jiang Li gazed at the hefty iron rod in his hands, his mind racing with images of Sun Wukong. This looks imposing. I could take it home and use it as a flagpole. It would surely make a statement. The high priest was utterly petrified. It watched in disbelief as the man wielding the Star-Kin's finger, which was not merely a weapon but actually a finger of a slumbering A-class Star-Kin, swung it around as if it were an iron rod. Feeling its faith crumble, he pulled it out. That is the finger of a deity. Just then, a furious roar erupted from deep within the earth. The entire underwater city trembled violently. The sleeping Star-Kin was awakening, angered by the pain of its severed finger. Jiang Li, clutching the iron pillar, felt a tingling in his feet. An earthquake? He glanced at the terrified high priest, who was now cowering on the ground. Hey, old man, your building is poorly constructed. Why does it tremble so easily? Forget it. Da Huang, pack the gold. We're leaving. I'm taking this pillar with me. Jiang Li hoisted the hefty ruler of the seas onto his shoulder, a bag full of coins in his other hand, and whistled. The wind is fierce. Let us hurry. Chapter 25. The physics of deterring landlords and salvaging iron from the deep sea in the depths of the Lalai ruins. Amidst the collapsed temple, the ocean floor trembled violently. The already precarious structures began to crumble extensively, as countless stones and massive coral fragments fell from above, raising clouds of dust and sediment. Within the fissures of the earth, a terrifying presence, as if born from the primordial abyss, surged forth rapidly. This was not merely a physical oppression but a mental pollution capable of distorting reality, causing the surrounding waters to boil with fervor. The Starborn, an ancient being of Class A, was the progeny of Cthulhu and the true ruler of this sunken city. Having slumbered for millennia, it was awakened today by an audacious thief who had audaciously severed one of its fingers, inflicting excruciating pain that shattered its long slumber and plunged it into a frenzy of rage. A roar, powerful enough to shatter steel, echoed through the thick layers of rock, producing shockwaves in the water that obliterated deep divers within hundreds of meters. Yet, at the eye of this storm stood Jiang Li, wielding a 20-meter-long, 2-meter thick black iron rod as he grumbled in frustration. What a shoddy construction, he exclaimed, nimbly dodging the falling debris. Is it really necessary to react this violently just because I pulled out a pillar? The quality of this structure is appalling. It collapses with the slightest disturbance. He perceived this as a typical demolition incident of an illegal building. Da Huang, protect the gold. Don't let it spill. Jiang Li shouted back. Da Huang, clutching a massive snakeskin bag filled with gold coins, paddled furiously in the water, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at the widening fissure below. It sensed that a formidable entity was about to emerge, one that far surpassed its own rank. Though it was a hound of time, even it knew to tread carefully in the face of such raw power. Suddenly, the temple's floor erupted. A colossal green claw, indescribably immense, pierced through the ground, covered in suckers and barbs, each digit as thick as a train. Following this, a grotesque figure, bloated and monstrous, with an octopus-like head and bat-like wings, slowly rose from the darkness. It was overwhelming in size. Even its head towered over the temple itself, and its yellow eyes, glinting with malicious intent, locked onto the human who had dared to disturb it. An ancient psychic wave rippled through the water, bearing an irresistible oracle. The surrounding waters thickened like glue, attempting to ensnare Jiang Li in place. Oh, the landlord has emerged? Jiang Li paused, glancing back at the behemoth. To his impoverished perspective, the creature was nothing more than a vast, green mass covered in seaweed. Is this a moldy sea sponge? He frowned, noting that the creature was blocking his path. Are you trying to extort me? He felt as though something had wrapped around him, immobilizing him mentally. Trying to play the victim? Not a chance. Jiang Li, incensed, had just struck it rich and detested such roadblock antics. Get out of my way. Taking a deep breath, he flexed his arms, muscles bulging, and broke free from the psychic confinement of the Class A monster. He swung the heavy iron rod like a baseball bat, aligning his body perfectly as he aimed at the massive claw reaching for him. Take this. With a whoosh, the black iron rod sliced through the high-pressure depths, propelled by the force of millions of tons of seawater, crashing down onto the Starborn's claw. The resounding clang of metal against metal reverberated through the ocean. The pillar, a part of the Starborn itself, possessed a hardness akin to divine artifacts, combined with Jiang Li's unreasonable strength. The impact was extraordinary. With a crack, the gigantic claw was forcibly shattered. Green ichor gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters. The Starborn emitted a heart-wrenching wail, bewildered. It had been struck by its own finger? Moreover, how could this human possess strength that rivaled its own as a scion of an ancient god? The tremendous backlash caused the Starborn's massive form to lose balance, toppling backward and crashing against the rock wall, triggering a violent landslide. Countless boulders cascaded down, burying the newly awakened class a monster halfway once more. That'll teach you to block my path. To play the victim. Jiang Li scoffed, waving his rod dismissively. What good is size if it's just bluster? He glanced at the creature, now trapped beneath rubble, still murmuring in confusion. Forget it, it looks unappetizing. All covered in algae. It'll take forever to clean, not worth the effort. Abandoning the thought of taking it along, primarily due to space constraints, Jiang Li called out. Da Huang, quick, let us go. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was still in shock, he hoisted the iron rod, dragging Da Huang as he propelled himself swiftly toward the ocean's surface. Above, aboard the Black Pearl, chaos reigned on the water's surface. The upheaval of the ocean floor had unleashed colossal tsunamis, waves towering over 10 meters crashing against the ship. Had it not been a living vessel, adept at adjusting its posture to ride the waves, it would have surely capsized. On deck, Wang Ergu clung desperately to the railing, surrounded by pale-faced followers who were retching uncontrollably. Captain, what on earth have you done? This racket feels like an underwater volcano has erupted. Did you blow up the Dragon Palace? Just as panic hung in the air, a gigantic whirlpool suddenly erupted beside the ship. A towering column of water shot skyward. And moments later, Jiang Li soared out of the torrent, landing firmly on the deck with a thud. The ship lurched, nearly sinking as the waterline threatened to breach the deck. The crew stared, dumbfounded, as Jiang Li emerged, soaked and triumphant, bearing an absurdly long and thick black iron pillar on his shoulder, with a bulging snakeskin bag in hand. Behind him, Da Huang leaped aboard, clutching a large tortoise, an ancient and sinister creature. Refreshing, Jiang Li exclaimed, dropping the 20-meter-long pillar onto the deck with a resounding crash that made the entire ship groan under the weight. Wang Ergu scrambled over, wide-eyed. Captain, what is this? He gazed at the pillar in awe, feeling an ancient, overwhelming pressure radiating from it. Approaching within 3 meters felt like having one's soul crushed. Is this a divine artifact? Oh, this? Jiang Li chuckled, patting the pillar. I thought it looked nice and solid, so I just pulled it out. Our mast seems a bit thin and lacks presence, so I figured we could use this as our flagpole. A flagpole? Wang Ergu nearly fell to his knees. Using a celestial artifact as a flagpole? Isn't that excessive? If this were to be planted in the sea, it would be a stabilizing force for the ocean. If it were to be forged into a weapon, it would be a world-destroying, demonic armament. Are you using it to hoist a flag? What? Is that not allowed? Jiang Li observed the change in his expression. All right, absolutely. Wang Ergu nodded eagerly. Once we raise this flagpole, the reputation of our deep blue aquatics shall undoubtedly resonate across the 7 seas. Indeed, Jiang Li responded with a satisfied nod, then mysteriously pulled Wang Ergu closer, pointing to the burlap sack. Ergu, do you know what lies within? Is it premium ingredients? Wang Ergu speculated. How mundane. Jiang Li scoffed, then discreetly opened a corner of the bag, revealing a glimmer of golden light. What is this? Wang Ergu was momentarily blinded by the golden gleam. Gold. It's all gold. Jiang Li whispered excitedly, unable to contain his enthusiasm. This sack must weigh at least 100 pounds. We've struck it rich. Wang Ergu gazed at the coins, his heart racing. These coins bore ancient abyssal runes, each imbued with both curse and blessing. This was no ordinary gold. This was abyssal ancient gold. In the realm of mystical trade, the value of a single coin could purchase an entire city. And the captain has gathered an entire sack? The captain is formidable. The captain is impressive. Wang Ergu genuinely knelt in reverence. Following in the footsteps of this esteemed figure, not only would there be feasts, but prosperity was also within reach. Stay low-key, Jiang Li waved his hand. Quickly set sail. Let us return home. This place seems on the verge of collapse. He glanced back and saw a massive whirlpool forming on the distant sea surface, a result of the underwater ruins crumbling. Aye, full speed ahead. The Black Pearl surged forth, expelling black waves, laden with spoils, like a satiated pirate making its grand exit. During the return journey, Jiang Li remained industrious. He stared at the large iron pillar lying across the deck, growing increasingly aware of the space it occupied. It was too lengthy. Lying horizontally risked damaging flora, while standing vertically was unstable. Jiang Li stroked his chin, pondering how to stow it away. He descended to the engine room at the ship's lower deck, addressing the pulsating heart. "Hey there, big guy, let us discuss something. I've procured a new spine for you. Do you think you can incorporate it?" Heart, thump thump. Are you jesting? Although it was the carcass of Leviathan, that pillar was a finger of the Starlight clan. Its status was far superior. How could it possibly merge? Don't be so timid. Jiang Li reassured the heart with a pat. I'll assist you. He returned to the deck, single-handedly grasping the hefty pillar and inserting it into the ship's center where the mast once stood. Come on in. With a surge of strength, an invisible force enveloped both the pillar and the ship. Forced fusion. Fisherman-esque craft skill. Crack. Crack. A cacophony of bone growth resonated. To the horrified onlookers, the deck of the Black Pearl seemed to come alive, splitting open as numerous black flesh buds and tentacles erupted from the crevices, wildly entwining around the dark pillar. The once cold, rigid starlight pillar illuminated with red runes, pulsating like a breath. A terrifying and illogical fusion was underway. 10 minutes later, a newly erected mast, 30 meters tall and entirely black, adorned with flowing, lava-like red patterns, stood proudly at the center of the Black Pearl. A terrifying aura burst forth from the ship, instantly dispersing the surrounding fog. The vessel had evolved. It had integrated the limb of an A-class mythical creature, transforming from an ordinary ghost ship into the embryonic form of an abyssal mother ship. The colossal eyes at the bow became more animated, even exhibiting a hint of human-like ecstasy. It sensed that its newfound power was sufficient to shatter an iceberg. Very nice, very nice. This looks much more appealing. Jiang Li patted the new mast with satisfaction. It will surely look impressive when we hoist the flag. He retrieved the red flag of deep blue aquatics from his bag, swiftly climbing to the highest point to hang it. The flag fluttered in the wind, resonating with a majestic sound. In this sea, filled with death and despair, the flag stood out, exuding an overwhelming aura. That evening, at the old dock, Old Wang was preparing to close up when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. He looked up at the sea and beheld a vessel even larger and more fearsome than before, cutting through the waves. The towering black and red mast emanated a suffocating pressure. What is this? Old Wang was so startled that he sat down abruptly. Has the divine needle been pulled back? As the ship docked, Jiang Li leaped ashore, followed by De Huang, who was burdened with bags of coins. Boss Wang, you're still awake? Jiang Li greeted with a smile, pleased with the day's haul. I collected some metal scraps. Do you buy scrap iron here? Scrap iron? Old Wang stared at the mast still radiating ominous energy, swallowing hard. Young brother, I fear my little shop cannot afford this scrap. No worries, I want to sell that. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. I have some ancient gold jewelry. Could you help me appraise its worth? He handed a handful of coins to Old Wang. Old Wang looked down, nearly suffering a heart attack. Abyssal ancient gold, and of the highest purity. Just one could purchase my entire dock. Oh dear. No need for all that, he stammered. I know you might not have enough cash on hand. Jiang Li patted his shoulder. How about this? You help me contact a big buyer, and you'll receive a generous commission once the deal is done. Absolutely. No problem. Old Wang instantly revived with enthusiasm. This was a significant business opportunity. By the way, young brother, about your ship. Old Wang pointed at the transformed Black Pearl. Oh, just had some maintenance done at sea, swapped out a part, Jiang Li said nonchalantly. And to be honest, after the replacement, the power has increased significantly, though the fuel consumption is a bit high. I'll need to catch more fish to feed it. Maintenance? Replacing parts? You call this maintenance? This is clearly an enchantment and reinforcement to level 13. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Xiaoyu had already returned from school. It was a Sunday evening. But Jiang Li had granted her permission to stay an extra night. Seeing her brother and De Huang return with a large sack of shimmering items, Jiang Xiaoyu curiously approached. Brother, what is this? Chocolate coins. Indeed. Just chocolate. Jiang Li replied whimsically. Imported from abroad, exceptionally high in value. It's not for eating, just for looking. He poured the coins onto the carpet, forming a small mountain of gold. Wow, so shiny. Although Jiang Xiaoyu did not realize it was real gold, she was still dazzled by its brilliance. Do you like it? It's yours. Jiang Li waved his hand grandly. Play with it. Build blocks or skip stones. Whatever you like. De Huang lay aside, silently rolling his eyes at the abyssal ancient gold being treated as a toy, only in the master's home. Outside. For just one of these coins, those awakened beings would fight to the death. Brother, you're the best. Jiang Xiaoyu hugged Jiang Li's arm affectionately. Of course. Who do you think I am? Jiang Li reveled in his sister's admiration, feeling quite pleased. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Qingge. Hello? Miss Su? Is there something urgent at this late hour? Mr. Jiang, came Su Qingge's voice, trembling slightly, as if she were still recovering from shock. The monitoring station just reported that the energy fluctuations deep within the fog sea have suddenly ceased. Jiang Li paused. Isn't that a good thing? It's not just gone. It seems that Presence has been severely injured and has fallen back into slumber. Su Qingge took a deep breath. Mr. Jiang, did you happen to visit there today? Are you referring to that dilapidated temple beneath the sea? Jiang Li did not conceal the truth. He had indeed gone there. So what? Su Qingge remained silent for a considerable time. It's nothing, she replied, her tone suddenly imbued with utmost respect. I merely wanted to remind you that the antique appraisal event tomorrow may be postponed. Why is that? Because the masters responsible for the evaluations just heard that someone extracted a pillar from the seabed and were so frightened that they rushed off, purchasing standing tickets to flee. Jiang Li remarked, in this day and age, are masters really so lacking in psychological resilience? Chapter 26. The Gold Coins That Bite and the Frightened Appraisal Masters in Longyu Bay, Villa Number 13. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the pile of resplendent gold coins on the coffee table, creating a mesmerizing and eerie halo. Zhang Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the carpet, resembling a child building a tower with blocks, stacking the gold coins adorned with strange patterns, the abyssal runes, into a crooked castle. Strange, Jiang Xiaoyu murmured, extending her finger to poke the freshly constructed tower of coins. Brother, why are these coins so warm? And they seem to be moving? At the moment her fingertip grazed the coin, one engraved with an octopus tentacle motif twitched subtly, as if the tentacle designs had come to life, attempting to entwine her finger and impart whispers of greed, sinking, and eternal servitude. Offer your soul, mortal, a faint whisper echoed in the air, causing the temperature in the living room to drop several degrees. Something seemed to lurk in the shadows of the corner. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and slapped the tower of coins. The castle of coins collapsed instantaneously, and the misbehaving coin was firmly pinned to the coffee table by Jiang Li's hand, producing a screeching sound of metal against wood. The warmth is from friction. The movement is because you haven't stabilized them. Jiang Li, holding a damp cloth, sternly admonished his sister. And stop touching them with your hands. Who knows how many years they've soaked at the bottom of the sea. They're crawling with bacteria and microorganisms. I even saw mold growing on them. It was, in fact, the manifestation of a curse's dark energy. They're filthy. He picked up the coin that had tried to bite, regarding it with disdain. Look at the patterns. They're rusted, resembling moss. De Huang, bring me that bottle of 84 disinfectant and a steel wool pad. De Huang, who was gnawing on a bone nearby, immediately dropped it and scampered towards the bathroom. It had long found this pile of gold displeasing, emanating an odor reminiscent of the giant octopus, Dagon. Only a master with considerable confidence would dare to bring it home. Any other world-destroying powerhouse would likely seal it in a lead box. Woof. Here, powerful disinfection. Scrub them to death. De Huang placed the 84 disinfectant and steel wool on the coffee table. Jiang Li donned rubber gloves, poured half a bottle of disinfectant into a basin, and added some toilet cleaner, a dangerously reactive chemical mixture, but in Jiang Li's hands. It became a potent acid solvent against evil, then dumped the pile of abyssal gold into it. Sizzle. The basin erupted with thick yellow smoke and black gas. This was the result of a vigorous reaction between the strong oxidizing agent and the abyssal curse. Countless faint cries burst forth within the foam, and the ancient vengeful spirits clinging to the coins could not withstand the modern industrial magic of the 84 toilet cleaner, dissipating in mere seconds. Cough, cough. What a strong smell. Jiang Li coughed a couple of times, quickly opening a window for ventilation. It seemed there was quite a bit of filth on the gold, triggering a chemical reaction. He seized the steel wool and vigorously scrubbed the coins that were still stubbornly resisting, emitting a ghostly glow. Shine for me. Shine for me. Creak. Creak. 10 minutes later, the once ancient, mysterious, and sinister abyssal gold now gleamed brightly, even appearing slightly white, with the curse runes polished away, leaving only the pure essence of gold, much more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieved the coins to dry, and packed them into a snakeskin bag. Xiaoyu, stay home and guard the place, and do your homework. I'll step out to exchange these coins for money and return with treats for you. Okay, brother, return early. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded obediently, her gaze somewhat dazed as she stared at the snakeskin bag containing dozens of pounds of gold. If this were to be stolen. No. Recalling the scene of her brother impaling a bully in the mall, Jiang Xiaoyu felt that the real concern should be the robbers. In Jianghai City, on Antique Street. This was the wealthiest and most profound area of the city. Various antique shops, named Xian, Zhai, and Gu, lined the streets. Here, not only were antiques and artworks traded, but it was also a vital venue for awakeners to privately exchange spiritual materials. Due to the cancellation of yesterday's antique appraisal event, the masters had fled. Today Antique Street appeared particularly desolate, with only a few bored shopkeepers playing chess at their doors. Vroom, vroom. A black Range Rover audaciously parked at the street's entrance. The door swung open, and Jiang Li stepped out, carrying the still-dripping snakeskin bag, having just washed the coins, while leading to Huang, who sported sunglasses and a large gold chain. He strode down the street with confidence. This place looks quite cultured. Surely they can appraise these. Jiang Li scanned the surroundings until his gaze fixed upon a 3-story building named Jubao Zhai. This shop was the largest, most lavishly decorated, with 2 stone lions, actually sealed stone gargoyles, standing at the entrance, clearly owned by the affluent. This one, Jiang Li tugged at De Huang. Let us head in and have the owner take a look. As De Huang approached the entrance, he glanced disdainfully at the 2 stone lions, snorting dismissively. Crack. Suddenly, the left stone lion's eyeball cracked open. It had been startled. Inside Jubao Zhai, the proprietor was an elderly man sporting a goatee and round glasses. Known as Ma Sanyan. His nickname was not without reason. He was one of the few C-grade appraisers in Jianghai City, possessing a natural ability to see through the essence of spiritual objects, usually concealed behind his sunglasses. At that moment, Ma Sanyan was examining a recently acquired piece of blood jade with a magnifying glass. Do you buy gold? A booming voice shattered the tranquility of the shop. Ma Sanyan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the blood jade. He furrowed his brow and looked up, spotting the young man in casual attire holding the snakeskin bag. Take your gold to the jewelry store next door. This is an antique shop. I only deal in old items. Ma Sanyan waved his hand impatiently, having encountered many eager youths attempting to exchange family gold for cash. This is an antique. I fished it out of the sea. It's incredibly valuable. Jiang Li remained unperturbed, grinning as he placed the snakeskin bag on the counter. Thud. The weighty sound made Ma Sanyan's eyelids twitch. This must weigh several dozen pounds. If it's real gold, that's a deal worth millions. If it's gilded iron, then you're just here to cause trouble. Fetched from the sea? Ma Sanyan's interest was piqued. Is it sea-fished porcelain? Or sunken ship gold? Something like that. It was picked up in a collapsed, dilapidated temple. Jiang Li opened the bag. Could you take a look? Ma Sanyan adjusted his glasses and casually glanced into the bag. Upon seeing the contents, his body went rigid. The bag was filled to the brim with gold coins. Though they had been cleaned to a shine, even appearing somewhat pale, the ancient design and the faint, chilling abyssal aura that lingered despite the physical cleansing were unmistakable to his discerning eye. What is this? Ma Sanyan trembled as he removed his sunglasses, revealing a vertical mark on his forehead, the spiritual eye. Awaken the spiritual eye. Boom. In his vision, what appeared to be a bag of gold coins was, in reality, a surging black ocean. Each coin was entwined with countless desperate souls, and faintly, one could discern the shadow of a massive octopus roaring amidst the pile of coins. That was the abyssal ancient gold, just unearthed, with remarkably high activity, even tainted by the aura of the old ones. With a sharp gasp, Ma Sanyan glanced at the coins and felt a piercing pain in his eyes, as if pricked by needles, and tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. Mental backlash. Oh no. Boss, what happened to you? Jiang Li exclaimed in shock, wondering how one could contract red-eye disease merely by gazing at gold. Was it a sleepless night that had him all fired up? Ma Sanyan covered his eyes, trembling in agony, yet he disregarded the pain and suddenly knelt behind the counter. Great God, this item is too perilous for my humble shop. His fear reached its zenith. Anyone capable of parading such a significant amount of ancient gold imbued with the essence of the old ones, even washing it with disinfectant, he detected that acrid odor. Must be a monster cloaked in human skin. A walking human-shaped forbidden zone. Perilous? Jiang Li reached out to touch a coin. It was cool to the touch. Oh, are you suggesting this gold has a dubious origin? His expression hardened as he declared with righteous indignation, Boss, do not speak carelessly. I retrieved this from the sea through my own merit. No theft, no robbery. It is a legitimate acquisition. Indeed, indeed. Absolutely legal. Ma Sanyan dared not refute. I meant the value is far too high. The cash flow of my small shop is insufficient. Insufficient? Jiang Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Then your shop is rather small. I thought it was quite impressive. With a sigh, he prepared to leave with the bag. Never mind. I'll inquire at the neighboring gold shop. Although I might incur a loss selling by the gram, it's better than keeping it. Don't. Please, do not go to the gold shop. Ma Sanyan exclaimed, horrified. If this object were to end up in an ordinary gold shop, purchased by an unsuspecting commoner who then fashioned it into jewelry, within 3 days, their entire family would mutate, triggering a biochemical crisis throughout Jianghai City. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of sea-level pollutants. As a principled black market merchant, mostly fearing the night watchman's retribution, he had to prevent this calamity. Great God! Please stay. Ma Sanyan scrambled forward, blocking Jiang Li's path. Although I cannot accept this item, I know someone who can. He will surely offer a fair price. Oh, who is it? Jiang Li paused. The richest man in Jianghai City, the owner of Wanbao Building, Qian Duo. Ma Sanyan wiped the blood and tears from his face. He was a great collector, specializing in rare and peculiar treasures. Moreover, he was nearby, hosting a private appraisal gathering. The richest man? An appraisal gathering? Jiang Li's eyes lit up, intrigued by the prospect. Lead the way. 10 minutes later, at the rear courtyard of the gathering of treasures, in front of a concealed entrance to a spacious underground chamber. It's right below. Ma Sanyan respectfully gestured. Great God, please proceed. I shall remain outside. Jiang Li nodded and descended with De Huang. The underground chamber was vast, adorned like a museum, with shelves brimming with various rare treasures. At that moment, a round table in the center was occupied by several distinguished elders, with a middle-aged man in a Tang suit, as plump as a Methria Buddha, seated prominently, Qian Duo, the wealthiest man in Jianghai. They were admiring a recently unearthed bronze tripod. What a remarkable piece. The inscriptions on it subtly hint at the flow of spiritual energy. It should be a D-class sacrificial vessel, Qian Duo remarked, caressing the bronze tripod with delight. Indeed, it took immense effort to acquire this. A tall, thin man across from him responded smugly. Just then, the door to the underground chamber swung open. Excuse me, I heard you collect antiques? Jiang Li's voice shattered the serene atmosphere. All eyes turned towards him, and upon seeing a young man dressed plainly, accompanied by a dog and carrying a snakeskin bag, displeasure spread across their faces. Who is this wild youth? Does he not understand the rules? This is a private gathering. The tall man rose to reprimand. Where are the security personnel? How did this person gain entry? Now, let us not be hasty in dismissing him, Qian Duo. Exhibiting remarkable composure, primarily due to noticing the golden chain adorning Jiang Li's dog, suggesting it was no ordinary creature, smiled and raised a hand. Young brother, since you are here, you are our guest. You mentioned having antiques? Please present them for our viewing. Very well, since the host has spoken. Jiang Li wasted no time and poured the contents of the snakeskin bag onto the invaluable Wangwali round table. With a resounding clatter of metal, hundreds of coins cascaded like a waterfall, instantly filling half the table and even displacing the bronze tripod. The dazzling gold blinded the onlookers. Being connoisseurs, they immediately recognized the anomaly. The quality of these coins, their bizarre patterns, this was ancient gold. Qian Duo abruptly stood, his flesh quivering in astonishment. He picked up a coin, scrutinizing it closely, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern and ultimately to horror. This is the universal currency from the Arlaya period, and in such pristine condition, even the curses inscribed upon it have been mostly erased. He abruptly turned to Jiang Li, his gaze transformed. This is not merely a seller of waste. This is someone bringing forth a tempest. Young brother, where did you acquire these? Qian Duo's voice grew hoarse. As I said, retrieved from the sea, Jiang Li shrugged. What do you think? Valuable, isn't it? If not, I'll just melt it down to craft a gold ring. Melt it down. The elders present nearly suffered from cardiac arrest. What a waste. Each coin is a priceless artifact for studying that lost civilization. They are also the finest materials for crafting high-grade magical devices. You intend to turn them into a ring. Stop. Please, don't. Qian Duo instinctively shielded the pile of coins, as if protecting his very life. I will buy them. I will purchase them all. You may name your price. Really? Jiang Li chuckled. He relished such generous patrons. Seeing this bag weighs around 100 jin, based on the current gold price, I'm not greedy. I'll offer a flat price of 10 million. What do you say? 10 million? Qian Duo was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding elders were equally stunned. This is hundreds of pieces of abyssal ancient gold. On the international black market, a single coin can fetch tens of thousands. This pile is worth at least several hundred million. Is this boy engaging in philanthropy? What's the matter? Is it too expensive? Jiang Li frowned when they fell silent. How about 8 million? I can't go any lower. After all, I risked my life diving to retrieve it. And let us not forget the cost of cleaning agents and disinfectants. Not expensive. This is too cheap. Fearing Jiang Li might retract his offer, Qian Duoduo swiftly pulled out a supreme black card and slammed it on the table. 10 million, right? I'll give you 20 million. The extra 10 million is for establishing a friendship. 20 million. Jiang Li's breath caught in his throat. Was this wealthy man not quite right in the head? He was offering to raise the price? Very well. A generous deal. We are friends now. Jiang Li seized the black card, grinning from ear to ear. By the way, I have a little something else. I wonder if you'd be interested. In high spirits, Jiang Li decided to check his inventory. He retrieved the golden bowl he had casually taken from the temple, which actually contained the old blood, an A-class sealed object. Clang. The golden bowl rested upon the table, still containing a trace of red liquid, the essence of divinity. This bowl, somewhat heavy for dining, could be taken if desired. An overwhelming aura of divine terror surged through the basement in an instant. Crack. The bronze cauldron shattered, and all porcelain on the display rack was reduced to shards. Several elderly men rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Qian Duoduo collapsed to the ground, his corpulent body trembling violently, pointing at the golden bowl. Unable to utter a word, his throat producing only incoherent sounds. The Holy Grail. This is a relic capable of summoning the old ones. Who on earth is this young man? Jiang Li surveyed the disarrayed individuals in the room, scratching his head in confusion. What is happening? Is this bowl toxic? I haven't even used it for eating. De Huang. Look at this pathetic group. They faint at the sight of a golden bowl. De Huang, lying on the ground, eyed the Holy Grail with trepidation. Woof. Master, that object is indeed toxic. It contains divine blood. Forget it. It seems this bowl won't sell. So I'll take it back for De Huang as a feeding bowl. Jiang Li sighed, placing the Holy Grail back into his bag. Boss Qian, I've taken the money. The item is yours. I'll be taking this bowl with me. I'll return when I have more treasures to share. With that, he departed with De Huang, leaving Qian Duoduo alone on the ground, gazing at the pile of gold coins and the mess around him, shedding tears of joy mingled with fear. Mother, I have seen a living deity. Chapter 27. Using the Holy Grail as a dog bowl and the flagpole suppressing the entire city Yulong Bay, Villa number 13. The night was as tranquil as water, the villa area excessively serene, since Jiang Li moved in and converted the basement into a nuclear power station. Powered by a lightning element core and established a pickled vegetable jar in the kitchen, all the mosquitoes, mice, and wandering spirits within a 500-meter radius had long since relocated. A rumble disrupted the stillness as a Range Rover's engine roared to life, pulling up to the entrance. Jiang Li stepped out, one hand holding the golden Holy Grail that had terrified the richest man in Shanghai City, and the other grasping 2 pounds of soy sauce beef purchased from the roadside. De Huang, we're home. De Huang leaped from the back seat, the large golden chain around its neck clinking, its eyes hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on the golden bowl in Jiang Li's hand. It could sense the faint trace of dark red liquid at the bottom of the bowl, emanating a tantalizing aroma that made its very soul tremble. That was the blood of the old ones, a divine substance far more noble than the flesh and blood of an abyssal lord. Just one lick could elevate its time-space bloodline. Woof. Master, please let me use that bowl. De Huang wagged its tail, circling Jiang Li's legs in a display of utmost flattery. Oh, you fancy this bowl? Jiang Li weighed the golden bowl in his hand, grimacing in disdain. This thing is heavy, and I can't even tell if it's gold-plated. No one seems to want it. Since you like it, let us make it your feeding bowl. He casually tossed the item, capable of inciting world wars. Beside De Huang's doghouse. Clang. The Holy Grail hit the ground with a resounding boom, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. From now on, this will be your dining vessel, elevating our dog-esque status to that of a noble canine, understand? Jiang Li poured the soy sauce beef into the golden bowl, adding a splash of tap water to mix it. Eat up. De Huang quivered with excitement. Cautiously, it approached, first reverently licking the residue of divine blood, before devouring the beef with fervor. Buzz. As the divine blood entered its belly, intricate geometric patterns suddenly appeared on De Huang's skin, which had previously been bare, now sprouting an unseeable layer of ethereal mane, shifting in phase. Though its size remained unchanged, an aura of profound terror enveloped it. Ding. Your pet De Huang has consumed the blood of the old ones. Evolution level increased. New skill awakened. Transdimensional bite. Ignores distance. Directly attacks causality. Of course, Jiang Li was oblivious to this notification. He merely observed De Huang enjoying its meal, steam rising from its body. This dog is sweating while eating? It seems the beef is overly salty. Jiang Li shook his head, no longer concerned, and pulled out his phone to call Wang Ergu. Hello, Ergu, are you still awake? Of course. Captain, what are your orders? Wang Ergu's excited voice came through, with background noise suggesting physical labor. Nothing major. Jiang Li walked to the center of the yard, glancing at the empty lawn, sensing something was amiss. That pillar we pulled from the sea, is it still on the ship? Yes, indeed. It's our deep blue seafood's anchor, and the brothers clean it daily, cleaner than their own faces. Good. Find a larger vehicle and bring it to the villa. I've realized it's too conspicuous on the ship and could destabilize the balance. Perfect timing. My yard needs a clothesline. No, a flagpole. A flagpole. Wang Ergu's voice quivered slightly. You mean to plant the finger of the Starborn, an A-rank divine artifact, in the yard as a flagpole? What a bold move. What a powerful fate must it possess to withstand such a display. What's the matter? You can't transport it? Jiang Li frowned. Of course we can. We must. Captain, wait for us. I'll gather the brothers and ensure it arrives safely. An hour later. Rumble. The heavy engine noise shattered the tranquility of Yulong Bay's night. A long flatbed truck, bearing the enormous, black-red pillar measuring 20 meters, struggled into the villa area. Trailed by two vans filled with burly men clad in freshly issued deep blue seafood chef uniforms. The security guard at the entrance intended to stop them, but, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the pillar and noticing the bulging weapons at the chef's waists, quickly lifted the barrier and even saluted. Captain, the cargo has arrived. Wang Ergu jumped from the vehicle and sprinted to Jiang Li, drenched in sweat. Brothers, unload. Dozens of followers roared in unison, releasing B and C-grade energy fluctuations as they hoisted the several-ton star pillar, moving it into the yard like ants transporting food. Carefully, gently, don't damage my lawn. Jiang Li directed, it goes right there. Yes, in the center. Good feng shui. Heave. With a thunderous shout, the black pillar was raised. Boom. The pillar settled into the deep hole Jiang Li had prepared, actually dug by De Huang, causing the ground to shudder. At the moment the pillar stood firm, a wave of invisible energy radiated from its center, instantly spreading throughout Jianghai City. This pillar, the finger of the Starborn, inherently contained the laws of suppression, gravity, and celestial bodies. Now, planted in the earth, it served as an anchor for the city. Within a 10-mile radius, all supernatural magnetic fields were instantly subdued. The rat spirits lurking in the sewers, the hanged ghosts hiding in abandoned buildings, and the wandering souls on the streets felt as if a great weight had pressed down upon them, rendered immobile. Even the spiritual particles in the air thickened. In Jiang Li's eyes, not bad, quite straight. He patted the cold, hard surface of the black pillar, appreciating its sturdiness. I could tie a rope to this and dry blankets in no time. He retrieved a red flag from the house, the emblem of deep blue seafood. Nimbly climbing the pillar, with agility akin to a monkey, to hang the flag at the top. The night breeze rustled the red flag. Against the backdrop of the dark pillar, the red flag emblazoned with four bold characters appeared particularly eerie, yet imposing. All right, everyone, you've worked hard. Jiang Li exclaimed as he hopped down and distributed bottles of iced red tea to everyone. Ergu, take the brothers back to rest. We have to set sail tomorrow. Thank you, Captain. Wang Ergu and the others gazed at the towering pillar that pierced the heavens, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. This is a divine miracle. This is our revered master. As long as this pillar stands here, Jianghai City is our domain. Next door, at Villa number 14, Su Qingge, who had been enjoying her beauty sleep, was abruptly awakened by a sudden palpitation. She sat up with a start, finding it difficult to breathe, as if the density of the air had suddenly multiplied. What is happening? Anomalous gravity? She dashed to the terrace and glanced next door. Instantly, her mouth formed an O-shape. In the courtyard of Villa number 13 stood a massive black pillar, towering over 20 meters high. Dark red patterns flowed across its surface, as if it were a living entity breathing. At its pinnacle, a red flag fluttered in the wind. Is that the Pillar of Stars? As an S-grade investigator, Su Qingge was no stranger to extraordinary phenomena. She had seen photographs of this object in top-secret files at headquarters. It was a limb of an A-grade mythical creature, a divine artifact capable of suppressing the fortunes of an area. He actually planted such a thing in his yard as a flagpole. Su Qingge felt her worldview being once again trampled into the ground. The pressure emanating from this pillar was terrifying. Under its dominance, the entire Yulong Bay Villa area, even half of Jianghai City, had transformed into a realm devoid of magic. Lower-tier malevolent entities would perish upon entry, while mid-tier ones would have to crawl in. This was not merely a residence. It was evidently a war fortress, a divine palace. Su Qingge observed the man standing beneath the pillar, saluting the flag, and a flicker of profound reverence crossed her eyes. Was this the sense of security that the powerful possessed? Suddenly, she felt that residing next door was the safest place in the world. The following morning, Jiang Li awoke refreshed and admired his masterpiece for a while. The flagpole was erected splendidly, uplifting to behold. He fed Da Huang a bowl of beef, mixed with divine blood, ate a couple of fried eggs himself, and then set out in his Land Rover. Today, a significant matter awaited him. With 20 million in hand and a grand house, it was time to return the borrowed vehicle to Wang Fatty and purchase a car that truly belonged to him. As a burgeoning aquatic tycoon destined for transportation, fishing, having a reliable vehicle was essential. Jiang Li first visited the black market to return the car keys to Wang Fatty. Upon seeing Jiang Li, Wang Fatty was more welcoming than a long-lost father, insisting that the car was a gift for Jiang Li. However, Jiang Li was a man of principles. A deal is a deal, a loan is a loan. Besides, this car is too delicate, the leather seats don't endure well. After 2 trips with fish, it reeks. It's not suitable for me. He tossed the keys onto the table, thanked Wang Fatty, and said, "I'll come to you when I have good goods." With that, he turned to leave, heading straight for Jianghai City's largest auto mall. At the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, salesman Xiao Zhang was idly playing on his phone when he noticed a casually dressed young man enter. "Sir, are you here to look at cars? What is your budget?" Xiao Zhang put down his phone and greeted him politely. "Just looking," Jiang Li nodded. "As for the budget, there's no limit, as long as it's durable, reliable, and spacious." Durable, reliable, and spacious? Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. "In that case, you might want to check out the G-Class over there. It's a rugged off-road vehicle, and the space is definitely ample." G-Class. Jiang Li walked over to inspect the boxy vehicle. It looks decent, but the trunk is a bit small. He opened the trunk to measure it, realizing that it wouldn't accommodate 2 500-pound fish. Furthermore, the luxurious interior would require constant cleaning, which was troublesome. 500 pounds of fish. "Are you looking for a grocery vehicle or a cargo truck?" Xiao Zhang asked incredulously. "How about checking out the business van over there? The V-Class has ample space. The chassis is too low. It'll get stuck on the beach." Jiang Li shook his head. He circled the showroom, finally setting his gaze on a poster in the corner. It depicted a wild, even somewhat fierce-looking giant truck. Unimog, Doomsday Edition. This was Mercedes-Benz top-tier off-road truck, reputed to be the king of off-road vehicles, capable of traversing mountains and seas, maneuvering through deserts and rocky terrains with ease. This one is perfect." Jiang Li pointed at the poster, his eyes gleaming. "Those tires are massive, and the chassis is high. It looks incredibly sturdy. Plus, I can customize a large cargo box at the back to transport several tons of fish." Sir. This is the Unimog. It's generally used for special operations, and the price." Xiao Zhang hesitated. "This custom version costs over 4 million and requires a special order." "Over 4 million? Jiang Li thought for a moment. It wasn't too expensive. "Do you have any available?" "Well, there is a display model in the warehouse. But take me to see it." A few minutes later, Jiang Li stood before the black steel beast, satisfied as he patted the tires that were taller than him. Sturdy. Truly sturdy. This is the vehicle a man should drive. This truck was tall and powerful, practically a mobile fortress, with a large enclosed cargo box at the back. It seemed tailor-made for transporting special ingredients. "This is it. Charge it." Jiang Li exuberantly pulled out his black card. Xiao Zhang's hands trembled. "Sir, are you sure? This vehicle has high fuel consumption. What is there to fear?" "I have money," Jiang Li exclaimed, his demeanor exuding the air of newfound wealth as he hastily completed the paperwork. "I have to hurry back to haul my goods." An hour later, a black Unimog with temporary plates thundered out of the 4S store. Other vehicles on the road scattered in fear at the sight of this colossal beast. "What is this?" "This is no mere vehicle. It's practically an armored car." Seated high in the driver's seat, Jiang Li gripped the steering wheel, feeling an expansive view and an elevated mood. This is what a car should be. Forget the Land Rover G-Class. They're all beneath this. With this vehicle, he could now venture further to fish. Swamps, deserts, even snowy mountains. Wherever peculiar fish lurked, he would go. As he drove, humming a tune, he sped towards Yulong Bay. Passing by a cold storage equipment store, he stopped to spend several thousand purchasing a high-capacity industrial refrigeration unit, directing them to install it in the cargo box. Now we're all set. A mobile cold storage. No more worries about seafood spoiling. Upon returning to Yulong Bay, the security guard was so startled by the towering vehicle that he nearly triggered the alarm. "It's me, Jiang Li. Open the gate." Jiang Li called out. Recognizing the notorious owner who had purchased the haunted house, the guard quickly raised the barrier. "Mr. Jiang, your vehicle is truly imposing. Of course, it's specifically for transporting seafood." Jiang Li parked the massive vehicle, which occupied nearly half of the lawn. "Da Huang, come and see the new car." Da Huang dashed out from the house and paused, astonished at the sight of the steel behemoth. "Woof, is this the Master's new steed? It looks even more formidable than that broken ship." It circled the vehicle twice before marking its territory on one of the giant tires. Go away. Don't urinate on my new car. Jiang Li kicked it away. With the upgrades complete, Jiang Li turned his gaze towards the distant misty sea. A glimmer of excitement in his eyes. I've heard that the sea has been restless lately. It seems there are echoes from the abyss. Urga told me that a signal for the migration of large fish. Just in time. With a new vehicle. We shall set sail tomorrow to explore that so-called Devil's Triangle. I've heard the tuna, actually the void ray, there are particularly massive. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sewers of Jianghai City, a crow donned in a beak-like mask knelt trembling before a pool of murky water. Master! A furious roar echoed from the depths. Where is the offering you were supposed to find? Why is that fisherman still alive after all these days? And why is he growing stronger? I sense the aura of the tribute has vanished. The celestial kin lies grievously wounded and in slumber. Is all of this the doing of that man? Please, master, quell your wrath, the crow lamented. That man is no ordinary human. He is a monster that devours the essence of evil gods. I dare not approach him. Moreover, he has planted a binding needle in the courtyard, suppressing all dark powers throughout Jianghai City, forcing us to tread cautiously even in our own domain. Silence enveloped the dark waters. After a prolonged pause, a chilling, sinister laugh resonated. If we cannot confront him directly, we shall employ a different strategy. I have heard he possesses a sister. Go, capture that girl for me. I shall ensnare him in his own trap. Chapter 28. The Phantom Bus and the Rage of the Mud Truck in Jianghai City, under the cloak of night. A gentle autumn rain had just ceased. The slick roads reflected the vibrant hues of neon lights. A faint mist permeated the air, not from the sea, but seemingly seeping from the city's sewers and shadowy alleys. At a secluded bus stop not far from Jianghai University, Zhang Xiaoyu anxiously craned her neck, glancing at her watch. Where's the bus? It's so late, and I can't even get a cab. She had stayed too long in the library, missing the last shuttle. Initially, she contemplated calling her brother, but considering his exhaustion from fishing these past few days, she decided against troubling him. At that moment, two pale beams of headlights appeared in the distance. An old, black bus approached, devoid of advertisements, save for an electronic display atop its front, which ominously read Route 444. Route 444? Is there even such a bus in Jianghai City? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered, but the biting cold wind urged her to dismiss her thoughts as she waved it down. The bus halted before her with a sigh-like sound from its air valve, and the doors creaked open, releasing a chilling gust that carried the acrid scent of burnt plastic and formaldehyde. Hesitating for just a moment, she stepped aboard. The interior was dim, the lights flickering ominously. The driver, clad in a uniform and a low-brimmed cap, obscured his face, revealing only a pallid chin. Scattered about the bus were a few passengers, heads bowed, silent and motionless. Does this bus go to Yulong Bay? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. The driver, without uttering a word, simply nodded stiffly. She found a seat by the window. An unsettling feeling creeping over her. The air conditioning was excessively cold, reminiscent of a freezer. Almost immediately after sitting down, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her, as if someone had forcibly closed her eyelids. So sleepy, she murmured, drifting off against the window. In that instant, the atmosphere within the bus shifted. The previously bowed heads of the passengers lifted in unison. What were they? Some bore grotesque half-faces, others had hollow eye sockets, and some had tongues elongated grotesquely. This was a phantom bus, a vehicle connecting the living world to the underworld, designed to guide lost souls or abduct the living. Excellent offerings. The driver slowly turned his head, revealing a featureless face save for a gaping maw. Let's take her back to the Lord of the Abyss, the fisherman's sister. As the surrounding darkness thickened, the bus, which had once rolled upon asphalt, began to fade, as if entering another realm. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a massive, armored Unimog truck thundered down the highway. Jiang Li gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other clutched a half-eaten hamburger, humming a cheerful tune. Today was a fortuitous day. Everything seemed to fall into place. Beside him, De Huang lay with his head out the window, tongue flailing like a propeller, drool splattering in the wind. In the enormous refrigerated compartment behind, Jiang Li had stowed away a batch of expired seafood procured cheaply from the night market. Intending to make takoyaki, he wondered if Xiaoyu was still awake, as her phone had gone straight to voicemail. This girl, I hope her phone hasn't run out of battery. He mused. He had intended to swing by the university to check on her, but the dormitory matron informed him she hadn't returned. Where could she possibly be at this hour? Just then, De Huang suddenly retracted his head, growling deeply at a patch of fog ahead. Woof, woof. Master, there's something foul ahead. The scent is wrong. Jiang Li followed De Huang's gaze and saw a dark bus swaying along the empty road. It appeared eerie, moving without the sound of an engine, its wheels seemingly not touching the ground, as if floating. Most alarmingly, Jiang Li's enhanced vision pierced through the bus's window, revealing Jiang Xiaoyu sleeping by the window. What the hell? Is that Xiaoyu? Jiang Li nearly crushed his hamburger in shock. What on earth is she doing on that wretched bus at this hour? Just as he contemplated sounding the horn, the bus abruptly veered toward a solid wall. Through his enhanced vision, he realized the vehicle was about to breach an unopened tunnel, an aperture leading to the spiritual realm. Damn it! Has that driver lost his mind? That's a wall. Is he trying to take my sister to her doom? Fury surged through Jiang Li, igniting his road rage. Touch my sister? I'll crush you. You bastard. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Roaring to life, the Unimog's modified engine unleashed a primal growl. The steel beast, weighing several tons, surged forward like an enraged rhinoceros, its front elevated, exhaust spewing blue flames, charging at the phantom bus with reckless abandon. Inside the phantom bus, the driver reveled in its sinister melody, preparing to traverse the rift to the spirit world and claim its reward. Suddenly, it sensed an overwhelming aura of death approaching from behind. Glancing in the rearview mirror, its face contorted in horror. A colossal black steel beast, crowned with golden lightning, the residual pressure of the star pillar, and adorned with a fearsome ram's horn, a custom bumper crafted by Jiang Li, barreled toward it at an astonishing 180 kilometers per hour, radiating an apocalyptic force. Within the driver's seat, a figure with glowing red eyes and a fearsome visage screamed in rage. It's him, the man who treats the abyss as his dining hall. Run, run for your lives. The spirits inside the bus shrieked, transforming the once terrifying ghost bus into a chaotic frenzy. The driver desperately pressed the accelerator, trying to speed into the rift. But the Unimog was too fast. Not only was it mechanically modified, but prolonged exposure to the thunder domain of Villa 13 had imbued it with semi-divine properties, rendering it lethal to spiritual entities. Die! Jiang Li roared, yanking the steering wheel. A deafening crash echoed through the night. The heavy bumper of the Unimog collided forcefully with the rear of the ghostly bus. A resounding crack echoed as golden lightning erupted, as if high voltage had pierced through an insulator. The ghost bus emitted a chilling wail, its very structure lamenting, as its rear was utterly obliterated, transforming into a cloud of black smoke. The vehicle lost its balance, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily into the roadside greenery, shattering several trees in the process. The recently opened rift to the spirit realm was likewise dispersed by this violent energy. With a screech, Jiang Li slammed on the brakes, bringing the Unimog to a steady stop. He kicked open the door, grasping his trusty steel pipe, a physical sword of sorts, and leaped out with a fierce determination. Big Yellow, surround them. Let not a single one escape. Woof. Big Yellow, unable to contain himself, transformed into a streak of light, encircling the bus and sealing off the area with a temporal barrier, trapping the forlorn souls within. In the greenery, the ghost bus had reverted to its original form, a dilapidated, rust-covered wreck, adorned with expired talismans. The tormented passengers were crawling out through the windows, some missing arms, others legs, their spectral forms damaged, crying out in despair. How brutal. Is this human or ghost? How can they be fiercer than us? As they emerged, they found themselves confronted by a pair of large feet clad in flip-flops. Looking up, they beheld Jiang Li's face, illuminated by the bus's headlights, casting an eerie shadow. Run? Where to run? Jiang Li weighed the steel pipe in his hand, his tone icy. Driving without a license, operating illegally, and attempting to traffic people? What sort of criminal gang are you? In his eyes, these dismembered spirits were merely remnants of a human trafficking ring. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The faceless driver crawled over, trembling as he tried to explain. Misunderstanding your grandparent. Jiang Li struck the driver on the head with the pipe. Crack. The spectral form of the driver nearly shattered, a dent forming in his skull. What happened to your bravado from earlier? Weren't you so fierce, willing to take my sister down with you? The more Jiang Li thought about it, the angrier he became, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the driver. I'll teach you to drive illegally. I'll teach you to not pay attention to the road. I'll teach you to traffic college students. Each strike carried with it the power of shattered spirits. The driver howled in agony, his resentment dissipating until he shrank into a trembling ball, no larger than a palm. The other spirits, witnessing this scene, were terrified into fleeing. Woof. Big Yellow stood guard, mouth agape, swallowing the fastest of the fleeing specters whole. Don't eat them all. Leave some alive. I still need to interrogate who's behind this. Jiang Li called out as he approached the bus, peering inside. Jiang Xiaoyu was peacefully sleeping on the seat, oblivious to the chaos, even rolling over without a care. This was thanks to Jiang Li's protective charm, which had formed a shield during the impact, ensuring not a single hair on her head was harmed. This girl truly was unfazed. Jiang Li exhaled in relief, lifting his sister and placing her gently in his vehicle. He then turned to the battered spirits on the ground, retrieving the howling magic jar he carried. Get in, all of you. Time for some reflection. Anyone who dares to come out will be fed to the dogs. The spirits, eyeing the jar emitting a pungent odor and the cries of their kin, were reluctant, but facing the drooling Big Yellow and Jiang Li wielding the steel pipe, they could only dissolve into black smoke and reluctantly enter the jar. Now that is more like it. Jiang Li sealed the jar, shaking it slightly, planning to add some ingredients to the pickled vegetables, as it was said that pickling in an environment heavy with yang energy would enhance the flavor. After dealing with these road drivers, Jiang Li was about to get back into his vehicle when suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed from the nearby sewer grate. Keek keek, truly formidable. No wonder even the esteemed bishop met his downfall against you. The grate slowly shifted, revealing a figure wrapped in filth, exuding a foul stench. It was the crow, the one with the birdbeak mask. However, this time he held a pulsating black heart, surrounded by several blood crows formed from tainted blood. Blood source curse crow, he proclaimed, not retreating as before, for he had come equipped with a gift from his master. Jiang Li, you have desecrated the sacrifice and insulted the deity. Today marks your demise. The crow raised the heart high, madness gleaming in his eyes. Come forth, abyss. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The crow's words were cut short as a hole appeared in his head. He stared blankly ahead, where Jiang Li stood, brandishing an exaggerated silver pistol. Smoke still wafting from its muzzle. A spirit energy explosion gun obtained from Wang Pengzi, which Jiang Li had mistaken for a modified toy. Enough with the chatter. Jiang Li huffed. What are you doing crawling out of the sewer at this hour, trying to scare people? Do you not know I wake up grumpy? You lack martial virtue. The crow swayed before collapsing back into the sewer, the black heart rolling from his grasp. Jiang Li approached, picking up the heart. Huh, is this a pig's heart? Why is it black? Is it spoiled? He squeezed it. It felt surprisingly bouncy. Oh well, I'll take it back for Big Yellow to kick around. Master, that is a fallen heart. A highly toxic substance capable of contaminating an entire water source. Big Yellow warned. Never mind, I'm immune to toxins. It'll be fine to kick. Jiang Li tossed the heart to Big Yellow, climbed into the vehicle, and revved the engine. Home. Sleep. The Unimog roared away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the crow's unblinking form in the sewer. Not long after Jiang Li departed, the black waters of the sewer churned again. A massive eye emerged from the depths, fixated on the retreating taillights. Very well, you have not only destroyed my sacrifice, but also slain my messenger. Since you refuse to submit, then let destruction be your fate. The gates of the abyss are about to open, and this time, I shall descend personally. As the voice faded, the black waters receded, but in a corner of Jianghai City, subtle cracks began to form in space, a harbinger of a large-scale restricted zone of B-class or higher about to materialize. Chapter 29, The Leaking Heart and the Citywide Mold Outbreak, Yulong Bay, Villa Number 13. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Li quietly carried the slumbering Jiang Xiaoyu upstairs, placing her gently on the large pink bed, tucking her in carefully. Looking at his sister's peaceful face, Jiang Li finally felt a weight lift from his heart. This girl truly had a remarkable quality of sleep. She hadn't stirred even amidst the earlier commotion. He shook his head, closed the door, and descended the stairs. In the living room, Big Yellow lay sprawled on the expensive Persian rug, his front paws pressing against the black heart he had snatched from the crow, playing joyfully. Patchik! Patchik! This fallen heart was highly reactive, akin to an inflated ball that bounced with each poke, even emitting a cry similar to a wailing infant. Wah wah! The sound was sharp and grating, inducing a wave of mental pollution that could drive one to madness. But to Jiang Li, it was merely an annoyance. Big Yellow, be gentle. What a dreadful toy. It sounds like a dying chicken, terribly unpleasant. Jiang Li kicked the heart in disdain, noticing it was leaking. Look at the mess you've made on the carpet. The heart pulsated vigorously, oozing black, viscous liquid from its surface, which dripped onto the carpet, instantly corroding it into a series of smoldering holes. This was the abyssal filth, a toxic substance capable of contaminating water sources and rendering the land barren. Wang, master, this thing seems to be malfunctioning. It's oozing. The Huang released its claws, stepping back with disdain as it shook off the black muck. As a dog that valued cleanliness, or perhaps feared reprimand from Jiang Li, it preferred not to dirty its paws. I concurred. This pig's heart must have been injected with water and foul water at that. Jiang Li furrowed his brow and retrieved a stainless steel basin from the kitchen, using a pair of tongs to lift the heart and toss it inside. The moment the heart touched the bottom of the basin, it emitted a sizzling sound, reminiscent of meat frying. How is it still moving? Is it not dead yet? Jiang Li pondered the heart's continued thrashing, lost in thought. Its vitality was astonishing. Could it be due to an excess of preservatives? He carried the basin into the basement. Let it freeze overnight, and we shall see tomorrow if it is edible. If it spoils, we'll dispose of it lest the dogs suffer. Jiang Li placed the basin beside the nuclear power station, the core of the thunder element. The intense electromagnetic field enveloped the tainted heart, which had once exuded a foul aura, now shriveled under the might of thunder. It trembled and curled up, no longer daring to leak the black liquid. Its cries reduced to faint whimpers. That's more like it. Be docile. Jiang Li clapped his hands, closed the basement door, and ascended the stairs to sleep. However, unbeknownst to him, although the heart was subdued, the unique signal it emitted had not entirely vanished. This signal, akin to a lighthouse in the dark, penetrated the walls of the basement, burrowed through the earth, and spread through the intricate network of sewers beneath Jianghai City. The following day, a peculiar fog enveloped Jianghai City. This mist was not the usual moist sea fog, but carried a musty, fishy scent, reminiscent of unwashed rags. Citizens awoke to find their corners, floors, and even the clothes left outside, covered in a layer of greenish mold. Moreover, strange gurgling sounds emanated from the sewers, and water from the pipes turned murky, tainted with a metallic taste. Hospitals overflowed with patients, many exhibiting symptoms of dizziness, nausea, and auditory hallucinations. In the emergency meeting room of the Jianghai City Anomaly Bureau, the director glared at the city surveillance map displayed on the large screen, his face pale with shock. Red alarm points peppered the map, nearly blanketing half the city. What on earth? In just one night, the pollution index surged by 300? The director slammed his fist on the table, furious. Is this a precursor to an outbreak in a B-level restricted zone? Suchinga, seated at the lower end of the table, wore a similarly grave expression, clutching a recent testing report. Director, the technical department has just confirmed the source. She pointed to a red dot on the map. All the pollution waves seemed to converge towards a direction, the Yulong Bay Villa District. Yulong Bay? The director was taken aback. Was that not a wealthy area? How could there be a pollution source there? Suchinga paused, then quietly said, Director, do you remember the mysterious powerhouse codenamed Chef? You mean Jiang Li? The director gasped, realizing the implications. Are you suggesting that he caused this commotion? It's quite possible, Suchinga replied with a wry smile. As far as I know, he dealt with a C-class anomaly, the Phantom Bus, in the northern suburbs last night, and even eliminated a member of the worship sect. Following his habits, he likely brought the spoils home. Silence fell over the room. He brought it home. As a keepsake? Quick. Suchinga, you must verify this immediately. The director urged, panicked. If it was indeed that individual who stirred this up, we must tread carefully. The consequences of angering him could be more severe than a B-level outbreak. Yes. At Yulong Bay, Villa number 13, Jiang Li awoke early, roused by a strange odor. What is that smell? Did the sewer burst? Rubbing his eyes, he opened the window, only to find a white expanse of fog outside, with vibrant. I like mushrooms sprouting on the lawn. Goodness, those mushrooms look toxic. Jiang Li frowned. The humidity was excessive. Mushrooms sprouting overnight? Descending to the living room, he discovered Da Huang barking incessantly at the basement door. Wong, Wong Wong. Master, that thing down there is leaking. The whole house reeks. Approaching the door, Jiang Li noticed black liquid seeping through the crack. No way, it's really leaking. Jiang Li exclaimed, aghast. My renovation. My flooring. How much will it cost to repair? He rushed into the basement, where the heart in the stainless steel basin had swollen to more than double its size. Resembling overproof dough, continuously exuding a black, sludge-like liquid. This liquid flowed onto the floor, writhing as if alive. Moreover, the heart's surface had cracked open, revealing tiny, maggot-like tendrils probing through the fissure. This Jiang Li pinched his nose in disgust. This pig's heart has spoiled far too quickly. It has only been one night. And now it's infested with worms? Could that black liquid be melting? He grabbed the tongs and lifted the heart. Uffed. The surface of the heart ruptured, releasing a plume of toxic black gas. Cough. Cough. The stench was worse than that of canned herring. Jiang Li's eyes watered as he staggered back. This cannot be kept. It has gone bad. Da Huang cannot eat this. It would surely suffer from parvovirus. He made a swift decision, clutching the heart and heading outside. He needed to find a place to dispose of it. He couldn't throw it in the household trash. It was far too odorous. Just then, the doorbell rang. Suchinga. clad in protective gear to shield against contamination, and wearing a gas mask, stood at the entrance, fully equipped. "Mr. Jiang, are you all right? I detected a spike in the pollution index in your home." Before she could finish, the door swung open. Jiang Li, one hand covering his nose and the other wielding the tongs with the dripping, smoking heart, stepped outside. "Oh, Miss Su, why are you dressed like this? Are you playing Biohazard?" Su Qingge gazed at the heart exuding overwhelming malevolence, capable of plunging the entire city into chaos, and felt her breath hitch. "What is this?" Jiang Li grimaced. "The pig's heart I salvaged yesterday went bad. I forgot to freeze it. It has spoiled in the refrigerator overnight, and look, it's infested with worms. I was just about to throw it away." "Infested with worms?" Su Qingge leaned in for a closer look. Those so-called worms were clearly abyssal larvae in the process of hatching, each one capable of burrowing into a person's mind and turning them into a puppet. "Throw it away?" Su Qingge asked, trembling. "I don't know. Does this belong to wet trash or dry trash? Or is it hazardous waste?" Jiang Li pondered, conflicted. "Perhaps I could flush it down the sewer?" "No, please don't," Su Qingge exclaimed, her face drained of color. "If that ends up in the sewer, the entire water supply of Jianghai City would be compromised. The entire population would mutate. Mr. Jiang, please let me handle this." Su Qingge hurriedly produced a specialized lead box designed for the containment of hazardous materials, opened the lid, and offered it to him. "Just place it in here. I consider myself a volunteer for waste classification." "This is so embarrassing." Jiang Li felt somewhat embarrassed, holding such a foul object. "It's fine. I don't mind. Truly." Su Qingge's eyes sparkled with sincerity. "All right, then I shall trouble you, Miss Su, for your warm-heartedness in even taking out the trash for the neighbors." Jiang Li tossed the heart into the lead box. Clink. Su Qingge quickly sealed the box and took a deep breath, relieved to have saved Jianghai City. However, at that moment, a rumble erupted. The ground outside the villa shook violently. Nearby, the manhole covers soared into the air, spewing forth black water. A terrifying aura, tenfold more horrific than before, surged from the depths below. What was happening? An earthquake? Jiang Li steadied himself and looked outside. Emerging from the gushing sewer openings were humanoid figures, caked in sludge, resembling grotesque, skinless crimson monsters. Flesh puppets, sea level. Behind these puppets, a colossal creature, stitched together from refuse and cadavers, slowly crawled out from underground. Sown giant pestilence lord, B-level. This entity had been lured by the aura of the fallen heart, or perhaps dispatched by the shadowy figure to seize the sacred object. Roar. The sown giant let out a deafening roar, its pus-filled boils bursting, releasing a cloud of green toxic mist. The surrounding greenery instantly wilted. Hand over the sacred object. Its murky eyes fixated on the lead box in Su Qingge's hands. Su Qingge's face turned pale. B-level. And a pestilence type. This was bad, just as she intended to call for backup. She noticed Jiang Li had already rolled up his sleeves, his expression shifting from surprise to fury. An extreme rage. "Damn it, is this never-ending?" Jiang Li pointed at the sown giant, which was adorned with garbage bags and rotten vegetables, cursing vehemently. "What sort of property management is this? They don't fix the blocked sewers and let trash spew out. Look at this road. It's covered in filth." To him, this was no monster, but a massive heap of ancient refuse washed out from the sewers. This was severe environmental pollution. This was akin to public urination. Jiang Li could hardly tolerate dirt and disorder, especially at his doorstep. "Dahong, grab your gear. We're going to clear the sewer." Woof. "Yes." Cleaning the trash. Dahong emerged from the yard with a high-pressure water gun, used by Jiang Li for washing cars. Jiang Li took the water gun, connected it to the faucet in the yard, and turned on the switch. Whoosh! A powerful jet of water erupted. "Let us give this thing a bath." Jiang Li unleashed a torrent upon the arrogant sown giant. This water was no ordinary liquid. It had been imbued with the energy of the lightning domain of Villeneuve. 13. Flowing through pipes inscribed with "Blessed by the Stars" runes. Splatter. The water struck the sown giant, as if sulfuric acid were poured onto foam. The decaying body, composed of cadavers and filth, rapidly dissolved under the holy water's onslaught, emitting plumes of black smoke. Ack! The sown giant let out a wretched scream. It could not comprehend why the water gun wielded by this human was more terrifying than high-level holy light spells. The pestilential mist enveloping it was directly purified upon contact with this water. Still shouting? "I think you haven't cleaned yourself properly." Jiang Li increased the water pressure, directing it at the monster's head, a patchwork of several dead heads, with a furious onslaught. "Get down." The tremendous force pushed the several-ton beast backward until it slipped and fell back into the massive sewer opening that had been blasted open. Gurgle, gurgle. The monster was swept away, carried through the city's drainage system toward the sewage treatment plant. As for the smaller, flesh puppets, Dahong had already devoured them one by one as if they were mere snacks. Phew. Jiang Li turned off the water gun, gazing at the now pristine road, nodding in satisfaction. That's how it should be. Environmental care is everyone's responsibility. He turned to see Su Qingga still in a daze. Miss Su, you see, this is the consequence of property negligence. We must file a joint complaint. The sewer needs thorough cleaning. It's far too blocked. Su Qingga looked at the lead box containing the B-level pollutant, then at the man who had just single-handedly dealt with a B-level boss with a water gun. Suddenly, she felt as if the world's fabric had completely unraveled before Jiang Li. All right, I will go and file a complaint. Su Qingga nodded mechanically. She decided to report back to the director. I recommend designating Villa number 13 in Longyu Bay as an absolute safe zone and appointing Mr. Jiang Li as the honorary environmental ambassador and elite cleaner of Zhanghai City. Reason: his sewer clearing skills are truly divine. While Jiang Li was busy tidying up, in a dark underground area at the other end of the city, the giant eye re-emerged, filled with shock and fury. Failed again. My pestilence lord was swept away by water. Is that man the embodiment of water elements? The eye glimmered with a frenzied light. If brute force won't do, then I'll take a subtler approach. I hear he's recruiting crew members? Very well, let him witness the terror of an abyssal infiltrator. The eye gradually sank into the water, a sinister plan quietly forming in the darkness. Chapter 30. The undercover faceless assassin and the toxic agent mistaken for detergent. Longyu Bay. As the morning sun finally pierced through the thin mist, Su Qingga, clutching the heavy lead box as if it were a nuclear button, cautiously settled into the special operations vehicle that had come to her aid. Phew. It wasn't until the door closed that she exhaled deeply, feeling her back soaked with sweat. Captain, what is contained in that box? The radiation levels are extraordinarily high. A team member driving the vehicle asked in alarm after glancing at the dashboard. Don't ask. To ask is to risk your life. Su Qingga tiredly closed her eyes, directing them to the headquarters' level containment chamber, notifying the director to prepare for the highest level sealing ceremony. Oh, and give the municipal department a call to inform them that the sewer in Longyu Bay has been thoroughly cleared by a diligent citizen, so they can wrap things up. Diligent citizen? The team member blinked. Yes, a diligent citizen with the ability to purify and the power of money. After sending Su Qingga off, Jiang Li stretched, observing the rejuvenated street with a nod of satisfaction. That's how it should be. Public health is everyone's duty. It looks much better now. He returned home to change into a new outfit, one he had purchased recently. A blue work uniform that made him look like a high-level technician. Dahong, wake up. Today we have important business to attend to. Jiang Li nudged Dahong, who was still relishing the abyssal buffet from the previous night in his doghouse. Woof. Where are we going? To the sea. To the dock. Our boat is fixed. But relying solely on Ergo and the others will not suffice. We need to recruit a few more professional sailors or a first mate. Jiang Li contemplated, particularly concerning the engine, the heart. He noticed how clumsy Ergo and the others were while feeding it, hoping they wouldn't ruin it. He needed a knowledgeable technician, or rather, a chief engineer. The man and his dog hopped into the colossal Unimog, roaring towards the old dock. Meanwhile, in a dim underground basement somewhere in Zhanghai City, the enormous eye projected itself, hovering in the air, emanating a brutal and cold aura. Below it knelt a gaunt, pallid man. This man appeared utterly unremarkable. Someone who would blend into a crowd without being noticed. Yet he was a renowned top assassin of the abyssal sect known as the Faceless Phantom, a level. He had no fixed face nor a consistent form. He is capable of flawlessly disguising himself as anyone, even mimicking their psychic fluctuations and daily habits. A born spy. He is also the most perfect assassin. Master, is that human named Jiang Li truly as terrifying as they say? The thousand-faced phantom lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Even the Plague Lord was swept aside by him. Do not question my judgment. The eyes projected a furious roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble. That man is an unpredictable variable. A monster. We have suffered significant losses in direct confrontation. This time, I command you to dismantle him from within. Infiltrate his side. Gain his trust. Then, at his most vulnerable moment, pour this vial of Tears of God into his water. A small vial emitting a faint green glow appeared in the hands of the thousand-faced phantom. Tears of God, S-class venom. This horrifying toxin, extracted from the bodily fluids of the ancient dominators, could cause a fully grown dragon to perish instantly, with its soul dissipating in endless agony from just a single drop. Remember, your identity is that of an experienced, desperate old sailor. That man is recruiting. This is your only opportunity. As you command, Master. The thousand-faced phantom tightened his grip on the poison, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. His facial muscles twitched, and his bones cracked audibly. In an instant, he transformed into a middle-aged man with dark skin, weathered features, and calloused hands. Even his aura shifted to that of someone who has long drifted at sea, imbued with a salty, fishy scent. From this moment onward, I shall be known as Lu Wei, an old chief engineer with 20 years of sailing experience. The old dock was unusually lively today. Ever since the Black Pearl, Leviathan's remains, hoisted the Pillar of Stars flag, the entire dock's fortune seemed to have changed. The once desolate ship graveyard was no longer haunted by the chilling winds that sent shivers down one's spine. Nearby, small fish dared to swim closer, mainly dazed by the high-level pressure emanating from the ship and too frightened to move. Jiang Li parked his vehicle by the dock, observing the fervent believers diligently cleaning the deck. "Ergu, you're doing a great job," Jiang Li called out. Wang Ergu, the blood-handed bishop, was scrubbing the deck with a mop. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately dropped the mop and hurried down. "Captain, you've arrived. Look at this ship. We've polished it to a shine. Even that skull figurehead has been varnished." There is some spirit to it," Jiang Li nodded. "However, mere cleanliness isn't sufficient. We're here to fish, and our skills must be up to par. Can you repair the engine? Can you read nautical charts?" Wang Ergu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "Captain, I can draw magic circles, cast curses, and perform sacrifices, but as for repairing engines, I know nothing." Jiang Li sighed. "Each profession has its expertise. We need to recruit some specialists." He pulled out a piece of cardboard from the vehicle, on which he had written in crooked letters, "Deep Blue Seafood is hiring. Seeking old crew members, chief engineers, first mates. Meals and accommodation provided. Salary negotiable. Requirements: must be bold, strong, and not prone to seasickness. Go, hang this at the bow of the ship." Wang Ergu quickly took the sign and hung it up. Before long, several drifters and unemployed fishermen loitering nearby gathered. However, as they approached the ominous black ship and felt the suppressed yet palpable aura of terror, their faces turned pale, and they fled in panic. "Why does this ship look so sinister? Look at that flagpole, pitch black. And it seems like blood is flowing from it. Quick, let us go. It might be a black coal mine recruiting workers." Jiang Li felt frustrated. The quality of this round of applicants is subpar. If they lack this little courage, how do they expect to get rich? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a tattered sailor shirt and carrying a canvas bag limped over. He appeared disheveled, but his gaze was resolute and active. He walked straight up to Jiang Li, ignoring the terrifying ship radiating B-class pressure, and spoke hoarsely. "Boss, are you hiring?" Jiang Li scrutinized him from head to toe. Dark skin, rough hands, a scent of the sea, and an experienced gaze. "A seasoned sailor. Yes. What can you do?" "My name is Lu Wei. I have been a sailor for 20 years, having served as a chief engineer and first mate. I can repair any ship and withstand any storm." The thousand-faced phantom, Lu Wei, patted his chest, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "As long as you pay me and provide food, I would sell my life to you." Bold words. Jiang Li chuckled. He liked this kind of reckless person who valued money over life. Quite similar to himself. However, he was no fool. There are many deceivers nowadays, and he needed to test the product. "All right, let us see if you can back it up." Jiang Li pointed to a pile of cargo nearby, which was actually several tons of deep-sea black iron, or that Wang Ergu and the others had fished up from the sea last night. Intended for ballast. "Do you see that box of stones? It weighs about 500 pounds. If you can lift it onto the ship, I will hire you." This was a test. An ordinary person would surely struggle, but an old sailor accustomed to heavy work at sea should possess at least this much strength. Lu Wei glanced at the box, a cold smile creeping into his heart. 500 pounds. As an A-class powerhouse, he could pierce through that box with a single finger. But he had to maintain his disguise, appearing like an ordinary person, yet just a tad stronger. "Hey!" Lu Wei stepped forward, assuming a hoarse stance, feigning great effort, with veins bulging on his neck and his face turning red from exertion. "Ugh!" He let out a low roar as he trembled, lifting the box with great difficulty and slowly making his way up the gangplank. Jiang Li watched from below, nodding secretly. Not bad, his core strength is solid. He is a capable worker. Thud. Lu Wei placed the box on the deck, gasping for air, acting, and turned to Jiang Li. "Boss, how was that?" "Yes. That was impressive." Jiang Li waved his hand. "You're hired. A monthly salary of 10,000. Meals and accommodation provided. From now on, you will be our chief engineer at Deep Blue Seafood." "Thank you, boss." Lu Wei expressed his gratitude, his head bowed, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. The first step, infiltration successful. Next, it was time to find an opportunity to poison him. Once aboard, Jiang Li guided the new employee to familiarize himself with the environment. Old Lu, our ship is a bit special. It's a high-tech modification with a fully automated bioenergy propulsion system. Jiang Li led him to the entrance of the power room. There, a massive black pit was still writhing, its heart thumping loudly, the sound deafening. Although Lu Wei was an A-class powerhouse and had seen much, upon seeing this, his pupils constricted. Heart of Leviathan. This ship was actually modified using a living mythical creature. Is this truly something humanity can achieve? This engine is rather unique, Lu Wei feigned calmness. Indeed. I find it rather impressive, Jiang Li nodded. He pointed to a pile of decaying flesh, left over from last night. Your job is simple, just feed it regularly. It's not picky and will eat anything. If you notice its RPM slowing down, just give it a couple of pieces of meat. Remember, do not stick your hand inside. It has a good bite and can easily snap fingers. Lu Wei thought to himself, is this the role of a chief engineer? This is more like a caretaker. Understood, boss. I will remember. All right, get yourself acquainted. I'll go fetch you some work attire. Jiang Li turned to leave. The opportunity has arrived. Lu Wei watched Jiang Li's retreating figure, his hand stealthily reaching for the vial of Tears of God in his pocket. He noticed a bucket of water in the corner of the power room, the ship's source of drinking water. If he could pour this poison into it, everyone aboard, including the formidable Jiang Li, would perish. He glanced around, confirming no one was watching. Wang Ergu and the others were on deck, swiftly pulled out the vial, unscrewed the cap, and was about to pour it into the water barrel. Splash! At that moment, a sudden bark echoed behind him. Lu Wei, startled, nearly dropped the bottle. He turned around sharply to find a hairless dog, De Huang, inexplicably standing at the door, tilting its head and coldly staring at him with its inverted triangular eyes. A hunting dog. As an A-level powerhouse, Lu Wei recognized the creature instantly. Damn! Discovered. His muscles tensed as he prepared to strike down the dog. Although hunting dogs were formidable, he was confident he could finish the fight swiftly and then eliminate Jiang Li. However, De Huang did not attack. Instead, it sniffed the air, drawn by the rich aroma emanating from the bottle, a scent belonging to the old ones. Woof! What is this? It smells delightful. Is it a seasoning? In De Huang's eyes, its master often added various bottled ingredients, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, to food. So it assumed this was yet another new seasoning Jiang Li had brought home. It glanced at the meager green liquid in Lu Wei's hand, then at the bubbling, foul-smelling meat pit, the engine nearby. It thought the new caretaker wanted to feed the engine. Woof woof. Don't pour it in the water. Pour it in the pit. That big fellow likes strong flavors. De Huang barked twice at Lu Wei, then pointed with its paw towards the meat pit. Lu Wei? This dog is giving me orders? Hasn't he realized I'm an undercover agent? Why is it still asking me to pour it into the engine? Does it also want to destroy the ship? Lu Wei felt a bit dazed. But just then, Jiang Li's footsteps echoed from the corridor. There was no time left. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wei decided. After all, pouring it into the engine would disperse the toxic gas through the ventilation system, achieving the same effect, perhaps even more potent. To hell with it. He abruptly dumped the entire bottle of Tears of the Gods into the writhing meat pit. Sizzle! As the green venom touched the heart, it emitted a strange green smoke. Lu Wei held his breath, anticipating a terrifying explosion or a burst of toxic gas. However, thud! The black heart suddenly contracted, as if it had been fed a mouthful of mustard. Immediately after, boom! An unprecedented surge of violent energy erupted from the heart. The immense energy contained within the Tears of the Gods instantaneously activated the latent functions of the Leviathan's heart. It was akin to fueling a tractor with aerospace fuel. The entire ship trembled violently, its previously low rumble transforming into a booming roar. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Jiang Li rushed in with 2 sets of clothes and paused at the sight. Then he sniffed the air. What is that scent? It resembles mint. Quite refreshing. He noticed the empty bottle in Lu Wei's hand, and then the engine that seemed to be invigorated. Old Lu, what did you pour in? Is this a fuel additive? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled. A talent. Just arrived, and already knows how to maintain the engine? This additive is impressive. Look at the RPM. It must have increased by at least 50%. What brand is this? Buy a few more bottles next time. This scent can even deodorize. Lu Wei De Huang woof. See, I told you to pour it in the pit, right? Lu Wei looked at Jiang Li, who wore an expression of admiration, and De Huang, who appeared smug, clutching the empty bottle in his hand, feeling like a fool. That was an S-class poison. Is this ship made of iron? That boss. This is a cleaning agent I concocted myself. Lu Wei suppressed the urge to spit blood and forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Good. I like employees who bring their own supplies. Jiang Li clapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Work hard. From now on, this ship will be entrusted to you for maintenance. Remember to prepare more of that cleaning agent. I'll reimburse you. Yes. Lu Wei lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. Master, I'm sorry. The first bottle of poison was used as detergent. Chapter 31. Pre-employment training for sea monkeys and the Devil's Triangle flying fish. On the morning of Jinghaishi's old pier, the mist had yet to disperse. The Black Pearl, Leviathan's remains, lay quietly docked at the shore, if not for the towering black mast, the pillar of stars, piercing the clouds, exuding an ancient pressure, and the enormous eyes on either side of the hull that occasionally opened and quickly closed. It would resemble a slightly unconventional large ocean fishing vessel. On the deck, an unusual employee meeting was underway. Everyone stand straight. Attention. Relax. Jiang Li, dressed in a brand new blue uniform with captain emblazoned on the armband, wielded a teaching rod, actually the steel pipe he had previously used to knock out Dagong, addressing a row of unique employees before him. Opposite him crouched 2 rows of shivering creatures. They were damp all over, their skin a grayish-green, possessing faces that resembled a hybrid of frogs and fish, spines protruding from their backs, and webbed hands and feet. They were the surviving deep divers, captured that night. These sea-grade progeny, once terrorizing the deep sea and feeding on humans, now wore specially designed collars, modified from the sea-grade sealing artifact soul-binding lock that Jiang Li had cut, each one submissively lowering its head, even attempting to mimic human posture. Look at you all. What do you resemble? Stand up straight. Jiang Li struck the ground with his rod, producing a sharp crack that startled the deep divers into a synchronized shiver. Our deep blue fisheries do not harbor idlers. Since you boarded my ship, you must abide by my rules. Jiang Li pointed at the group of creatures and addressed Wang Ergo, the first mate, beside him. Ergo, these are our newly recruited divers. Though they look a bit ugly, like hairless monkeys, they swim well, and from now on, they will be responsible for diving to collect shells and untangle fishing nets. Wang Ergo, dressed in slightly tight chef's attire, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing at the once revered divine beings summoned by his superior, now reduced to laborers. Instead of feeling sympathy, he nodded obsequiously. Captain is wise. This group of, sea monkeys is indeed suitable for heavy work. I see they possess great strength and can help pull the nets. In Jiang Li's perception, these deep divers were a peculiar species of marine primate, commonly referred to as sea monkeys. Since they were monkeys, they could be tamed. Listen well. Your employee numbers will be from 001 to 020. Jiang Li waved a bucket of expired dead fish, which he had casually purchased at the night market the previous evening, before the deep divers. Those who work diligently will get fish to eat. Anyone who dares to slack off or attempt to escape. He pointed at De Huang, who was lounging on the deck, sunbathing and chewing on half a tentacle from A-star progeny. Do you see that dog? It's currently in need of a chew toy. Woof. What are you looking at? I don't like this low-grade meat. It's just for flossing my teeth. De Huang cooperatively bared its teeth, revealing a jaw capable of crushing space. Gulp. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. The deep divers were terrified, nodding furiously, their movements perfectly synchronized. They had witnessed how that dog devoured their companions as if they were mere snacks. In front of this terrifying captain and that hellhound, their meager abyssal lineage seemed laughable. Very good, very perceptive. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing a few dead fish their way. Eat a bit for breakfast, and once filled, prepare to work. As he watched the deep divers fighting over the rotten fish, resulting in bloodshed, the new chief engineer Lu Wei, the phantom of 1,000 faces, felt his worldview crumbling. This world has gone mad. Lu Wei, holding a wrench, pretended to inspect the equipment on the deck while internally screaming. Those are deep divers. They are the guardians of R'lyeh, the direct forces of the old ones. In the hands of this man, has he truly transformed into a diver? A sea monkey? Moreover, observe the peculiar configuration aboard this vessel. The captain is a creature that treats malevolent deities as mere ingredients. Jiang Li. The first mate is a treacherous red-robed cardinal of an evil cult. Wang Ergo. The head of security is a Tindalose hound, De Huang. The power source is the beating heart of a living leviathan. The mast is a finger of the starlit kin, and now even the crew consists of deep divers. What sort of den of thieves have I stumbled into? Are there any normal beings aboard this ship? Lu Wei felt a surge of despair. He glanced at the bottle of so-called cleaning agent in his hand, which was actually an empty vial of S-class toxin, Tears of the Gods. Last night, when he poured it into the engine, instead of poisoning the heart, it had increased the ship's speed by 50%. This mission is utterly impossible. Just as Lu Wei pondered the absurdity of life, Jiang Li's voice broke through. Old Lu, What are you dawdling about? Is the engine warmed up yet? Jiang Li approached and patted Lu Wei on the shoulder, nearly toppling him over. Ready for departure. Today, our destination is the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle? Lu Wei's complexion paled. That is the deepest and most perilous area of the Misty Sea. It is said that the space there is chaotic, perpetually shrouded in temporal storms, where even A-class powers may not emerge alive. Boss, isn't that place a bit too dangerous? Lu Wei attempted to dissuade him. Dangerous? That is meant for others. Jiang Li replied with a confident smile, pointing at the deep blue flag of the aquatic harvest fluttering overhead. Our ship, after my modifications, referring to the inserted divine finger, is remarkably stable. Besides, I've heard that the fish there are particularly large, and there are even flying fish. Catching a few will surely fetch a handsome price. Flying fish? Lu Wei's mouth twitched. Those are baiahe, interstellar vampires capable of flying in the vacuum of space. You dare call them flying fish? Enough with the delays. Full speed ahead, Jiang Li commanded with a flourish of his hand. The black pearl emitted a deep and resonant roar as the black heart beneath the ship throbbed violently, releasing billowing black smoke, psychic exhaust. Surrounded by dozens of sea monkeys, this ghostly vessel, laden with monsters, plunged into the vast ocean like a sharp black dagger. 3 hours later, the scenery had transformed entirely. The once azure waters had turned into a profound purple-black, and a thick gray fog enveloped the surface, dense enough to resemble glue, allowing no sunlight to penetrate. The air was saturated with a chaotic magnetic field, and the compass spun wildly. All electronic devices were rendered inoperative. We have arrived at the Bermuda Triangle. Jiang Li stood at the bow, surveying the eerie surroundings, not fearful but rather exhilarated, rubbing his hands together. This place looks resource-rich. Just look at this watercolor. It screams abundance. De Huang, activate the radar. Sniff out any schools of fish. De Huang stood at the bow, its nose twitching. Within this chaotic temporal zone, its sensory abilities were greatly amplified. Woof, woof. Master, up above. There's a flock of birds. No, a group of delectable morsels. De Huang barked excitedly at the sky. Above, Jiang Li looked up. Suddenly, a large swarm of dark shapes burst forth from the gray clouds. They bore bodies reminiscent of a grotesque fusion of bats and vultures, devoid of feathers and covered only in coarse membranes, their heads resembling gigantic ants, dripping with acidic fluid. The baiahe swarm. These creatures are typically used as mounts for interstellar travel, known for their ferocity and propensity to attack anything alive in packs. At this moment, over 100 baiahe had spotted the intruding vessel, emitting piercing shrieks and diving down like a squadron of bombers. The sound was enough to rupture the eardrums of ordinary individuals. The deep divers on deck screamed in terror, scrambling to leap into the sea for cover. Wang Ergo and Lu Wei's faces paled, each drawing their weapons in preparation for a desperate fight. However, Jiang Li exclaimed, "Holy cow! What enormous flying fish!" His eyes sparkled as he beheld the descending creatures. Wait, those don't look like fish. With those wings and that beak, are they seagulls? But they're hideously deformed. Is this a mutant from nuclear radiation? Why do they have no feathers? Though their appearance was grotesque, Jiang Li adhered to his principle. Having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. These creatures appeared meaty. He wondered how they would taste roasted, akin to squab. De Huang, prepare to catch. No, to secure the cargo. Jiang Li opted not to use a fishing rod. Instead, he drew a specially modified net gun from behind him. This was a capture net launcher he had purchased on the black market, and after his modifications, the net inside was woven from abyssal seaweed, offering exceptional resilience. Get down here. Jiang Li aimed and fired. With a bang, a colossal black net unfurled in the air, ensnaring the 3 leading baiahe with precision. Gah! The 3 baiahe had no time to react before they were tightly bound, their wings ensnared, plummeting like weights. Thud! They landed on the deck. Ergo, go tie them up, Jiang Li shouted, his hands never ceasing their motion as he fired several more shots. A rain of seagulls descended from the sky. The remaining baiahe were bewildered. They were the hunters. This was not the expected narrative. The leading elite baiahe, C-class, became furious, flapping its wings and unleashing a void wind blade aimed at Jiang Li's head. Whoosh! The wind blade, imbued with the force to tear through space, hurtled towards him. Jiang Li did not even glance, casually grabbing a nearby stainless steel basin, intended for holding fish. Clang! With a crisp sound, the wind blade capable of slicing through tanks was remarkably deflected by the inexpensive basin. The bottom of the basin merely dented slightly. Ouch! You dare throw things at me? Jiang Li glared at the dented basin, incensed. This basin was just purchased. If you break it, you'll have to compensate. He swung his arm vigorously. sending the stainless steel basin flying like a frisbee. Watch me not squash you. The basin, propelled by Jiang Li's extraordinary strength, sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Whack! It struck the elite Baiahe squarely in the face. It was like swatting a fly with a fly swatter. The Baiahe did not even have a chance to scream. Its head crushed into its chest cavity, spinning through the air several times before plummeting into the sea like a deflated sack. The flock of birds above fell silent in an instant. The remaining Baiahe, witnessing the man who had now picked up another frying pan, felt an existential dread from the depths of their souls. This is a human? This is clearly a cosmic beast cloaked in human skin. Caw caw caw. Run. It's too sharp. The flock scattered, desperately burrowing into the clouds. Hey, don't run. I haven't caught enough yet. Jiang Li exclaimed in frustration. De Huang, your radar is inaccurate. Why did we catch no fish and only a few birds? De Huang responded. Woof, birds are also meat, and these have plenty of tender bones. Delicious to eat. Jiang Li observed the dozen or so struggling grotesque birds on the deck and sighed. Never mind, even mosquito legs count as meat. Ergo, old Lu, come help pluck the feathers. These birds appeared to have thick skin, requiring scalding water for easier plucking. Lu Wei, the thousand-faced phantom, glanced at the Baiahe on the ground, still spewing acidic fluid, his mouth twitching. Pluck feathers? These things have no feathers. That S-membrane. Moreover, that acid can corrode metal. Are you sure hot water will do any good? Yet, under Jiang Li's watchful gaze, he could only grit his teeth and approach, drawing out a dagger. Boss, how do we eat this? Braised or steamed? Judging by its size, it's similar to roast goose. Jiang Li stroked his chin, analyzing with a professional demeanor. The meat should be quite firm, perfect for roasting. Crispy-skinned roasted seagull sounds delightful. Indeed, do not discard those entrails. They are quite valuable and can be used to prepare a rich offal soup or even to catch sharks. Jiang Li's thoughts always leap vibrantly, brimming with the essence of life. While everyone, and the various creatures, busied themselves with the ingredients, a peculiar wave suddenly rippled beneath the surface of the sea. This was not the presence of monsters, but rather an alluring scent, steeped in the essence of wealth. Jiang Li's nose twitched. What is that odor? It seems to carry a whiff of copper. He approached the edge of the boat and peered into the water. There, in the depths of the ocean, the faint outline of a massive sunken ship began to materialize. This vessel was no ordinary wooden ship. It was crafted entirely from a certain golden metal, radiating an enchanting glow amidst the shadowy seabed. Upon its deck, it appeared to be heaped with shimmering treasures. Oh my, a golden ship? Jiang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that all gold beneath? De Huang also came over to take a look, his canine expression turning grave. Woof, master, that's a trap. That is the ship of greed, a devil's bait. Yet to Jiang Li, it was merely a treasure ship waiting to be salvaged. We are about to strike it rich. This time, we truly shall be wealthy. Jiang Li rubbed his hands in excitement. Quickly, toss those birds aside. Prepare the diving gear, which is just a waterproof flashlight. We are going down to retrieve the gold. Old Lu, can you operate a submarine? Can this ship dive? Lu Wei replied, Boss, do you intend to use the fishing boat as a submarine? However, seeing the fervent gleam in Jiang Li's eyes, Lu Wei understood that even if he said no, this madman would likely find a way to submerge the vessel. Theoretically, this ship possesses a biological shield, allowing for short-term submersion. Then it's settled. Dive. Target the golden ship. With a command from Jiang Li, the Black Pearl emitted an excited roar. It too sensed the delectable treasure below, and a layer of black bubbles enveloped the ship before it plunged headlong into the inky waters. Beneath the abyss, aboard the ship of greed, an S-class cursed artifact. The palace of the Abyssal Lord, a skeleton clad in a lavish robe held a goblet, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly flames. Oh, yet another greedy soul has come knocking. Hee, regardless of who you are, the moment you step aboard this vessel, your soul shall belong to me. However, it remained unaware that this time, it was not a greedy soul that approached, but rather a demolition chief intent on dismantling the ship and selling it for scrap metal. Chapter 32. The demolition office enters the sea, and the price for the skeleton captain's life, 2,000 meters beneath the deep sea, lies an absolute realm of darkness. Here, the water pressure is sufficient to crush a main battle tank into a disk, and the frigid waters show no signs of life, only a deathly silence. Yet, in that dim oceanic abyss, a mesmerizing golden light emanates from the ship of greed, an S-class cursed artifact of the abyss. This colossal sailing vessel, entirely forged from the cursed, abyssal ancient gold, stretches over 100 meters in length, gleaming in gold. with every deck and mast intricately carved with runes that tempt living beings into depravity. It rests beside an underwater volcano, resembling a moving palace of gold, exuding an insatiable aura of greed. Within the captain's chamber of the golden ship, the skeleton lord of greed sat upon a throne adorned with jewels, shaking a crystal goblet filled with the essence of souls. Two eerie green flames flickered in its eye sockets as it reveled in the torment of the souls imprisoned within gold coins. Yet another guest approaches. The lord of greed lifted its head, sensing the commotion above. Such potent vitality and fervent greed, which is, in truth, the desire for wealth. A soul like this could surely yield the finest wine. It set down the goblet and adjusted its ancient noble attire in preparation for its new collection. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. The water above surged violently, as if a meteor had plummeted down. The Lord of Greed barely had time to strike a graceful pose before darkness enveloped it. A deafening crash reverberated through the ship as it jolted violently, as though struck by a press of immense weight. Following this, an agonizing grinding sound echoed from the ship's top, sparks, energetic flames, flying. What is happening? The crystal goblet in the Lord of Greed's hand shattered. Enraged, it stormed out onto the deck, looking up to see a sinister black fishing vessel. Exuding a nauseating aura, the Leviathan's remains, crushing down upon its golden ship. This is what they call a face-sitting attack. The underside of the black ship writhed, with tendril-like anchor chains ensnaring the golden ship's mast. How dare you desecrate my palace? The Lord of Greed seethed with fury, preparing to cast a curse. Yet at that moment, a young human head emerged from the black ship. Jiang Li, donned in a waterproof headlamp and wielding a large wrench, leaned over the side, his face alight with astonishment. Oh my, De Huang. Look, it truly is made of gold. The quality, the luster, although it has a somewhat antiquated appearance. It is undoubtedly pure gold. We are rich, Jiang Li exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Initially, he thought this was merely a sunken ship, perhaps containing some treasure. He never anticipated that the entire vessel was a treasure trove. This is no ship, it is a mountain of gold. Woof. Master, this thing seems quite sinister. I want to take a bite and test its flavor. De Huang also poked out his head, drooling onto the golden deck, which hissed with corrosive sounds. Patience, patience. There is enough for all. Jiang Li waved his hand. Ergo, old Lu, gather the sea monkeys and get to work. Dismantle everything that can be taken apart. For what cannot be removed, use acetylene torches. We must ensure every piece is accounted for. Yes, Captain. Although Wang Ergo and Lu Wei were suffocated by the aura of the S-class cursed artifact, Jiang Li's more terrifying zeal for wealth spurred them to overcome their fear. Brothers, that is gold. It is our retirement fund for the latter half of our lives. Charge. Dozens of deep divers, sea monkeys, wearing collars, armed with various demolition tools, crowbars, hammers, wrenches, jumped from the Black Pearl onto the golden ship's deck like a plague of locusts, howling in excitement. Clang, clatter. An incredibly discordant symphony of demolition resonated through the deep sea. Some divers pried up floorboards, gold bricks. Others dismantled railings, gold bars. While yet others attempted to remove the gem-encrusted wheel. Outrageous! Outrageous! The Lord of Greed trembled with fury. It had existed, or rather, had perished, for thousands of years, having witnessed greed before, but never had it encountered such insatiable avarice. These are not souls tempted by greed. They are clearly a band of robbers. A horde of brigands. A demolition crew devoid of any sense of aesthetics. You insignificant ants. How dare you defile the creation of the divine? The Lord of Greed raised its withered skeletal hand and grasped at the air toward the deep divers. Soul extraction. An invisible ripple spread forth. This is an S-class instant death curse, capable of instantly extracting souls from their bodies and sealing them within gold coins. However, those deep divers, engrossed in their labor, merely paused momentarily, shivering slightly, before resuming their tasks. What? Why did the water suddenly turn cold? Gah, never mind that. This gold brick is a bit heavy. Lend a hand. The Lord of Greed. Ineffective? Why? Unbeknownst to it, the deep diver wore a collar specially crafted by Jiang Li, a modified version of the soul-binding lock. This was a C-class sealing artifact. While its rank was not particularly high, after Jiang Li's intervention, even an S-class curse would be rendered merely a chilling breeze. Furthermore, their souls had been filled to the brim with a far more terrifying essence, an overwhelming fear and reverence for Jiang Li, leaving no room for the greedy lord to extract anything further. At that moment, while the greedy lord pondered its existence, a voice resonated from behind. Startled, it turned abruptly. only to find a seemingly harmless young man dressed in blue overalls, Jiang Li, standing behind it, nonchalantly tapping the golden buttons on its ornate robe with a pair of pliers. "Those buttons on your attire must be gold too, right?" Jiang Li said earnestly. "Given your skeletal frame, wearing such heavy clothing must be exhausting. Would you like me to help remove the buttons? Or perhaps you could simply take off the robe." The soul fire of the greedy lord flickered violently, nearly extinguished. Was this mortal truly speaking? Stripping garments in the presence of their master? "How dare you?" the greedy lord roared, its form swelling to transform into a colossal 10-meter-tall skeletal demon, brandishing a black scythe forged from the anguish of countless souls. "Since you have such a penchant for gold, I shall transmute you into a golden statue, eternally kneeling at my feet. Die, golden purgatory." As the scythe swung down, the surrounding seawater instantly morphed into scalding molten gold, surging towards Jiang Li with the intent to encase him in solid gold. This was an S-class domain skill. Within this realm, all matter would be assimilated into gold. Lu Wei, the thousand-faced phantom, cowered behind the railing of the Black Pearl, his face turning ashen. It was over. This was a rule-based attack. Physical defenses would be futile. He had prepared to flee at a moment's notice. However, Jiang Li merely furrowed his brow at the impending torrent of golden magma. "What is this? Molten steel? It's scalding." He leaped back to evade a splash of golden liquid. "Good sir, your temper is quite volatile. Do you often splash water around? Such behavior is uncivilized." As he spoke, Jiang Li drew a large cleaver from his waist. "I initially intended to reason with you. However, since you refuse to engage in discourse, I shall no longer be courteous. De Huang, go, bite its leg bone. That bone looks quite thick. It should make a fine broth." Woof. De Huang, unable to contain itself any longer, transformed into a yellow streak of lightning, unbothered by the searing molten gold. Its time attribute rendered it immune to most elemental damage, and sank its teeth into the greedy lord's calf. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the diamond-hard divine leg bone was bitten, leaving a visible crack. "Ah!" The greedy lord let out a wail, its form swaying. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li sprang into action. He employed no flashy skills or ostentatious effects. Instead, he gripped the cleaver with both hands, inhaled deeply, and infused it with the rule of the butcher's art. "Open for me." Leaping high, he brought the cleaver down upon the gigantic skull of the skeletal demon. The strike appeared unremarkable, yet to the greedy lord, it seemed as though space itself was cleaved asunder, severing the very fabric of rules with an unstoppable causal force. Ingredient segmentation. "No." The greedy lord raised its scythe in a desperate attempt to block. Clang. The scythe, forged from the anguished souls of countless, shattered before the cleaver as if it were mere decayed wood. Immediately, the blade descended. Slice. It was as smooth as cutting through a watermelon. The once indestructible skull of the skeletal demon was cleaved in two. The soul fire extinguished instantly, and the massive form collapsed, returning to a pile of dry bones. The surrounding boiling golden magma cooled, transforming into irregularly shaped gold ingots scattered across the ground. "This bone is truly hard. It numbs my hand," Jiang Li remarked, shaking his hand as he gazed at the heap of scattered bones, shaking his head. "Why couldn't you simply fulfill your role as a gatekeeper? Why engage in conflict with me?" Bending down, he picked up the bisected skull. From within, a gem radiating brilliant golden light tumbled out. Heart of Greed, S-Class Core. This was the control core of the ship and the source of the greedy lord's power. "Oh, an equipment drop?" Jiang Li exclaimed, wiping the ash from the gem. "This gem is of excellent quality. It shines even brighter than the lanternfish's eyeball from last time. A necklace for little fish will surely be splendid." He casually pocketed the invaluable S-Class core and turned to the still-dazed followers. "What are you all staring at? Are you just going to watch your boss work? Your wages will be docked. Hurry, dismantle. That mast is pure gold. Saw it off and take it away. And that deck, it's encrusted with diamonds. Pry it off." "Yes, Captain." The followers, jolted from their stupor, erupted with tenfold enthusiasm, rushing towards the now masterless golden ship. 3 hours later, the once magnificent ship of greed had transformed into a pitiful skeleton. All salvageable gold had been stripped away, all gemstones pried loose, and even the gilded copper plating from the ship's bottom had been scraped off and taken. "Indeed, we have dug 3 feet deep. This should suffice. Any further dismantling will risk sinking the vessel," Jiang Li noted, surveying the deck of the Black Pearl, now laden with plunder that nearly threatened to capsize it. He nodded in satisfaction. "This venture has surely netted us several hundred million, at least." However, leaving the ship here felt wasteful, although much had been dismantled. The keel appeared robust. Jiang Li stroked his chin, contemplating the engine room of the Black Pearl. What if we added a little something to our ship? He tapped the deck. Hey, that heart, can you consume this? Though it's a bit tough, it's rich in gold and calcium. The Black Pearl, it quivered with excitement. This was the remnant of an S-class cursed item. Even if its essence had been stripped away, the material itself was top-tier abyssal material. Consuming it would undoubtedly enhance the ship's structural integrity. Thud thud. Eat. Must eat. All right, let us pack it up, Jiang Li commanded, arranging to tether the two ships together, preparing to tow the wreckage back for gradual digestion. At that moment, Lu Wei, who had been silently working nearby, actually observing, approached with a peculiar expression. Boss, there's something. What is it, old Lu? Need to use the restroom? Just relieve yourself in the sea, Jiang Li joked, in a good mood. No, not that. Lu Wei pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the pile of gold. While we were clearing the spoils, I found something in a hidden compartment. It seems to be a person. A person? Jiang Li was taken aback. Could there be a living soul in this cursed place? Was it possible that one of the brothers had inadvertently sealed themselves away? He followed Lu Wei over. Inside an opened gold chest, curled up, was a tattered, emaciated old man. The old man was grimy and unkempt, resembling a beggar, yet he bore no signs of death. His chest still gently rose and fell, clearly alive. What a fortunate fellow, Jiang Li mused, leaning closer. How did this old man manage to survive being locked in a box? At that moment, the old man seemed to sense the light, his eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. His eyes, murky yet sharp, surveyed his surroundings, finally landing on Jiang Li. Young man. What year is it now? The elderly man's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. 2024, Jiang Li replied candidly. The old man's eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Have I truly been trapped here for 30 years? 30 years. Jiang Li exchanged a glance with Lu Wei, both startled by the revelation. To survive for 3 decades in this waterless, foodless abyss? This old man is quite formidable. Old man, who are you? How did you end up here? Jiang Li inquired with curiosity. The old man struggled to sit up, adjusting his tattered clothing. Though disheveled, he endeavored to present an air of enigmatic authority. I am the first captain of the Ghost Mary, now known as the Black Pearl. I am the so-called Undying Captain. A devotee of Jack Sparrow, Wang Defa. Wang Defa? That name sounds rather derogatory, Jiang Li remarked. 30 years ago, I led a fleet in search of the fabled golden ship, only to fall victim to a curse that annihilated my crew. By relying on my ancestral turtle-breathing technique, I have managed to linger in this box until now. The old man sighed, surveying the skeletal remains of the golden ship around him, rather than sorrow. A glimmer of schadenfreude shone in his eyes. Who would have thought? This vessel, which has caused countless deaths, ended up being dismantled for scrap. What poetic justice. Ha ha ha. Tears streamed down his face from laughter. Young man, did you dismantle it? He questioned, fixing his gaze on Jiang Li. Indeed. I saw that no one wanted the gold, so I took the liberty of reclaiming it, Jiang Li acknowledged. Excellent. Well done. The old man clapped his thigh. Young man, I perceive extraordinary potential in you. You are destined for greatness. Since you have liberated me, I shall bestow upon you a fortune. Fortune? Jiang Li's alertness heightened. I don't purchase insurance, nor do I practice the Buddha's palm. Not those deceitful trinkets. The old man mysteriously retrieved a weathered parchment from within his clothing. This is the map of the return to ruins that I have deduced over these 30 years through observing ocean currents and celestial phenomena. Return to ruins? Jiang Li recalled the term previously mentioned by old Wang. It was the terminus of all maritime forbidden zones, the legendary resting place of all waters, and the true core domain of the ancient rulers. Yes, return to ruins. The old man's eyes sparkled with fervor. There lies the true treasure. It is said that the mythical Dragon King dwells there. If one could retrieve even a fraction of its riches, not just tens of millions, but even thousands of billions would seem trivial. Thousands of billions. Jiang Li's breath quickened. He snatched the parchment as if it were the key to a vault. Old sir, I am determined to befriend you. From now on, you shall be the honorary consultant of our deep blue aquaculture. All your needs will be met. Let us go home. We shall study how to fish for the Dragon King at the return to ruins. Lu Wei observed the pair of avaricious individuals, his mouth twitching. One dared provide a map, while the other was audacious enough to pursue it. Was life to be toyed with so recklessly? Return to ruins. That was a realm even S-rank powerhouses dared not tread lightly. Yet, watching Jiang Li's enthusiastic silhouette, Lu Wei suddenly felt that if anyone could indeed summon the so-called Dragon King for sashimi, it would be this man. I'm going mad. I'm nearly insane. Lu Wei sighed, resignedly shouldering a bag of gold coins to follow the duo. Homeward bound. This time, we shall return with riches. Chapter 33. The Old Salty Fish Who Lived for 30 Years and the Reluctant Recruitment of the Undying Captain in Jianghai City, Villa Number 13 of Yulong Bay. At 4 in the morning, the darkness before dawn enveloped the earth, yet the villa's courtyard was as bright as day and bustling like an illegal construction site. Be gentle. Careful with that pillar. Though sturdy, damaging the flowers and plants would be unfortunate, Jiang Li commanded from the steps. Holding a cup of freshly brewed instant coffee, enhanced with some leftover divine blood from the previous night. In the courtyard, a long, heavy flatbed truck stood, carrying a colossal pillar nearly 20 meters long, pitch black as ink, with dark red magma-like patterns flowing across its surface. Wang Ergu, accompanied by dozens of followers clad in deep blue aquaculture white chef uniforms, strained with all their might, channeling C rank and even B rank spiritual energy, as they hoisted the massive divine finger. 1, 2, 3, lift. In unison, they raised the black colossus with synchronized effort. Boom. The pillar descended into a deep pit that Jiang Li had prepared, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. The villa's windows vibrated, and even the alarm of the neighboring Su Chinga's house blared before falling silent. At the moment the pillar stood firm, a subtle yet perceptible wave, invisible to the eye but clear to the soul, radiated from the pillar, swiftly spreading throughout Jianghai City. This pillar encapsulated the triple principles of suppression, gravity, and celestial bodies. Now erected on the earth, it was akin to a stabilizing needle plunged into the city. Within a 10-mile radius, all supernatural magnetic fields were instantly subdued. Those rat spirits lurking in the shadows of sewers and the ghosts hanging in abandoned buildings felt as though a great weight had pressed them to the ground, immobilizing them. Quite satisfactory. Jiang Li observed the towering black pillar with approval. Now the courtyard 1T seems so empty. I'll just tie a few wires to dry the bedding swiftly. Standing nearby, the undying Captain Wang Defa was wrapped in a tattered blanket salvaged from a roadside garbage bin, trembling like a leaf. He gazed at the pillar radiating an aura of terror and then at the young man contemplating how to hang cured meat from it, feeling his worldview shatter into fragments. This is a divine limb, Wang Defa muttered to himself, and you intend to use it as a clothesline? What else? Using it as chopsticks would be a tad excessive, Jiang Li retorted, glancing back with warmth. Old sir, don't just stand there, it's cold outside. Come in and sit. I have freshly made ginger tea to warm you. Wang Defa contemplated fleeing. After 30 years of confinement in that underwater box, surviving solely through the turtle breathing technique, he had hoped for freedom only to find himself in a den of madness. However, as he turned, he spotted De Huang squatting behind him, clutching the large bone retrieved from the ocean floor, its eyes coldly fixed on him behind sunglasses. Woof, dare to run? I'll break your legs. Wang Defa swallowed hard, moving with stiff limbs to follow Jiang Li into the villa. Upon entering, he gasped. Good gracious. The feng shui in this house is overwhelmingly potent. The entrance showcased a massive fish head specimen, anglerfish, still dripping black water. The living room lights blazed like miniature suns, powered by elemental lightning. A soul-chilling sour odor wafted from the kitchen, pot of sour pickled beans. Most absurdly, lounging on the sofa in the living room was a little girl clad in bunny pajamas, munching on chips while watching television. A faint golden light enveloped her, as if she were under the protection of some divine presence. Brother, you're back, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Li, promptly abandoning her chips to rush towards him. I'm back. I even brought you a gift. Jiang Li opened the bag of abyssal ancient gold that Wang Ergu had just transported, pulling out a handful of coins to present to his sister. Here, play with this. The quality of this gold is even better. You can even make puzzles with it. Wow. Thank you, brother. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed as she accepted the coins. The lingering abyssal curse on the gold coins was about to manifest, threatening to erode the girl's skin, when a radiant light emanating from her instantaneously purified the curse, transforming the coins into pure gold with a subtle sound. Oh, these coins are warm. Perfect for warming my hands, exclaimed Jiang Xiaoyu with delight. Wang Defa couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Using abyssal gold as a hand warmer? Does this family possess a mind, or are they blessed by the gods? Come, sir, take a seat, Jiang Li urged, pressing Wang Defa onto the sofa and pouring him a cup of hot water, which was actually a diluted life source water. May I know your esteemed surname, sir? I couldn't hear clearly on the ship due to the noise. I am Wang Defa, he replied, cradling the cup. After just a sip, a warm current surged through his withered body. The veins that had shriveled from prolonged confinement and the necrotic cells began to revive under the warmth. He gazed in astonishment at the cup. Oh, just plain water with a bit of sugar, Jiang Li casually remarked. Sitting opposite Wang Defa, he shifted to the main topic. Mr. Wang, you mentioned you were the captain of the Ghost Mary? You've been adrift at sea for 30 years? Indeed, Wang Defa sighed, reminiscing about the past with reluctance. You must be quite familiar with this maritime region, then. For instance, where are the hidden reefs, whirlpools, and abundant fishing spots? Familiar. Extremely familiar. A hint of pride flickered in Wang Defa's eyes. In these misty seas, there is no wave I do not recognize. Even with my eyes closed, I can navigate the ship. Excellent. Jiang Li clapped his thigh. Mr. Wang, I greatly value talent. Since you have nowhere to go, why not stay here and work with me? What? Wang Defa was taken aback. My newly opened deep blue fisheries is in dire need of an experienced technical advisor. Jiang Li earnestly explained. You have the expertise, I have the ship, though it is the Black Pearl. Together we can combine our strengths, expand, and achieve greatness. I will pay you a salary, provide meals and accommodation, and ensure you have a comfortable retirement. Wang Defa scrutinized Jiang Li's capitalist grin with 100 misgivings. What a joke. Follow this lunatic to fish. Isn't that asking for trouble? Suddenly, he lowered his voice, looking at Jiang Li. Boss, do you truly only wish to fish? Of course. Jiang Li nodded. Are you interested in the return to ruins? Wang Defa inquired cautiously. Return to ruins? Jiang Li recalled old Wang, the ship owner, had mentioned it before, the legendary dwelling of the Dragon King, right? Yes, that is the true treasure trove. Wang Defa's eyes gleamed with fervor. For 30 years, I have dreamt of the secrets hidden in a chest beneath the sea. Secrets that grant immortality and countless legendary beasts. Legendary beasts? Jiang Li's attention shifted. Are they plentiful? Are they delicious? Plentiful. Extremely so. And of the finest quality. Wang Defa was willing to take a risk for a solid backing. It's a deal. Jiang Li beamed. As long as you take me to procure goods at that return to ruins, you are my advisor for sure. Just as the two reached their dubious agreement. The doorbell rang. Ding dong. Jiang Li rushed to the door. Outside stood Su Qingge, clad in sportswear with her hair tied in a high ponytail. She seemed to have just returned from a morning run, though her expression was somewhat hurried. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Su Qingge greeted him, her gaze inadvertently drifting past Jiang Li to the newly erected black pillar in the yard. Even as an S-rank powerhouse, she felt a suffocating pressure before that pillar. Mr. Jiang, this pillar. Oh, I found it at sea yesterday. It looked quite straight, so I brought it back as a clothesline. Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. You found it? Scrap iron? A clothesline? Su Qingge was taken aback. She had received an urgent report last night about a massive earthquake at the Lalea ruins, pseudo, deep in the misty sea, with monitoring indicating an A-rank energy source had vanished. So it was you who brought it back as a clothesline. Mr. Jiang, you truly have a flair for life. She could only chuckle awkwardly. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Wang Defa seated on the sofa, although he was dressed like an ordinary old man. Su Qingge's spiritual sight revealed a strong aura of death surrounding him, yet he was strangely alive. A living corpse? A chill ran down her spine. Allow me to introduce. This is Mr. Wang, my new advisor, a seasoned sailor, Jiang Li presented. Mr. Wang, this is my neighbor, Miss Su. Wang Defa lifted his eyelids, glanced at Su Qingge, and grinned, revealing a set of broken yellow teeth. This little girl is not simple. She carries the essence of a night watchman. Su Qingge's pupils constricted. He could see through her identity at a glance. This old man was undoubtedly a hidden master. You flatter me, Su Qingge responded respectfully. In Jiang Li's villa, even the janitor could be a monk. She was accustomed to such encounters. By the way, Mr. Jiang, Su Qingge's demeanor turned serious as she sat down. I came not only to see you, but also to convey some intelligence. What intelligence? Jiang Li asked, munching on an apple. It concerns the Devil's Triangle, area deep in the misty sea. Su Qingge produced a map. Recently, our satellite monitoring detected extreme spatial fluctuations in that region, suggesting some extraterrestrial beings are active. Extraterrestrial beings? Jiang Li continued chewing the apple. What do they look like? Are they those big-headed, thin-armed little gray aliens? No. According to blurry images, they resemble some sort of enormous flying insect or crustacean, Su Qingge elaborated. They can fly, survive in a vacuum, and seemingly have established some kind of base. Flying crustaceans? Jiang Li exchanged glances with Wang Defa. Wang Defa had previously mentioned flying shrimp in the Devil's Triangle. That must be the flying dragon shrimp. Jiang Li exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is truly something special. Miss Su, thank you for your intelligence. This is incredibly important to me. Huh. Su Qingge was momentarily stunned. Are you planning to go? Of course. This is a new culinary ingredient. Jiang Li rose, his eyes ablaze with the fire of appetite. Advisor Wang, notify Ergo. Stop counting money. We are going to build a team. Next stop, The Devil's Triangle. Let us catch some flying shrimp. Suchinga looked at the excited Jiang Li, hesitating to speak. That is the outpost of an extraterrestrial invasion. It is an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. You call this team building? Catching shrimp? Yet, glancing at the star pillar in the yard, she swallowed her words. Perhaps. To this gentleman, it really was merely a procurement trip. Chapter 34. Dozens of tons of scrap copper and the team building plan for Deep Blue Fisheries Yulong Bay. Villa number 13. After bidding farewell to Suchinga, Jiang Li did not rush to rest. The atmosphere in the living room was as lively as a New Year's celebration. Weevee truly struck it rich this time. Wang Ergu, formerly a cardinal, now a part-time accountant for Deep Blue Fisheries, squatted on the carpet without a care for his image, rapidly tapping away at a calculator. His green bean-like eyes filled with the symbols of gold coins. In front of him lay a pile of soft yields dismantled from the greedy vessel at the sea bottom. Although the large gold ship plates and the diamond-inlaid keel had yet to be transported back to the dock, the gold bricks, gems, and antique artifacts Jiang Li brought back had already turned the spacious living room into a sparkling treasure trove. Each gold brick was engraved with enticing abyssal runes, and each gem seemed to imprison the vengeful spirits of greed. However, after Jiang Li subjected them to a thorough physical purification with a steel wool soaked in 84 disinfectant last night, these items now exuded nothing but the scent of money. Boss, I've made a rough estimate. Wang Ergu swallowed hard, handing the calculator to Jiang Li, who was seated on the sofa sipping tea, his hands trembling. Just the gold alone, at current market prices, could be worth 300 to 400 million. This does not even account for the antiques and gemstones imbued with curses and unique magnetic fields. Such items are practically priceless on the black market. If we manage to sell everything, our startup capital for Deep Blue Aquatic could easily reach 10 billion. 10 billion? Jiang Li set down his teacup, maintaining a calm demeanor, exhibiting little surprise. After all, he had grown accustomed to grand spectacles, referring to treating mythical creatures as mere sustenance and using Class A artifacts as laundry racks. Not bad. It should be sufficient for us to either purchase a new vessel or refurbish our current one. Jiang Li casually picked up a gold ingot, tossing it in his hand like a coin. This gold possesses good purity, yet it is rather malleable, not very durable. Initially, I contemplated crafting a doghouse for De Huang out of it, but then I realized that a golden or silver abode is inferior to one's own humble doghouse. It feels rather ostentatious. De Huang, who was nearby gnawing on a bone, perked up his ears and lifted his head. Woof. I don't mind ostentation. I want pure gold, and encrusted with diamonds. Go play elsewhere. Jiang Li gave him a gentle kick, then turned his attention to the new consultant, Wang Defa, seated across from him. Wang Defa had changed into a clean tang suit, though it still fit somewhat awkwardly, resembling a child who had pilfered in adult's attire, holding a thermos with a look of mixed emotions as he gazed at the treasures scattered on the floor. These were the very possessions he had fought for 30 years ago, treasures he had failed to salvage even with the loss of an entire crew. This was the curse of the ship of greed, the bait of the abyss. Now these items lay here, akin to cabbages, appraised as mere scrap metal. Alas, they are but worldly possessions indeed, Wang Defa lamented. Boss, while these items are valuable, they are ultimately funerary goods, tainted by too much karma. If we attempt to offload them en masse, we may easily attract the attention of authorities or other factions. Attention? Who would dare target me? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. I am a lawful citizen. These are unclaimed objects I retrieved from the sea. I neither stole nor plundered. Besides, I have connections. He pulled out his phone and directly dialed the black market dealer, Wang Pongzi. Hello? Is this Pongzi? I have some scrap to dispose of, about several dozen tons. All gold and metal, you know what I mean. Yes, right at my place. Send a few trucks over? What? They want to fit. Then send a convoy. Also, prepare cash for me. I have urgent needs. After hanging up, Jiang Li stood and walked to the enormous nautical chart. All right, the monetary matters are settled. That's logistics covered. Now, we should discuss business. Jiang Li picked up a marker and emphatically circled the location on the map. The Bermuda Triangle. Ms. Su mentioned that alien seafood has been sighted in that area. According to consultant Wang's description, they resemble large shrimp and can even fly. A glimmer of gluttony shone in Jiang Li's eyes. Flying shrimp, what does that imply? It suggests their muscles are exceptionally developed. The meat would undoubtedly be firm and springy. Moreover, surviving in such a mysterious locale guarantees a high nutritional value. We must venture there. Our company has just been established. We need to organize a team-building excursion to enhance cohesion while simultaneously acquiring goods. Catching flying shrimp in the Bermuda Triangle. What an exhilarating and meaningful endeavor. Wang Ergu and Wang Defa exchanged glances, each reflecting the despair evident in the other's eyes. Team building? To the Bermuda Triangle, dubbed the graveyard of sailors, for team building? This is tantamount to courting death. Boss. Lu Wei, who had been trying to minimize his presence in the corner, the current chief engineer known as the Thousand-Faced Shadow, timidly raised his hand. Although our ship has undergone a spinal upgrade, the Pillar of Stars, its power has improved significantly. It remains a wooden vessel. Rumor has it that the Bermuda Triangle is plagued by spatial storms and alien technology. Shouldn't we upgrade our equipment? Though he hailed from a background of assassins, he still feared for his life. Setting sail in a dilapidated fishing boat to confront extraterrestrial beings? This script is all wrong. Upgrade? That makes sense. Jiang Li nodded. In complete agreement. Our vessel is indeed somewhat rudimentary. We only have a single pot, the Leviathan-S heart, which makes cooking rather inconvenient. Not to mention our preservation facilities are inadequate. He waved his hand grandly. Lu Wei, you're the chief engineer. This task is yours. Compile a list. Now that we have funds, we shall procure the finest. First, we need to purchase several large freezers. Industrial-grade, ultra-low-temperature cold storage. We will be acquiring a significant amount this time. It must be preserved, or it will spoil upon our return, resulting in substantial losses. Second, we need to acquire some decent weaponry. No, I mean fishing tools. Harpoons, net guns, get me the large ones. Preferably those capable of penetrating steel plates. Thirdly, and most importantly, Jiang Li leaned in conspiratorially towards Lu Wei, procure some high-power sound equipment for the ship. Sound equipment? Lu Wei was bewildered. He had anticipated the boss would request cannons, missiles, or shields. Instead, he wanted sound equipment? What would we need sound equipment for? This is a war zone, boss. Don't you understand? Jiang Li wore an expression suggesting that Lu Wei was still too young. For team building, how could there be no music? Moreover, I've heard that some fish enjoy listening to music. If we blare some explosive disco, perhaps they will leap onto the ship themselves. This is what we call sonic entrapment. In truth, he merely found the prospect of being at sea too dull and wished to set up an outdoor TV on the boat, while also intimidating the sea monsters that had never encountered such sights. All right, boss, I've noted it down. Lu Wei dutifully recorded the request. Already envisioning the scene, amidst a storm, in a forbidden sea teeming with monsters, a brightly lit fishing boat playing the most dazzling national style, dancing while capturing extraterrestrial creatures. The imagery was simply too beautiful to behold. In the afternoon, at Jianghaishi's largest hardware and electrical market and ship part city, Jiang Li, accompanied by De Huang, drove the large truck borrowed from Wang Pengzi, embarking on a grand shopping spree. With newfound wealth, Jiang Li was exceedingly extravagant. Boss, how much for this generator? I want the highest power. One capable of powering an entire neighborhood. Does this chainsaw come with a warranty? Can it cut through bones? Very hard bones, harder than stone. Good, give me 2. And what about this searchlight? What is its range? Can it illuminate the seabed? I want 4. I want the bow of the ship to resemble a lighthouse. Jiang Li scoured the market like a foreman, purchasing everything he fancied, regardless of its utility. Meanwhile, Lu Wei led a group of deep divers, dressed as laborers, wearing masks and hats, struggling behind him to haul the goods. Hurry up, hurry up. Be gentle with that cold storage unit. That is our core asset. Lu Wei directed the operations while also attempting to prevent the deep divers from going rogue or being discovered by passers-by. It was exhausting. By the time the sun set, several truckloads of supplies had arrived at the old pier, in front of the Black Pearl. A grand refurbishment project was underway. Sizzling sparks flew from the welding torch. Jiang Li personally took charge. Though he lacked knowledge of ship engineering, he believed in the power of sheer effort. Directing the deep divers to forcibly install the newly acquired equipment onto the vessel. Install this generator next to the engine room. Connect it to the heart. Let them create a hybrid oil-electric power system. Secure these large freezers on the deck. Weld them down. Don't let the waves overturn them. And those 2 subwoofers. Install them at the bow, like 2 large horns facing forward. This is what we call seizing the initiative. After a night of toil, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the sea's surface the following morning, the newly transformed Black Pearl emerged before everyone's eyes. It had taken on an indescribable aura. The once ancient and eerie ghost ship was now adorned with modern cables, searchlights, and metallic patches. At the bow of the vessel, flanking the imposing Leviathan eyes, a colossal black speaker was installed, resembling a pair of headphones. The sides of the ship were adorned with stainless steel hooks and wire mesh, intended for hanging cured meats. Atop the mast, the deep blue aquatic flag was replaced with a grander one, billowing in the wind with an air of dominance. A fusion of abyssal wasteland and cyberpunk aesthetics enveloped the scene, creating a striking impression. Perfect. Jiang Li stood with hands on hips, surveying his masterpiece and nodding in satisfaction. This was truly fitting. It preserved classical beauty while integrating modern technology. This was the visage a grand ship ought to possess. Testing. Testing. Wang Ergu climbed to the bow, switched on the speaker, and played a song titled Good Fortune is Coming. The pulsating bass resonated powerfully, causing seagulls above to plummet and even the fish beneath the surface to float belly up. The sound was invigorating. Jiang Li laughed heartily, declaring that with this background music, he doubted any creature would dare disrespect them. All hands on deck. Jiang Li stood on the dock, blowing his whistle. All crew members, including Wang Ergu, Lu Wei, Wang Defa, and the dozen or so diverse in matching blue uniforms, lined up on the deck. Even De Huang donned a special windproof goggles, squatting at the bow, embodying the spirit of a captain's dog. Comrades, Jiang Li began his final rallying call. The destination for our team-building excursion, the Devil's Triangle. Our mission objective, to capture flying shrimp. Fill the freezer. If there's extra space, let's gather more local delicacies. Our motto is, deep blue seafood, savoring the abyss. Setting sail. The Black Pearl let out a resounding roar once more. The ship's heart, the Leviathan's heart, sensed its master's battle spirit, pulsating vigorously and releasing billows of black, ethereal mist. Coupled with the newly installed generator, the vessel surged with unprecedented power. Thunderous roars echoed as the colossal ship cleaved through the waves like an iron beast, carrying a cargo of miscreants and insatiable greed toward the unknown forbidden zone. On the shore, Suchinga stood beside a black sedan, watching the distant black ship with a complex expression. Captain, are we truly just going to let them be? A worried crew member queried. That's the Devil's Triangle. Even the White Eagle Federation's fleet dares not approach lightly. Can Mr. Jiang really manage? Manage? Suchinga chuckled bitterly. What leverage do we possess? Have you seen what that ship is equipped with? A-class mythical creature limbs serving as masts, B-class abyssal beings for propulsion, and S-class powerful beings as enforcers. Not to mention, he brought speakers for a party. She sighed, producing a report. My concerns do not lie with Mr. Jiang's safety. I am more apprehensive about the extraterrestrial entities within the Devil's Triangle. I hope their flesh is truly delectable. Otherwise, should Mr. Jiang find them lacking, their fate may be far worse. Across the vast sea, the Black Pearl raced forward at an astonishing speed. The newly installed subwoofers blared at full power, broadcasting an irresistibly catchy tune, playing in the northeast. The thunderous music carried for miles, disorienting even the sharks, causing them to flip over and expose their bellies. This was the sensation I desired. Jiang Li, donning sunglasses and a floral shirt, reclined on a deck chair, sipping an ice-cold cola, exuding sheer contentment. Team building requires the essence of camaraderie. The atmosphere must be elevated. Nearby, Wang Ergu, with a grimace, mopped the deck in rhythm, reluctantly working. Lu Wei remained fixated on the radar screen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Boss, we are approaching the core area of the Devil's Triangle. Lu Wei shouted, his voice barely audible over the din. The magnetic field is becoming chaotic. The compass has turned into a fan. Jiang Li sat up, removing his sunglasses. The waters ahead transformed in hue, shifting from azure to a profound purple-black, cloaked in thick pink mist. This fog clung like glue, rendering sunlight impotent. An unsettling static filled the air, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. We have arrived. My flying shrimp, Jiang Li exclaimed, springing to his feet. De Huang, smell the air. Let us steer toward the stronger scent. De Huang, perched atop the speaker, enjoying the vibrations, sniffed a few times before raising a paw, pointing to the front left. Woof. That way. There's a scent of a large group. It resembles moldy crabs. Understood. Hard to port. Full speed ahead. Just as the Black Pearl was about to plunge into the dense pink mist, a sudden commotion erupted on the water's surface. A row of massive shadows materialized from the fog, obstructing their path. Before them lay a dozen dilapidated ancient sailing ships. Their sails were tattered, the hulls draped in seaweed and barnacles, and figures stood upon the decks, dripping wet, their faces pale. The Ghost Fleet, a C-class anomaly. This was a spectral armada of souls lost in these waters, bound by the unique magnetic field of the Devil's Triangle, serving as its sentinels. A mournful horn echoed, drowning out the tune of playing in the northeast. On the leading ship, a ghostly captain with only half a head brandished a rusted cutlass, issuing a rasping demand. This path is mine. This tree I have planted. Should you wish to pass, leave a toll behind. The voice carried a potent psychic assault, leaving the ordinary crew members, the divers, reeling in dizziness. Jiang Li, mid-sip of his cola, nearly choked at this proclamation. In this day and age, even ghosts have learned to rhyme. He approached the bow, silencing the music, as it was too loud for a proper discourse, and scrutinized the row of obstructive ships, his brow furrowing. Have we stumbled upon a toll booth? To him, these were not spectral vessels, but rather a band of pirates operating decrepit fishing boats, unlawfully intercepting passing ships. Hey, you there. Which faction do you belong to? Do you possess a toll collection license? Jiang Li shouted, wielding a newly acquired megaphone. Illegally setting up checkpoints to intercept vessels is against the law, do you not realize? I shall report you. The half-headed ghost captain paused, bewildered. Report? In this devil's triangle? To whom? Poseidon? Spare me your nonsense. The ghost captain's fury ignited, dark energy swirling around him. Leave your soul, or perish. With this command, the cannons aboard the ghost ships, actually magical cannons launching vengeful spirit projectiles, turned toward the Black Pearl. Hey, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? Jiang Li felt his temper flare. In his life, he harbored a deep disdain for two types of individuals, those who compelled him to work overtime and those who extorted tolls. Lao Lu, show them what we're made of. Bring out our main cannon. Lu Wei, known as the Phantom of Many Faces, had long felt an itch for action. Upon hearing the command, he swiftly pressed a red button. With a hum, the bow deck split open, and the energy cannon, which had been modified with the powers of the abyss after being removed from the Explorer, slowly ascended. The cannon's mouth flickered with eerie blue electric light, energized by the core of the lightning element. This is the truth. Jiang Li waved his hand and commanded, fire. Boom. A massive beam of blue-violet light erupted instantaneously, carrying an aura capable of annihilating everything, sweeping across the sea's surface. The ghost ships appeared as fragile as paper before this beam. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed. With just a single shot, the 5 ghost ships at the forefront were vaporized, leaving no trace behind. The half-headed ghost captain was the first to suffer, not even having the chance to utter a last word before being utterly obliterated. The remaining ghost ships were so frightened that their souls nearly departed, though they were already souls. What kind of firepower is this? Is this still a fishing boat? This is akin to a battleship. Flee. Quick, run. The remaining undead screamed, desperately attempting to turn back. But Jiang Li would not allow these highwaymen to escape. Charge forward. Sink them all. Jiang Li ordered. The Black Pearl let out an excited roar, the Leviathan heart beneath the ship thumping wildly, its speed soaring as it charged like a rampaging bull into the formation of the undead fleet. Crack. Chaos. The hardened ram of the ship, the Leviathan's tusk, effortlessly tore through the decaying hulls of the ghost ships. This was a one-sided massacre. In less than 5 minutes, the sea was left strewn with floating debris. TCH, a bunch of paper tigers. Who were they trying to scare? Jiang Li scoffed, directing his followers to salvage the spoils of war. Let's see if there's anything valuable, gold teeth, silver rings, or the like. We must not let it go to waste. These highwaymen must have plundered quite a bit from the people. We are merely acting on behalf of justice, also confiscating their tools of crime. Wang Ergo and the others cheerfully began to gather with nets. To their surprise, they pulled up quite a haul. Antique gold coins from centuries past, a gem-encrusted sword, and even a chest of perfectly preserved rum. Not bad, not bad. This trip has certainly paid for itself. Jiang Li, satisfied, pocketed the gold coins and waved his hand, continuing onward. Next stop, the delectable crayfish. Having breached the blockade of the undead fleet, the Black Pearl finally entered the core region of the Bermuda Triangle. Here, the mist transformed into a bizarre pink hue, exuding a sickly sweet fragrance that, if inhaled for too long, would leave one dizzy. Suddenly, a low-frequency hum, akin to the buzzing of giant flies, resonated from all directions. The pink mist in the sky swirled violently, revealing strange figures emerging from the clouds. They possessed pink exoskeletons, their bodies resembling upright giant shrimp, adorned with a pair of massive membranous wings, and their heads shaped like oval spheres covered in tentacles, lacking distinct facial features, only dotted with countless sparkling sensory organs. They held peculiar metallic cylinders, hovering in the air, emitting buzzing sounds of communication. Migo, the fungal beings from Yugoth, an ancient race of technological affinity. There were at least 100 of them, densely blotting out the sky. Holy moly! Jiang Li looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this the local specialty crayfish? Through his lens, these terrifying extraterrestrial beings transformed into gigantic, winged, crimson super crayfish. They are enormous. Each one must weigh at least 200 pounds. And they can fly? The meat must be incredibly firm. Only well-exercised shrimp are delicious. Jiang Li was beside himself with excitement. Huang. Ergo. Old Lu. Stop dawdling. Grab the nets. Grab hooks. Grab the net gun we just bought yesterday. Wee stumbled into a crayfish den. In the sky, the leader of the Migo, a larger individual, began communicating in their language. Buzzing with excitement, they detected an abundant number of lowly carbon-based biological vessels ready for capture. Buzzing. They noted that the target exhibited a certain energy response, recommending the use of plasma weaponry for suppression. They raised their metallic cylinders, aiming them at the black pearl below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of green plasma surged down from the sky, carrying extreme heat and corrosiveness. Oh, they can spit? Jiang Li thought it was the crayfish blowing bubbles or venom. This shrimp is fierce, but I like it. The fiercer, the better. Jiang Li pulled out his long-awaited cleaver from behind, gesturing toward the sky. Come on, little darlings. Come to your big brother's bowl. With a powerful push, he leaped directly to the top of the mast, soaring dozens of meters high. Huang. Jump up and bite. Bite the wings. Don't damage the body. There's more meat there. Woof. Understood. Time for a buffet. Huang propelled itself into the air, using its spatial folding ability, appearing to teleport as it clamped onto one of the Migo's wings. Crack. The wing shattered. The Migo screeched as it plummeted, landing squarely on the deck. Quick. Hold it down. Don't let it escape. The prepared followers rushed forward, armed with large nets and ropes, scrambling to bind the extraterrestrial creature into a tight bundle. Buzzing. What are these monkeys doing? The Migo was bewildered, just as it was about to retaliate telepathically. Wang Ergo smacked it on the head with a frying pan, though it had no forehead. Behave. Otherwise, you'll become spicy hot. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was in the air, wreaking havoc. Standing atop the mast, he brandished a spare steel pipe, too long. It served as a fly swatter. Smack, smack, smack. Those Migo attempting to approach were swatted down like flies. This one is too skinny, pass. This one's good, with a big belly, must have row. Jiang Li picked and struck simultaneously. The Migo were thrown into disarray. Their plasma weapons hitting this human felt like water guns splashing against a raincoat. Slipping right off without causing any harm, magical immunity. In contrast, every strike from his steel pipe carried the force of seismic waves, shattering shells with every touch. Retreat. Retreat. The target organism's level is unmeasurable, extremely dangerous. The Migo leader signaled a withdrawal. This was not hunting, it was a delivery service. Want to escape? Not so easily. Jiang Li, noticing their intent to flee, grew anxious. Old Lu, fire. Bring down those trying to escape. Be careful not to use full power, we need them intact. Yes. Lu Wei activated the energy cannon again. Easy. A precise electrical net shot into the sky, ensnaring the fleeing Migo within it. Zing, zing, zing. Sparks flew as a dozen Migo emitted smoke, plummeting like dumplings, splattering down. Perfect. Jiang Li jumped back onto the deck, surveying the ground littered with giant crayfish, grinning widely. Wee struck it rich. If we make these into spicy crayfish, wouldn't TA serving sell for thousands? Ergo. Fire up the stove. Heat the oil. Add plenty of chili. Load it with Sichuan peppercorn. Tonight, we feast on spicy extraterrestrial spicy flying shrimp. On the deck, an interstellar culinary feast was about to commence. Meanwhile, the bound Migo gazed at the large iron pot heating up with oil, their compound eyes reflecting deep despair. Earthlings are terrifying. The numerous Migo, bound like Zongzi, now stand in a queue, awaiting the judgment of fate. Their spherical heads, adorned with multifaceted eyes, reflect a profound sense of despair. As an advanced intelligent species capable of interstellar travel, they had never envisioned their lives culminating in such a manner, reduced to a mere street delicacy on Earth. Come, let us prepare the ingredients. Jiang Li brandished a razor-sharp cleaver, reminiscent of a seasoned street vendor. The exoskeleton of the flying shrimp proved somewhat resilient. It required some initial crushing to enhance the flavor. As for the wings, devoid of meat and abundant in skin, they needed to be trimmed. He seized one Migo, still desperately attempting to resist with its psychic abilities, and expertly pressed it onto the cutting board. Buzz! Release me. I am an inspector from Yugoth. The Migo emitted a shrill vibration. What a spirited creature. Its vitality suggested that its flesh would undoubtedly be tender. Jiang Li swiftly brought down his knife. Crack! The membranous wings, capable of gliding through the ether, were severed at the base. Immediately after, he struck its chitinous shell forcefully with the back of the knife, creating fissures in its protective exoskeleton, designed to withstand cosmic radiation. Plop! The prepared shrimp was cast into the bubbling oil. Sizzle! The aroma that erupted was almost a violation of the laws of physics. It was a distinct fragrance of the fungal beings, mingled with the crisp scent of oil, enhanced by Jiang Li's specially crafted soul chili powder, ground from peppers sourced from the abyssal volcano, resulting in a sensory storm that assaulted the cerebral cortex. My goodness, this aroma is irresistible. Wang Ergo, tending to the fire, drooled uncontrollably, while even the vengeful spirits within the 9-nether soul refining furnace could not help but peek out to savor the delightful scent before retreating in bliss. Jiang Li, wielding a large iron spatula, initially intended for shoveling coal, stirred the contents vigorously. Add sesame. Add spice. This dish must be bold in flavor to mask the fishiness. He tossed in a generous handful of Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies, almost recklessly, into the pot. The red oil churned, steaming profusely. Those once pink extraterrestrial creatures quickly transformed into an enticing crimson hue under the high heat, their shells bursting to reveal the snow-white mycelium flesh within. Almost done. Pour in the beer, Jiang Li commanded. Several followers immediately brought forth boxes of century-old rum, scavenged from a ghost ship, and poured it into the pot with abandon. Boom. Flame shot up 3 meters high. The mingling scents of alcohol and meat completely enveloped the Devil's Triangle. Even the lurking deep-sea monsters, once restless, were startled by the aroma, imbued with a sense of divine retribution, and scurried away in fright. 10 minutes later, it's ready. Jiang Li ladled a heaping bowl of spicy crawfish onto the central table of the deck. Brothers, let us feast. Roar. The starving followers, eyes gleaming with hunger, surged forward. Wang Ergo managed to grab the largest specimen, leader class. Disregarding the scalding heat, he bit into it. Crack. The crisp shell shattered, followed by the tender, juicy meat. The texture was reminiscent of shrimp, yet possessed a slippery quality akin to fungi, combined with the piquant, savory broth, rendering it utterly delectable. Oh, it's too delicious, Wang Ergo exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. As the morsel settled in his stomach, a peculiar energy began to spread within him. Ding! Consumed flesh and blood of an extraterrestrial high life form, granting temporary ability, low-altitude flight, lasting 24 hours, mental strength enhancement by 10. Wang Ergo felt an itch on his back, as if something were about to sprout, and his mind suddenly became extraordinarily lucid. Previously incomprehensible abyssal incantations now flowed into his understanding effortlessly. Captain, I believe I have evolved, Wang Ergo shouted excitedly, his body slowly levitating half a meter off the ground. Don't float. Just eat properly, Jiang Li admonished, swatting him down with chopsticks. Keep your feet on the ground. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Wang Ergo quickly complied, resuming his voracious consumption. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, the Phantom of 1,000 Faces, was also partaking. Initially, he had refused. As an A-rank powerhouse and a senior official of the Abyss, he was acutely aware of the nature of these migo. They were indescribable messengers. Consuming them would invite a curse. Yet, the aroma was too enticing. Observing Da Huang devouring with gusto, even crunching the shells, he could not resist and sampled a small bite. Then he could not stop. The texture, the energy, was my mimetic ability mutating? Lu Wei stared in astonishment at his hand. As his skin began changing colors like a chameleon, seamlessly blending into the environment, even his essence perfectly mimicking that of a stone. Perhaps following this madman truly held promise? Once this thought took root, it spread like wild grass. As the feast continued, the sky above suddenly darkened. The once overcast clouds seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, revealing a void of pure darkness. Following this, an unimaginably massive object slowly descended from the abyss. It was a colossal metallic fortress with a polyhedral structure, shimmering with eerie luminescence, numerous enormous metallic tentacles cascading down, resembling an inverted mountain or a vast beehive. Migo's forward base mobile fortress, a rank war weapon. This was the stronghold of these extraterrestrial beings in this realm, a base for mining and conducting live experiments. They sensed the tremendous loss of their kin and the provocative aroma of roasting flesh, and descended in fury. A deep hum resonated throughout the air. A colossal holographic projection materialized mid-air, depicting an enlarged Migo leader, its multifaceted eyes fixated on the black pearl below, emitting waves of furious energy, though Jiang Li could not comprehend it. Lowly creatures dare to consume the offspring of a superior civilization and must be obliterated. With its roar, hundreds of plasma cannons at the base of the fortress charged simultaneously, aiming at the diminutive vessel that appeared as a mere toy before it. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding seawater to begin boiling and evaporating. The followers aboard the ship were instantly petrified, dropping their chopsticks in terror. What is that? An alien spaceship? We're doomed. With such a colossal entity, we are certainly finished. Wang Ergo's legs quivered, unable to steady his grip on the shrimp claw. Lu Wei's face turned pale. This was an A-rank war fortress. One shot would vaporize the entire sea. Only Jiang Li remained unfazed. He was busy slurping the yellow innards from a shrimp head when he heard the commotion. He glanced up, frowned, and displayed a distinctly displeased expression. Who dares to be so inconsiderate? Jiang Li pointed at the fortress in the sky with disdain. Constructing illegal structures at sea? And erecting a canopy over our heads? Not only does it block the light, but what if a part falls and hits someone? To him, this was not an extraterrestrial fortress, but rather a bizarrely shaped, floating offshore drilling platform or an illegally constructed aerial pavilion. Moreover, the protruding cannon barrels appeared to be sewage pipes, aimed directly at his dining table. How outrageous! Are they planning to defecate above our heads? Jiang Li was furious. There are few things he could not tolerate while dining, second only to being owed money. De Huang, stop eating. Go dismantle that illegal structure for me. Jiang Li kicked De Huang, who was engrossed in his meal. De Huang whimpered, Master, that's too big. My teeth are not strong enough to chew through it. Although the Great Yellow is a time-space hunting hound, it finds itself somewhat daunted in the face of a technologically fortified stronghold brimming with physical defenses. Useless. What good are you? I must take matters into my own hands. Jiang Li scolded in frustration. Rising to his feet, he wiped the grease from his hands and approached the towering star pillar at the bow of the ship. Old Lu, you know how to fire the cannons, right? Jiang Li turned to Lu Wei. I know a little, Lu Wei stammered in response. Then why are you just standing there? Blast it. I find those pipes quite disagreeable. Shatter them. Lu Wei glanced up at the multitude of plasma cannon ports in the sky, then at the solitary energy cannon at the bow of their ship. The disparity in firepower seemed somewhat overwhelming. What are you afraid of? We have a secret weapon, Jiang Li exclaimed, patting the black giant pillar beside him. Ergo, come here and help. Connect this pillar to the cannon. Huh, how do I do that? Wang Ergo looked perplexed. Fool, bind it with iron chains. Do you understand conductivity? This pillar is electrified with stellar energy and can recharge the cannon. Although Jiang Li's reasoning might appear nonsensical from a physics standpoint, from a mystical perspective, the instant the thick iron chains linked the star pillar to the ship's energy cannon, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted. The red patterns on the star pillar ignited, flowing like molten lava through the chains and surging into the main cannon. The cannon, originally only 2 meters long, emitted a pained groan as the immense power coursed through it, causing the space around the muzzle to fracture and flicker with black lightning. This was the Star Annihilation Cannon, imitation. Jiang Li had forcibly infused an A-grade mythical creature's power into this B-grade weapon. Old Lu, aim for that largest structure, the core control room. Fire, Jiang Li commanded. Trembling, Lu Wei pressed the launch button. Boom. A pitch-black beam over 10 meters wide, interspersed with dark red lightning and imbued with the power to annihilate, shot forth from the bow of the Black Pearl. The beam surpassed the speed of light, piercing through the heavens and the earth almost instantaneously. The Migu stronghold had yet to fire when this terrifying beam struck true. Sizzle. Bang. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The seemingly indestructible energy shield shattered like a soap bubble, and the heavy alloy armor melted away like paper. The beam pierced through the entire stronghold, entering from the bottom and exiting from the top, creating a thoroughfare. The great stronghold let out a mournful groan as its internal structures collapsed, countless parts and debris raining down like a meteor shower. Excellent. What precision. This is what I call accurate demolition. Jiang Li clapped in delight. Did you see that? This is the fate of illegal construction. The crew aboard the ship was left in stunned silence. One shot had rendered an A-grade alien stronghold to ruins. Was this a fishing boat? It was clearly a battleship. But Jiang Li was not finished. He gazed at the colossal stronghold, now teetering and descending into the sea, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wait, that thing is falling. It must contain a wealth of treasures. Those pipes, cannon barrels, look quite robust. They must be made of good steel. And those shimmering crystals, energy crystals, appear to be quite valuable. Great Yellow, Ergo, stop dawdling. Prepare to board. No, to land. We're going to scavenge. Air, conduct resource recovery. Jiang Li was as exhilarated as a scavenger who had discovered gold amidst a heap of refuse. Old Lu, steer the ship closer. Catch it. Lu Wei protested. Catch it? That thing is 100 times larger than our ship. If it falls on us, we'll be turned to pulp. Yet, under Jiang Li's unyielding gaze, Lu Wei could only comply, tears in his eyes as he maneuvered the ship closer. Boom. The damaged stronghold crashed onto the ocean's surface, sending waves towering 100 meters high. The Black Pearl bobbed in the tumultuous waters like a leaf, but thanks to its powerful core, it remained steady. Without waiting for the waves to subside, Jiang Li, accompanied by Great Yellow, hurled out a grappling hook and leaped onto the still-smoking metallic wreckage. Inside the stronghold, chaos reigned. Electrical sparks and green slime were everywhere, and the surviving Migu wailed amidst the ruins. Jiang Li walked through the corridor as if strolling through his own backyard. TSK. The decor here is far too austere, all metal sheets. As he walked, he casually pried off several appealing metal plates, high-strength alloy, and stuffed them into his bag. Great Yellow, sniff out any valuable items. Great Yellow's nose twitched, leading Jiang Li to a secret chamber. Within the chamber were neatly arranged hundreds of transparent metal cylinders. Each cylinder contained a living brain, submerged in a nutrient solution and pulsating slightly. These were the brains of intelligent beings collected by the Migu from various planets. Known as the legendary brains in a jar. Holy cow! Jiang Li exclaimed in shock. What is this? Pickled vegetables? He leaned closer to examine one of the cylinders. It resembled a pig's brain, or perhaps a walnut kernel. How many hot pots could one make with all these brain pieces? Jiang Li frowned in disdain. However, these specimens looked anything but fresh. They had turned pale, indicating they had been preserved for quite some time and were likely spoiled. This jar is different. He noticed the central cylinder was larger than the others and emitted a flickering red light, seemingly a premium specimen. That was the brain of a Migu grand scientist, possessing wisdom and technological knowledge far surpassing that of humans. The brain sensed Jiang Li's approach and emitted an electronic synthesized voice through the connected speakers. Foolish carbon-based life form. Do not touch me. I am the great. Oh, it can talk. An intelligent speaker? Jiang Li chuckled. This design is quite advanced. It's a brain-shaped speaker? Intriguing. He patted the cylinder. Hey, little do, play me a song of good fortune. The brain replied, I am not little do. I am. This was not very intelligent at all. It couldn't even play a song. Jiang Li pouted, deciding to take it back to dismantle and see if there were any chips inside, or perhaps use it as a quirky ornament for little fish. It looked quite peculiar. He hoisted the cylinder into his backpack. As for the others, they looked disgusting. He might as well smash them to prevent them from causing further harm. With a swing of his steel pipe, he smashed the remaining hundreds of cylinders to pieces. The brains, now deprived of their nutrient solution, quickly withered and died. All set. Time to wrap things up. Jiang Li clapped his hands, leaving the stronghold with satisfaction. This trip not only provided a sumptuous meal, but also yielded a pile of scrap metal and a quirky speaker. What a profitable venture. Meanwhile, the stronghold, having lost its core control, ultimately sank into the endless depths of the sea with a muffled explosion, becoming true underwater debris. Chapter 37. The non-singing intelligent speaker and the star annihilation cannon reduced to scrap metal in the Devil's Triangle Sea. The waters were calm, for the source of the turbulence had been eradicated. The Black Pearl towed the enormous metallic wreckage, the core section of the Migu forward base. Akin to an ant dragging home an elephant, slowly exiting the misty area. On the deck, Jiang Li was fiddling with the transparent cylinder he had salvaged from the base. Inside, the massive, pulsating brain, the Migu grand scientist, emitted a dim red glow. What on earth is this thing for? Jiang Li tapped the cylinder wall. Hey, little do, play me a song of the most dazzling national style. The brain responded, as the chief scientist of Yuggoth, possessing wisdom that surpasses that of humanity by millennia. I can only feel a profound sense of humiliation at this moment. The foolish carbon-based monkeys, their brains connected to generators, emitted intermittent electronic synthetic sounds. I am a great scientist, not a speaker. Can it still converse? Jiang Li chuckled. If it is not a speaker, could it be a radio? Or perhaps one of those archaic electronic pets? He turned the cylindrical container upside down and shook it. The nutrient solution bubbled within, causing the brain to spin in disorientation. Stop shaking me, I might vomit. Quite sensitive, indeed. Jiang Li smirked and set it aside, thinking it to be of little use, perhaps a decorative piece for Xiaoyu, as it possessed a rather cyberpunk aesthetic. His gaze then shifted to the mountain of scrap metal behind him. This was an assortment of alloy plates, energy conduits, and several intact plasma cannons salvaged from the Migo base. Lao Lu, how much do you think this heap of scrap could fetch? Jiang Li inquired of Lu Wei, who was busy polishing the deck. Lu Wei glanced at the plasma cannons, his eyelid twitching. Scrap metal? These were interstellar weapons capable of penetrating aircraft carrier armor. Just a single component could propel Earth's technology forward by 50 years. Boss, this might not be so easy to sell, Lu Wei cautiously remarked. The design is too sci-fi. Ordinary scrap yards wouldn't dare accept it. Perhaps we should contact the authorities? The authorities? Jiang Li pondered. You mean the Anomaly Bureau? Miss Su's organization? Yes, exactly. Lu Wei nodded vigorously. They would surely recognize its value. That made sense. Jiang Li stroked his chin. Miss Su had been quite helpful to him, and he had nothing of worth to offer in return. These scraps, no, these high-tech products, could serve as a token of gratitude. They might even offset some taxes, right? Lu Wei exclaimed, giving these to the Anomaly Bureau as a token of appreciation? Are you planning to upgrade their equipment to the interstellar age? 2 days later, at the military port of Jianghai City, the entire area was under strict lockdown. Thousands of armed soldiers surrounded the port, armored vehicles stood at the ready, and even Air Force jets circled overhead. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The cause? A phone call received by the Anomaly Bureau. The call was from Jiang Li, with a simple message. Hello, Miss Su. I'm back from the sea, and I've picked up some alien scrap that looks rather sophisticated. I wonder if you would accept it? No charge. Consider it a token of gratitude for your maintenance of public order. Initially, the operator thought it a prank. However, when Su Qingge saw the photos Jiang Li sent of the shipload of unknown alloys and the terrifying, luminescent cannons, the entire Jianghai Sub-Bureau, and even the higher-ups in Huaxiao were shaken. The VE arrived. The observation post signaled. A massive, pitch-black ship was slowly approaching the horizon. Its towering black mast, resembling a cosmic pillar, absorbed surrounding light rather than reflecting it, creating an oppressive aura. The deep blue flag fluttered in the sea breeze. While at the ship's rear, it towed a massive metallic wreckage, reminiscent of a floating island. Gulps were heard as the commanding officer on duty swallowed hard, lowering his binoculars. Palms clammy with sweat. Was this the ship of the abyss recorded in S-level files? Just the sight of it instilled a primal fear. As the vessel docked, Jiang Li, clad in flip-flops and leading to Huang, cheerfully hopped down. Su Qingge, accompanied by a group of researchers in lab coats, had been waiting eagerly. Mr. Jiang, welcome back, she exclaimed, her eyes filled with reverence. Miss Su, such a grand reception? Jiang Li surveyed the military presence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm merely delivering some scrap metal. It doesn't warrant such formality. It's as if I'm smuggling arms. Su Qingge chuckled wryly. What you've brought is far more formidable than mere arms. Mr. Jiang, is this truly what you salvaged? An elderly academic approached the plasma cannon, trembling as he traced the cold metallic patterns with his fingers, overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed. Jiang Li nodded. I figured our country could use a boost. These items would be wasted on me. They could be melted down for a cooking pot at best. So why not let you study them? Perhaps you could create something like a Gundam? Create a Gundam? The old academic nearly gasped in shock. This represents the nascent form of antimatter technology. With this, our energy technology could leap forward a century. Mr. Jiang, you are a national hero. The old man grasped Jiang Li's hand tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jiang Li was taken aback by this fervent reception. No need for such formalities. Just don't present me with a banner. I have no space for it on my walls. In truth, he lacked nails. By the way, Miss Su, please have your team take care of this scrap. I must hurry home. My sister is waiting for me to cook. He gestured toward the ship's cargo and began to leave with De Huang. Wait, Mr. Jiang, Su Qingge called out. In light of your significant contribution, the higher-ups have decided to appoint you as a special honorary consultant, along with a reimbursement of 20 million for the scrap. Please accept this. She handed him a black gold card. 20 million. Jiang Li halted, his eyes gleaming. This government is generous. Even for scrap metal, they offer such a high price. Without hesitation, he accepted the card. Then I shall graciously accept. I'll be sure to bring more scrap to you in the future. With that, he cheerfully drove home in his Unimog, accompanied by De Huang and the intelligent speaker, leaving a dock full of soldiers and scientists in awe of the alien technology. At Yulong Bay, Villa number 13, Jiang Li called out as he entered, Xiao Yu, I'm back. I brought you something fun. Xiao Yu, busy with her homework in the living room, looked up. What random thing have you brought back this time? With a flourish, Jiang Li placed the transparent cylindrical container containing the brain on the coffee table. Look, the latest model of a biological intelligence speaker. Though resembling a pig's brain, its capabilities were astounding. Not only could it engage in conversation, but it could also solve problems. The brain, observing the curious human girl before it, felt the faint yet profound divine protection emanating from her. Hello there, Mr. Brain. Xiao Yu extended a finger to poke the glass wall. Can you sing? The brain paused momentarily. To survive, to avoid being tossed into that terrifying purple furnace as fuel, a burst of sound emerged from the speaker's base, accompanied by an electric echo. Zizi halua halua, 7 flowers on 1 vine. Wow, it really can sing. Xiao Yu clapped in delight, though slightly off-key. It was quite impressive. Jiang Li nodded approvingly. I told you, this thing is far smarter than Xiao AI. By the way, brother, the school sent a notice today. There's a parent-teacher meeting next week, Xiao Yu suddenly mentioned. A parent-teacher meeting? Jiang Li was taken aback. University students have parent-teacher meetings? It's not that kind of meeting. It's an award ceremony for outstanding students. Inviting parents to attend, Xiao Yu said shyly. I received a scholarship. Really? Jiang Li was overjoyed, even happier than finding 20 million. We must go. I'll make sure to dress sharply to support you. If anyone dares say anything negative about our Xiao Yu, I'll unleash a room full of monsters upon them, he thought. As night fell, at Zhanghai University, a shadow silently crept into the principal's office. Dressed in the uniform of a janitor and wielding a broom, his eyes were cold and snake-like. Jiang Li, the man who destroyed my altar, the shadow murmured, clutching a file of Xiao Yu's student records. Unable to confront you directly, I shall strike those around you. An award ceremony? Huh, that shall be the finest funeral. He extracted a small black vial from his pocket, gently dropping a single drop into the principal's teacup. The plague of the abyss shall begin to spread from here. This time, I shall see how you save them. The shadow chuckled ominously, his form gradually merging with the darkness. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment he departed, a glimmer of golden light suddenly surfaced in that cup of tea. It was the lingering essence left by Jiang Li during his previous visit to the school, akin to an invisible eye, observing all that transpired here. Chapter 38. The plague at the parent-teacher meeting and the apocalypse mistaken for influenza. A week later, at Zhanghai University, the auditorium was adorned festively, bustling with voices. Today marked the prestigious ceremony for outstanding students, one of the grandest days of the year. Jiang Li, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, though he looked more like an insurance salesman in it, strutted into the auditorium with De Huang, who was donned in a tailcoat. Brother, over here. Jiang Xiaoyu, dressed in her academic gown, waved excitedly from the front row. They've arrived. Jiang Li maneuvered through the crowd, taking a seat in the center of the family section. The surrounding parents cast peculiar glances at the dog wearing sunglasses and a suit. Ahem, guide dog, guide dog. Jiang Li improvised, pointing at his sunglasses. My eyes are sensitive to light. De Huang sat poised, exuding gentlemanly demeanor, though his nose twitched slightly. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the auditorium, reminiscent of decaying rodents or fermenting sewage. Woof. Master, there's something amiss. De Huang murmured softly. Shoo, quiet. The principal is about to speak. Jiang Li patted the dog's head, his expression serious as he focused on the stage. On stage, the principal, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, strode confidently toward the podium. He raised his teacup, taking a sip to clear his throat. Cough, cough. Esteemed teachers, students, and parents. His voice boomed. But as he spoke, his complexion suddenly shifted. His once rosy face began to turn ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his voice grew hoarse. Cough, cough. Today, suddenly, uffed. The principal expelled a jet of black blood, collapsing onto the podium, his body convulsing violently. What is wrong with the principal? Call an ambulance. A tumult erupted from the audience as teachers rushed to the stage. Yet, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. Those who had come into contact with the principal instantaneously developed purplish blotches on their faces, followed by coughing, vomiting blood, and collapsing. It was akin to a cascade of falling dominoes. Panic spread throughout the auditorium. A plague. It's a plague. Someone screamed in terror. A visible green poisonous mist permeated the air, swiftly expanding. Those contaminated by the mist found their skin beginning to rot, their minds clouding, emitting beastly howls. Abyss Plague Zombie Transformation, B-Class Biohazard Attack. This was the meticulously orchestrated conspiracy of a lurking cultist, intent on transforming this ivory tower into a hell on earth today. Keek. Relish the agony. Wail in despair. A shadow hung upside down from the dome of the auditorium, laughing triumphantly. Jiang Xiaoyu, pale with fright, clutched Jiang Li's hand tightly. Brother, what is happening to them? Jiang Li surveyed the chaotic scene on stage, his brows knitting into a frown. The principal's physical constitution is appallingly poor. Isn't it? He stands up to drink tea and chokes like this, and spreads it to others? In his eyes, with filters fully engaged, this was no zombie plague. Clearly, it was a sudden, exceedingly severe case of collective food poisoning or perhaps acute influenza. Observing those turning pale and incessantly vomiting, Jiang Li arrived at a scientific conclusion. There must be an issue with the school cafeteria. The hygiene standards are unacceptable. Brother, what should we do? Fear not. I am here. This is merely a minor ailment. Jiang Li responded calmly, retrieving a massive spray bottle from his backpack, which he typically used to water the plants in his yard. Perfect. I brought some Ban Lan Gin, actually diluted life essence mixed with thunderstruck wood ash water, a remedy for all colds and fevers. Da Huang, go. Hold down that spitting mutated creature. Woof. Da Huang darted forth like lightning, pinning the mutated vice principal to the ground with a single paw. Jiang Li ascended the podium, brandishing the spray bottle. Everyone, stand clear. I am the school doctor, self-proclaimed. He directed a vigorous spray at the still convulsing principal. The mist, imbued with potent life force and purifying power, erupted forth. The abyssal virus that had been eroding the principal's body hissed and dissolved upon contact with the mist, akin to snow melting in fire. The purplish blotches on the principal's face receded at a visible pace, and his breathing steadied. Cough, cough, what has happened to me? The principal blinked groggily. Nothing serious, just choked on tea. You're a bit overheated. Drink less strong tea and more warm water, Jiang Li advised, patting the principal's face. He then turned to the group of students and parents who were beginning to mutate, initiating a rainmaking mode. Everyone, don't panic. Open your mouths. A dose for each. Cures all ailments. Jiang Li adjusted the spray bottle to maximum and began a fervent barrage on the crowd. The mist permeated the entire auditorium. Those once fearsome zombies, upon being sprayed, instantly transformed into serene figures, collapsing to the ground as if emerging from a sauna, falling into a deep slumber. Even the green poisonous mist in the air was thoroughly purified, turning into fresh air. Is this cured? The shadow lurking in the dome was dumbfounded. That is the abyss plague, an incurable disease. And you think a spray bottle can suffice? Is that Banlon Gen? Or are you wielding Guanine's jade purification vial? Who is up there? Jiang Li suddenly raised his head, gazing at the dome. He had felt a drop of dirty water strike his face during his spraying. In such a large auditorium, is it leaking? Squinting, he spotted the shadow hanging upside down. Is that a large bat? Jiang Li recalled the need for a clothes hook at home. This thing would hang quite securely. He picked up a discarded shoe from the ground. Come down. With a swoosh, the shoe soared through the air, striking the shadow squarely in the face. Bang! The shadow emitted a cry of pain, plummeting from the dome's height of several meters, landing squarely before Da Huang. Without a moment's hesitation, Da Huang lunged forward, biting onto the shadow's neck. Ugh! The shadow attempted to struggle, but felt a terrifying temporal power locking onto his soul. Should he dare to move, his head would be severed immediately. This bat is quite hideous, resembling a humanoid. Jiang Li approached and kicked it, defiling public property. Instilling panic, let us send you to the police station. 10 minutes later, calm returned to the auditorium. Those who awoke felt as if they had emerged from a nightmarish dream. Though their bodies felt weak, their spirits were remarkably uplifted. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You are truly a miracle worker. The principal grasped Jiang Li's hand, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Had it not been for you, the consequences today would have been unimaginable. Oh, it was merely a humble folk remedy. Jiang Li humbly waved his hand, mainly due to everyone's robust health. Jiang Xiaoyu stood beside him, gazing at her brother, who was surrounded by admirers, her eyes sparkling with admiration. My brother is truly incredible. He can even cure influenza. In the corner, the figure bound tightly watched this scene with despairing tears streaming down its face. The abyss held no hope. This man was truly the bane of the abyss. Chapter 39, The Talking Bat and the Physical Store Plan of Deep Blue Aquatic Products. The award ceremony at Shanghai University concluded amidst an atmosphere of tranquility, or rather, a collective state of confusion. What was initially expected to be a horrific biochemical crisis transformed, under Jiang Li's spray bottle and folk remedies, into a large-scale recovery scene from a communal flu outbreak. The principal held Jiang Li's hand, weeping profusely, insisting on bestowing upon him a banner declaring him an honorary alumnus and a reincarnated divine physician, while also urging him to stay for dinner. However, Jiang Li declined, providing a perfectly valid reason. There was a heap of seafood at home that needed to be dealt with, or it would spoil. In truth, he was eager to return and interrogate the culprit bound and tossed into the trunk. In the returning Land Rover, Jiang Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat, clutching the bouquet the principal had thrust upon her, still somewhat shaken. Brother, was that person really a bat transformed? She recalled the shadow that had fallen from the dome, along with its bizarre winged appearance, unable to suppress a shiver. Hey, what bat? That was just a lunatic in a costume, Jiang Li replied casually, driving as he spoke. Look at those cosplay enthusiasts. They all love to dress as vampires or werewolves, don't they? This person probably got too deep into character, or has some sort of antisocial personality, wanting to create chaos and attract attention at school. As for how he could fly, he must have been using wires or some sort of high-tech glider. Though Jiang Li's explanation was riddled with flaws, under his confident tone and the protective lens of an older brother, Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly accepted it. And what about those who turned into zombies? Jiang Li replied earnestly. It was merely a hallucination caused by food poisoning, compounded by mass hysteria. Just think, if there really were zombies, wouldn't I have fled with you long ago? Could I still be using a spray bottle to wake them up? Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, her fear dissipating considerably. Suddenly, a series of violent thuds erupted from the trunk. The figure bound like a rice dumpling, the abyss apostle night demon, had awakened and was struggling furiously. Da Huang, make him behave, Jiang Li shouted without turning around. Da Huang, seated in the back, immediately turned and let out a low growl directed at the trunk's partition. Woof! A wave of terrifying pressure emanating from the hound of Tindalos penetrated the seats and partition, striking the soul trapped within the trunk. The overwhelming fear, as if being scrutinized by countless eyes through the crevices of time, caused the C-class abyss apostle to freeze, its breath hitching in terror. It cowered in the corner, trembling, too frightened to make a sound. What kind of monster was sitting in this vehicle? The man driving exuded an aura potent enough to shatter rules. And the hairless dog in the back possessed a terrifying ability to transcend time itself. Had I fallen into a den of demons? Half an hour later, at Villa No. 13 in Yulong Bay, Jiang Li parked the car, instructed his sister to return to the house and rest, and then took the black figure, akin to handling a plague-ridden chicken, into the basement. Da Huang followed closely, using its paw to close the heavy soundproof door behind them. With a click, the lights flickered on. Jiang Li tossed the figure to the ground, stepping on its chest to assert dominance. Enough pretending to be dead. I know you're awake. Speak up. Which circus did you escape from? Why did you release the gas at my sister's school? The shadow struggled to lift its head, revealing a pale, twisted face devoid of a nose, with two dark holes in its place, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Its pair of membranous wings hung limply, broken and deflated. Kekekek. It emitted a raspy, mocking laugh. Foolish human. Do you think capturing me means you've won? The gaze of the abyss has already descended upon my master. Slap. Jiang Li retaliated with a swift slap, sending the creature spinning on the ground. Speak properly. Stop with the cryptic nonsense. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Li pressed, the abyss? Your master? Are you suffering from late-stage Chinibu? I'm asking you, what was that green smoke you released at school? Pesticide. The night demon felt an immense sense of humiliation. It belonged to the noble abyssal race, a harbinger of fear and plague. Its gas was the breath of decay, a potent toxin capable of rotting souls. How could it be dismissed as mere pesticide? It is a blessing, a great evolution. The night demon shrieked. Only the strongest bodies can bear the power of the abyss. Slap. Another blow landed. Evolution, my foot. You turn people into zombies and call that evolution? Jiang Li was exasperated. It seemed that today's criminals were all mentally unstable. He glanced at the wings behind the creature, then scrutinized its grotesque face. I must say, your design is quite unique. Are those wings real? Implanted? Jiang Li reached out to tug at the membranous wings. Ah, the night demon let out a wail. Those were genuine wings attached to its flesh. Oh, they are real? Living modifications? Jiang Li's gaze darkened slightly, realizing that this creature was not only a terrorist, but also a product of illegal biological experimentation. If delivered to the police station, it would be a complicated case. He stroked his chin, assessing the large bat. Despite its hideous appearance and questionable intellect, it seemed quite robust and could fly. Perfect. My ship is in need of a flag bearer, or perhaps a cleaner for the top of the mast. Jiang Li concocted a plan. Since you have vandalized property and frightened my sister, you must make amends. You won't escape. Starting today, you are an auxiliary employee of Deep Blue Aquatic Products. I'll offer you a chance. Work on my ship to repay your debt. Perform well, and you'll be regularized. Perform poorly. Jiang Li pointed at the ominous, 9-nether soul refining furnace nearby. See that furnace? That will be your final resting place. The night demon gazed at the furnace, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed capable of incinerating souls, then glanced at Da Huang, who was eyeing it hungrily. It quailed, utterly cowed. In the face of absolute violence and terror, faith was but a fleeting illusion. I will do it. I will work. The night demon stammered, trembling. Just don't kill me or throw me into that furnace. That's more like it. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, casually finding an old collar, a regular iron chain, from the pile of junk, fastening it around the night demon's neck. Urgu and the others are sure to help her. Your wings may be broken, but with some care, you should be able to fly. Henceforth, aerial tasks on the ship will be your responsibility. By the way, what is your name? My code name is Night Demon. What a cliché name, Jiang Li scoffed. Since you look like a bat and can fly, I'll call you Fortune. I hope you bring some luck to our company. Night Demon. What the hell? Fortune? That's a pet's name, isn't it? yet it dared not protest, accepting the ludicrous new name with tears in its eyes. All right, Fortune, you'll stay in the basement tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Ergu come to take you to the ship. Jiang Li secured it to a lightning-struck wooden pillar, not only to prevent escape, but also to purify its malevolence, then clapped his hands and went upstairs to sleep. The next morning, after dropping off his sister at school, Jiang Li did not rush home, but instead visited the old dock. He entrusted Fortune to Wang Ergu, repeatedly reminding him to take good care of it and not let it slack off. Wang Ergu gazed at the once esteemed elite steward, who had now fallen to the status of a prisoner, and he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Captain, rest assured, I shall ensure he deeply comprehends the corporate culture of deep blue seafood. He thrust a mop into Fuki's hands, commanding, go. Clean the bird droppings off the top of the mast. If you fail, there will be no food for you. Fuki, on the verge of tears, could only flap his tattered wings and struggle up the imposing pillar of stars. After organizing the affairs aboard the ship, Jiang Li called Wang Fatty. Hello, Boss Wang. Where are you? I have a lucrative business proposition to discuss. Lucrative business. Wang Fatty perked up at the mention of those words. Mr. Jiang, do you have good goods again? I'm at the shop. Where are you? Shall I send a car to fetch you? No need. I will drive over myself. Half an hour later, Jiang Li's Land Rover parked at the back entrance of the abandoned steel factory. Wang Fatty was already waiting outside with several lackeys and rushed forward to greet Jiang Li as if he were a deity. Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. Please come in. Once inside Wang Fatty's secret chamber, Jiang Li wasted no time and got straight to the point. Boss Wang, I have an excess of goods on hand. Relying solely on your few black market stalls is too slow for me. He settled into a sofa and sipped some tea. I wish to establish a more legitimate channel. Perhaps a physical store dedicated to selling our specialty products. A physical store? Wang Fatty was taken aback. You mean to open a shop in the city? Indeed. Jiang Li nodded. I envision a high-end seafood restaurant or a premium specialty store, packaging and selling the exquisite items we harvest from the sea to wealthy patrons and awakened individuals. Wang Fatty wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Jiang, this idea is splendid, but most of our goods possess certain peculiar attributes, contamination. Ordinary folks may encounter issues consuming them. Rest assured, Jiang Li replied confidently. I possess a unique secret method, physical purification cooking, that can eliminate those side effects, leaving only the nutrition and flavor. Look at my sister. She consumes them daily without issue and has even grown more beautiful. Recalling Jiang Li's extraordinary abilities, which could even turn Class C malevolence into delectable dishes, Wang Fatty felt a flicker of belief. If it truly eliminates the side effects, his eyes brightened, then this business could be monumental. In this strange era of revival, ingredients that enhance physical prowess and spiritual energy are invaluable. Awakened individuals are willing to consume demon cores and toxic herbs to strengthen their abilities. If we offer safe, delicious seafood that can elevate their power, it will be wildly sought after. Mr. Jiang, I will undertake this venture. Wang Fatty exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. I will provide the funding, the venue, the manpower. You need only supply the goods and technical guidance. We will split the profits 50-50. Or 7-3 in your favor. What do you say? Splendid. Jiang Li smiled. It's settled. However, I have a few requests. Go ahead. First, the store must be spacious and luxuriously decorated, befitting the prestige of deep blue seafood. No problem. I have several vacant commercial properties in the city center that were originally intended for a nightclub. They will serve perfectly for our restaurant. Second, we must not only sell prepared dishes, but also raw materials. Skins, bones, eyeballs, and such can be sold to researchers or those crafting gear. I am skilled in this. I know all the channels in the black market. Third, Jiang Li paused, a mysterious smile gracing his face. We need to create some buzz. Perhaps by regularly hosting deep-sea gourmet tasting events, inviting the city's elite and powerful to attend. I already have an idea for the first main dish, which I shall call Iron Plate Overlord Squid, Kraken Tentacle. Wang Fatty felt a surge of excitement as he envisioned the countless bills beckoning to him. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. He gave a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang, your business acumen is wasted if you do not engage in commerce. Indeed, a fisherman who does not aspire to be a chef is not a good boss. Jiang Li rose, stating, since we have reached an agreement, let us act swiftly. Keep an eye on the renovations. I will return to the sea in a few days to procure more goods, aiming for a grand opening that will leave everyone in awe. In the following days, whispers began circulating in the underground world of Jiang and among the awakened. Rumors spoke of a mysterious restaurant named Deep Blue Seafood Workshop, set to open in the city center. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, with even the black market overlord Wang Fatty merely serving as a manager. It was said that the restaurant's signature dishes featured forbidden ingredients from the depths of the misty sea, promising longevity from a single bite and a surge in spiritual power from a full meal. There were even tales of the restaurant's owner being a semi-divine powerhouse hidden within Jiang Li. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Countless awakened beings, wealthy individuals, and even official investigators turned their attention to the establishment undergoing rapid renovations. Meanwhile, Jiang Li piloted his ship, the Black Pearl, accompanied by Da Huang and a group of underlings, pursuing a swarm of flying star colors, mistakenly perceived as glowing jellyfish, across the skies. Don't run. Those are my neon lights. Da Huang, jump and catch them. Ergu, use the net to catch them. These would make a splendid sign for the storefront. Simultaneously, deep within the sewers of Jiang Li, the enigmatic puppet master known as Eye of the Abyss pondered this development. Opening a restaurant? That terrifying man intends to open a restaurant? Is he planning to turn us all into dishes? Fear seeped through the darkness. No, I cannot allow him to launch so smoothly. However, confronting him directly is not an option as a sinister idea struck. He thought, since it's a restaurant, the biggest fears are food poisoning and negative reviews, right? Hee. While I may not be able to defeat you, I can certainly disgust you. Dispatch orders to summon all plague-affiliated subordinates. I shall prepare a grand gift for his opening ceremony. Chapter 40. Renovation requires hands-on involvement amidst a culinary crisis in the bustling commercial pedestrian street of Jiang Li's city center. There once stood a massive nightclub named Ecstasy of the Night, sprawling over 2,000 square meters, adorned in opulent gold and brilliant hues, a playground for countless affluent second-generation heirs. However, since the owner absconded with funds, the building had remained abandoned. Today, however, it was surrounded by throngs of people. Passers-by halted, pointing and murmuring at the entrance, their faces etched with shock and confusion. The once modern and lavish door had been utterly transformed, replaced by a massive, black, seemingly breathing structure resembling an unknown skeleton, Leviathan rib, forming an archway. Above the arch hung a large sign with red lettering on a black background, flamboyantly displaying the words, Deep Blue Seafood Workshop. If one disregarded those words and focused solely on the eerie and terrifying decor, they might have mistaken the establishment for a haunted house or a funeral service center. Zzz at the entrance, Jiang Li donned a blue work uniform splattered with paint, wielding a welding gun as he made the final touches to a metal sign on the archway. Beside him, Wang Fatty, wearing a hard hat and dripping with sweat, directed a group of robust men in deep blue seafood uniforms, cultists, as they transported items. Be gentle. Handle it with care. That's our signature lightbox. Don't break it. Several followers cautiously carried large transparent glass jars. Instead of light bulbs, the jars housed swirling, color-changing, luminescent fluid substances. The radiant lights are breathtakingly beautiful, yet they possess a madness capable of distorting one's vision. The color out of space. This is the luminous jellyfish that Jiang Li retrieved from the edge of the Devil's Triangle. This energy creature from the depths of the cosmos can consume all forms of life, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. However, in Jiang Li's eyes, this entity is merely an unplugged neon light. Hang these lights on the terrace of the second floor. After finishing the last weld, Jiang Li removed his mask and shouted upwards. When they illuminate at night, in a riot of colors, it will undoubtedly be a spectacle, far superior to those LED light tubes. This is what we call cyberpunk. The acolytes trembled as they hung the jars containing the color out of space. They could sense that the contents within were greedily observing them. Had it not been for the specially crafted runic glass, which was, in fact, ordinary glass coated with Jiang Li's leftover divine blood, they would have been drained of life long ago. Mr. Jiang, is this renovation style perhaps a tad too hardcore? Su Qingge had taken a day off to assist. In truth, she was there to supervise and prevent any uncontrollable pollution leaks. She surveyed the hall filled with chairs made from deep diver bones, screens covered with Baiki wings, and the Migo brain displayed as a mascot at the front desk. She felt as though she had stepped not into a restaurant, but rather into the biochemical laboratory of a mad scientist or a sacrificial hall of an eldritch deity. Hardcore? Precisely. Jiang Li dusted off his hands with a smug expression. What are we selling? Exotic deep-sea delicacies. The essence lies in being organic and wild. If the decor is too delicate, it detracts from our professionalism. He pointed at the cylindrical container holding the brain. Look at this cash register system. How intelligent. It can even converse with customers. He approached the cylinder and patted it. Hey, brain matter. Greet Miss Su. A flicker of red light emanated from the cylinder, followed by an emotionless electronic voice. Welcome, foolish carbon-based life form. Would you like to order, settle your bill, or offer up your brain? Slap. Jiang Li smacked the cylinder. Speak properly. No more of those cringe-worthy lines. Keep it up, and I'll turn you into a brain hot pot. The brain responded, Welcome, beautiful lady. This way, please. The voice instantly became obsequious. Su Qingge remarked, this might just be the most humble of advanced alien civilizations in the universe. Mr. Jiang, has the menu been finalized? Wang Pengzi rushed over, wiping the sweat from his brow. With the trial opening set for tomorrow, he had already sent out hundreds of invitations. And the city's elite were all watching us. It's all set. Jiang Li pulled out a wrinkled A4 sheet from his pocket, where flamboyant characters written with a brush, albeit somewhat untidy, adorned the paper. Let me read it to you. Jiang Li cleared his throat. Signature, Dish 1. Iron plate, Overlord squid. Ingredients, deep-sea giant octopus, offspring of the kraken. Characteristics, chewy and springy, a soul-stirring bite, leaves you heated all over. With a sauna effect. Signature Dish 2. Crispy flying chicken. Ingredients, deep-sea flying fish, baiaki. Characteristics, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, firm meat that sharpens your mind. As if soaring through the clouds. Signature Dish 3. Thunder eel rice. Ingredients, glowing ribbon fish, Lord of Lightning. Characteristics, provides a microcurrent massage to the mouth. Cures toothaches and oral ulcers, and can even charge your phone. Just kidding. And there's also sour soup leeches, stir-fried fishman offal, freshly boiled eyeball porridge. Su Qingge and Wang Pengzi broke into a cold sweat. If an unsuspecting ordinary person were to see this menu, they would undoubtedly assume it was a black market establishment. Yet for the awakened, this was the table of contents to an unparalleled tome of secrets. Each dish was a transformative elixir. Wang Pengzi glanced at the string of zeros on the price tag and wondered, isn't this a bit too cheap? Selling the Overlord squid for only 888? A strategy of thin profit and high sales. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. We're a new establishment. We need to build our reputation first. Once we gain notoriety, we can raise the prices later. All right, as you say. Wang Pengzi took the menu to print, already calculating how much profit he could make the following day. As the night deepened, the renovation work was nearly complete, and the workers returned home to rest. In preparation for the smooth opening the next day, Jiang Li decided to keep vigil at the store. He set up a military cot in the kitchen, with De Huang lying comfortably beneath it, and both man and dog fell into a sound sleep. The kitchen was expansive, spanning several hundred square meters, filled with various stainless steel workstations, freezers, and colossal stoves. The 9-nether soul refining furnace, which Jiang Li cherished, had also been relocated here for primary use. The flames flickered weakly, casting eerie purple light throughout the kitchen. At that moment, a faint gurgling sound, reminiscent of a clogged pipe, emanated from the kitchen's drain. Soon after, a repulsive, putrid black smoke began to rise slowly from the drain cover. The smoke swirled in the air, refusing to disperse, and began to coalesce into small, palm-sized black flies with wings, as if they possessed life. These flies were eyeless, sporting a long, barbed, straw-like mouthpart, with swollen abdomens filled with deadly plague venom. Abyssal corpse flies, D-class swarm of evil. They are harbingers of plague and decay. A single bite or consuming food they have traversed will instantly infect one with the lethal abyss virus, leading to a gruesome demise. This was the grand opening gift sent to Jiang Li by the Eye of the Abyss. Buzzing, thousands of corpse flies surged from the drain, densely packed like a black cloud, instantly covering the entire kitchen ceiling. Their target was clear, the top-quality ingredients laid out on the workstations, prepared for tomorrow. Destroy them. Contaminate them. A chilling voice echoed through the void. The swarm received its orders and dove down like bombers, landing on the prepared octopus and flying fish meat, beginning to regurgitate venom and lay eggs. The pristine ingredients were instantly rendered filthy. Just then, slap. A slipper flew from the cot and precisely squashed one of the flies that was about to land on Jiang Li's face. Damn it, where did these flies come from? They're so annoying. Jiang Li groggily sat up, rubbing his eyes. He turned on his flashlight and shone it around. What the hell? The sight before him jolted him awake instantly. The entire kitchen was swarming with dark flies, crawling over the workstations, in the sink, and even in his pots. The sanitary conditions were appalling. They had just finished renovating, and now there were flies everywhere. Jiang Li was furious. This was his labor of love. With the grand opening tomorrow, if customers saw this swarm of flies, would he even have a business left? Clearly, the drain had not been sealed properly. What kind of renovation team did Wang Pengzi hire? 1-star review. Jiang Li jumped out of bed, gazing at the contaminated ingredients, his heart aching. My meat. This is all money. De Huang. Wake up and exterminate. Woof. Is there a midnight snack? De Huang emerged from under the bed, his expression instantly turning to one of disdain upon seeing the swarm of corpse flies. These lowly creatures are full of viruses and bacteria. Eating too many will give you diarrhea. Don't be picky. Bite them. Jiang Li kicked him, while he himself grabbed a bottle of insecticide from the corner, which was actually a bottle of high-concentration exorcism holy water, a gift from Suchinga. Watch my insect-slaying technique. Zzz. Jiang Li sprayed the insect repellent into the air with fervor. The holy water transformed into a fine mist, enveloping the swarm of flies. Screech. Upon encountering holy water, the once invincible abyssal flies reacted as if faced with their nemesis, emitting puffs of white smoke and piercing cries before plummeting like raindrops. Ordinary insecticides proved surprisingly effective. Jiang Li, while spraying, cursed, "This is what you get for stealing. For your lack of hygiene." Soon, the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of blackened insect corpses. Yet, from the sewer, new flies continued to surge forth, seemingly endless. Is this never-ending? Jiang Li observed the still-smoking drain with a glint of determination in his eyes. You are compelling me to unleash my ultimate move. He set down the insecticide and turned to the 9 nether soul refining furnace. Furnace. Ignite with fervor. He kicked the side of the furnace, startling the spirit within, which hastily activated the thunderwood, causing flames to surge into a dazzling shade of purple and gold. Jiang Li seized a large iron shovel, scooping up the still-living flies and contaminated scraps, casting them into the furnace's maw. Since you crave it, indulge yourselves. Boom. The thunderous fire instantly consumed the filth. The terrifying heat and thunderous might purified and incinerated all viruses, curses, and resentments. A peculiar aroma wafted from the chimney, reminiscent of roasted mushrooms and fried cicadas. Jiang Li sniffed the air, intrigued by the enticing scent. He peered into the furnace at the crisp, golden-brown insect corpses, and a bold thought struck him. These must be high in protein, right? And after this roasting, the toxins should be eliminated. He used tongs to extract a charred fly and presented it to De Huang. Here, give it a try. De Huang glanced at the charred morsel and then at Jiang Li's eager expression. Reluctantly, it opened its mouth, chewing through tears. Crunch. Chicken flavor. De Huang's eyes suddenly sparkled. Though repulsive in life, after being refined by the thunderous flames, it transformed into a delectable snack brimming with pure, dark energy. Woof woof. Delicious. More. Seeing De Huang's excitement, Jiang Li chuckled. I knew it. Everything can be barbecued. He gazed at the continuing swarm of flies, no longer perceiving them as pests, but as free ingredients. Come on. Don't flee. Perfect for tomorrow's side dish. This dish shall be named Secret Crispy Black Golden Cicada. Jiang Li armed himself with a net, stationed by the sewer entrance, capturing flies as they emerged, dumping them into the furnace once his net was full. Deep within the sewer, the mastermind controlling the swarm, the plague bringer, suddenly sensed its minions vanishing at an astonishing rate. Through their psychic link, it even felt a pang of hunger, a last sensation from its children as they were devoured. What is happening? My plague army is being consumed. Is that man not sparing even the flies? The plague bringer was on the verge of collapse. What in the world is this creature? The following day, the Deep Blue Seafood restaurant grandly opened its doors. The entrance was adorned with floral arrangements and luxury cars lined the street. Wang Fatty stood at the entrance, welcoming guests from all directions. Please, everyone, step inside. Today's special is the Iron Plate Overlord Squid, and the new dish, Secret Crispy Black Golden Cicada, a rare delicacy that strengthens the body and renders one immune to all toxins. As patrons entered the restaurant, they were greeted by an irresistible aroma. Their appetites stirred. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jiang Li donned a mask, wielding a large spatula, busily preparing at the 9 nether soul refining furnace. Ergo, increase the heat. De Huang, take that bowl of golden cicadas out. Tell the guests to eat them while hot. Yes, Captain. As plates of blackened yet tantalizingly aromatic insects were served, Jiang Li wore a satisfied smile. Transforming waste into treasure. This was the true path to prosperity. In a corner, Su Qingga observed the dish named Black Golden Cicada, silently swallowing her saliva. Using her spiritual sight, she discovered that the plague viruses on the insect corpses had been thoroughly purified, leaving only pure spiritual energy crystals. This is feasible? She picked one up and popped it into her mouth. Crunch. Crisp, fragrant, and endlessly delightful. Setting down her chopsticks, she messaged the director. Report. Abyssal plague crisis has been resolved. Method. Transformed into a side dish. Suggest everyone promote it. Chapter 41. The explosive popularity of the Fly Restaurant and the arrival of culinary hunters in Jianghai City at the Deep Blue Seafood Restaurant. Dishes are ready. Signature secret crispy black golden cicada. Caution hot. Accompanied by Wang Ergo's resounding and penetrating call, a voice honed by chanting prayers to dark gods. Plates piled high with golden, crispy snacks, emanating an extraordinary fragrance, were served to every table. The restaurant was packed to capacity. Not only was the first floor filled with distinguished guests from Jiang City, but even the second floor's private rooms were occupied by representatives of awakened families and corporations. A long queue formed outside, with scalpers selling queue tickets. The reason was simple. News of last night's internal tasting event had spread like wildfire. It was said that the seafood here was not only exceptionally delicious, but also possessed effects comparable to top-tier spiritual elixirs. An awakened individual who had been trapped at a D-grade bottleneck for years, after merely sipping a bowl of fish head tofu soup from the abyssal anglerfish, broke through on the spot. This news soared through the extraordinary circles of Jiang City overnight. Is this the legendary black golden cicada? In a second-floor private room, a wealthy merchant dressed in traditional attire, adorned with finger rings, stared hesitantly at the plate of dark morsels. While they smelled delightful, they undeniably resembled flies. "Boss Liu, if you're hesitant, I won't hold back," said a voluptuous female awakener sitting across from him, who without further ado, picked up a golden cicada and tossed it into her mouth. Crunch! The crisp sound echoed in the room. Immediately, her eyes lit up, and a flush appeared on her cheeks. Ah, the texture, the energy. She felt a warm current surge down her throat to her dantian, swiftly dissipating the accumulated toxins from improper training, hidden injuries. Incredible. Waiter, another 5 plates. No, 10 plates. Seeing this, Boss Liu no longer concerned himself with presentation and hastily grabbed one to eat. Chicken flavor? Crunchy. Oh my back. It doesn't hurt anymore. This thing is a potency booster. In an instant, the restaurant buzzed with the sounds of crunching and waves of astonished exclamations. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jiang Li was working tirelessly. Armed with a massive iron spatula, he stood before the 2-meter-wide iron pot, stirring frantically. Increase the heat. Ergo, the flames aren't hot enough. This batch of flies, cicadas, has high moisture content. They need intense heat to crisp up. Yes, Captain. Ergo was fully immersed in his role as sous chef. Stuffing the furnace with resentment-laden coffin boards, fuel, procured from the black market, while stirring the buckets of ingredients with a bone staff. De Huang, stop snacking. Bring over that bowl of clean tentacles. Jiang Li shouted again. De Huang, with half a half-fried corpse in its mouth, mumbled a response before using its tail to roll over a massive stainless steel basin to the stove's edge. Excellent, full of spirit. Jiang Li wiped his brow, gazing at the bustling employees, cultists, around him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This business is far more lucrative than fishing. He glanced at the electronic screen hanging on the wall, where the revenue was soaring at a frenzied pace of thousands of dollars per second. At this rate, if I continue for another month, I could buy this entire building. Just as the Deep Blue Seafood Restaurant was bustling with activity, an unexpected visitor arrived. A burly middle-aged man, resembling a bear with a bushy beard and carrying a massive black pot, actually a defensive artifact, stood at the entrance. He inhaled deeply, his nose twitching like that of a hound, and his expression darkened. The aura is heavy with demonic energy. It's the breath of the abyss. His name was Lei Meng, nicknamed Iron Stomach, a renowned culinary hunter in China, as well as an A-grade physical enhancement expert. His unique cultivation method involved devouring powerful exotic beasts and spiritual entities to strengthen himself, making him extremely sensitive to the spiritual fluctuations in food. Upon landing, he had heard about a divine restaurant in Jiang City and had come specifically to investigate. What he found nearly terrified him. The restaurant was suffused with demonic energy. The skeletal archway at the entrance exuded the residual power of a B-grade evil beast. The colorful lights on the second floor radiated a gluttonous hunger for life. Even the rotund greeter at the door bore the earthy stench of freshly unearthed soil. This was no ordinary eatery. It was clearly a den of iniquity. Perhaps even a cult stronghold. With clenched fists, Lei Meng, a man of justice, could not tolerate such an establishment that fed ordinary people with the abyss's toxins. I shall see what you are truly up to. He scoffed and strode inside with determination. Welcome. Just one. The smiling greeter, Wang, greeted him enthusiastically. Lei Meng cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he made his way to an empty table in the center of the hall. He slammed the massive black pot, weighing several hundred pounds, onto the ground with a resounding crash that cracked the floor. The surrounding diners jumped in surprise, glancing curiously at this imposing figure. Who is this? Bringing his own cooking pot? He certainly doesn't seem friendly. Is he here to cause trouble? Wang, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized the potential threat. He discreetly signaled a nearby waiter to inform the boss, while maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Dear guest, what would you like to order? Our specialties include the iron plate, overlord squid, and the secret black gold cicada. Cut the nonsense. Lei Meng slammed his palm onto the table, leaving a deep imprint in the solid wood. Bring me your most expensive, most nourishing, and most sinister dish. I want to see what kind of blood dumplings you serve here. Wang, his smile unwavering but his eyes growing colder, responded, certainly. Please hold on. I will arrange for the full demonic feast. He turned and whispered into his radio. Boss, we have a tough customer in the front. Seems to be looking for trouble. Possibly A-grade. Should we send De Huang out to deal with him? In the kitchen, Jiang Li, who was busy stirring a pot, overheard the report. Looking for trouble? With a pot? How amusing. Don't let De Huang go. That dog bites too hard, and we don't want to pay for any damages. Jiang Li pondered for a moment. Since he wished to taste the most sinister, they would oblige him. Ergu, bring out our secret dish. Wang Erga hesitated. Captain, are you referring to that one? Yes, the abyssal sashimi platter. 10 minutes later, Wang Ergu personally delivered a colossal ice platter to Lei Meng's table. Your meal is ready, esteemed guest. On the ice platter lay several grotesque delicacies that would send one's sanity spiraling. At the center was a massive eyeball, still twitching and glowing a haunting blue, eye of the abyssal anglerfish, sliced. Beside it were several writhing, purplish-black tentacles, kraken larvae tentacles, marinated, and a small dish of dark, viscous sauce resembling oil, high concentration abyssal essence. The entire platter exuded an overwhelming aura of the abyss, warping the air around it and faintly echoing with indescribable whispers. The surrounding diners recoiled in fear. This was clearly not something of the mortal realm. Lei Meng's pupils constricted as he beheld the dish before him. As an A-grade expert, he could distinctly sense the terrifying energy and pollution contained within. This was pure, unsealed abyssal biological tissue. Any ordinary person who laid eyes on it would go mad. You truly are a cult. Enraged, Lei Meng stood abruptly, unable to fathom how they could brazenly sell such corrupt items. Are you trying to kill everyone in this city? Hey, esteemed guest. While one can eat freely, one must not speak recklessly. Wang Ergu, now the head waiter, replied innocently. This is merely ordinary seafood sashimi. Look at the color, so fresh. If you're not accustomed to raw food, we can heat it for you. Nonsense. This is clearly abyssal evil. Lei Meng pointed at the writhing eyeball. It's still alive. That's merely a neural reflex, indicating freshness. Wang Ergu explained earnestly. I don't believe you. This dish is inedible. Lei Meng, convinced this was a malevolent establishment, resolved to expose their true nature. If you claim it's edible, then you take a bite. He challenged Wang Ergu. This is prepared for esteemed guests. I don't have the right to eat it. Wang Ergu swallowed hard, though he too was tempted. Yet this was a potent dish specially prepared for troublemakers. Too afraid to eat? That means it's toxic. Lei Meng sneered. Fine, since you want to eat. I will destroy it. Yet, despite his words, as a being who evolved through consumption, his body instinctively craved the high-level energy source before him. His stomach roared, and his cells rejoiced. This was a tremendous supplement. Although toxic, polluted, iron stomach Lei Meng feared no poison. As long as he could withstand the pollution, this dish could propel him directly to the peak of A-grade. Fortune favors the bold. With a fierce glint in his eye, Lei Meng seized the eyeball slice and shoved it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, a cold, slippery sensation sent shivers down his spine. Instantly, an indescribable sweet and fishy flavor exploded in his mouth, accompanied by countless frenzied whispers invading his mind. Return to the abyss. Lei Meng's eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut as he struggled against the terrifying mental corruption. Digest for me. He mobilized all his spiritual energy, desperately suppressing that wicked will. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his stomach. The once violent abyssal power, under the influence of some mysterious rule, Jiang Li's culinary treatment, became docile, transforming into the purest essence of life, merging into his limbs and bones. All hallucinations vanished. All pain dissipated. In its place was an unprecedented sense of euphoria and strength. Boom. Lei Meng erupted with a powerful aura, shattering the table beneath him. He had broken through, reaching the peak of A-grade. He even brushed against the threshold of S-grade. What Lei Meng stared blankly at his hands, then glanced at the empty platter. How delightful. Exceedingly delightful. This was no poison. It was nothing short of a divine elixir. The waiter had not deceived him. This truly was seafood sashimi. Only the strongest were worthy of such exquisite fare. I misjudged you. Lei Ming was a man of straightforward nature, and upon realizing his misunderstanding, he was instantly engulfed in shame. Are there any more of those dishes? Please bring me 10 more. Money is no object. Wang Yergo rolled his eyes. They're all gone. This was a limited offering, specially reserved for you by the head chef. The head chef? Lei Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. I must meet the head chef. I wish to personally thank this culinary genius. To have handled the abyssal monstrosity so flawlessly, this person must be an extraordinary talent. Wang Yergo hesitated for a moment. Let him in. At that moment, Jiang Li's voice echoed from the kitchen. Lei Ming straightened his attire, shouldering his large black pot, and entered the kitchen with a reverential spirit, akin to a pilgrimage. Upon entering, he was met with an unforgettable sight. In the spacious kitchen, purple flames blazed from the 9 nether soul refining furnace. A young man, clad in a soiled blue uniform and wearing a mask, was elegantly wielding a cleaver, dancing upon a massive black meat board. At his feet lay a large, hairless beast, gnawing on a glowing bone. In the corner, a transparent cylinder containing a brain pulsated with red light, directing several divers in chef's attire as they washed vegetables. Make sure to clean them well. Remove all the mud from that tentacle. The brain's electronic voice commanded. Yes, yes. The divers nodded deferentially. Lei Ming rubbed his eyes, questioning his senses. Was he hallucinating? Was that cylinder truly a brain? Were those vegetable washers actually fishmen? Was that furnace an evil artifact? And what of the young man slicing vegetables? As an A-grade powerhouse, Lei Ming possessed extraordinary perception. He sensed that, although the young man emitted no trace of spiritual energy, he radiated a palpable aura that sent shivers through Lei Ming's very soul, akin to facing an ancient deity walking among mortals. Finished eating? No stomach troubles, I hope? Jiang Li paused his chopping, glancing at Lei Ming with a cheerful smile. No, not at all. At that moment, any remnants of Lei Ming's previous arrogance had vanished. He stood straight, akin to a schoolboy, and bowed respectfully. Thank you for the meal, master. I am Lei Ming, who failed to recognize your greatness earlier. Please forgive my rudeness. No need for formalities. Jiang Li waved his hand. You seem quite sturdy, a good candidate for a gourmand. Why are you lugging around a pot? Afraid you won't have enough to eat? This is my weapon, Lei Ming awkwardly explained. A weapon? A pot can be a weapon? Jiang Li approached and tapped the large black pot. Cast iron, good quality. But the bottom is a bit grimy. You'll need to scrub it later. Since you're here, don't rush off. Jiang Li gestured to a pile of ingredients nearby. I happen to need someone to taste test. You seem to have a good appetite. How about you help me sample new dishes in the future? All meals on the house. Taste test. Lei Ming was overjoyed. This was not merely a taste testing opportunity. It was a divine blessing. If he could indulge in such exquisite cuisine daily, he'd soon transcend the A-grade pinnacle and reach S-grade status. I agree. I am willing. Lei Ming bowed again. As long as master does not mind, I shall scrub the pot and serve as your taste tester. All right. It's settled then. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I have a new order from a major client. He pulled out a crumpled order form, actually information given to him by Su Qingge. This client wants dragon meat. They are offering 10 billion for authentic dragon meat. 10 billion. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. I was just lamenting where to find a dragon. Since you are a gourmet hunter, do you know where I might procure such a thing? Dragon meat? Lei Ming was taken aback. Master, are you referring to the true ancient dragon species? Indeed, preferably one that swims in the sea, of considerable size. Lei Ming swallowed hard. It was said that in the depths of the Guishu lay the slumbering abyssal dragon, an S-grade ancient god. However, entering that place meant never returning. Guishu? Again, Guishu? Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Old Wang mentioned that place to me as well. It seems we must go there. He patted Lei Ming's shoulder. For now, help out here, wash the vegetables and such. Once I prepare, we shall venture into Guishu and catch that dragon. You'll have your share of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Lei Ming gazed into Jiang Li's fervent eyes, feeling a surge of excitement. Catching an ancient god? Preparing dragon sashimi? This was the ultimate dream of a gourmet hunter. Yes, master, I will follow you. Thus, the Deep Blue Seafood Restaurant gained an additional taste tester, who was, in truth, a formidable A-grade protector. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the city, the mastermind behind the attempted kidnapping of Zhang Xiaoyu was fixated through the eyes of an abyssal rat, watching the thriving seafood restaurant with malice. Damn it, even that reckless Lei Ming has been bought off? Who exactly is this Jiang Li? The shadow seethed. It seems I must resort to that trump card. Since he cares for his family, let us turn them into our kind. The shadow produced a sinister black statue and began to chant an ancient and malevolent incantation. A more secretive and vicious curse targeting Jiang Xiaoyu was quietly descending. Chapter 42. A roughly crafted figurine and a terrified mastermind. The night in Jianghai City appeared calm, yet turbulent currents surged beneath the surface. The bustling business of the Deep Blue seafood restaurant persisted until the early hours, with the last batch of satisfied customers leaving, their faces aglow and brimming with vigor, feeling as if they could fell a bull with a single punch. Finally, the staff could catch their breath. In the kitchen, Lei Meng, bare-chested, muscles rippling, scrubbed the massive iron pot with a steel wool ball. Refreshing. He wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring his skin that glimmered with a golden hue. Excitement gleaming in his eyes. After merely one night as a taste tester, essentially consuming leftover scraps, he felt his strength surge significantly. The A-grade bottleneck that had hindered him for 3 years now seemed as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, ready to be torn asunder. This isn't work. It's akin to cultivating immortality. Lei Ming glanced at Jiang Li, who sat at the stove like a deity, and felt an even deeper reverence. Jiang Li was counting the day's earnings. Today's revenue had reached an all-time high, with over 50 servings of the Iron Plate Overlord squid sold, bringing in millions. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, if I stock up from that Goetiu, I could buy up these streets. Jiang Li cheerfully transferred the money to his card and looked at the large dog, De Huang, gnawing on a bone in the corner. De Huang, stop chewing and tidy up. We need to pick up Xiaoyu from school tomorrow. Reluctantly, De Huang dropped the half-eaten spine of a diver and wagged his tail. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Jianghai University, the night was quiet, and Jiang Xiaoyu was fast asleep. Outside her window perched a pitch-black raven, not the previous unfortunate one, but a true magical raven formed from curses, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaoyu's bed. Clutched in its talons was a palm-sized, entirely black statue, grotesquely carved. The abyssal evil god statue, a cursed vessel, S-grade forbidden object, was a medium of curse that the hidden mastermind, the Eye of the Abyss, had spent a lifetime's worth of dark energy to conjure. As long as this statue is placed beside the target, the curse contained within it will erupt at midnight, forcibly dragging the target's soul into the abyss to endure eternal torment, ultimately transforming into a mere puppet that obeys the will of the abyss. Go forth and instill fear within her. In the distant sewers, the Eye of the Abyss emitted a sinister command. The dark raven took flight silently, slipping through the gap in the window and gliding into the dormitory. It carefully alighted on Jiang Xiaoyu's bedside table, setting down the black statue. Upon contact with the surface, the eerie patterns on the statue flickered to life, emanating a faint red glow as a chilling aura began to permeate the room. While asleep, Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to sense something, her brow furrowing slightly as she curled up. The sinister laughter began. A glimmer of cruel delight flickered in the raven's eyes as it prepared to relish this exquisite descent into darkness. However, just as the red light from the statue was about to touch Jiang Xiaoyu's body, a gentle yet commanding golden light suddenly illuminated the spot on her shoulder where Jiang Li had previously tapped twice. The light was not blinding, rather, it radiated warmth. Yet, to the raven and the malevolent statue, this golden light was akin to a blazing sun rising abruptly in the night. It was the protective power of the abyssal angler's rules, the supreme will that transcended all abyssal laws. With a hissing sound, it was as if a droplet of water had fallen into a boiling pot of oil. The once mighty abyssal idol let out a piercing shriek, audible only to those with heightened spiritual perception. The red light, emblematic of curses and corruption, was instantly washed away by the golden radiance. The statue's surface began to crack, and plumes of black smoke emerged, indicative of the purification of the malevolent will. The raven was dumbfounded. It attempted to flee, but the golden light seemed to possess consciousness, sending forth a tendril that gently swept over its form. Without a sound, the raven, composed entirely of pure curse, evaporated into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. The statue, after being bathed in the golden light, though not shattered, had lost all its malevolence, its grotesque visage now appearing somewhat comical, resembling a poorly crafted trinket. All returned to tranquility. Jiang Xiaoyu turned over, smacked her lips, and continued her slumber, utterly oblivious to the perilous scene that had just unfolded. In the depths of the Jianghai city sewer, the Eye of the Abyss, which had been languishing like a mass of sludge in the sewage, suddenly began to tremble violently. Its massive single eye filled with blood, then erupted in a cloud of black mist. Agonizing roars echoed underground, causing nearby rats to drop dead in shock. How could this be? The Eye of the Abyss shrieked in disbelief. The strand of its original consciousness that clung to the statue had been instantaneously obliterated. It felt akin to an ant attempting to bite the sun, only to have its teeth shattered and its very soul reduced to ashes. What on earth was that girl? Was she a direct descendant of a deity? Or perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient god? The eye of the abyss trembled in fear. It had thought that the man named Jiang Li was formidable enough, but his sister was even more unfathomable. The rule power contained within that golden light was even nobler than the abyssal lord it served. Truly, an entity to be reckoned with. The eye of the abyss shivered uncontrollably, its once massive form rapidly shrinking until it resembled an ordinary toad, which then squeezed itself into an abandoned soda can. I must hibernate. I must seal myself. This Jianghai city is far too perilous. I shall no longer engage. The following noon, Jiang Li's SUV arrived promptly at the entrance of Jianghai University. Xiaoyu, over here. Jiang Li, wearing sunglasses and leaning against the car door, drew the attention of those around him. Jiang Xiaoyu dashed out with her backpack, holding the black statue in hand. Brother, you're here. She entered the vehicle, handing the statue to Jiang Li. Brother, look at this. I found it on my bedside table when I woke up this morning. It's black and eerie. It's quite frightening. Is this some sort of prank? Jiang Li took the statue and glanced at it. It was roughly the size of a palm, crafted from a material resembling black stone, depicting a creature with an octopus head and bat wings, vaguely reminiscent of Cthulhu, yet the craftsmanship was alarmingly crude, with stiff lines and a rather silly expression. This is, Jiang Li frowned. The workmanship is atrocious. This isn't a collectible. It's clearly a failed project from some elementary school pottery class. He weighed it in his hands. It's quite heavy, solid. Brother, this wouldn't happen to be a cursed doll, would it? Jiang Xiaoyu asked, a hint of worry in her voice. A cursed doll? This is merely an unattractive ornament. Jiang Li scoffed. Look at the material. This is ordinary obsidian. No, it seems more like synthetic resin. In any case, it's not worth much. He tossed the statue, once an S-class forbidden object, into the back seat. Perhaps it's a gift from one of your admirers. Their taste is lacking. Never mind, let us take it home. It's perfect for weighing down the pickled vegetables. The flat base is just right. Jiang Xiaoyu. Weighing down pickled vegetables? The large dog in the back seat glanced at the statue, a flicker of sympathy in its eyes. It could sense the lingering aura of the abyss upon the statue. Though it had been largely purified, yet that essence was still present. To think such a formidable idol had ultimately been reduced to weighing down pickled vegetables. It was a fate worse than being devoured. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Li washed the statue, using dish soap, and then directly placed it into the kitchen's screaming demon pot, filled with sour pickled beans. Clang! The statue sank into the acidic brine, resting atop a flat stone. The demon pot, it sensed the arrival of a new cellmate. Though this entity had been cleansed, the pride of its former status as a statue remained. Ah, fellow wanderers in misfortune. The spirits within the pot sighed resignedly, silently making room for the newcomer. All done. Jiang Li clapped his hands, ensuring the beans would be pressed down more firmly, guaranteeing a crisp outcome. By the way, where S-Air go? Tell him to prepare. We'll be setting sail tomorrow. Jiang Li instructed the large dog, which was busy mopping the floor. The large dog barked in acknowledgement. Jiang Li's objective was clear, the return to the void. He had thoroughly studied the parchment map that Wang Defa had provided over the past few days. The return to the void lay in the deepest recesses of the Misty Sea, a forbidden maritime area eternally shrouded in storms and thunder. It was said to be an entrance to another world, inhabited by true ancient dragon species. Dragon meat. 10 billion. Jiang Li's thoughts wandered to that exorbitant order, stirring excitement within him. Although his current business was thriving, it was merely pocket change. Opportunities for such lucrative ventures were rare. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable call emanating from that maritime expanse, as if a vast fishing pond awaited him to cast his line. The following morning, at the old pier, the Black Pearl was all set to depart. This time, the ship was equipped with even more luxurious gear. In addition to the Pillar of Stars mast, 2 rows of plasma cannons salvaged from the Migo base were installed on either side of the ship, though to Jiang Li, they resembled powerful fishing guns. At the stern hung an oversized dragnet woven from the sinews of deep-sea leviathans. Wang Ergo, Lu Wei, and dozens of meticulously selected sailors, followers, were all present, each brimming with energy. Captain, all preparations are complete. We can set sail at any moment. Wang Ergo saluted, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Li nodded and glanced at Wang Defa, the immortal captain who donned a retro captain's outfit, which was merely a cleaned old garment. He held a compass in his hand, his gaze profound. Old Wang, you know this route well. It's your turn to take the helm this time. Rest assured, boss. Wang Defa grinned, Even though I haven't been there in 30 years, that path is etched in my memory. Where's Lei Ming? Jiang Li looked around. Coming. Lei Ming hurried over, carrying his signature large black pot and 2 massive cleavers, panting heavily. Boss, I've brought all the necessary tools. This time, let me personally take down that dragon. As a gourmet hunter, handling S-class ingredients firsthand was the utmost honor. All right, I'll leave the dragon's head to you. Jiang Li waved his hand. Everyone aboard. Destination, the return to the void. The Black Pearl emitted a roar filled with battle spirit. Its massive body slicing through the waves like a black arrow, shooting into the vast depths of the ocean. As the Black Pearl ventured further, the surrounding waters grew darker, ultimately transforming into a haunting inky black. The sky was completely shrouded, not in the darkness of night, but in a suffocating silence as if covered by a colossal black cloth. There was no wind, no waves, and even the air felt stagnant. Only the sound of the Black Pearl's engine echoed in solitude. Boss, we're approaching the Sea of Silence. Wang Defa's voice tightened. This was the outer barrier of the return to the void, rumored to be inhabited by creatures known as the Silent Guardians, which possessed acute hearing that could provoke their attacks at the slightest sound. Silent Guardians? Jiang Li, munching on seeds, paused. What are they? Sound-triggered bombs? No. They're a kind of deep-sea giant, Wang Defa explained. They have no eyes, only ears, and upon hearing any sound, they hurl massive stone anchors to shatter ships. Throwing stones? Jiang Li chuckled. Isn't that just child's play? How serious can that be? He pulled out a large megaphone he had purchased from the black market. Since they have sensitive hearing, let's give them something explosive. Jiang Li switched on the megaphone, cranking it to maximum volume, and connected it to his phone's Bluetooth. The DJ version of the folk song, the most dazzling ethnic style, erupted across the silent sea. The massive sound waves spread like a tsunami. The crew covered their ears. Boss, what are you doing? Lu Wei's face turned pale in fear. Aren't we attracting monsters? Attracting monsters? This is merely knocking on the door. Jiang Li swayed to the rhythm. When visiting someone else's house, one must greet them first, right? It's only polite. Sure enough, as the music blared, enormous heads suddenly emerged from the dark sea in the distance. These were giants towering dozens of meters high. Their bodies were covered in moss, and they wielded rusted giant anchors, roaring angrily toward them. They had been awakened, not just by noise, but by this captivating music. The combination of their morning grumpiness and noise pollution sent the Silent Guardians into a frenzy. With whooshing sounds, several massive anchors came hurtling toward them like missiles. I told you, they really do throw stones. Jiang Li was not alarmed, but rather delighted. Those anchors look heavy, all made of iron. De Huang, Lei Ming, catch. Woof. Got it. De Huang and Lei Ming dashed out. De Huang bit down on one of the flying anchors, snapping the chain with a crunch, and then tossed the anchor onto the deck. Lei Ming swung his large black pot like a tennis racket, batting the incoming anchors away with ease. Sparks flew as the anchors, capable of sinking warships, appeared like mere toys before this man and his dog. Not one to be idle. Jiang Li ran to the plasma cannon at the bow of the ship, ready to take action. Let me show you something louder. Boom. A thick blue beam shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc across the night sky, striking one of the giants squarely in the head. Bang. The giant's head exploded like fireworks. That was too fragile. Not even as sturdy as the anchors. Jiang Li scoffed. All right, let's not linger with these guards. Full speed ahead. Charge in. With the BGM of Phoenix Legend, the Black Pearl became an unstoppable war machine, crashing through countless anchors and crushing the giants in its path, forcefully breaching the Sea of Silence. Finally, a massive whirlpool appeared ahead, its diameter spanning several kilometers, with the water swirling violently, revealing a bottomless black hole. The entrance to the return to the void. This is it. Wang Defa pointed at the whirlpool, his voice trembling. Jump in. As long as we pass through this whirlpool, we can reach the true return to the void. All right, hold on tight. Jiang Li slammed the steering wheel. The Black Pearl showed no signs of slowing down as it charged directly into the terrifying whirlpool. The world spun upside down. Jiang Li felt an intense sensation of weightlessness, his vision fading to black before brightening again. When his sight cleared, he was stunned by the sight before him. They were no longer at sea. Above them was not the sky, but an inverted rocky dome adorned with countless glowing gems, resembling a starry sky reflected upon the silver waters below. Beneath him lay an expansive underground sea, the water shimmering with an eerie silver hue. At the center of the sea stood a colossal island. Jiang Li rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is that? He beheld a magnificent creature coiled upon the island, a silver-white dragon with antlers, its scales shimmering brilliantly. Is that the white dragon horse? Jiang Li gasped. It was a true dragon, at least 1,000 meters long, exuding a breathtaking majesty. The abyssal dragon Nidhogg's avatar, S-class ancient god. It lay in slumber, exhaling white mist that transformed into clouds above. This meat must be delicious. Jiang Li's mouth watered instantly. Dahuang, get ready. This time we're having a full dragon feast. Chapter 43. The skinning of the old mud loach and the billion-dollar sashimi platter. Deep within the return to the void, the underground sea marked the world's end and the abyss's beginning. The rocky dome above was embedded with countless luminous crystals, resembling a non-existent starry sky reflected in the silver surface of the water. In the center of the massive island, the silver-white abyssal dragon Nidhogg's avatar, stretching 1,000 meters long, lay coiled on the black rocks in slumber. Each of its scales resembled a colossal shield, adorned with ancient and obscure runes. Its breath echoed like a bellows, creating circles of white mist around the island with every exhale, the high-concentration spiritual energy storm. An S-class ancient god. Even as merely an avatar, the pressure it radiated was enough to make ordinary A-class powerhouses kneel. The black pearl floated several hundred meters from the island, gently swaying with the silver waves. On board, an eerie silence reigned. Everyone except Jiang Li held their breath, their hearts nearly stopping in fear. Is this the Dragon King? Lei Meng, clutching his large black pot, felt his cleavers tremble slightly in his hands. As a man who had attained strength through his culinary pursuits, his instincts told him that this behemoth was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the food chain. Just gazing at it made him feel like he was the prey. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Lei Meng swallowed hard. Boss, can we really eat that thing? What if we break our teeth? Break our teeth? That's out of the question. Jiang Li stood at the bow of the boat, holding a makeshift telescope crafted from 2 soda bottle bottoms glued together, intently observing the great dragon. Through his lens, distorted by the lens of poverty, it was far from the majestic and sacred ancient dragon. Instead, it appeared as an exceptionally long and plump loach, its body a translucent white tinged with pink. Lowering the telescope, Jiang Li confidently declared that despite its horns, its slick form was reminiscent of the crafty loaches found in our rivers, merely larger, likely due to excessive hormones. Dirt loach? Wang Defa, standing nearby, felt a shiver of apprehension. Boss, it has claws. 5 of them. Must be a mutation, Jiang Li replied dismissively. Just look at those chickens in the farms. Some have 4 wings. If this loach has lived long enough, a few extra legs for easier land travel wouldn't be surprising. He focused on the thick scales of the dragon's body, noting their considerable thickness, indicating a challenge ahead. As loaches are known for their strong, earthy taste, which requires careful handling. Turning around, he began to strategize. Ergo, fetch that special bait bucket. It's just the leftover entrails of the deep diver mixed with expired chili sauce. The loach is still asleep. Let us prepare a nest to lure it into the water. Dahuang, get the rope ready. It will undoubtedly be strong. Make sure it doesn't escape. Lao Lu, charge the main cannon. If it doesn't bite, we'll administer an electric shock to stun it before we haul it in. Yes. Though filled with trepidation, the crew, inspired by Jiang Li's inexplicable confidence, sprang into action. On the island, the slumbering Nidhogg felt an itch in its nose, as an intensely pungent and spicy aroma, laced with the scent of blood, wafted through the sea breeze into its nostrils. Achoo! The colossal dragon sneezed, unleashing a mini-storm that dispersed much of the surrounding mist. Slowly, it opened its eyes, revealing golden slitted pupils that burned like molten lava, imbued with boundless majesty and ferocity. Who dares disturb the great devourer of gods? Its gaze swept across the surface of the sea, instantly locking onto the small, pitch-black boat. Ents. The ancient dragon language reverberated through the air, laden with undeniable authority. You dare trespass in the domain of the divine? It raised its massive head, its colossal body unfurling, scales scraping together with a metallic roar. A terrifying dragon might erupted, causing the surrounding waters to collapse, forming a vast pit. On the boat, apart from Jiang Li and Dahuang, the others were flattened against the deck, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Ah, it's awake. Jiang Li, seemingly unfazed, was instead filled with exhilaration. This is splendid. Fresh fish is the best. He brandished a large S-shaped meat hook, adorned with a half-slice of dripping blood pork from home, and waved it towards the dragon. Hey, Loach, hungry? Look over here. I have something delicious. Nidhogg Loach? This insignificant human dares to insult me with such a lowly name, and offers the flesh of such a despicable creature? With a roar of fury, the dragon opened its maw, a blinding white light igniting deep within its throat. That was the dragon's breath of destruction. containing the power to decompose all things. Once unleashed, this small boat along with its crew would be obliterated in an instant. Not good. It's about to spit. Jiang Li's expression shifted. The loach's manners were abhorrent. Lao Lu, fire the cannon. Shut its mouth. Boom. The already charged psychic main cannon, a mockery of the Starfall cannon, roared to life. A thick black beam interspersed with dark red lightning, accurately targeting the dragon's gaping maw. Bang! Before the dragon could unleash its breath, the cannonball struck back. The terrifying energy exploded within the dragon's mouth. Nidhogg howled in agony. Black smoke billowing from its mouth as several dragon teeth, larger than a human, were blasted free, crashing into the sea and creating towering waves. It was momentarily stunned. How could this seemingly dilapidated fishing boat possess such formidable firepower? The power contained in that shot had actually harmed its divine form? Good shot. 3 points. Jiang Li applauded, seizing the moment to capitalize on its misfortune. De Huang. Hook it. Woof. De Huang had already transformed into a fully combat-ready state, engulfed in blue temporal flames. Its size swelling to that of a small elephant. It clamped down on the steel wire connected to the meat hook, and with a leap, it traversed space, suddenly appearing above the dragon's head. With a powerful thrust, De Huang plunged the Jiang Li enhanced steel meat hook deep into the dragon's seared lips. Gotcha! Jiang Li shouted, gripping the winch handle. Bring it in. Buzz. The steel wire tightened with a teeth-gritting sound. The dragon, in pain, thrashed its head wildly, attempting to dislodge the cursed hook. Its strength was astounding, causing the black pearl to be dragged across the surface of the sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. What power! Stronger than that shrimp last time. Jiang Li's feet were firmly planted on the deck, his muscles rippling, veins bulging. Ergo, Lao Lu, stop lying down. Come help. Quick. This is a war of endurance. We must tire it out. Under Jiang Li's furious bellow, those who had been paralyzed by the dragon's pressure miraculously regained their ability to move. In the realm of their father god, the divine might was countered. Charge. For dragon meat. Help the captain pull the rope. Dozens surged forward, grasping the steel wire like a tug of war. 1, 2, 3. Pull. 1, 2, 3. Pull. A contest of strength between mortals and divinity unfolded in the depths of the ocean. Nidhogg's incarnation was enraged beyond measure. How could a mighty ancient dragon be ensnared by mere insects, as if it were a fish? This was an unparalleled humiliation. It attempted to take flight, intending to lift the boat skyward and shatter it. Yet, to its shock, the seemingly ordinary steel wire was bound by an uncanny rule known as the law of causality that could never be severed. Furthermore, the boat felt absurdly heavy, as if tethered to the ocean itself, utterly immovable. It was the gravitational law of the Pillar of Stars, at work. If I cannot move you, then I shall destroy you. With a furious roar, the dragon plunged into the water, stirring a colossal wave as it charged towards the Black Pearl, intent on crushing the vessel beneath its 1,000-meter-long divine form. It can do that too? The divine dragon's tail swipe? Jiang Li observed the immense dragon body descending like a mountain, unafraid. Instead, he felt exhilaration. This is a delivery right to my door. How considerate. He released the winch and drew forth a butcher's knife from behind. Lei Meng, where's your big knife? Time to slice. Coming, boss. Lei Meng gripped 2 massive cleavers. Though his legs trembled slightly, the greed in his eyes overshadowed his fear. An S-grade ingredient. I might never see this again in my lifetime. Boom. The dragon collided with the Black Pearl. The ship shook violently, the protective shield crackling ominously. But at the moment of impact, Jiang Li sprang into action. Like a flea, he leapt onto the dragon's nose. With such a large head, the spicy fish head must be delectable. Gripping the knife tightly, he plunged it towards the dragon's brow, the location of its dragon crystal. Thud. There was no spark, no resistance. The slaughtering knife pierced through the so-called physically immune dragon scales with the ease of cutting tofu, embedding itself deep within. The colossal dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed across the skies, its body thrashing wildly, churning the sea into chaos. Still moving? Behave yourself. Jiang Li withdrew the knife and struck again. This blow was for my sister, who was nearly frightened to death. Thud. This strike was for my mortgage that remains unpaid. Thud. This one was for the damned inflation. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Li transformed into a merciless butcher, relentlessly hacking away atop the dragon's head. With each strike, he siphoned away the dragon's vitality and divinity. Nidhogg's avatar felt its soul being slowly tortured. It was afraid. It was truly terrified. This human was nothing short of a demon. Spare me. The once proud ancient dragon finally lowered its head, emanating waves of pleading thoughts. I can submit. Submit? Jiang Li paused, wiping the dragon's blood from his face. Are you suggesting you wish to be my pet? He glanced at the creature resembling a muddy eel. No way, no way, you are far too ugly, and so large that you wouldn't fit in my bathtub. Not to mention the daily meat feed. Too expensive, too expensive. Jiang Li shook his head disdainfully. It's far more practical to turn you into sashimi. Nidhogg. I am an ancient dragon, a deity. How dare you find me ugly, and complain about the cost of feeding me? It was in despair. Lei Meng. Don't just stand there. That tail over there is yours. Chop it off. Jiang Li commanded. All right. Lei Meng leaped onto the dragon's back, brandishing dual blades. Hacking at the dragon's tail with fervor. Clang, clang. Although his blades were not as formidable as Jiang Li's, under the enhancement of A-class power, sparks flew as dragon scales shattered. Da Huang. Bite its throat. Lock it down. Woof. Da Huang clamped onto the dragon's reverse scale. Under the onslaught of one man, one dog, and one chef, the once invincible avatar of the abyssal dragon finally breathed its last. Its massive body lay lifeless upon the sea, resembling a floating mountain of flesh. Exhausted, Jiang Li sat atop the dragon's head, gasping for breath. This eel-like creature was far more potent than that day's mantis shrimp. Gazing at the 1,000-meter-long corpse, he felt elated. Just how much meat is this? 1 billion orders? This could sell for 100 billion. Ergo, hurry. Open the cold storage. Pack in as much as it can hold. Don't throw away those dragon scales. They can be scraped off and sold as bulletproof vests. The dragon whiskers can also be kept. They make excellent vermicelli, dragon tendons. And that dragon horn, resembling deer antlers, would surely enhance a medicinal brew. A grand dragon slaying, dismemberment, feast unfolded upon the surface of the Guishu Sea. The followers, armed with knives, saws, axes, and halberds, busily scurried over the dragon-esque carcass. Thoroughly engrossed, Lei Meng even set up a pot on the dragon's back, preparing to sample the delicacy. Boss, this dragon liver is enormous. One pot isn't enough. Then slice it and stir-fry. Add plenty of garlic. Just as everyone busied themselves with the ingredients, Jiang Li suddenly sensed an unusual gaze. He turned to look towards the distant deserted island. At the highest point of the island, something appeared to be shimmering. What is that? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Li approached. Upon nearing, he discovered it was an altar. On the altar floated a fist-sized orb. The orb was entirely transparent, seemingly sealing within it an expanse of starry sky, with countless stars swirling and flickering inside. Eye of the Dragon King, S-Class Core World Key. This was Nidhogg's eye, used to monitor this dimension and the key to accessing deeper layers of the abyss. This orb is truly exquisite. Jiang Li reached out to grasp it. At the moment of contact, a chill spread throughout his body. Could this be the legendary Dragon Pearl? Jiang Li examined the orb in the light. It resembled a glass ball, albeit quite luminous. He contemplated keeping it for Xiaoyu to play with as a marble, or perhaps setting it into a ring. Casually pocketing this treasure, capable of inciting world wars, Jiang Li turned and returned to the ship. Brothers, let us head back. Time to count our riches. The Black Pearl, dragging a severed dragon carcass, the remainder simply could not fit, returned triumphantly. Shortly after their departure, deep within the darkness of Guishu, a pair of even larger, more ancient eyes slowly opened. My avatar is dead. The voice bore a hint of confusion, but even more so, it was filled with rage. Who dares desecrate the majesty of the dragon? That presence is from the angler. He truly has come. The true abyss began to stir. Chapter 44. A billion orders of local specialties and the world destroying I mistaken for a marble Zhanghai city, Old Dock. Today's fog seemed heavier than usual, imbued with a faint salty tang and an elusive hint of sulfur. At the dock, Fat Wong was orchestrating all 50 heavy cold chain transport trucks he could muster, anxiously waiting in a long line. Despite being a big shot in Zhanghai City's underground black market, his palms were slick with sweat. A billion orders, my goodness. Where has Mr. Jiang gone to procure such goods? Fat Wong wiped the sweat from his brow, constantly gazing out at the sea. Since receiving Jiang Li's call about a substantial order, he had been in a state of frenetic anticipation mixed with dread. Just then, whoosh, a deep, resonant horn pierced through the fog. It was the distinctive engine roar of the Black Pearl, reminiscent of an abyssal beast's roar. Immediately, the sea began to tremble violently, the water level visibly rising as if a moving island were approaching. They are here. They are here. Fat Wong shouted excitedly. The massive black ship broke through the fog, slowly entering the harbor. However, as the object being dragged behind the ship gradually revealed its outline, all breaths at the dock came to an abrupt halt. It was a mountain composed of silvery scales, flesh, and shattered bones. Although only half of its body remained, even so, It was several hundred meters long. It still emanated a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Even in death, it was an S-class ancient god at the apex of the food chain. The enormous dragon scales reflected a cold, harsh light in the sun, each one the size of a grinding wheel. The shattered spine resembled towering stone pillars. The dark red dragon blood stained half of the harbor waters, radiating heat that caused the surrounding sea to boil and steam. Plop! Fat Wong's legs buckled, and he sank to his knees. Dragon, he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Although Jiang Li had previously mentioned fishing for dragons, he had assumed it was an exaggeration or that he was angling for a sea serpent with a hint of dragon blood. Who could have anticipated that this was a genuine dragon, and the kind that could supposedly destroy the world, a true abyssal dragon? Hey, fatty, why are you kneeling there? Get the goods. Jiang Li stood at the bow, holding a megaphone and shouting. This eel is too enormous. The ship couldn't accommodate it. So we had to drag it back, nearly exhausting me. He complained, directing the crew to begin untethering the ropes. Da Huang, stop playing in the water. Come up and give me a push. This thing is stuck. Woof. Da Huang emerged from the water, his body swelling several times, resembling a bulldozer as he pushed the dragon carcass towards the shore. Boom. The half-dragon carcass was pushed onto the shallow beach, crushing half the dock's walkway. Jiang Li jumped off the ship, approached Fat Wong, and patted his chubby face. What's wrong? Are you so happy you're dumbfounded? Jiang Li, Mr. Wong. Fat Wong trembled, pointing at the mountain of flesh. Is this the order? Yes. The quality of this loach is remarkably exquisite. I have tasted it and found it even more resilient than the last ribbon fish, electric eel. Jiang Li wore an expression of pride, urging, quickly, send your people to weigh it. Have the buyers been contacted? Tell them to transfer the money promptly. I am eager to return and prepare a meal for the little fish. Yes, the contact has been made, Wong Fatty replied, swallowing nervously as he retrieved his phone and dialed an encrypted number. The owner of that number was the steward from a mysterious family in Kyoto, the financier behind the billion-dollar bounty for dragon meat. Hello? Is this Steward Liu? The goods have arrived. They have. How much is there? Is it enough for 100 pounds? A haughty voice responded from the other end. If the quantity is insufficient, my master will not be pleased. Wong Fatty glanced at the towering mound of meat, his lips twitching. Steward Liu, you might want to send more vehicles. The amount is slightly overwhelming. How much are we talking about? Perhaps several thousand tons. There was a silence of 10 seconds on the line. Wong Fatty, are you jesting? Several thousand tons of dragon meat. Did you slaughter the dragon palace of the East Sea? You will see for yourself. 2 hours later, several helicopters, emblazoned with special insignias, roared to a landing near the dock. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit with a head of silver hair, approached, surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards. He was Steward Liu, an A-class powerhouse in his own right. Initially, he arrived with a demeanor of scrutiny and skepticism. However, upon witnessing the severed dragon corpse sprawled across the dock, he froze, his hands crushing the walnuts he held. The terrifying dragon aura lingered even in death, deterring the bodyguards from approaching within 100 meters. Only Steward Liu, relying on his A-class strength, managed to step closer. Trembling, he caressed the enormous silver-white dragon scale, feeling the immense divine power contained within. Is this S-class? Is this an ancient dragon species nearing divinity? His voice quivered with excitement. Is there truly someone capable of hunting such a being? He abruptly turned to Jiang Li, who sat nearby on a stool, munching on an apple. The young man appeared ordinary, even somewhat lethargic, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. Yet in Steward Liu's eyes, he was anything but ordinary. He resembled an ancient beast clad in human skin. Are you Mr. Jiang? Steward Liu bowed deeply, his posture bending at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. That's me. Jiang Li tossed aside the apple core, which landed perfectly into the mouth of a passing seagull. Are you here to purchase the meat? Have you brought enough money? Indeed. Absolutely sufficient. Steward Liu promptly produced a gilded black card, containing a deposit of 1 billion. We will settle the remainder at the highest market price. We will take the entire dragon corpse. Entirely? Jiang Li frowned. That won't do. I need to keep some for myself and provide for my employees. I'll give you half. Half. Steward Liu felt a pang in his heart. Such a divine artifact. Losing even a small portion would be a significant loss. Yet he dared not voice his objections. All right, half it is. You have the final say. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, grasped a butcher's knife, and approached the dragon corpse. Watch closely. I will cut the freshest pieces for you. With a swift motion, he brought down the knife. The dragon's scales and skin, impervious to missiles, parted as easily as tofu under the blade. Steward Liu's pupils dilated in shock. What kind of knife technique is this? What is this power? With deft precision, Jiang Li expertly divided the dragon meat, meticulously avoiding bones and sinews, each cut yielding perfectly textured pieces that seemed to pulsate with life. Here's the tenderloin for you. It's succulent. And this piece of belly, perfectly marbled. Soon, hundreds of tons of dragon meat were cut and loaded into refrigerated trucks. Steward Liu, filled with gratitude, departed with his convoy, insisting on presenting Jiang Li with a supreme token from the Yi family of Kyoto, promising it would allow him to move freely in the city. Jiang Li casually tossed the token to his dog, De Huang, saying, "Here, take this. I'll make you a dog tag later." After concluding this lucrative deal, Jiang Li beamed at the additional billion in his account, reveling in the newfound financial freedom. He set aside the finest dragon liver, heart, and several tons of premium dragon meat for Wang Fatty to transport back to the Deep Blue Seafood Restaurant's cold storage. The remaining scraps were generously distributed to the devoted followers who had worked tirelessly. These cultists clutched dragon bones larger than themselves, weeping like children. Praise the captain. This bone stock will help me break into A-class, right? I'm going to make armor from this dragon skin. A family heirloom. With everything arranged, Jiang Li hummed a tune as he drove his Unimog home. In the Dragon Bay, Villa number 13. Jiang Xiaoyu had no classes today and was busy assembling a puzzle on the living room carpet using abyssal coins. "Xiaoyu, look what I brought you," Jiang Li exclaimed as he entered, presenting the Dragon King's eye, a sphere the size of a fist, entirely translucent, with a vast starry expanse seemingly sealed within. Countless stars rotating and emitting a dreamlike glow. S-class core, the key to the abyss. But in Jiang Li's hands, it was merely an aesthetically pleasing orb. Wow, so beautiful. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she set down her coins to take the orb. "Brother, is this a crystal ball? It looks like it has real stars inside." "Yes, a deep-sea crystal ball. I knew you would love it." Jiang Li chuckled, ruffling her hair. "I found this while diving. It's quite dazzling. You can keep it to play with, or if I get rich, I'll mount it on a staff for you, so you can become a magical girl or something." "Hee, thank you, brother." Jiang Xiaoyu cherished the orb. The instant her fingers brushed the surface of the once volatile Dragon King's eye, it transformed into an extraordinarily gentle entity. The swirling stars within accelerated, as if celebrating, resonating with the mysterious golden light within Jiang Xiaoyu. An invisible barrier enveloped her. Acquired. Starry protection, S-class defense. Acquired. Abyssal passage. All abyssal creatures cannot actively attack the holder. Unaware of these profound changes, Jiang Xiaoyu simply felt a warm, comforting sensation from the orb. "By the way, brother, while you were away these past 2 days, Sister Su came looking for you several times." "Suchinga? What did she want?" Jiang Li paused on his way to the kitchen to prepare dragon liver sashimi, intrigued. "I don't know. She seemed quite anxious. But I told her you were out at sea, and she left." "All right, I'll ask her later." At dinner, the table was laden with a feast of dragon dishes: stir-fried dragon liver, clear braised dragon tendons, braised dragon ribs, and dragon blood stew. The rich aroma wafted through the villa, enveloping it in a golden aura of spiritual energy. Suchinga was also invited. As she gazed at the mythic spread before her, she was momentarily stunned. "What is this?" she stammered, picking up a slice of dragon liver. The liver was as thin as a cicada's wing, glistening like emerald. Upon tasting, it melted in her mouth, releasing a cool, immense energy that surged through her consciousness. Boom. Suchinga felt her spiritual power surge, the previously obscure S-class bottleneck showing signs of yielding. "Is this the liver of Nidhogg?" she thought frantically. The ancient dragon aura detected by the monitoring bureau days earlier had transformed into this exquisite feast. "Miss Su, don't just stare. Eat more before it cools down and becomes fishy." Jiang Li enthusiastically served her a bowl of dragon blood stew, declaring, "This is excellent for nourishing the blood and enhancing beauty." Suchinga mechanically consumed her meal, her reverence for Jiang Li reaching an unparalleled intensity. Upon finishing, Jiang Li wiped his mouth and inquired, "By the way, Miss Su, I heard from Xiaoyu that you were looking for me?" "Oh, yes," Suchinga replied, returning to her senses, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Mr. Jiang, things may be a bit tumultuous recently. What's going on? Is there going to be another conflict?" Jiang Li asked. "Not quite," Suchinga shook her head. "It concerns the spoils of war you gifted us." Lowering her voice, she continued, "The extraterrestrial technology you provided last time, although we endeavored to keep it confidential, has unfortunately leaked. Numerous factions, both domestic and international, are now fixated on Jiang Haishi and on you. In particular, the Black Tower organization, the largest underground arms dealer and technological marauder globally. has reportedly dispatched a cleansing squad that is en route. Cleansers? Jiang Li arched an eyebrow. What are they, a cleaning service? Su Qingge replied, no, they are assassins, specializing in seizing high-tech artifacts and eliminating witnesses. Oh, so they're robbers then, Jiang Li remarked with a calm demeanor. I'm quite familiar with robbers. That Zhao Xiao and that cult were merely delivering goods last time, weren't they? He rose, moving to the window to gaze into the inky darkness outside. If they wish to come, then let them come. A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Li's eyes, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. Just in time, I am in need of a few security personnel, and that vehicle is missing some parts. I hope they bring some fine items with them. Meanwhile, on the highway outskirts of Jianghaishi, several fully armed black armored vehicles sped along. Inside, a group of elite warriors clad in exoskeleton armor, wielding heavy energy weapons, sat poised. Their helmet displays were locking onto the coordinates of Villa 13 in Yulong Bay. Target confirmed, codename Chef. Mission, retrieve all extraterrestrial relics and eliminate witnesses. Cleansing operation commencing.